thought this entire time the New York Knicks would put together a package because it was just a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago where Giannis said, I want to go to New York. But the Knicks have been kind of sitting around, even with their recent struggles and not playing their best basketball. They haven't put together that trade package for Giannis. So I guess the Warriors do theoretically have the best offer out there, which kind of blows my mind since we're all ripping the Warriors roster and how much they need to blow it up and go get Giannis.
It's the draft picks. They have control of all of their draft picks, and the other teams have to borrow draft picks from other teams. So the Warriors have control of. They could send the Bucks 4 first-round draft picks. And, oh, by the way, I did overlook our former neighbor at our old neighborhood. Kakari is one of the great Greek restaurants in San Francisco. My bad. Great spot. And somebody says, don't sleep on the Greek consulate at Goff and Vallejo. So maybe Giannis could go to Kakari and hang out at the consulate. That's what he could do.
5 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text and says, no Greek neighborhood? I'll build one, Giannis. We'll get one right around the corner. I'll build it for you.
My big fat Greek neighborhood. I've always liked that movie. By the way, yeah. Hey, why don't we call it in while we're here? Why don't we have Bruce Frazier, the most interesting coach in the world, the super cool. By the way, it's funny. I have a friend. When you live in the suburbs, Marcus, you befriend fellow parents. Some parents you don't befriend. By the way, yeah, that's a whole nother topic.
Got a couple rivals up in the burbs.
I wouldn't even call them rivals. I'd say pieces of. Anyway, let's move on. I am friends with a guy who went to high school with Bruce Frazier, one of my fellow suburban dads. He went to, and he said, I said, I love Bruce Frazier. I said he's unbelievably cool. He said, you know the Bruce Frazier that you love that's unbelievably cool? He was exactly that guy in high school.
Of course he was.
He drove like a VW van, surfed, made no enemies. Everybody loved him. He was a great basketball player. He was good looking, and he was never a D to anybody. He was just the coolest guy.
That's the kind of guy I want to hang out with.
He also said, and I hope I'm not overstepping the bounds here, but this is what we do on Shock Radio. He said his sister was really, really, really attractive. Oh, my God. He said, yeah, don't sleep on the Frazier sister.
I understand.
All right, so anyway.
Great genes in that family.
So we have Bruce Frazier calling it in to Adam Silver. Silver said, wait a minute, are you guys going to get Giannis? He said, don't get ahead of yourself, skinny boy. Just put this one in the books. Golden State Warriors season high 140, Utah Jazz 124.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
Man, the DJ was playing slaps.
All of the unks are out, and they're going to have to step up.
7 and 6 better than 6-7. God just bless Steph, man. I don't know.
Pat is that motherfucker.
The Warrior win package for the mid-Warriors, the 28 and 22 Warriors, who are still hanging out in that 8 seed and still 3 out of the loss column to get into the top 6. So they're, quote-unquote, still in it, buddy.
Hanging around.
2 and 3 since Jimmy went down. And, here comes Detroit on Friday. Detroit's leading the East. They're really good. It's Draymond Green bobblehead night. We'll see what happens out there. By the way, a couple of interesting texts early on. Great one from Stan Tim about Joe Lacob building a whole new Greek town.
That was Stan Tim.
That was Stan Tim. He also said, it'll be stunning. Toga night once a week. Olive trees all over Thrive City. That was very, very funny, Tim. Good material.
Yeah.
And then the other guy, 510, points this out, and God bless him for pointing this out. Nick Peters, who I'm quoting, the great Greek-American sports writer who he lost, he goes, wasn't the Nick Peters press room now turned over to the data analytics crowd? That's a true frickin' story. Remember that, Farhan? Dishonoring the great Nick Peters from Butcherstown neighborhood in San Francisco, or Butchertown, San Francisco. So anyway, thank you for that memory, 510. Get the computers out. Get Nick the Greek back in. All right, Jim Schwartz has entered the chat as a possible future 49ers D coordinator. And I mentioned Framber Valdez, a gentleman named Hector Gomez. I'm not super familiar with his game, Hector Gomez. He is a MLB insider who covers a lot of Latin American players. He reported last night that the Giants and Framber Valdez are increasing their conversations. So, and then a Houston, it says here, a source, Giants intensified talks to land Framber Valdez on a multi-year deal. That would be very interesting on a number of levels.
Yes.
We can get into it.
It would.
On the other side, along with the Jim Schwartz. It's a Rumor Thursday.
Rumor has it.
And we'll say good morning to Young Tone and get the guest list on the Sports Leader.
You stink.
This report is sponsored by Audible. It's time to take care of you. Who better to help you than the top voices in well-being on Audible? Kickstart your well-being journey with your first audiobook free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com/wellbeing.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
It's a Rumor Thursday here on the Sports Leader. The question of the day, would this be a successful offseason if the Giants did, in fact, land Framber Valdez, the lefty? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. Or you can join us in the YouTube chat now. We do have audio, folks. We are good to go.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I'm Alex Kugelman, managing attorney of Kugelman Law. If you have IRS problems, you've probably heard ads about the Offer and Compromise or Fresh Start programs. While those exist, the truth is many people don't qualify for them. At Kugelman Law, we provide you with an honest and realistic path to solving your tax problems. Schedule your consultation with me by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Meta's 5-year venture into virtual reality has cost the company another $19 billion. The 2025 loss comes as CEO Mark Zuckerberg tries to get the company better positioned for AI. Microsoft's early investment in OpenAI continues to pay off. Microsoft says the company boosted its net income last quarter by $7.6 billion.
This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. The big question that might be keeping you up at night, will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? It can be challenging, so let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like delicious King's Hawaiian sliders. Bring them to the big game table and be the real MVP. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your local store. Football and King's irresistible Hawaiian sliders. There's nothing like it.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You want a dominant, another arm that goes in pairs with Robbie and Logan Webb. Malley and Hauser are not going to be dominant. They're going to be good, especially in the environment. And I think, the way that their stuff moves, I think they're going to be good. But that's not enough to take down that division. I mean, that division's a monster. My biggest name for the Giants specifically is Framber Valdez. If you throw Framber in that rotation with Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, that's a top 5 rotation in baseball with their 3. I mean, it really is. That's a postseason. It might be a short series for you with those 3 guys if they're locked in. That's how big of a jump I think a front end move changes the path of the Giants.
Yo, this is a crazy rejoin. First of all, shout out the return of the, you ready for this, Mark? I think you were around for this. The Eamon Sweeney, Gary Radnich rumor segment.
No, I was not around for that.
Were you around for Eamon Sweeney? Everybody, raise your hand if you remember Eamon Sweeney, everybody.
I rubbed shoulders with him in the hallway a couple
Eamon
times.
was a trip,
Pause.
man.
That came out kind of awkwardly.
What's up, Eamon? How you doing, buddy? Another son of Ireland, John Joe. I think his parents were from the old sod. But anyway, he had a brief time on the mic as Gary's producer when they would do at 11 a.m. a rumor segment, and this was the sounder for it. They're like, now it's time for Eamon Sweeney's rumors, and Gary would be like, we don't need this segment. It sucks.
Rumor has it, this segment stinks.
Rumor has it the morning show will be off the air in about a month. This was the sound. I know my 2009, 10, 11, 12 KNBR crowd is out there remembering the Gary Radnich rumor segment with Eamon Sweeney. Dude, this was the sound, the bed. Also, the voice you played, I said to Tonio, who are you playing? This guy sounds like a kid. It's Ryan Spilborghs, a former Rocky outfielder who now works for MLB Network, giving his take on Framber Valdez and the Giants. You're playing Ryan frickin' Spilborghs? You need to go into the files, buddy, in 2009 and find the Grand Slam and Dwayne Kuiper's legendary call. This is not good, folks, when that ball was in the air. Because the Giants were in a pennant race, and they were in a huge back-and-forth, typical Coors Field game, and they finally took a 4-run lead in the top of the 11th, no ghost runner, and then the Rockies loaded them up, and Spilborghs hit a game-tying grand slam, and it was just, we were at the end of our rope. The bullpen was collapsing. They were trying to get the hell out of Colorado, and when he made contact and the ball was in the air, and you could hear the fans that were remaining losing their minds, Kipe's call as the ball was in the air was, "This is not good, folks." That was Ryan Spilborghs, dude. The guy you just quoted coming back. Giving me takes about Framber Valdez coming to the Giants.
Oh, Tony, I need to hear this.
Look for 2009 Spilborghs Grand Slam. You got time. Don't worry about it. Just when you find it. I think it was August of 2009, I want to say. Yeah, it was a great call. So anyway, if Ryan Spilborghs says we should get Framber Valdez, then my gosh, we should get Framber Valdez.
I don't know if Ryan Spilborghs says it. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe this is undercover work by a Rocky trying to tear down the San Francisco Giants from the inside. Maybe planting a mole in the Giants clubhouse.
By the way, that Rockies team, that 2009 Rockies team, was a 92-win Rockies team. Raise your hand if you remember the Rockies being a viable franchise.
Shout out my guy Troy Tulowitzki.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Sunnyvale's finest.
See, you know what? Quick digression here. That's the kind of guy that I thought had Hall of Fame talent.
Oh, bro. I mean, his arm at shortstop to me is still one of the best arms I've seen.
I agree.
Just fire lasers across the diamond.
So
he could swing the stick, too.
I haven't gone back and done a dissection on his career. Was it injuries?
Injuries. Yeah, couldn't really stay healthy.
But
Guy
at his
finally
peak,
got out of Colorado, ended up spending a couple years with the Yankees.
he did. Yeah. Did he play well for the
Which I
Yankees?
enjoyed. Again, injuries. Injuries was always a problem with Tulo.
guy was an electric player.
Dude, and he was
Electric
a
player.
stud athlete growing up in Sunnyvale. Everybody knew Troy Tulowitzki. I remember going out and watching him play basketball at Fremont High School. He was a stud on the baseball field as well. All-around great athlete. One of Sunnyvale National Little League's finest players to ever play.
Sunnyvale. Don't bring up Sunnyvale.
Yeah,
Don't forget
Sunnyvale Little League.
Don't forget, we got knocked down. The guy said, you going to talk about this on the radio?
Yeah,
It's
we
like,
played some ball down in Sunnyvale.
Dude.
That might have been Tulo's little brother.
I might be wrong that it was a grand slam. Might have just been a walk-off, but it was in August. Maybe. So anyway, we'll try to.
This is not good, folks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You talk about a game for the ages for the Rockies. That's exactly what this one was. That's a grand slam.
Yeah, it was a grand slam.
Yeah, great knowledge, Murph.
Give me that not good, folks. You're right now. Just
This is not good, folks.
Wait, how soon after the crack of the bat here? Give me the.
This is not good, folks.
Less than a 3 count.
I remember that was a game that went late into the night. There was no pitch clock and no ghost runner. And back then, I think we still started either at 5 or 5:30, you know? And so I just remember having to be up really late and coming in the next morning and like minimal sleep and like, yo, that sucked, man. I think that might have been when Paulie unveiled the Kurt Russell scream. No. So anyway, well, that's Ryan Spielborg saying Framber Valdez. Now, let's get into it. So people are like, why are you guys talking about Framber Valdez? Well, he's a pitcher who's still on the free agent market, number one. Okay, number two is this guy, Hector Gomez, reported that the Giants are intensifying their talks. Now, I don't have information on this. Nobody's leaked anything to me. But, we do know that the Giants, Buster Posey, swings big, right? I don't know if you consider Harrison Bader a big swing or whatever.
And I should also point out that there was a report yesterday from John Heyman who listed out all the teams that are still interested in starting pitchers with only 2 weeks left to go until spring training, and the Giants were on that list.
Okay, now here's the problem. Framber Valdez has a reputation as a mixed bag when it comes to his conduct. And in fact, Marcus can tell you his point here. Let me just go. This is fun. During the break, I said, I'm going to ask AI, is Framber Valdez a bad guy? And AI gave a pretty funny summary. Framber Valdez has faced criticism for his on-field demeanor, characterized by emotional outbursts and a controversial September 2025, only a few months ago, incident where he allegedly ignored and crossed up his catcher, Cesar Salazar. Marcus will chime in on that in a moment, leading to accusations of unprofessional behavior. And then AI highlights this sentence. While considered a top-tier pitcher, his temper and actions have caused concern about his conduct. So that's the AI summary. And then it goes on. It lists all these details. It said controversial incident where he criticized teammates and coaches after a game against the Nationals. The Salazar incident. It goes on and on and on. And then it says, while some view him as a problematic teammate due to his temper, others focus on his high-level performance as a pitcher. But you, Marcus, your take.
Yeah, I would like to solely focus on his performance as a high-level pitcher, which he is. He's been a great ace out in Houston for the last couple of seasons. But I also think that he's a D-bag, if I'm being completely honest with you. We talk about the unwritten rules of baseball, and we talked about it when this incident happened. There's one thing you don't do as a pitcher. You don't cross up your catcher. That is your marriage. That's your wife and kids. You got to take care of your catcher. There's no way in hell you should even be disrespecting your catcher. And the most disrespectful thing you could do is put him in a position to get crossed up, to potentially get seriously injured if he's expecting a slider and a fastball comes in and buzzes him underneath the chin or something like that. To me, it's one of the cardinal sins of baseball, something you cannot do as a pitcher. So when you're sitting here talking about this possibility, when I'm looking at the guy that's running the ship, the guy that's president of baseball operations, guess what? He's the guy that spent his entire career in the squat, throwing down fingers, having that relationship with his pitcher. That battery is one of the most important things in baseball. So I don't know how Buster Posey views Framber Valdez, but I can say for myself, as a former pitcher, there's no way in hell I'd want this guy on my team.
Well, good rant. Very good rant. And Mike Krukow said the same thing. I'm torn. I must admit. I'm torn because I like a guy who can get people out. And if he can get people out, that helps me. He's also an unbelievable ground ball pitcher. I was looking at his Baseball Savant page last night. He's in the 97th percentile of the best ground ball pitchers out there. And that's what the Giants are looking for, right, with this infield. And that's what they're trying to get here, although we've been bragging about their outfield defense lately. So, I mean, I am torn because you don't want D's. And we've been talking about their quote-unquote culture change. Unless they want to go full heel. Yeah. Maybe the Giants want to go full heel,
unless they really want to be the bad guy.
Where Vitello's going to be yelling at other dugouts and Framber Valdez is going to be drilling guys and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, but there's also been reports of Framber Valdez mouthing off to his coaches and managers. It's like, is that something that Tony Vitello wants to deal with or something that you even want to put on his plate in his first year in the bigs?
It's interesting because it doesn't seem to fit the Buster culture, but at the same time, he's finished top 10 in American League Cy Young voting 3 of the last 4 years. Top 9, really, and then 11th another year. 4 of the last 6 years, he's finished top 11 in Cy Young voting in American League. So you're talking about a top 10 pitcher in the American League. The Giants right now, Hauser, Molly, Roop,
There's no question he would be an upgrade in this rotation. Hell, I'd put him ahead of Robbie Ray as your number 2 right behind Logan Webb. Like, that's how good of a pitcher I think Framber Valdez is. But again, I can't just forget the fact that he crossed up his catcher. It's one of the most disrespectful things you can do in the game of baseball.
I like you're taking that firm stance for sure. 818 says, I get that the Giants don't want to be liked, as we've been talking about, but if they get that guy, the Giants won't be liked by their own fans. Wow. And then, so the guy says, I don't want that. Where is it? Somebody said, anyway, there's a text in here that says, I don't want that punk on this team. It's just kind of, strong words. By the way, some people remembering the Spielberg. 707 says, that was the night Marty went long on the postgame show solo from inside Coors while the team flew home. That's just elite knowledge. By the way, the Marty Lurie movie, Baseball Mensch, now on Amazon Prime.
Nice.
No joke. Now on Amazon Prime.
Great job, brother.
Yeah, that is incredible. And somebody said, 415 says, if you guys want to have a win package for Giants losses, which would be a loss package, you can use This Is Not Good, folks.
I mean, there's a good chance we play just as many loss packages as win packages, right?
Oh, boy.
Shout out 81 and 81.
Somebody posted over-unders yesterday. Are they out already?
Ooh,
they can't be out already. The free agency isn't done.
I have not taken a look at
650 says, Marcus gets it. You don't cross up your catcher. Maybe if he was younger, but to do it as a 30-year-old is concerning. I'm surprised Buster Posey is entertaining this.
That's a no-no for me.
All right, guest list on a Thursday. Rumor to summarize, by the way. And the guest list is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family. So to summarize the first half hour, Giannis, yes. Framber, no.
That's my vote, personally.
I have to admit I'm torn that if they got Framber, I'd try to maybe strain to think maybe it could work out because they need pitching. And, he would help their pitching.
Yeah, he's not wrong, but there's still a couple other options out there. Zach Gallen is a guy. I know his numbers dropped off a little bit, but I wouldn't mind kicking the tires on a guy like Zach Gallen.
I'm open. I'm here for it. Good morning, young Tony. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. I'm just happy I found this thing,
That
dude.
was incredible.
This is not good, folks.
What did you...
I was just looking up his name. There's a lot of folders we have.
Do you have a date on it?
6/6.
Oh, was it June?
Looks like it, 2009.
Oh, it was June. Okay, I'm going to find it then. Here it is. No, it wasn't June. No, because that was June 6th. They were in St. Louis. I want to say it was August, bro, because the Giants were in the hunt. So I'm on the 2009 page. They played the Giants on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but that wouldn't make sense because we wouldn't. Oh, no, Monday. Was this it? 6-4 walk-off? Yeah, this might have been it. Let me see if I found it. Yeah, I found it. Dude, ready for this game? Ready? 14-inning game, right? 14-inning game. This is crazy, Marcus. It was a 1-1 game after 13 innings. Coors Field.
Wow.
Coors Field.
At Coors.
1-1 game. You need to go through this here for a minute, okay? It's 2009 Giants, and the Giants are 67-58. God, we'd kill for that. They're 9 games over.
67-58.
The Rockies are 71-54. They're 17 games over. So Giants are playing for a wild card, right? They're
what a different world.
They're actually only 4 back in the West at this point in time. Actually 3 back going into the game. It's a 4-hour and 57-minute game. I told you guys. And I tried to stay up late to watch the damn thing. And let me give you this, dude. Let me give you what happens there. And they get to the 14th inning. No ghost runner, Tony. In the 14th inning, Eugenio Velez hits a 2-run triple to score Edgar Renteria and Travis Ishikawa. Okay, then ready for this? Juan Uribe hits an RBI ground out. Giants score 3 in the top of the 14th. This baby is over. We're going to be 2 out in the West.
So you think.
We're going to be 2 out in the West. Here it comes. Ready? Excuse me. You know who starts the inning for the Giants? Brandon Metters. Walks Dexter Fowler. Then they bring in a guy named Justin Miller. Do you guys remember him with all the tattoos?
Justin Miller.
He gives up a base hit and then walks Tulowitzki to load him up. Then he walks in a run to make it 4-2. And then they bring in, ready for this? Merkin Valdez. You guys remember Merkin Valdez?
Oh, no.
And he gives up a grand slam to Ryan Spielberg.
This is not good, folks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You talk about a game for the ages for the Rockies.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this one was.
Yeah.
That's a grand slam.
But Brandon Metters, Justin Miller, Merkin Valdez.
So let me connect the dots here. Young Tony played a rejoin of a Rockies player who hit a grand slam off a guy named Valdez.
Yes.
Talking about the Giants wanting to sign a guy named Valdez.
Get some.
It was all planned, Marcus.
Like
I want to applaud that take.
That to me, that's full circle.
209 says Giants fans would love Framber Valdez if he throws 7 shutout innings. So, I mean, let's get transactional here, guys.
808 KNBR.
Let's get transactional here.
Do you want to win a game?
My buddy
How
Daryl
badly?
said, F it, get him. I'm tired of the Boy Scout attitude. I'll even take bad guys on the team now.
Yeah, but what happens if his own teammates start turning on him in the locker room?
Oh, man. Unbelievable.
I don't know. I'm not in there.
I know. I understand. Listen, I give you all the credit in the world on that. I do. I will admit, though, I am more transactional on this one. But I totally respect your opinion. I do. I totally respect it. And I wish I had that much virtue and ethics. I'm totally selling my ethics down the river for a few freaking innings.
That's wild.
This day in morning show history. This is the first time I've ever been complimented on my ethics. This is a big day for the show.
You are an ethical guy.
Thank you.
All right, let's get the guest list going here.
Coming up at 6:50, we're going to have a fun interview. Ryan Kelly and Nick Mascolo, the directors of AMC's Rise of the 49ers, are going to join the show together. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, these are the guys who made them. These are the guys who were at the Presidio doing all those interviews with all those. They'll have all the stories of what it was like to make this thing. So very cool, very cool.
They're going to join the show at 6:50. Mike Krukow is going to join the show at 7:30. We'll have cooler content at 8:30. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. And then the legend, Michael Zagaris, the Z-Man, at 9:30 this morning. Dump button is ready to go.
Yay!
Ready to go.
Nice work.
Built some delay. We're good to go.
You're all ready to go. Okay, we've talked about 2 rumors so far, Giannis and Framber. What about the third rumor? Jim Schwartz, next on the Sports Leader.
This is not good, folks.
Remember when you felt unstoppable? When mornings started with purpose and nights ended with passion? Then something changed. Fatigue crept in. Desire disappeared. Confidence? Gone. This isn't just aging. This is a medical issue. And at Prime Male Medical, we treat it that way. ED, low T, performance issues, incontinence, or want to shed some weight? Prime Male Medical can help. Real doctors, real treatments. No pills from the gas station, no judgment, no nonsense. Just results. You don't have to accept the decline. You can fight back. You can feel like you again. Call Prime Male Medical in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay. The first 10 callers this week will receive a customized evaluation for just $99, which covers your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Call now, 415-761-4037. That's 415-761-4037, or go to PrimeMaleMedical.com. That's 415-761-4037.
Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like delicious King's Hawaiian sliders. Bring them to the big game table and be the real MVP. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your local store. Football and King's irresistible Hawaiian sliders. There's nothing like it.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. free delivery. Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I got a lot of respect for Jim. I think he's one of the best who does it. He's done it for a while. I've been going against him. I don't think they had our records when I was in Houston. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't count them, but you probably do. But when I first started as a coordinator in Houston, back when I was 28, 29, going against him in Tennessee is where it started, when they had Vanden Bosch, Albert Hainsworth, Javon Curse. They were doing the wide nines then, and that's why I always wanted wide nines, and we got that with Chris Eric.
There it is, Kyle Shanahan going on and on about the great defenses of Jim Schwartz, who is suddenly rumored to be available. Keeping our rumor Thursday, Rumor Palooza started with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Is he coming to the Warriors? There's a rumor, maybe. Next up, Framber Valdez. It's reported by MLB reporter who focuses on Latin America that Framber Valdez is, quote, intensifying his talks.
This is not good, folks.
The Giants. Ryan Spielborgs is the one who reported it. That was the second rumor. Now, the third rumor is that Jim Schwartz could be the 49ers' next defensive coordinator. And we had rumor has it by Adele. And now, Marcus, while the song is not called Rumors, it is from the album.
Oh.
Rumors. The Fleetwood Mac album. By the way, spelled with the British U. R-U-M-O-U-R-S. This Dreams, of course, made famous during the pandemic with the guy. Wasn't this with the guy on the skateboard with the cranberry
I think
juice?
you're right, yes. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. With the ocean spray.
Wasn't that during pandemic?
That was pandemic, yeah.
And
That's
for
the
some
guy
reason,
who
it
blew
just
up.
soothed us all. We're like, you know what? Everything's going to be all right eventually.
Yeah, and shout out that guy for getting
Still
his
not,
bread.
but-
Ended up getting an ocean spray sponsor.
God bless him.
Yeah, dude.
What's he doing today?
Probably drinking some of that cranberry juice still.
And skating somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Skateboarding somewhere? All right, well, rumor number 3, Jim Schwartz to the 49ers. So the story is the Ravens hire, Todd Monken, or as Adam Schefter calls him, Todd Monken. And Jim Schwartz is, according to reports, demonstrably upset and wants to leave. Now, a couple of issues. One, he's still under contract in Cleveland for 2 more years. So I don't know what would happen there, how that would go down transactionally, how a team, could Jed York or somebody buy out that deal? Does he have an escape clause? That I do not know. All I'm saying is if he is available, I got to tell you, in my mind, and I'm not listen, who am I? I'm not Buddy Ryan. I didn't devise the 46 defense for the 85 Bears. But I can tell you that in my mind, having watched enough football, Jim Schwartz would go ahead of Gus Bradley on my list of candidates.
Yeah.
I would hire Jim Schwartz. As much as we like Gus Bradley telling the stories on Saturday nights at the hotels, as much as we know he is a veteran defensive coordinator, as much as we strive for continuity, and Gus Bradley would provide that elusive continuity, Jim Schwartz is an elite defensive coordinator.
Without question, Murph. This would be the best possible signing, in my opinion, to bring in Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator, because we've seen multiple Jim Schwartz defenses against Kyle Shanahan his entire career. So if he's available, if there's somehow, some way, I don't know if they'd have to trade for his contract or figure out something, but it sounds like Jim Schwartz was telling people yesterday, there were actual reports that he was angry leaving the Browns facility and told multiple people, I'm done with the Cleveland Browns. So if they want this to get ugly, I'm sure Jim Schwartz can figure out a way to get out of his contract somehow, some way. And I'm with you. If he's available, this could potentially be the Spags that we've been looking for with the Spags-Andy Reid relationship. Like, we've been talking about that continuity and Robert Saleh leaving and 5 different DCs in 5 years. Yeah, in a perfect world, Robert Saleh wouldn't want to be a head coach and he could just stay your DC. It seems like Jim Schwartz is now in that position where he's not getting the head coaching job with the Cleveland Browns, and it doesn't sound like he's going to get it with the Raiders or the Cardinals. So if he's going to turn into a lifelong DC, maybe that's someone that you compare with Kyle for the next 4 or 5 years down the road.
Yeah, I mean, it's plus, plus, plus. I really don't see a negative other than you have to tell Gus Bradley, hey, that job we were going to give you is not yours anymore. But, hey, it's a cold, cruel world, man. Mike Krukow tells us all the time, about MLB. We're like, well, what about this guy, that guy? He's like, bro, you got to compete. You got to compete every day.
Yeah,
and if it's the same thing here, like you got to tell Gus Bradley, listen, man, we liked you, but a better guy came along.
Yeah, that's what the Giants are telling Luis Matos right now. Like,
right,
we like you, but we like Harrison Bader, and we like his glove. He's a Gold Glover, so we brought him in. Now you got to compete if you want to stay on the roster.
So remember, Jim Schwartz was head coach of the Lions, got into it with Harbaugh. Remember that when they tangled in the back in the early Harbaugh days. But in the last 3 years in Cleveland, they were number one in fewest yards allowed in 2023, and this year number 4 in fewest yards allowed in 2025. Now he had Myles Garrett, which makes him look better too. But we know for a fact. I mean, we've gone through these stats every time the Niners have played Jim Schwartz. How he's like Mike McDonald. Basically, he's the Cleveland Mike McDonald.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success against Kyle in his career, and it's great that he has Myles Garrett, hands down the best defensive player in the NFL. Hell, you can make the argument that he's the best player in the NFL. But he'd be coming to a San Francisco team that has a former Defensive Player of the Year in Nick Bosa, that has a Defensive Player of the Year candidate year in and year out in Fred Warner, too. So there's still pieces on this defense. I don't think it's solely Myles Garrett because, again, you can go through the track record of Jim Schwartz with or without Myles Garrett. He's had success against Kyle Shanahan and a lot of other coaches around the league.
He was not successful as a head coach in Detroit. They had a big-time losing record. That's back when the Lions were the lousy Lions, and everybody who walked into that building was cursed. But, excuse me, so that would maybe think that he would not be a guy looking for another head coaching job because we're talking about continuity. And would he come here? And first of all, we're getting way down the road. Does he even want to come here? Are Kyle and John so tied to Gus Bradley and continuity that they're saying, yeah, Schwartz is cool, but we're sticking with Gus Bradley? But again, it's rumor Thursday. So even we don't know if he wants to come here, but if he does, would he come here? And then would he be the next guy to leave for a head coaching job right away? And I'm surprised the Raiders were looking for what, offense?
Yeah, I think they have to go with an offensive mind. If you're going to draft Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall, I think you have to put him in a successful situation. Murph, I want one of those Shanahan systems because the Raiders have been looking for that system since they fired Mike Shanahan back in 1989.
Yeah, lots of reaction already on all of these rumors here, too. Excuse me, and we're talking about, it's funny, said 707 says, would there be a better offensive-defensive combo compared than Kyle Shanahan and Jim Schwartz? I don't think so. I agree. But 925 says, don't forget what a jerk Jim Schwartz was when he coached in Detroit. He's not a good person. He might be a good D coordinator, but he's not a good person. Hey, man, let's bring all the bad guys in.
808 KNBR, Jim Schwartz crossed up Jim Harbaugh.
The Framber Valdez. Can we start a rumor that Giannis is a douche, too, right?
Yeah. Giannis doesn't cross up people. He just crosses them over.
559 says, the handshake back slap seen round the world. 925 wonders, can he bring Myles Garrett with him, too? 916 is going outside the organization for a tried and true defensive coordinator may be what's needed to get over the hump, to break sort of the, because the defenses could use a fresh set of eyes, perhaps.
Yeah, I think the defense, to their credit, I think Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley did a great job with the defense for the patchwork players that they had to put into the lineup. Like, obviously, we didn't get to see a finished product because Nick Bosa went down so early in the season and Mykal Williams, and the list goes on and on and on. So I'm not criticizing the performance too much of Gus Bradley and Robert Saleh. I thought they had a serviceable defense, a defense that can compete for a championship or even a Super Bowl down the road. It comes down to the horses on the field, but I still think Jim Schwartz will be an upgrade over what you have currently in the building in Gus Bradley.
So we'll have to follow that story, too. Obviously, we're going to talk later on this morning to Matt Mayoko at 8:50 and all that. And, by the way, I did want to clear up when I say Matt Mayoko, we're going to talk to him about his Pro Football Hall of Fame vote, too, because that continued to rage into the day. Did you guys see a guy came forward, Vahe Gregorian, the Kansas City Star?
I saw this.
And he said, guys, I had to vote for the 3 senior candidates because this is their last chance. Listen, give the guy all the credit in the world for coming out, and because a lot of other people haven't. And his answer was not Spygate related. It was about it's the less sexy part of this thing. It's a procedural thing. And that some guy said, this procedure sucks. I can only vote for 3, and I don't think Roger Craig's going to get another chance. Because once those senior guys, they get their one shot on the ballot, they fall off, the next group of senior guys comes in. So this guy's answer was, I know Belichick's getting in eventually. I have to vote for these 3 guys, otherwise they'll never get in. So that's his reasoning. You could hate it, but at least it's reasoning, and it's not personal or petty or Spygate.
Yeah, I get that reasoning, but I still don't get why Bill Belichick is even on the same ballot as Roger Craig.
That's the procedural problem here. That's
makes
a problem.
Zero sense.
It's a big problem.
Like, these guys on the senior ballot have been trying for years to get into the Hall of Fame, and now they have to compete against Bill Belichick and Roger Kraft?
It's a bad.
How does that make sense?
Bad system. And listen, bad system got a bad result.
Yeah.
Bad system got a bad result. All right, guys. Well, there you go. Giannis, a Warrior. Framber Valdez, a Giant. Jim Schwartz, a 49er. Those are three pretty juicy ones, man. How many of those three will come true? How many of those three will come true? That's what we're here for, to get you through your commute and to guess how many of those three will come true. Okay, what we do know is that we're continuing to hype this 49ers Rise of the 49ers documentary on AMC this Sunday and Monday. I think it's 2 episodes per night. I think it's an hour episode each. I think it's a couple hours each night. Sunday at 6, Monday at 6 to get you ready for the Super Bowl. We've had the red carpet event on Tuesday. See Tony Vitello. The Brad Mansion picture made the Chronicle. Do you see that?
Nice.
Brad's blowing up,
Hell
man.
yeah, Brad.
And Tony V and Joe and all that good stuff. But the guys who made the movie are going to join us next. Their names are Ryan Kelly and Nick Mascolo. They're from NFL Films. They were the guys in the building in the Presidio all during April and May when they filmed this thing with Tom Brady. So they'll have the inside stories for us next on The Sports Leader.
Unbelievable.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Look out in the Hillsborough stretch. Car ended up with a flat tire. Southbound 280 before Black Mountain Road. It is off on the right shoulder. Hayward, a stall. South 880, look out there before A Street. Car conked out in the second lane from the left. Traffic heavy from 238. Bay Bridge, the backup to the foot of the maze. Heavy traffic stretches across the span. That's traffic. I'm Elaine Leung.
This report is sponsored by King's Hawaiian Sliders. Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like delicious King's Hawaiian Sliders. Bring them to the big game table and be the real MVP. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your local store. Football and King's irresistible Hawaiian Sliders. There's nothing like it.
San Francisco, relive one of the greatest championship seasons of all time live on stage. Night of Champions featuring the 1989 San Francisco 49ers is coming to the Orpheum Theater Tuesday, February 3rd at 7:30 p.m. Hear legendary stories and behind-the-scenes moments from Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, John Taylor, and more in a once-in-a-lifetime conversation moderated by Chris Berman. One night, one team, one unforgettable celebration. Get tickets now at BroadwaySF.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss. Business phone bliss. With the Ooma Cloud phone system, it handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Because Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, ring groups, and video conferencing. And that means our people can use it wherever and whenever they want. From their mobile phone, computer, or desk phone. You mean? Yes. Anywhere. But isn't changing over a pain in the... Switching to Ooma is a cinch. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. That really is... bliss. I know. Now go ahead and say it. It feels good. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
If you're struggling with distance vision and now you need reading glasses or bifocals, you need to know about CLR, custom lens replacement from the amazing doctors at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Hey, it's Greg Papa with Dr. Craig Bindi on why CLR can be a great alternative to LASIK.
Because the older we get, we start experiencing the dysfunction of our natural lens, affecting both distance vision and near vision, meaning the need for reading glasses, plus the eventual development of cataracts. LASIK won't solve the problems of reading glasses or cataracts, but CLR does. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for CLR.
CLR is quick and painless and can be a permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. No glasses, no contacts, no readers, plus no cataracts. Schedule your free consult today at lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Fine jewelry backed by the ultimate free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Stocks are starting out mixed after the opening bell. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 190 points to 49,206. The S&P 500 is down 2 points to 6,975. And the Nasdaq is down 158 points to 23,699. Meta's strong earnings report is helping the S&P avoid a larger slide.
Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like delicious King's Hawaiian sliders. Bring them to the big game table and be the real MVP. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your local store. Football and King's irresistible Hawaiian sliders. There's nothing like it.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're having so much fun talking about the AMC documentary coming out Sunday and Monday, The Rise of the 49ers, Sunday at 6, Monday at 6. We had all the red carpet stuff last night. Michael Zagar is going to join us at 9:30. We've got the dump button ready, Tony. Tomorrow, Craig Walsh, Bill's son, is going to join us. So just a parade of guests. We had Steve Young yesterday talking about it. And, I might wear the hat all week. So we have the directors, the guys who actually made the movie, who came out to San Francisco, or sitting in the Presidio, the beautiful Presidio, and doing this whole thing. It is Ryan Kelly and Nick Mascolo. They're on our video, by the way. God bless them. Thank them for hopping on our video. Two good-looking guys right there. Hey, Ryan and Nick, it's Murph and Marcus. I'm in the Niner hat. He's in the Sharks hat, Marcus. So good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having us.
So, listen, man, we're going to go full disclosure here. I'm a Niner lifer, okay? I actually was a beat writer for 7+ years. I kind of had to hide it and be objective. But I'm a full-on Niner lifer. My parents' second date was at Kezar Stadium in 1949, all that good stuff. This guy over here is a Raider lifer. He's a Raider lifer. And I think that might come into play later in the interview, because I think you guys did some documentaries that had to do with the Raiders, including a tuck rule.
Yeah.
Was that you, Nick? Did you do that? Yeah.
Yeah, we worked on the tuck rule for 30 for 30 for ESPN.
Ooh, we'll have to touch on that at the end. Yeah. All right? Because Marcus still wants to debate it.
Well, especially with the Tom Brady ties in this docuseries.
Yeah, so let's start there. Let's start there, Ryan and Nick. You guys direct this thing. Tell us how you and Tom Brady, give us an origin story, maybe like the elevator pitch. How did Brady get involved with you guys?
So I think people can see every Sunday, on Fox broadcast, how much Tom Brady genuinely loves the game. And this is the story of how he fell in love with the game. He grew up a few miles from Candlestick Park down in San Mateo, and his family had season tickets, and he grew up falling in love with this 49ers dynasty and Joe Montana. And I think people are going to see a side of him that they have never seen before, which is being a fan. Like, he is as much a fan of those 49ers teams as you were. And it's genuine, and I think people are going to be surprised by it, and it is kind of the heart of the series.
Murph mentioned it. He's a 49er lifer. Tom Brady, as well, as you just mentioned, grew up a 49er fan. So they remember the 49ers dynasty. Full disclosure, I'm 33 years old. So me and all of my buddies, we don't remember the last 49ers Super Bowl win. So what do you think this docuseries can do for this generation of 49er fans who don't know the full history of the 49ers?
Well, I think, it's 4 episodes, but in short order, when you watch this, you'll understand everything about what they were before, what they were during, and where they ended up. When it was kind of all over by the mid '90s after they won their last Super Bowl in '94. So it's just a great way to dive into this story, this dynasty, and with the main characters. Learn, A to Z, how it began, and what the ride was like, and how it also impacted, the greatest football player of all time. So if you know who Tom Brady is, maybe you don't know everything about Joe Montana, then he won Super Bowls. The fact that these two have something to do with each other, but never played together, is quite fascinating. So I think that draws in people who might, like you're saying, you're a bit on the younger side. And then there's going to be people even younger watching this, and they know everything about Tom Brady, but nothing about Joe Montana. So I think that's kind of like the secret sauce here with these 4 episodes.
That's Nick Mascolo. He's one of the 2 directors of Rise of the 49ers on AMC this Sunday and Monday. The other is Ryan Kelly. They're on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter video. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Listen, the red carpet thing on Tuesday night, all the buzz came out of it. Everybody loved it. Steve Young came on our show yesterday. And Steve's an interesting figure. We could do it. Steve, we addressed it with Steve. We go there with Steve. Just how awkward, how tough, the whole Joe stuff. All that, but even he said that the first episode, which I imagine is sort of the 70s and maybe the 81 season, I'm guessing, that he didn't know stuff. He said when it ended, he turned around and said to Joe in the theater, "Dude, you went through some stuff I didn't even know." So tell us a little bit about maybe the first episode and learning about just how dire it was for the 49ers. What captured you guys, either one of you, about maybe that early first episode arc?
I think it's honestly, it's how the fortunes of the team mirrored the fortunes of the city. Like, the team was probably at its lowest point in the late 70s, right around the time you had, unfortunately, the Jonestown massacre and the assassinations at City Hall. And not to trivialize those things by comparing them to sports, but as the team got better and better, it was something that the city could rally around, especially in that magical run in 81. And that to me is part of the poignancy of the story, is that, I think Ray Ratto put it best. Like, they didn't heal the city, but when they won, they were the Band-Aid on the city that, kept it together until the city could heal itself. And, in the later episodes, it's the 1980s and the team's on top of the world, and so is the city, and it's Silicon Valley and, the go-go 80s. But, that just sort of, I love the Bay Area. I'm not from there, but it's one of my favorite areas in the entire world. And just to sort of learn about the history and where it came from and where it ended up, I think that was one of the more rewarding parts of telling the story, and we hope it comes through in the final product.
Without getting into too many spoilers, how deep were you guys able to go between the relationship between Joe Montana and Steve Young? Like, how willing were they to open up and share these stories with you guys?
I think they were very willing. I think, and Steve will be the first one to tell you, I didn't hear the interview yesterday, but he told us, they weren't enemies, they weren't at each other's throats. And they had, on a day-to-day basis, it was fun. Joe was fun, and, he's Joe Cool, and he kept the quarterback room light. But they were in, you said the word, and Steve said it multiple times when we were in the Presidio, it was awkward. And the thing that I keep thinking about is that, these guys were the greatest at what they did, all of them. But when you talk to them, they're dealing with the same emotions and situations that we all do. And they're just people like we were, and they were trying to navigate these sort of interpersonal and professional situations that were awkward for them. And, they both wanted to start, and they were dealing with the same emotions everyone does on a daily basis, and I hope that comes through in the final product too.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve even says, I think, kind of point blank, is I came here to play. I want to play. It was about playing the game, not about Joe Montana necessarily. It was he just, you brought me here to be the quarterback, and then things changed. This guy ain't hurt, so, yeah. It's all covered in there, and Ryan did the interviews with both Joe and Steve, and you kind of got to come at them a couple times in a couple different angles to get stuff out of them. Sometimes they don't want to say everything, but you kind of ask it a couple times and you get the answer eventually. But it was really cool.
That's the voice of Nick Muscolo, and the other is Ryan Kelly. They're the two directors of the very much anticipated and very critically acclaimed already from the red carpet, Rise of the 49ers on AMC Sunday and Monday, 6 o'clock. 2 episodes each night. Should be awesome. A few more minutes here with the two directors who really sunk their teeth into this thing. By the way, you the picture behind you, I have to ask next, is obviously, to me, the Mona Lisa. Says Mike. First of all, Michael Zagaris is a great friend. I've known him forever, as is Brad Mangin, who I know you worked with very closely. Brad is one of my best friends, so it's personal for me. We're having Z-Man on a little bit later. But as great as Z-Man is and as funny as he is and how every story is amazing, from Mick Jagger to Joe Montana, all those stories, what about the fact that his pictures actually drive the narrative in a way? We had Randy Cross on earlier this week, and he said you guys' strategy to get those Zagaris pictures, blow them up into gigantic art-size pictures and hang them on the wall in the Presidio, stirred things inside him. He said he was moved to tears at some points because some of his teammates are no longer with us. And could you just talk about that strategy? How much does the Z-Man play in this, and how much were the pictures a part of the movie?
I mean, the Z-Man, as you guys know, the Z-Man was and is everywhere. And he was able to sort of pierce the veil of the locker room that nobody had really done in the way he does before. And he shot the 49ers the way he shot, rock bands going backstage. And, I'll say it again, like, he captured them as people, and he captured these moments. And you look at these photos and you see them as people. And I mean, beyond that, I mean, aesthetically, I mean, you said it's the Mona Lisa. It is. They're just sort of beautiful. And I mean, and he's singular. He's one of a kind. And to have him collaborate with us on this show is just it's a privilege.
Yeah, meeting Z was one of coolest things about this. I mean, we were with Joe Montana and Tom Brady, and we think of hanging with Z right up there with it. He called us. We were at the airport yesterday, and he called us, and we were about to board the plane, and he was just, he was so kind. He's been so kind to us the whole time. Brad has been huge in helping us get into the archive and get the photos, but we knew going in who Z was. We had never worked with him, and we knew what his photography of the 49ers had looked like, and we also wanted to create a space for the guys to visit in San Francisco that would be more than just sitting down and being interviewed. So we wanted them to walk into a place that almost took their breath away, and we kind of created a pop-up art museum, is kind of how we called it, and we had downstairs, we had the photography, and we changed it out for every interview. So we made sure we had a couple images of the guy who we were interviewing that day, the player, and we would kind of change it out each day. We were there for 10 days. And then we had upstairs, we had an artifact walk around where we had 6 or 7 different stations that were the Super Bowls, or it was the Bill Walsh VHS tapes. We had a little Zagaris section with his camera there, and he would wear cleats. The team issued him cleats, so he was moving around the field, so he had his cleats there. We had his little Godzilla figure. What's it?
Demular.
We had Demular. You'll see that in there. Z is introduced in the second episode. He's in as an interview subject in the first episode, but you understand who Z is, and the photography all makes sense and is explained to you in the second episode, and that was important to us.
And I think one of the key things is that the way we're talking about Z and the way you and we feel about him, I mean, the players feel that way about him tenfold, times 10.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone loves Z.
Yeah, there's no question that the Z-Man has the ability to steal the show, both with his photos and his stories. But outside of the Z-Man, outside of Steve and Joe, was there any player or maybe member from the organization that maybe stole the show for you with some of the stories that they shared?
Oh, boy. I think in a sneaky way, Mr. D steals the show. Everything he says is interesting. And I think he gets a lot of sneaky laugh lines, honestly.
And I'd say Steve Young has always been a terrific interviewer.
He was a favorite.
I mean, he is just so good at giving you an answer that just encompasses the entire emotion of whatever you're talking about. And Randy Cross is amazing at recall and just kind of telling you the story, and it doesn't hold any punches either. Like he was fantastic.
Keena was great.
Keena was great.
They all stole the show.
Yeah, Ronnie just needs to show up and look like Ronnie, and then you're like, well.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. Brad said Brad really liked Randy Cross. He thought he was fantastic. He was great with us too. And you're right, Steve is just a Hall of Fame on and off the field. His interview skills are incredible. He's so insightful and sensitive and thoughtful and all that great stuff. I know we got to get going here. We're talking to Ryan Kelly and Nick Muscolo, the two directors of AMC Rise of the 49ers, Sunday at 6, Monday at 6, 49ers AMC documentary. You can't miss it. But Brad has also told me, because he was at, he says it ultimately comes down to one word, and that word is Bill. Is it in the end? Is it in the end, when it's all said and done, Bill Walsh's movie? Yes?
You cut up, but I guess Bill Walsh's story.
Yeah, is it in the end, is it Bill Walsh's story?
I think in many ways it is. And I know Coach Walsh hasn't been with us for almost 20 years now, but NFL Films sat down with him and filmed with him so many times and we have his VHS recordings of team meetings that he feels just as present as anybody else in the film. And in drama it can be man versus man, and I guess you could put Joe and Steve into that bucket. But there's also, you learn this in high school English class, there's man versus himself. And I think that probably is where Bill Walsh falls. And he's just a fascinating figure who changed the game, probably in ways that younger fans aren't aware of. And we go through all the ways he was a visionary, and we go through all the ways that I guess as Ray Ratto said, he kept trying to reinvent the wheel that he built, and tortured himself doing it. And and he's charming and tough and tortured figure, and loved. And he loved his players, and he couldn't show that because one day he was going to have to cut them. And he spent kind of the rest of his life trying to make up for it. Just a singular, just like Z, a singular person, and fascinating. And you could say it's the Bill Walsh story in many ways, for sure.
That's great stuff, Ryan. You guys, the anecdote is, what was really special about his passing was he was able to say goodbye to all the 49ers. He had leukemia and he was dying, but he took all these visitors. I don't want to spoil the joke, but does Joe tell the story? Or is that you guys covered his last visit where he's walking out and Bill says, "Hey, Joe, one last."
He does.
Okay. We'll have everybody watch it.
Stay tuned.
You'll have to watch Monday night, find out what it is.
Last one is for Nick. Nick, you did the 30 for 30 tuck rule. I've got to throw my partner a bone here because the Raiders have been down for 25 years. Nick, when you do the tuck rule, do you sympathize with the Raiders?
Do I sympathize with the Raiders? Oh, man. I never found the sympathy with it because I was more interested in telling the story and letting Tom and Charles have their say, which was, we spent an entire day with them to shoot that. And, man, their relationship really, if you haven't seen it, you got to check it out. It is they just had a lot of fun busting on each other about that, and Charles just doesn't want to hear it, and Tom just laughs it all off. And if you remember that play or you want to learn about that play, check it out. It's a fun watch.
30 for 30, the tuck rule.
Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, listen, guys, as you know, I'm so excited. Brad kept me apprised all during the spring. He sent me all these pictures from the set. You guys, it's going to be awesome. Everybody loved Tuesday night, and we're glad to talk to you guys. So I want to thank you as a lifelong Bay Area kid and generations deep here. It's going to mean a lot to a lot of people. It really does. So congrats, Ryan Kelly and Nick Muscolo, and thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you guys for everything.
Thank you.
There you are, man. Ryan Kelly and Nick Muscolo. The Tuck rule. He took it neutral. The true director said, no, let those guys
It's
tell
about
the
the
story.
art, Murph. It's how you interpret the art.
Do you sympathize with the
dude,
Raiders?
nobody, if you're not a Raider fan, nobody's going to sympathize with the Raiders.
I do sympathize.
you?
Yes, I do.
I don't know.
Yes, I do.
You sure about
yes,
that?
I do. 100%. I 100% I do.
All right.
I do. 100%.
I don't know if I believe you.
By the way, I loved that interview. Those guys are great, and but there was just one moment where they said, and when you talk about the greatest player in football history, I'm like, yeah, wait.
Yeah.
We're talking about Joe Montana, right?
Yeah. And look, I had my issues about Tom being the narrator for this docu-series, but we just heard from two guys that worked on the Tuck Rule and the great Brady Heist. Sounds like both those boys are Brady boys, and there is a connection, obviously, with him growing up a Joe Montana. And
I would imagine when you're in the presence of the blue eyes of a Tom Brady and the 6'4"ness of a Tom Brady and the rings of a Tom Brady, you could probably fall under his spell. That is unless he's picking up your golf ball and blowing you off at Riviera.
Yeah, stay away from Murph's golf ball, Brady.
Get your paws off my my ball
and go hire a damn coach.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Everybody, Tom Brady's going to save the Raiders. They just had one of their worst years in franchise history.
By the way, I was going to read this to Ryan and Nick, but we were kind of moving quickly. But when I booked Z-Man to come on today, I said, can you come on? And he wrote, of course. And you have to hear this in the Z voice, too. Of course. He goes, and this is what he wrote on my phone. Because in the words of Chairman Mao. Okay, right. Already.
Okay.
All right. Then he writes parentheses, the Chinese Michael Carter, parentheses. Dude, now we're just going off. Michael Carter was a D tackle for the Niners in the 80s, and I guess there's a vague resemblance if you actually look at it.
All right.
Michael Carter and Chairman. He goes, of course, because in the words of Chairman Mao, the Chinese Michael Carter, my mantra, too, is, quote, serve the people, unquote. Dude, incredible.
That's it, dude. And the Z-Man will serve the people at 9:30
That's what
today.
you're going to get at 9:30 today. All right. Well, get ready for Mike by returning to the Framber Valdez rumor. Hector Gomez, who covers MLB heavy with the Latin American tilt, reports these talks are intensifying between the Giants and Framber Valdez. Now, 2 weeks ago, Jeff Passan said the Giants were aggressively pursuing Nico Horner and Brendan Donovan. And that resulted so far in Bupkis. So take it for what it's worth.
Bupkis.
But to know that there's a rumor out there that the Giants are intensifying talks with Framber Valdez is worth discussing. Next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Well, quite the crash off the San Mateo Bridge in the eastbound direction, right past the toll plaza.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Still sticking with the rumors theme, huh? All right. We were talking about Rumor Thursday. You still haven't given me Timex Social Club. How do rumors get started, buddy? Come on now. The Rumor Palooza Thursday. 3 of them. Will Giannis Antetokounmpo come to the Warriors? Maybe. NBA insiders saying the Warriors have a good chance. Will Framber Valdez come to the Giants? Maybe. Hector Gomez, MLB reporter who's based in Latin America, has said that talks are intensifying between the Giants and Framber Valdez. It comes with a lot of baggage. And will Jim Schwartz become the new Niners defensive coordinator? Maybe. He just told Cleveland he wants out. And while the 49ers seem to be pretty focused on Gus Bradley, it would be a very intriguing option. So 3 different rumors percolating today. We also want to thank Ryan Kelly and Nick Muscola for the AMC documentary hit. We'll do more with Michael Zagaris at 9:30. It's just going to be really, really fun. A big moment in Bay Area history. And then Craig Walsh, who's Bill's son, who's apparently very, very good in the documentary too. He'll join us tomorrow. Nice. So, all right. So we're doing rumor rejoins, and obviously from Fleetwood Mac rumors here. Framber Valdez. Okay, you had strong opinions. You issued them about 40 minutes ago. That he famously crossed up his catcher in a moment of, I don't want to call it, what do you call it, pettiness, just being a D. I don't know what you want to call it, but if a catcher's expecting a breaking ball and you throw a fastball, you could hurt the guy.
That's a no-no. That is something you don't do in the game of baseball. To your own teammate, to the guy that's taking care of you, to the guy that's calling pitches for you, for the guy that's trying to steal strikes for you, Murph, it's one of the worst sins you can commit as a pitcher, I will say, is intentionally crossing up your catcher.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's true. So is the fact that he would be one of the Giants' best pitchers. And listen, I mean, I'm not telling you this guy's, he's not Roger Clemens, peak Roger Clemens. He's not Sandy Koufax. He went 13-11 last year, but with a 3.66 ERA. He made 31 starts. That's a big one. And in the prior year, he made 28, and the prior year, 31, and the prior year, 31. So his innings last year, 192. These days, I mean, that 176 the prior year, 198 and 201. His last 4 years, he's been at or around 190 to 200 innings. He's finished in the last three of the last 4 years, 5th, 9th, and 7th in the American League Cy Young voting. He threw 2 complete games last year to lead the American League. Okay, so there's a lot. He leads his 97th percentile in ground balls. They want to be a ground ball team, right? With this infield, with Chapman and Devers on the left side of the infield. 187 strikeouts and 192 innings. I mean, there's a lot of pitching reasons to like this guy, and he would immediately, as you said, maybe be their number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I would put him ahead of Robbie Ray in that rotation right behind Logan Webb, and that would be a solid 1-2 punch. And look, I've been the same guy complaining for the last couple of weeks about how the Giants need to improve their rotation. I'm not satisfied with Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle too, but I also can't sit here and say I support this move because I'm a washed-up college pitcher, dude, and I have a problem with what Framber did. Imagine other guys around the clubhouse or around the league or even the front office. I mean, you literally have a president of baseball operations who used to be a catcher. So Buster Posey will be the one making the decision here. If he signs off on it, then I would have to assume that the rest of the team, the organization, and Major League Baseball as a whole would sign off on this move. But I have a tough time thinking that Buster, as a former catcher, would sign off on a pitcher who intentionally crossed up his catcher.
It is curious. Now, it is also just one incident. Can you change? Can you be a different? But he's also had antics throughout his career. That said, he would also become, like you said, the Giants' second best pitcher probably right away. And while I do totally understand and respect your opinion, and I could buy it, like if the Giants passed on him because he's a bad clubhouse guy and they didn't want that, I can get that. That said, I'm also being very transactional about this, bro. I need arms. And, you know, the guy's not, he's not a mass murderer. You know what I mean? He's not out here slashing tires and things like that. So transactionally, I would like to see this guy in orange and black, while understanding that I'm making a little bit of a bargain with the devil. That yes, you want to be gritty, grindy, right? Gritty, grindy. We talked about that Buster soundbite. And we've talked this week about Harrison Bader and Tony Vitello and the sort of red assery that the Giants are trying to create. Well, if they brought Framber Valdez, it's a different kind of red assery. It's sort of an unpleasant red assery. Whereas Harrison Bader, Tony Vitello, Drew Gilbert, that crew is supposed to be more of like a first to third, head first dive, dugout hijinks kind of stuff. Whereas this is more of like a kind of an edgy thing. But that said, again, I'm telling you, if you tell me the news is, they say, if I get the news, if we got a Fox News chime right now that Framber Valdez signed with the Giants, I'd be on balance pleased. I would be, believe it or not. I would be. I'd be like, you know what? They just got a really good pitcher and they need a really good pitcher. And if you said, yeah, but the guy's a D, I'd be like, I know. But you know what? As my dad told me many times at the dinner table, it's an imperfect world, Bri. It's an imperfect world.
And look, we've had people checking in already saying, look, Barry Bonds was also considered a D to his teammates and the media and even some fans, but Barry was one of, if not the greatest hitter of all time. But also, we heard about some of those clubhouse issues. Now, we did just talk to Tony Vitello last week about raising hell with this team. But do you want guys that are going to raise hell in the clubhouse? That's my question. Like, I don't know if you want to put this type of player in the clubhouse when Tony Vitello is just like getting his feet wet, like trying to figure out Major League Baseball. I don't know. Again, I'm not in Houston Astros clubhouse every single day, but what I've heard from former players and even some of his teammates, this was a no-no, and I think a big reason why he's still a free agent is because of what happened last season with the catch-up incidents.
Here's a guy.
Should I say crossover?
707 says, like Gary Radnish used to say about hiring someone with background issues, fans say, you can't do that. He almost killed someone. And Gary would say, coaches would say, yeah, how fast is his 40? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, at a certain point. But it is interesting about Buster Posey, you know, what role he plays in all this, because we definitely, you know, I do believe, and it's funny because I have been a little frustrated with Giants fans the last couple of weeks, just crushing Buster in the front office. Like I've seen the Buster Zaidi memes and all. I was like, bro, this guy traded for Rafael freaking Devers for not much, buddy. I mean, I love Kyle Harrison. All due respect to Chris Harrison and the Kyle Harrison family. Let's be honest. And Rafael Devers is an elite bat. Kyle Harrison is a promising prospect, right? So, and I guess they got the outfielder from the Red Sox. The drafted pick.
Yeah, the one that's on the Dodgers now, James Tibbs.
Oh boy,
yeah,
that's a topic for another day.
Bookmark that one.
But I mean, so when people are like, oh, Buster sucks, I'm like, first of all, you got to log off. Number one, you got to log off. Okay, he traded for Rafael Devers. He also made the big move for Tony Vitello. Now we don't know if it's going to work, but it was a big move. It was a bold move. And so I'm saying just give him time. Yes, has it been an underwhelming offseason? Yes, but give him time. Now you know that they're still out there. We also heard about the Nico Horner, Brendan Donovan rumors. Now, again, you know, there is no try, only do. They got Harrison Bader. But if they went and got Framber Valdez, you'd have to sort of balance your rage at Buster Posey for not doing anything with the fact that he went and did something. And then all that said, a lot of people are saying, in the end, it's just a rumor. In the end, it's just a rumor, and it might not happen.
More rumors. But I do want to say something before we get to Mike Krukow, because I get your feeling, or I get your sentiment when talking about Giants fans. I mean, we have Giants fans in the building saying, why even play this year? The season's over. Dodgers going to win it. I'm like, dude, stop crying. This is baseball. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Anything can happen in a baseball season. The Blue Jays were 90 feet away from beating the Dodgers. But let's look at this Giants roster that everybody's complaining about. Because, Murph, in my opinion, this is the best Giants lineup that I've seen going into the season since Buster Posey's retired. So you want to talk about the job he's done? Let's go back to the 2021 season. You look at this lineup with Devers and Adames and Chapman and Elliot Ramos if he bounces back and returns to all-star form, Jung-Hoo Lee and bringing in Bader and those type of guys. I'll challenge anybody to find me a lineup over the last 4 or 5 years that's better than the one that the Giants will have this year on opening day.
Right. And last 2 texts, and then I'll get on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 707. I cannot support this SOB. We don't need people like him. One guy can be a cancer and ruin a clubhouse. No, thank you. Next text, 831. Giants are not in a situation to be picky. You need to take a chance if you want to compete.
Beggars can't be choosers.
All right, Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, every Tuesday and Thursday, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We get to talk to Mike Krukow on this beautiful Thursday, 3 weeks from today, Marcus and I will be broadcasting from Scottsdale Stadium. 3 weeks from today. Let's go. We'll do 2 shows, and then we'll turn it over to Dwayne and John, who will do the first Giants game 3 weeks from Saturday. That'll be in Peoria against the Mariners. And the next day, the sweet sounds of Scottsdale Stadium. And away we go. And then the opener in March, not too far away. So, little rumor hit the Twitterverse last night. Hector Gomez, a MLB writer based in Latin America, said the Giants are intensifying talks with Framber Valdez. Now, that doesn't mean he's here. It does mean, though, that it's a rumor we can talk about with Mike on the Yuma guest line. But first and foremost, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. We need some snow, though. Would you please put that on the order sheet and send it out?
So didn't you guys get a ton pretty recently? Didn't you guys get drilled?
Yeah, it was a miraculous storm right there before the holidays, right there before Christmas. And, the biggest week of the year for the resorts really is between Christmas and New Year's. And, prior to that storm, Palisades, formerly Squaw, they had 5 inches of base. They had nothing. They weren't even open. So a lot of the resorts were kind of limping along, and then boom, you get a great storm like we had, and then immediately you have between 40 and 80 inches of base, which saved the whole week of Christmas and New Year's, and they're kind of existing on it now, but we haven't had anything since really. The good news is that it's been cold and most of the snow is stuck around, but we need more. So put it in the request sheet.
So there used to be the rain dance you'd hear about. We got to do a snow dance. So get it go.
Yeah. The only difference between a rain dance and a snow dance is you got to do the snow dance without your shoes on.
Okay, I can do that. I'm a barefoot dancer. Mike, it's just a rumor, but it's worth talking about because if indeed the Giants are talking to Framber Valdez, that's news on a couple of levels. One, it means Buster's not done. It means he's still shopping for a big move. So that's one thing we can talk about. And 2, the guy comes with some baggage. I remember we had a talk with you in September. I think you were as frosted as my old college pitcher buddy here, Marcus, that Framber Valdez would cross up a catcher. That's a no-no. So your reaction to if you see that the Giants are, quote, intensifying talks with Framber Valdez, what's your reaction?
Well, I hope so. He's premier. I think he's one of the top pitchers in the game. And I like his style because he's extremely unique. High 3/4 release, big curveball, one of the best in the game. Clayton Kershaw type curveball that not only gets strikeouts, but it gets ground balls. And he also has one of the best sinkers that gets lots of ground balls, and he's left-handed. What's not to like? The incident you're talking about, he wanted to throw a pitch. The catcher kept insisting on a pitch. He threw the pitch, got knocked out of the ballpark. So the next pitch he threw to the catcher, he shook off to get to a breaking ball signal from the catcher. And the catcher's anticipating a curveball, and then he throws a fastball. Well, that's really with only one intention, and that's to hurt that catcher because he was ticked off at him because he insisted on a pitch that got hit out of the ballpark. Well, you can't do that. The one guy that fights for you more than anybody, if you're a pitcher, is that catcher. And you cannot expose him to injury because obviously, you can hurt him and it can hurt the team. And it could ruin his career. It could literally end his career. When you're looking breaking ball and a guy heats you up, that could break a hand. And the obvious, to me, is the impact it has on the rest of the team. Because they see that. They see that you're willing to try and hurt a teammate to make a point, then that's the ultimate unacceptable. It's just you cannot do that. And you lose your team. So it was a huge, significant thing, and I actually believe that it had a lot to do with their season. However, once you make a mistake like that, you never make it again because you realize that you just made yourself the biggest hemorrhoid in baseball, and that's the last thing you want to do. And so I don't think it's an issue as you go forth with this guy. I think he atoned for it. I think he felt bad for it. He'd made a terrible mistake, but I don't think that's going to hurt any club from wanting this guy, and certainly that would include the Giants.
Mike, with all that being said, the Giants are in a unique position where their president of baseball operations is a former catcher. So how do you think this factors into Buster Posey's decision when he's breaking down everything that Framber Valdez brings on the field and off the field?
Well, we talked about it. And one thing about Buster, he really is open with the broadcasters. During every homestand, we'll come in and he and Zach Manassian will have a conversation, and we're willing to, we can ask anything, and he answers it. And we talked about the Framber Valdez issue, and he was appalled by it, as any big leaguer would, especially a catcher. But I think he feels the same way that I do, is that this guy made a mistake, realized it, and we'll never see that again. I don't think that has a whole lot to do should the negotiations be serious. But I do think it'll be talked about. I do think that'd be something if Buster was getting close to signing this guy that he would ask him about. So I don't know if that issue is ever going to go away. And that's the thing about baseball. Once you get labeled, it's hard to erase that label.
Mike, the bigger picture, as I said earlier, it shows the Giants are still shopping. I mean, we don't know. Again, this is just a rumor. But the fact that they're even, quote unquote, talking, so you still believe the shopping cart is out? They're going up and down the aisles? And specifically, something like starting pitching, because you could make an argument that they're going in with Webb, Ray, Roop, Molly, and Hauser, but maybe not?
No, I mean, it's the whole thing about really any organization is you never stop. You never stop looking for ways to improve your team. And, with Buster, I mean, that's something that he never tires of. And with Zach Manassian's a bird dog. I mean, he'll get after a lot of things. I don't know if he ever looks at the clock when he comes to work. He's the happiest guy on the planet because of where he is. And he pursues everything. So they never stop. That goes on and on. And that'll go on not only through the rest of the offseason, but into spring training and then into the season. That'll never stop.
Mike, following up on Murph's point, there was also a report from John Heyman about how the Giants are still interested in adding starting pitching, but I would assume that they need more help in the bullpen. There's still a few names out there like Michael Kopech. Do you think that maybe they'd go out to the free agent market to bring in a reliever, or do you think maybe they can solve that issue in-house?
Well, I think they can solve it in-house. And here's the thing about the bullpen is, back in the day, in a previous generation, guys who had good arms but only had one or two pitches, they kind of found their way in the bullpen. The other thing, too, about bullpen is resiliency. How resilient is a pitcher? Does he have the ability to come back 3 or sometimes even 4 times a week and have good stuff? And then, of course, you start talking about the guys who pitch the last 3 innings, and then you start talking about the adrenaline junkies, the guys that can handle the adrenaline, the guys that can handle those high leverage innings. But when you bring in a starter like Valdez, say, or any other established starter that goes immediately into rotation, and he's going to hold that slot, the arms that you have below him, the arms that you had considered for the starting rotation, they could slot into the bullpen. They could slot into the bullpen because now this is a generation where you're starting to see bullpen guys have 3, 4, 5, even as many pitches as a starter. So if they're strike throwers and they have a resilient arm, those guys could insert into the bullpen. And in some instances, they can go right up to the top of the line. You could be a Rod Beck. Rod Beck was a starter. Rod Beck was converted into a reliever. I mean, but he was a starter and a strike thrower with everything he had. And obviously he had more guts than any burglar I ever met. Not that I've met a lot of burglars, but, but he was amazing. And that can happen with other athletes in your farm system if they've got the heart. So, a guy like Valdez who comes in, it frees up a guy that you could put into the bullpen that you otherwise would be thinking about the starting rotation.
Mike, that just kind of ends it with Hayden Birdsong is the name that was getting some run after FanFest. Is because Logan Webb was high on him and others are talking. I mean, he talked about, you always talk about mechanics, and he was talking about a mechanical fix, perhaps. I wondered about the mental part of it, too. Seemed like, he started to maybe lost a little confidence. But is that the kind of guy you're talking about could be a closer?
Well, yeah, him, Keenan Wynn, two similar guys with high releases. Once you go through a mechanical problem, and I went through one, I didn't go through a mechanical problem to the point where I couldn't throw strikes, but I lost everything. I lost velocity, movement, and location. And do you know what? The whole time I was throwing, I felt great. I thought, man, this feels good. And I had nothing. And I couldn't figure it out. And then Harry Dunlop, God bless him, who lives in Sacramento, saved my career. He was our AAA manager when I was with the Cubs, and I got sent down after just having a miserable spring training in April. And I went down, and I was 0-3 with a 6 ERA my first 3 starts. And finally he said, you want to listen? Yes. And he corrected me in 5 minutes. And the next outing, I went 10 innings. The next outing, I struck out, 10, 12 or whatever it was. And and that was it. I was in the big leagues for the rest of my career. So that can happen quickly with Birdsong. His mechanical problems are mechanical problems. There's one thing that he's doing that is not allowing him to be in sync when he plants that front foot. His throwing arm is not in a high position to come through and stay compact and crack the whip and maximize his velocity, movement, and his ability to control the ball. Once that gets corrected, his mind comes right back. He doesn't have that doubt. He doesn't question his ability whether or not I'm going to go out that day and be able to throw strikes. Your mechanics are in sync. You're going to throw strikes. And so I do believe that because of his stuff, he's strikeout ground ball stuff. And that's what you're looking for when you talk about elite bullpenners. You're looking for guys that can get you a strikeout, can get you a ground ball, depending on the situation. And you have arms like that in the Giants system.
Well, very much looking forward to see if that guy can put it together, because we can see there's a lot of ceiling there for sure, but he definitely found the floor at the end of last year. Mike, before we go, you were talking to our great producer, John Joe Curley, the pride of West Portal, and you told him there was something going on with clickbait that was caught your eye that you wanted to. What's going on, Mike?
Well, I didn't even know what clickbait was. We start talking about this is the time of year where you hear rumors and writers will sit down. They'll just write anything, whether it's true or not. They throw it out there and it gets discussed. Well, we are getting text messages from Giants fans that are responding to articles that have been written, and I don't know where they're written. I'm not on social media and I don't do Facebook, but they're really hurtful articles about the health of Dwayne and myself, or the health of my wife, or the health of our children. In one instance, they talked about one of our children being killed in a horrible accident. And Giants fans are upset by this. Well, we're upset by this. We want it to end. We're as healthy as we can possibly be and doing well, as are our family members. But these issues, these stories that are coming out, and the only reason they're coming out, and again, I didn't know what clickbait was, but fans, they're interested in this. It's a story. They click on it, and boom, it opens up other doors that they don't want open. But the point being, a lot of people think that Dwayne and I are not in good health, and we are. So I don't know who does it. We've gone to the Giants with it. They've gone to MLB about it. Apparently, this happens in every organization. These stories are circulated just at the whim of whoever it is that's creating them, but with the idea of getting them to go to to get them to click on and open up other portals where information can be taken from their computers. But what we've been told. So we'd love it to stop. We don't think it will be, but we just want Giants fans to know if there is some health issue with us, if there is some issue that regarding our family, we will make a statement through KNBR or through the Giants. And if you don't hear it through those venues, please don't believe these things.
That's perfectly said. It's perfectly said. Mike and Dwayne going strong. Everything else is BS. So we'll leave it at that, Mike. Have a great weekend, and we will talk to you Tuesday.
Thanks, Mike.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday. Let's spin into the big hit on Framber Valdez. Giants intensifying talks. Will you guys all forgive Buster if he does it? Or do you, like Waterboy, you don't want to see his face anywhere near San Francisco? On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
A good question to ask heading into the big hit. Would this be a successful offseason if the Giants did, in fact, land Framber Valdez? You can join the conversation by giving us a call. The number is 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR. Or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You want a dominant, another arm that goes in pairs with Robbie and Logan Webb. Malley and Hauser are not going to be dominant. They're going to be good, especially in the environment. And I think, the way that their stuff moves, I think they're going to be good. But that's not enough to take down that division. I mean, that division's a monster. My biggest name for the Giants specifically is Framber Valdez. If you throw Framber in that rotation with Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, That's a top 5 rotation in baseball with their 3. I mean, it really is. That's a postseason. It might be a short series for you with those 3 guys if they're locked in.
That's Ryan Spielborgs, of all people. He works for MLB Network now. Young Tony didn't know when he played that soundbite with him talking about the Giants possibly going after Framber Valdez, that he didn't know he was opening up a August 09 wound from the Ryan Spielborgs granny.
This is not good, folks.
Thank you, buddy.
Unbelievable.
If you know, you know. 14th inning, Giants, Rockies. Giants were 2 out in the West. They scored 3 in the top of the 14th, took a 4-1 lead. And then the combination of Brandon Metters, Justin Miller, and Merkin Valdez coughed it up, ending on a Ryan Spielborgs granny, which led to one of the great kite calls of all time. The ball was in the air, the grand slam, and he said,
"This is not good, folks."
It was one of the great kite calls of all time. I remember the game was so long, it was like a 5-hour game. We had to do the early show the next morning, and it was when the Giants were getting better, though. Pablo Sandoval, Tim Lincecum, the whole deal. But anyway, that's the point, is that Spielborgs is the guy who said he thinks the Giants should go get Framber Valdez. And yesterday, a MLB insider, or reporter, I should say, based in Latin America, named Hector Gomez. Now, since we've mentioned his name, any number of people have chimed in with other rumors he's gotten wrong. So again, take this for what it's worth, hence the rejoin, Timex Social Club. 1986 in the house, don't you know? You guys like this banger? Like this
This is a classic.
You know it.
Oh, of course.
Young Tony, you know this one?
This is nice. I've not heard this.
Wow.
But it's a solid song.
Really?
I like this.
Yeah.
Hit my ear the right way, yeah.
John, you know Rumors by Timex Social Club? Yeah, there you go. Not to be confused with the Fleetwood Mac Rumors album we were playing earlier. That's Rumors with a U.
Bangers.
Shout out to UK. Should the Giants go get this guy? Gomez writes that the Giants are intensifying talks with Framber Valdez. A couple of ways to look at it. One is the visceral way. Marcus doesn't like it. He didn't like him crossing up.
No.
The guy has been a bit of a hothead
I
on the field.
stand with Salazar, Murph. I stand with Cesar Salazar, the catcher he crossed
What if we were told, I went and looked it up, that they were, quote, they talked it out and it was a, quote, miscommunication?
No, I'm not buying that.
I know.
That
I'm
was
not
not a
buying it either.
miscommunication.
I'm not buying it either.
We all saw what happened. Mike Krukow just broke it down. It's clear as day his catcher called for a breaking ball and got crossed up with a 94-mile-per-hour heater to the chest.
That said, he's a good pitcher.
Yeah, you're
And the
not
Giants
wrong.
need good pitchers, and I'm going to have to shelve my ethics and my morals here to say that transactionally, I would be psyched for the Giants to add Framber Valdez. I would hold my nose. This guy won a world. How bad a guy could he be? They won a World Series in 2022 with this guy on the staff.
Yeah, that was before the cross-up.
All right.
I will say, and look, we just talked to Mike Krukow. He said he's talked to Buster Posey about that incident. And Buster wasn't happy as a former catcher, obviously, but maybe this is something that they think that they can move on from. You just heard Mike say maybe he doesn't make this mistake a second time, but if you're doing this as a 30-year-old grown man, as a pitcher that's been in the bigs for a while, and this is not a 21-year-old kid who made a mistake and hopefully he can grow from this. This is a grown-ass man that crossed up a catcher.
Do I got to go Ted Lasso on you and say, man, it'd be a tough world if we were all judged on our lowest moments. All right?
Yeah. I've had some low ones, Murph. I've had some low ones.
You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR.
But I
FM San
never
Francisco.
crossed up my catcher.
No, that's
never.
Good. I said earlier today, I stand by it. Marcus is an ethical man.
Cut that, Tony.
You're
Cut
listening
that.
to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And I buy everything you're saying. And at the same time, I need pitching.
Yeah.
Now, somebody, 209 points out a very good point that we forgot to bring up. Dusty Baker managed the guy to a World Series championship in 2022, and Dusty's in the building, so this would obviously play a role.
Yeah.
I mean, if Dusty gets the
Good
toothpick
point.
out and says, you know what, Framber's got a few flaws, but we can work with him, maybe. So that's a good point. We'll have to get into that.
I think that's a great point. And obviously having guys around Tony Vitello who had that experience, Dusty, Bruce, Jace Tingler, Ron Washington, like there are some old heads, some vets that have experience dealing with these type of players, but I don't know if you want to put that on the plate of Tony Vitello in his first year in the bigs.
408 says, look, it's pretty simple. If Mike Krukow's good with it, I'm good with it. Time to hop on board Marcus. He says, were we not just talking about not wanting to be liked? What better player to fit than Framber Valdez, who's not liked?
Yeah, but
Give me
here's the
Framber all
thing.
day.
Like, I think there's a difference between making the Dodgers not like you versus making players and teammates in your own clubhouse not like you.
I totally agree with you. I think there's also a difference in being like edgy because you're a peacock and you're going first to third and you're barreling into guys, or you're going spikes high, or talking mess, versus kind of crossing the ethical line of crossing up your catcher, right? But again, one moment. 925 says bad guys win championships all the time.
Say hello to the bad guy.
4 and 5 says he comes with, if you sign him, you lose draft picks because he's one of those franchise guy for sure. 707 says not a fan of Valdez. He's feast or famine and a bad clubhouse guy. I was looking at his pitching log. He did have some, because I was like, how did he pitch after the incident in September? His next outing, he went 7 innings against Texas. He gave up 3 earnings. But the next inning at Atlanta, only 4 innings, 5 earnings. He got the loss. The next outing against Seattle, he went 5 innings, 5 earnings, and got the loss. So he's, he's not flawless. He's not perfect. But then again, who among us is, my friend? Here says, 209 says, don't let a guy's worst moment define him. Framber would be a good sign for the Giants. I trust Buster. 925 says, maybe Framber lost himself some money with the incident and dropped into the Giants' budget sweep spot.
I think that's a big reason why he's still a free agent right now, because there's no question he's the best arm available on the market. There are still some pretty decent arms. Like, I've thrown out the name Zach Gallen. I'd rather kick the tires on him coming off of a bit of a down season. I think he'd be a cheaper option and a better clubhouse guy. But yeah, if you're looking to upgrade, if you're looking for another ace to pair with Logan Webb, Framber Valdez is the best arm available out there. He just comes with some baggage.
916 is, this is even a question whether you sign this guy? The Niners traded Charles Haley because of his attitude. How did that work out? Charles Haley had a bad attitude, and he walked out the door with 2 Super Bowl championships. So all stuff that. Now, we had Mike Krukow on. Let me know, Tone, when you get the Krukow talked about it, because Krukow strongly condemned Valdez back in September when it happened. It was a topic we had with him because, we know Mike as a pitcher. He has thoughts on this, and he strongly condemned Valdez at the time. And so we asked Mike about it today. Young Tone, you want to set this one up for me, bud?
You want the incident quote? You want the one where he's saying...
You tell me what you got, bud.
So he basically explains what happened on September 2nd of 2025 with Framber Valdez.
The incident you're talking about, he wanted to throw a pitch. The catcher kept insisting on a pitch. He threw the pitch, got knocked out of the ballpark. So the next pitch he threw to the catcher, he shook off to get to a breaking ball signal from the catcher. And the catcher's anticipating a curveball, and then he throws a fastball. Well, that's really with only one intention, and that's to hurt that catcher because he was ticked off at him because he insisted on a pitch that got hit out of the ballpark. Well, you can't do that. I mean, the one guy that fights for you more than anybody, if you're a pitcher, is that catcher. And you cannot expose him to injury. Because obviously, you can hurt him, and it can hurt the team, and it could ruin his career. It could literally end his career. When you're looking breaking ball, and a guy heats you up, that could break a hand. And the obvious to me is the impact it has on the rest of the team, because they see that you're willing to try and hurt a teammate to make a point. And that's the ultimate unacceptable. It's just you cannot do that, and you lose your team. So it was a huge, significant thing, and I actually believe that it had a lot to do with their season.
Yeah, interesting. So, and by the way, I'm looking at it. Boy, he really had a bad end to his season. In August and September, he went 2-7. In August, his ERA was 5.64. In September, it was 6.51. Bro, he limped to the finish line.
And I wonder if that incident had anything to do with it.
Maybe. Now, in April, May, and June, May, June, and July, he was lights out. He was 10-1. His ERA was 2.36, 1.74, and 2.16 in those 3 months. I mean, that's like elite. So there were 2 Frambers. There was the May, June, July Framber, and then there was the August, September Framber.
Yeah, there was the cross-up Framber, and maybe that affected his status in the clubhouse or maybe affected him mentally. I don't know. There's a bunch of options out there, and look, I don't want to get too deep into the romance of baseball, but man, the relationship between a pitcher and a catcher is a very special relationship. It's called the battery for a reason. You spend a lot of time, even during the offseason, catching bullpens, hanging out in the bullpen, cracking jokes. Like, to me, that is one of the most valuable relationships, not just in baseball, but in all of sports. And when you go against that relationship, when you do something as intentional and as deliberate as he did, to me, it's hard to look over.
It's funny you say that. A couple thoughts here. One, I want to get to Buster in a second, but just fun ones. Movie thoughts just popped into my head. Movie catchers. Because in Bull Durham, Crash Davis has a very specific role with his catcher. I am going to break your balls every day until you understand what kind of golden arm God gave you on your right arm. The other one is a movie that I didn't think it was good on some ways. It was very accurate and some of the best scenery and all that. But also, I thought the love story dragged on was For Love of the Game.
Okay.
John C. Reilly plays like the kind of the lunk-headed catcher who will just do anything for his pitcher. You know, he'll just like he's like more pumped about The Perfect Game than Costner is. He's like out of his mind in love. And I'll go to your guys'. I'll come to your turf. In The Sandlot, isn't the kid
Ham Porter?
Okay, isn't he the catcher?
Isn't that your sister out in left field, naked?
Is he also the one who says you're killing me, Simone?
Yeah, he's also the one that calls his shot. Also, I'd say Ham Porter, put him on the list. Can I throw in a Jake Taylor, Major League, the catcher as well?
Okay, see, catchers play a huge role.
I mean, the wild thing's still wild if the catcher doesn't make him throw strikes.
That's why you don't do your catcher dirty.
That's why you don't disrespect your catcher.
The other part I wanted to talk about is I was miffed a couple weeks ago. I've been shocked, and maybe it's just me falling for the trolls like a typical, whatever. Comments suck, said Marcus Boucher. But I've found that Giants social media has been way more negative than I thought. It's been very, very negative. And again, it could just be me reading the wrong commenters or whatever. But I would say on balance, if you just took a survey of what I've seen on social media, do you approve of the Giants going into 2026 or do you not? I would say right now, I'm just throwing out a number. It's like 70% disapproval, something like that. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of people mad that the Giants have not done more.
Yeah, would you say like a lot of people?
Yeah,
you feel like it's not just a couple trolls.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, again, social media and comments, you're more likely to leave a bad Yelp review if you go to a bad restaurant than you are versus a good restaurant. And so, like, I look at that through a different lens. When we show up to FanFest, and there's still a level of excitement, but I also talk to fans down at FanFest who are still mad about them not doing as much. So I would agree with you. The majority of Giants fans are not the most hyped they could be going into the season.
So and I've had a sort of a visceral reaction to it because I'm a huge supporter of Buster Posey as the president of baseball ops. Everything he's done since he got here. Number one, signing Willy Adames before anybody else did, before the prices got too out of control. I know he got a really good deal for Willy Adames, but still, in a couple of years, that deal will probably be cheap. Signing Willy Adames, Verlander was, whatever, say what it was. But I just can't tell you enough about the Devers trade. It's a big freaking deal. This guy's gonna be hitting bombs for the Giants for the next several years. They haven't had anybody like that. He circumvented the Giants' inability to ever sign a slugger by going out and trading for one. And oh, by the way, it was a great trade transactionally, like unbelievable trade. Like he traded I don't want to say a bag of chips. I like Kyle Harrison. He's a really good. He didn't gut the organization to get Rafael Devers.
No, he didn't have to give up the top 5 prospects. Of course, Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs are 2 of your top prospects, but they got a better deal on Rafael Devers than I would say, like, what they got in return, the Mackenzie Gore trade we just saw the other day.
Right, for sure.
With the Rangers giving up top 5 prospects.
I also supported selling at the trade deadline. They finally did that. And my God, I was reading Grant Brisbee the other day. Jesus Rodriguez might be an impact bat at some point this year as a utility guy or a right-handed DH. Guys like that. I mean, even this kid Parks Harbor, who they got sort of as a throw-in in the Duvall trade, is hitting like crazy. Obviously, Drew Gilbert we have hopes for him as a 4th, 5th outfielder defensively. Obviously, we have hopes for Blade Tidwell maybe to contribute to the pitching staff at some point this year. These are all guys they got at the trade deadline. Yeah. These are all so I supported all that. I was a supporter of Bob Melvin. It didn't work out. My hopes for the hum baby thing, they were flatter than I hoped. He made the move. He fired him. Is Tony Vitello going to work out? It's a big swing. I like the bold move. It might suck. I don't know. Tony Vitello might drown. I don't know. But it was a big, bold move. I found like everything Buster's done has been clearly active and energetic towards trying to change the Giants. So for a quiet month from December into January, for Giants fans to turn on him, I thought was kind of crazy. So my whole thing here now is the idea that, Nico Horner and Brendan Donovan was the rumor 2 weeks ago. Hasn't happened yet. So you can say, so what? That rumor in a buck will get you a newspaper. And then now talking to Framber Valdez, this is my whole point here, is that it shows that he's still trying to make big moves. Now, he didn't sign Kyle Tucker. Dodgers offered Kyle Tucker $60 million a year, bro. Man. Of course he's going to go with the Dodgers, right? But if he gets Harrison Bader, which I liked, and again, not a massive move, but a good move, and he gets either Nico Horner or Brendan Donovan or Framber Valdez, the point is he's still out there trying to make significant moves. And I think the criticism of him is kind of, quite frankly, silly.
Well, I'll say this. For the Buster hasn't done anything crowd, I said this earlier in their show. There's no question in my mind that Buster Posey has put together a better lineup going into the 2026 season than the Giants have had since Buster Posey has retired. And we're talking about the mediocre Giants, the mid-Giants going 81-81. Yes, they're going to have better pitching and maybe higher expectations when it comes to their arms if they do want to be better than 81-81. But this is an offense that can score you some damn runs. And to your point, Buster Posey came in last year in his first offseason and said, what's our biggest need? Shortstop. Went out and got the best shortstop available on the free agent market, handed out the biggest contract in Giants history to Willie Adames. Then he showed up in the second half of the season and hit 30 home runs for the first time in nearly 2 decades since Barry Bonds was playing in that ballpark. Then makes the Rafael Devers move as well. And then we get to this offseason and people are complaining about not spending more and more and more money. And I get that. That's frustrating as a fan. But Buster Posey also told us one of their biggest needs this offseason was improving defensively in the outfield. They go out and get Harrison Bader. Yeah, it's not the blockbuster move everybody's looking for, but there's no question they're better defensively and they're better offensively than they were last year going into this season.
Yeah, so that's where we're at. And listen, it's Rumor Thursday. We've been talking about 3 different sets of rumors. Giannis Antetokounmpo, which we got to get back to maybe in the next segment here. And then Jim Schwartz, which we'll get to with Matt Mayoko at 8:50, along with still Belichick fallout that's continuing. And then we will get to Michael Zagaris at 9:30, the greatest, the Z-Man, the legend, who's a huge part in the engine of the big 49ers documentary series that's coming out Sunday and Monday on AMC. But this was one of them, and that's Framber Valdez. Now, again, we're going to spend all this time and energy on this, and it's not going to happen. And you know what we did? We killed a couple segments.
Yeah.
We killed a couple segments.
We have been very aggressive talking about these aggressive rumors.
Just to clean up what people are saying on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 541, don't forget they tried for C.J. Abrams too. Now, again, there's no try. There's only do, but they did. 408 says, one thing about the Devers move is that it brings in a guy that sits in the same spot that's supposed to be the next great thing at what he does, Bryce Eldridge.
There's also a DH in the National League now.
Okay.
They're going to have plenty of opportunities to get them both at bats. Don't be worried.
408 says, who's the closer? And we need a second baseman. I got to tell you guys, here's a hot take from me. If indeed Casey Schmidt is the everyday second baseman, and I'm looking you right in the mirror, I'm going right to the camera right now. It's January 29. Let's all meet back on October 1st. And if my Casey Schmidt bet blew up, I'll, what do I do? 5 push-ups?
You burn the Casey Schmidt number 6 jersey. That's what you have to do.
Well, it doesn't fit him anymore, I don't think. But here's what I'd say, and I got to come up with a Casey numbers that you all would find acceptable. Let's say I'll start with 20 homers.
Ooh.
If Casey Schmidt hits 20 homers, I'd sit here on October 1st, call it a success.
Would
you?
You? I'll buy you a box of Bob's Donuts if he has 20 bombs this year.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, yeah.
A box?
Yeah, did a whole box
Do I
just
get a
for you,
fritter?
Murph. Oh, dude, I'll throw 2 fritters in there if he hits 20.
It is a bold take.
Yeah.
It's a hot take. Okay, so that's my thing. Anyway, so the guy says we need a second baseman. 916 says, oh, by the way, in the middle of all this, Murph closing the blinds is going to become a daily tradition. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right
But we like to look at the sun until the sun gets right in your face.
Yeah, dude, I love the sunrise, but then, it gets a little bright between 7:30 and 8:15.
Young Tony, you want to go into the poignant final scene of the movie Mask when Rocky Dennis says, these things are a drag, the sun in my face? It's a reach. I'm kidding.
That's a deep cut.
Some guys, 925 says, nobody hoovers Buster like you, Murph. That's a very funny text. And if my reputation is to be a guy who hoovers Buster Posey, I will rest easy because my man brought us 3 World Series championships and traded for Rafael Devers.
It's a good man to hoover.
Right now, he is on the plus list. All right, buddy? And 831 says, the feelings we all have are amplified by what the Dodgers are doing. Well, I think the Dodgers are on another planet. They have more money than God, and they know how to spend it. We've been outfoxed. Everybody's been outfoxed. Only Steve Cohen and his billions can really throw punches with those guys.
Yeah, and he threw more than just punches. He threw a bunch of dollars at guys like Juan Soto, so on and so on, and they missed the playoffs last year. So, I mean, you can't literally buy a championship. The New York Mets are trying to do it right now. They're the only ones trying to keep up in the arms race with the Dodgers.
How did the Blue Jays not get the runner off a third? How did you not?
Slide! Get a secondary!
Both Game 6 and 7 ended on double plays. You suck, Toronto.
Boo!
You suck.
Boo!
All right, there you go. End of the big hit. End of the big hit. Hey, the next rumor is Giannis. Is he coming here? Next on the Sports Leader.
This is not good, folks. Unbelievable.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
We're going to talk Giannis next, but this is still a discussion all day long on a bunch of different shows going on today. Would this be a successful offseason if the Giants do land Framber Valdez? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Rumor Thursday. We started by opening the show by welcoming Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Warriors, Framber Valdez to the Giants, and Jim Schwartz to the 49er D coordinator job. Psych, none of those have happened.
Oh, man.
But they're all three rumors right now.
What a gift.
What a gift.
What a gift that would
go.
be. What a gift.
When's the Harrison Bader presser, by the way? Are they going to have one? Just even a Zoom call? Nothing? I heard he was in town meeting Tony V.
Ooh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Harrison Bader already taking over SF.
Yeah, maybe.
I like that.
Bader and Vitello on the town.
The Darth Bader.
Matt Mayoko at 8:50 talking possibility of Jim Schwartz and the Hall of Fame controversy. Matty is one of the 50 voters.
Yes, the witch hunt will continue at 8:50 with Matt Mayoko.
Witch hunt will continue until morale improves. And then the legend, Mike Zagar, the greatest rock and roll and sports photographer in the history of the world, whose photos are the engine of the documentary on AMC Sunday night. And we can't tell, is it 9 or 6? I'm not sure. Everybody keeps asking. I do have to say, with great respect to our listeners, who I love, what am I, TV Guide? Can you guys find that? Can you find it? What am I? You know what am I? You know what? You got freaking Signetti. Google it.
Yeah.
All right, buddy?
I was going to say Google it, but now when you Google things, you're now sending stuff into AI, and who knows if you can even trust AI anymore with that AI BS.
Bro, I'm here to tell you again, we had another incident where ChatGPT was completely wrong last night. 2 different incidents. I don't want to get too digressionary here, but Candace busted ChatGPT on something and told ChatGPT it was wrong. And then they said, oh, yeah, you're right. We are wrong. Oh, wait, what? What if I took your original answer? So anyway.
Do you think it's possible for ChatGPT to even respond, I don't know, to a question? It feels like it just spits out answers for everything, even if they don't have the correct information.
Among the many Bob Murphy lessons, hey, when you don't know, say, I don't know.
It's okay to not know.
I said, Dad, how can I have a job in sports talk radio if I say that?
Yeah, true.
Now, here's the segment. Should the Giants sign Framber Valdez? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Jim Schwartz?
I don't know.
Giannis?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Giannis. Here we go, man. So who do we have? Chris Mannix from SI.com is the first guy to pour gasoline on the Giannis to the Warriors rumor. Here he is yesterday.
From what I'm told, the Warriors have made it known that if Milwaukee gets serious about trading Giannis, they're ready to make an offer. The package, I believe, would center around Jimmy Butler's contract, which has 1 year remaining on it, over $50 million, and Jonathan Kuminga for a Giannis headline package. Maybe Bobby Portis gets thrown into that deal as well to make all the money worth. And, of course, Golden State would have to throw a bunch of draft picks in to satisfy the demand of Milwaukee. So that's out there. If Giannis becomes available, that's something I think that could be pushed by Golden State.
Okay, so, what is the official word from Milwaukee? It's just sources telling Shams Charania and all the other insiders that the Bucks are, quote, now willing to listen.
They will listen.
Because prior, a couple months ago, like, no, man, he's not on the market. We're doing our thing. Well, the Bucks have gone the wrong way. They've gone into the toilet. It's really bad. I saw that. I read where at some point the Bucks were booing the fans were booing the Bucks last week, and Giannis booed them back.
Oh.
How about that?
Yeah, that relationship's done.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, where does he want to go? We've heard the Knicks. We've heard the Heat. But the Knicks and Heat don't have as clean a package as the Warriors, so to speak.
Hey, now.
The Warriors can offer 4 number 1 draft picks, and they don't have to get a third team involved once again, so to speak. No need to menage. All right, so...
Well, what if I do want a menage?
Well, then that's your own business.
Hey.
You're an ethical man. You can do what you want.
What's up, Nicki Minaj?
You know what's funny?
Oh.
It was today that I made that connection.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
Just now. You just opened my eyes.
Nicki Minaj.
I never made the connection.
Yeah, but
Never
we
made the
probably
connection.
shouldn't be talking about Nicki Minaj's latest connections. She's been spending a lot of time at the White House.
True. That's
The
true.
media said what?
Also, you know what? It went years without me figuring out that Flo Rida was Florida.
It
went years
It's
before
just
I figured
Florida.
that out. Years before I figured that out.
Flo Rida.
I never figured out that Nicki Minaj was making the entente.
Yeah, there you go. And now you know.
It is. Thank you.
What did OG Murph learn today?
I thought she was just French.
Yeah,
I thought she was
exactly.
just French.
The entire time.
All right. Anyway, what did OG Murph learn today? Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj.
All right. Back to Giannis. So the Warriors have a chance, And this is exactly the kind of thing, Joe. This would answer Joe Lacob's prayers of always trying to strive for the championship and answer your demands that you have to maximize the Curry window and not worry about post-Curry life. Worry about that when you get there. You got to live for now. And this would obviously take care of the Jimmy Butler injury situation. You don't have Jimmy, you would get Giannis. Now, a couple things here. Milwaukee could play the long game and say, we're going to wait till summer. We think we can get a better package in the summertime. Or the Warriors could somehow force their hand in the next week. So Steph Curry last night, after the win, we called it in. Warriors beat the Jazz. Season high 140 points last night. Moses Moody with 26. All good. But after the Warriors got the win, still in the mix, 28 and 22. 3 back in the loss column from the top 6. I'm like Gary St. Jean. Every time we have St. Genius on, he always goes, guys, I got the standings in front of me. They're still in it. You know, when he does that whole thing. I'm that idiot who still looks at the standings, but I believe it or not, like the Lakers lost last night to Cleveland.
Well, Murph, until they're 6 out with 5 games to go, it's basketball.
It's on Amazon Prime, guys.
It's on Prime.
Anyway, Young Tone, give me your next soundbite you have on the Giannis situation.
So this is Steph Curry talking about the hypothetical scenario the Warriors acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo.
We've always had a expectation as myself, Draymond, just knowing the conversations are happening all the time. I don't ever get into hypotheticals. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It's not my job to do that. Mike is in the entire front office, I'm sure, making calls. I'm sure, taking looks, seeing what's going on. And then if there's something material, something real, we have conversations about it.
Okay.
And decisions are made. So that's our process. It's always been that way. I'm assuming it's going to be that same way over the next week and a half. But when stuff happens, you'll know.
Sorry, there's a couple pauses in there, too. So Mike Dunleavy runs this stuff by Steph.
Yeah, as he should.
The de facto GM.
Yeah,
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry should be involved in these decisions. And look, I know that it is a hypothetical, and it's our job to talk about this on the radio. And Steph Curry, it's not his job to talk about these hypotheticals. But there was also a report, I remember last year, right around the All-Star game, from our friend Sam Amick, who talked about Giannis being the only non-Warriors player that was at Steph Curry's All-Star celebration last year. They're also represented by the same agent. So I would not be surprised to hear about Steph Curry and Giannis already having these hypothetical conversations about potentially playing together.
Let's talk about it. Do Steph and Giannis win a championship?
Yeah, it gives them a really good chance, I'd say.
Keeping Draymond, right?
Yeah, Draymond would stay, but anybody else not named Steph Curry, I would say is available in this package to ship off. And then you got to fill out the roster with minimum contract for veterans, guys like Al Horford or D'Anthony Melton, or guys you already have hanging out on the roster.
One of the guys mentioned in the trade is the guy who just seems to just inspire a lot of rage in Warriors fans, and that's Brandon Pajemski.
Pods.
He's a Milwaukee native.
He is.
So he would be going home.
Yeah, so is Jimmy, right?
Yeah.
Jimmy's got Milwaukee ties.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, he went to Marquette, didn't he?
Yeah.
He went to Marquette. So, you'd be left with Steph and Giannis. In the theory is you'd keep Melton.
Yeah, you keep Melton,
and
Horford,
Draymond.
Guy Santos.
Pat Spencer.
Seth Curry.
Seth Curry. What's happened to Seth Curry?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in weeks.
Won't see him no more. Yeah.
But, if Buddy's still here or not, he's still another shooty. Buddy's contract might get thrown in to match some of that money. But, yeah, I'm tearing it all down because – as we sit here and we've talked for years about the 2-timeline system and what the Warriors are doing post Steph Curry. Murph, I made it perfectly clear. I don't care what happens with this franchise post Steph Curry. Now, I'll always be a Warriors fan, but I can appreciate what Steph Curry has done, and I want to maximize this window because Steph Curry is still one of the best players in the league at 37 years old. So if you're thinking about trading away Jimmy and Jonathan Kuminga and 3 first-round draft picks or 4 first-round draft picks, who cares? In 3 to 4 years, Giannis will be entering his age 34 and 35 season. Yeah. I know there's some concerns about the calf injury he's dealing with right now, but Giannis is the future. Yeah. Like, you can still sell tickets at Chase Center with Giannis even after Steph Curry retires.
100%. And he would be eligible on October 1st to sign a 4-year, $275 million deal. He could also turn it down and be an unrestricted free agent in 2027. So obviously, this is a place he'd have to want to be. Mm-hmm. He'd have to want to enjoy Thrive City. He'd have to want to enjoy.
I'll take him down to the Greek festival.
Okay.
Yeah.
Opa.
There
you go, buddy. There you go. All right. Cooler of content on the other side. The best sound from the From the Twitterverse, the social media verse, all the good stuff that's out there. You got teasing? You want to tease
Fred
anything?
Warner on the substation.
Oh, that's right.
Fred Warner on the NFC West.
Yeah, Fred Warner did a good thing with Amon-Ra St. Brown and all them. Yeah.
Eddie D on the Niners Super Bowl drought.
Yeah,
Really good quote.
And then Nat Mayoko at 8:50 on Jim Schwartz and Pro Football Hall of Fame Belichick. All right, I'd go nowhere on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, the cooler of content, the stuff you need to hear. It's all sponsored by Marin Health with the top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. What's burning up the web out there? Well, Freddie Warner. He's burning up the web. He was on the St. Brown podcast with Amon-Ra and Equanimous. And Fred was great.
Former 49er.
Great call.
Yeah, dude.
Great call.
Remember, he was in training camp this year with the Niners.
Forever 49er. Put him in the Matthew Boyd Forever Giant camp, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, here he is, man. Let's go right to it. Now, do we have video on this? We have video on this, so YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter crowd can enjoy. Fred's wearing an black LA Dodger hat with the LA upside down.
Ooh, he's going with the upside down logo. Now, is that acceptable since he does play in San Francisco? Is it a sign of distress, a sign of disrespect to have the LA sign upside down?
You explain to me the whole upside down thing.
I couldn't tell you, dude. It's kind of a trend.
Them.
Yeah, I have an upside down San Francisco Giants
It's
hat.
just a style?
And I used to use the riff back in the day when Giants fans would ask me about it, that it was a sign of protest against Farhan Zaidi.
Nice. Blinking twice, whatever, into the camera.
Yeah.
Should this SF on my Niner Giant hat be upside down?
I mean, it would look pretty damn cool if it was upside down. Again, I really don't know. It's kind of a trend. I think it looks all right. But yeah, I would still disapprove Fred repping LA in any manner.
He is from the San Diego area. Does that count? He should be a Padre
put
fan.
A Padre hat
I think
on
he's
there.
going strictly for style here.
Yeah.
With Fred, you forgive a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, here he is on the topic burning, literally the most important topic that has grabbed the 49ers in the last how many years? This frickin' electrical substation. They ask him. Here it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of mixed reviews about that. I think at the end of the day, when you look at the actual data behind is that real or not, I think it's false. Yeah. And I'll be the first to tell you, because I train year round at our facility, right? And I had I'm not going to sit here and say that a substation was the reason why I got my ankle broken in half. That was a freak. That was a fluke injury, right? But before that, I had missed one game. You know what I'm saying? Like I had one game missed due on a fluke hammy that I had where I stepped wrong. And I've been super healthy for 7+ years, and I don't think the substation may have gave me superpowers. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you just overdose on it, you get Hulk strength or something. So, but yeah, man, I think they're going to do a little bit more research behind all that this offseason, because it did blow up, right? I think people were talking about it a lot. So it's because we've had so many injuries, right? Like we have had a bunch of injuries since I've been here, but a lot of it is because we have an older roster, right? We train harder than a lot of people in the NFL when it comes to how we practice and do all these other little things. So, it's just a combination of all that. And it's football at the end of the day. It's 100% injury guarantee rate.
Okay. Fred's the first sort of prominent 49er. We haven't heard from McCaffrey or Bosa or Kittle or Purdy on this. He's the first prominent 49er to come out. He says, I think it's false. And here we go. Take your sides here. Again, we just don't know. We just don't know. So, correlation, causation, all this stuff. But, Fred's a healthy guy. 7 years, 1 game missed. I get it. You could the counter argument would point to somebody else who has some of these rookies they've drafted. I don't know, keep missing hamstring stuff and stuff like that, So I don't know. Did that change your opinion at all?
Well, it gave me a couple good chuckles. I will say Fred joking about how the substation actually gave him superpowers. My question is, can Jake Brendel and Spencer Burford get some of those superpowers? But
poor Jake Brendel catching all these strays.
Is the substation the reason why Christian McCaffrey stayed healthy this year? I don't know. Again, we've talked about this topic for weeks now. We've heard from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan kind of debunking at least one of the claims that they made from guys from outside of the building trying to stick a needle in the ground and test these levels of EMFs. It's so damn confusing, but it's nice to hear from people actually inside the building about their thoughts, because guess what? Fred Warner is spending more time than anybody else when it comes to taking care of his body. The guy's literally sleeping in hyperbolic chambers just to get back on the field. I think he's going to take every step possible to figure out if this is affecting him or any of his teammates.
I just wonder how John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are truly going to try to go about answering this. Parag, Jed, the whole crew. How are they going to, whatever scientists they get or whatever study they get is going to be debunked by the other side. Yeah. Wow, I don't believe that theory. So it's almost a lose-lose.
Dude, and with the Super Bowl coming to Santa Clara, Radio Row, the number one storyline, maybe even bigger than Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame, might be the substation.
It's gaining steam. I just heard that Moscone Center, they're renaming it Radioactive Row. All right, so We'll be out there on Radioactive Row.
Yeah.
We'll be there Monday, by the way, looking
yeah.
for Vito Spatafor and the Bottleskins. Fred Warner on the St. Brown pod. On the NFC West. Is it the toughest division in football? And he and Amon-Ra get into a little bit of back and forth here. Amon-Ra being a Detroit Lion. Check it out.
I mean, that's not even a question. I know, of course, the NFC North guys going to talk about, oh man, NFC North ball, blah blah blah. Now listen, I don't even know, what the argument's going to be in that situation. But I mean, of course, this year it's not. It's not
this year is you guys
because we. No. Like over the last decade.
No. This year
is like for as long as I've been playing, it's always been us. We didn't put that belt to the NFC North plenty of times, but yeah, man, it's all in good competition though. This year we had 3 teams who were playing for the 1 seed in our division.
What about the Cardinals? I want to bring them up. Like, what do they stand?
Yeah. They for some reason, bro. It's like you ever seen that meme with like the dragons? It's like the three dragon, and then you got the dragon over there with his tongue out, with the googly eyes. Like that's the Cardinals right now.
Did you do that, Tony?
Did I put that on there? Yeah, you had to.
You added the meme. You know what? Give that kid some applause.
I'm chopping these up.
Nice work, Tony.
The St. Brown boys out.
Nice work.
Incredible work. If you're not watching on YouTube, you're missing out, man. You're missing out on upside down hats and young Tony's excellent graphic work.
It's an accurate meme, though.
I had never seen that meme. Do you know this meme?
Yeah, it's a hilarious meme. One of these things is not like the other.
You use it like when, you're going out with your boys and the one guy's tagging along you don't want to be with?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like that would be like two. That's like me, my homie. That's Big Al, that's Slick Rick, and that's Fat Rob representing the Arizona Cardinals.
All right.
Yeah,
Very good, Tony. So what's really funny as this little bit goes on, Amon-Ra gently and slowly starts to say, bro, I'm going to disagree with you. It's an interesting debate. NFC North versus NFC West. The peak. Anyway, pick up part 2 here. Check it out.
Let me ask you that. We don't have that, see?
The NFC North. Okay, now hold on. Let me pause you for a second. For a long time, it was the Detroit Lions. Okay, if we being real,
that's
if we just keeping a buck.
That's
hold on. Now I will say. Now listen, I will say. Now that's not the case anymore. It's far from the case. All right, Detroit is at the top, if not the top team in that division. So I know y'all missed the playoffs this year. You got a little taste of that. Sometimes you got to go through a low to then make it back on top. That
right.
we done been there. So yeah, y'all got Green Bay, Minnesota, Chicago, and y'all. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty
the
good
best
stat.
one, bro. All 4.
That's a pretty good
All
stat.
4 is the best.
If you're going off of like, if you're going, I'm sorry, my wife's telling me I gotta be quiet. If you're going off of the totality of all 4 teams, okay, I can see an argument there. But if you're going off of just peak ball being played, NFC West, baby.
Really fun debate here. It's interesting that the Bears' one good year has now, like, Amon-Ra's kind of claiming the Bears.
Yeah, but
because they would be the googly-eyed dragon.
But even if you want to factor in this season, Fred's got the ultimate kind of Uno card. The NFC West was the first team ever this year to have 3 teams win 12 games and go to the playoffs.
Well, there it is.
Like, that's a stat that has never happened in the NFL. Obviously, longer schedules, more games, more opportunities. But this year, what we saw in the NFC West, hell, look at the NFC Championship game. It was 2 teams from the NFC West. There's no question that the NFC West was the best division in football this year.
Right, peak. But Amon-Ra's argument is we don't have the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We don't have the Cardinals.
Well, that's all right.
But they did. The Bears were the Cardinals until just this year.
I was even thinking about this. When's the last time we have even seen an NFC North team in the Super Bowl? Going back to the Green Bay Packers, 2011? I don't think they've had anybody in the Super Bowl since.
Great call. Packers? No, Packers, because it hasn't been the Vikings or the Bears. Yeah.
So you can't talk about, the last decade or so. We haven't seen anybody from the NFC North in the Super Bowl in 14, 15 years now.
NFC West it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Take that, St. Brown.
Meanwhile, they ask him an NFC West question here, and this is the one we've debated on this show many a time. Who's your biggest rival, Seahawks or Rams? Yeah.
Neck and neck. It depends on the year. I think over the majority of my career, I'd say the Rams. We didn't have more battles with the Rams. Well, we had their number for a lot of years, and then they kind of flipped it on us the last couple years. But now it's back to being back and forth. Seattle, we didn't have their number for a minute, and then now they got our number this year. So it's always back and forth. But I think in the postseason, it's been the Rams. It's been the Rams.
What about the Cowboys?
What about them?
Do you guys consider those rivals too or no? Because I know you guys have history.
And you grew up a Cowboys fan, didn't you?
I did. I did grow up a Cowboys fan. I hate to say it, but it is. I'm not ever going to tell a lie. I did. But the Cowboys, in order for it to be a rivalry, it's got to be back and forth somehow, right?
Okay.
And for as long as I've been here, they never beat us.
Really?
So never. No, not once. Playoffs, regular season. I've never lost to them. So yeah, until they make it interesting, you know what I'm saying? I think I can't really consider them a rival, but I think if you're talking obviously history, then yeah, they historically they've been a rival.
It's a fun question, and we've gone through it, and I'm at the point, and I said it before. I said it Monday, actually, after the Super Bowl was set. Right now, for me, it's the Seahawks. The Rams moving to St. Louis truly did dilute my 49er Ram rivalry, and it was raging in the 80s for sure. It's the Seahawks, man. It's front and center. I told you, they moved into the neighborhood. They're the obnoxious neighbors. They're telling us to cut our trees, all that stuff.
Are they flying that 12 flag in your
12
neighborhood?
flag in the neighborhood, man. So
damn, they're planting the flag on the mountain, huh?
Yeah. I mean, the AFC West, to me, has always been the best rivalry division in football. I mean, I know the NFC East might chirp up Cowboys, old Reds, when it was the Cowboys, Redskins, Cowboys and Indians. And Giants, Eagles, and all that. That's a good argument. But I've always loved the AFC West rivalries. They're just, Lamar Hunt. You know why? Because Lamar Hunt's a scumbag who can't carry our dirty jack. But anyway, it's good. It's fun. I think, it's funny. Nobody's talking AFC South or NFC South in this whole division here.
No, not at all. Maybe mention the AFC North, but I don't know what's going to happen now without Tomlin and Harbaugh running the show. But I just love how nonchalant that Fred Warner is with all these questions, just batting them back in the face of both St. Brown brothers. The fact that he just so easily popped out this quote when asked about the Dallas Cowboys.
What about the Cowboys?
What about them?
What about
keep
them?
it? Keep it around,
keep
buddy.
That round,
keep it around.
Keep it
buddy.
around forever. What
about the Cowboys?
What about him?
Dude, didn't skip a beat.
Fred's good, man.
What about him?
Somebody points out they've seen Fred wearing Giants hats too, by the way, so we got to keep it easy.
Stop talking about your fandom of the Cowboys and wearing LA hats.
From the red carpet, is this the Cam Inman Instagram? Eddie D, he drops, this is right up there with the he's gone on Mark Trestman in 97. Somebody was asking him about the Niners Super Bowl drought. Check it out.
Something special to be able to sustain greatness, if you want to call it that.
How frustrating would it be if you're the owner and you go 31 years without a championship?
I wouldn't.
Oh, snap.
I wouldn't.
Oh, snap. I wouldn't. That was Matty asking the question, too, by the way, Matt Mayoko.
Yeah, he never did, right?
Oh, no.
Never
I
lost.
wouldn't.
Somebody on Twitter wrote a pretty harsh tweet, said, I also wouldn't, hand a briefcase to the wrong guy. It's
Come on.
true.
I wouldn't.
It was cheap shot. But
you ain't cheating. You ain't trying.
But the point is that otherwise Eddie would still own the team. He would still own the team, and I miss him. We miss him all the time. But man, what an answer!
I wouldn't.
He's the master of the two-word answer. He's gone, and
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
So,
keep that one too, Tony.
Or you can combine the Warner quote and the Eddie D quote and say, "What about having a 31-year Super Bowl drought? What about it?
What about it?
What about him?
All right.
It works.
I wouldn't.
Take it away, boys. Take it away.
Well, speaking about 30-year droughts, there is one more game being played down at Levi Stadium this year, which means it's time for the countdown to kickoff, sponsored by Grayton Resort and Casino. Win a big prize package every Saturday evening through February 7th. Details available at GraytonResortCasino.com. But before we see some football down at Levi Stadium, there's going to be some football at the Moscone Center. That's right. Shador Sanders will be playing in the Pro Bowl game at the Moscone Center Tuesday night at 5 p.m. Go watch a little flag football. Go watch a little dodgeball before we get to the final game of the year between the Seahawks and Patriots down at Levi Stadium. And that, my friends, was the countdown to kickoff, sponsored by Grayton Resort and Casino. Don't miss the shot at a big prize package this Saturday evening. Details available at GraytonResortCasino.com.
Hearing that majestic NFL music just keeps making me think I had my Roger Craig walking the trophy up. It's not going to happen. Hopefully Roger gets in the Hall of Fame, though. Thursday, February 5th, we'll find out. If there's not more leaks between now and then, Eli Manning leak, all that stuff. Matt Mayoko is one of the 50 voters. He will give us his take. And Jim Schwartz to the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
What about the Cowboys?
What about him?
I wouldn't.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty. We're looking forward to this one, man. Matt Mayoko, not just because he's our friend, not just because he's our KNBR, the sports leader, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, but he's got a lot of juicy info for us, including the Pro Football Hall of Fame secret ballot.
It's the season of the witch.
It is the witch hunt. Who didn't vote for Belichick? Plus, is Jim Schwartz going to be the 49ers D coordinator? Plus, tales from the red carpet. So many things, Maddie. So many things. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
You're making our producer, Young Tony, happy with your Cal Poly sweatshirt there, buddy.
Cal Poly humble,
baby. Oh!
Oh, what a heel turn moment right there that was, Matt Mayoko.
Oh, yeah. Take that, Tony.
Yeah.
Take that, buddy.
Yeah.
That's not the real Cal Poly. Come on, Matty.
Oh, man.
Shout
That's
out to
awesome.
Dangerous Danny Dunn, Cal Poly Humboldt.
Yeah. That's where Matt went back when it was known as antiquated Humboldt State.
Yeah.
Now it's
That
Cal
is
Poly.
correct.
That's awesome. Great job. Well done. That was a great reveal
What a
there, buddy.
reveal.
Great reveal. Let's start chronologically, and then we'll get to the big stuff here. And that's the red carpet Tuesday night. God, we're having any number of guests. We had Randy Cross, Steve Young. We had the directors on today, Ryan Kelly and Nick Mansoko. I'm sorry, I mispronounced his name. Nick and Ryan. But just everybody just kind of buzzing. And the fact that it got Joe and Eddie and Joe and Steve on the carpet together. What's your favorite story from the night?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, it was kind of cool, seeing Joe and Steve, and of course, this documentary, The Rise of the 49ers, will certainly delve into the Joe and Steve dynamic. And the one thing that Steve talked about was that those two, they got along. He said in the quarterback meeting room, they shared a lot of laughs. There was never any confrontations or anything of that nature. But he said, from the moment he got there, it was awkward, and there was no getting around the awkwardness. And but Steve never, felt like he just had to go somewhere else, because he had been in Tampa Bay where it was absolutely awful. And the one thing I asked him was, he felt totally ingrained in the 49ers culture. He lived through all those difficult years, came out as a Super Bowl winner out the other side. And yes, I mean, you and I were there, Murph. I mean, he could have gone on and continued playing football. There's no question that he still had good football left in him. I think that the talk that, he retired because of the concussions, and maybe that factored into it a little bit, but he was cleared. He could have played, but he just didn't want to. He didn't feel like going somewhere else and starting fresh was in his best interest. He had no desire to do that. He wanted to end as a player on the 49ers, and so he did. So I think that those dynamics are interesting. Obviously, the early years of when the 49ers were so bad, and Eddie D was finding his way, and the brash young owner figuring things out, going through the Joe Thomas years where it was just awful. It was awful then, and in retrospect, I think it looks even worse. And then, of course, finding Bill Walsh right down the street and turning it over to him, and
the connection dropped. Yeah, so he was just talking about the Tuesday night premiere. It's a 4-episode thing. Some people are saying it is 9 o'clock and on AMC. That's bad, 9 o'clock. It means you got to stay up late.
9 o'clock Pacific?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know, we'll figure it out. I don't know what the hell happened with the connection.
Yeah, I know
We're
our
doing
guy,
so well.
Young Tony, is working on some new technology with the
You wanna hop
video.
on,
This is
Tony?
the old cell phone
Give us an
signal.
update,
I'm
buddy.
not. I'm trying. I mean, like, we're trying to evolve things, but this was not me. I'm not testing anything right now at all.
Substation?
Hey, dude.
It must be the substation.
Substation?
I'm blaming the substation.
Ask Fred Warner. Ask John Feliciano if the substation caused it. All right, let us know when the connection is back with Maddie. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And then we got to get to Schwartz and the Hall of Fame vote.
Yeah, and the Bill Belichick story, which I believe was reported, or should I say leaked, on that same night of the screening. And we got to talk to Matt about that.
We back, Maddie. Bad connection dropped. We're back, so that was great. Listen, probably with the time we have, we should probably transition to the news of the day, and that is, well, take your pick. You want to go Schwartz or Belichick first? I'm going Schwartz. We're going Schwartz.
Okay.
Yeah. It sounds like to me something the Niners should look into. Do you think they will?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I think that, Kyle Shanahan did say that they weren't going to cast a wide net. I mean, to me, that, the obvious choices for that defensive coordinator position, and the one guy that he said was the main internal candidate was Gus Bradley. I mean, I think we could see that coming for more than a year, that was the succession plan. I guess unless something better comes along or something that he feels more better about than hiring Gus Bradley or moving Gus Bradley into that role. Gus Bradley's been in the building, so there would be just absolutely no transition period. Robert Saleh learned from Gus Bradley. Gus Bradley was working under Saleh last year, so that's the easiest one. That's the most logical and reasonable and rational one. But then if you look outside, I think there are two candidates that both would fit as well. That's Raheem Morris, who has worked with Kyle Shanahan in two previous locations, including a couple of years as an offensive coach on Kyle Shanahan's staff as when he was offensive coordinator of the Falcons. And then there's also Jim Schwartz, who has a little bit of a different personality, but he runs the wide nine. Chris Kocurek worked under him with the Lions, so there's a very easy transition there as well. And all those guys are obviously highly thought of and have been in the league for a long time. So, I mean, I would think that the next 49ers defensive coordinator would come from that pool. And from what I understand, Jim Schwartz, who was passed over for the Browns job, they want to keep him as defensive coordinator, and he's like, not a chance. I understand he's already cleaned out his office there in Cleveland, so he's looking to move on. He doesn't want to stay there, and I can't imagine that Todd Monken would want him there if he doesn't want to be there. So, I'm looking at three guys who are, I would consider, legitimate possibilities.
Now, Matt, it's my understanding that Jim Schwartz is currently still under contract with the Cleveland Browns. So what would be the pathway for the 49ers potentially to get him out of that contract in Cleveland and get him in Santa Clara?
Well, I'm sure Jim Schwartz would be saying, hey, you passed, I wanted that head coaching job. You led me down that road. I thought I was going to get it. You pulled out the rug from under me, let me out of my contract. And so that happens in the NFL all the time, where guys are let out of their contracts to go somewhere else. So that would probably be the most likely scenario, where, if you're an organization and a coach after a coaching change doesn't want to be there, who in their right mind, what team in their right mind would want to keep a coach who doesn't want to be there, especially when he was up for the head coaching job and somebody else came in and got that job? So, I think Jim Schwartz is known as a guy who's a little fiery, a little feisty. So I mean that doesn't to me sound like it's a possibility at all that the Browns would just keep him hostage and make him be the defensive coordinator for a team he doesn't want to coach for.
So what's the best move for the Niners, you think?
I mean, the obvious one is Bradley, because he's been around. He's been a defense coordinator in the league for a long time. Kyle wanted him back in 2017, didn't get him. I think Gus was with the Chargers at that point, and he already has the relationships inside the locker room. He knows the roster inside and out, having been around a year, and so it'd be kind of a seamless transition to go from what they started with this young team, knowing the personalities, the individuals, knowing their strengths and weaknesses. I mean, that's probably the most seamless transition that they could have. Everybody else would come in and kind of learn as they go and try to figure things out.
Matt, have you heard any rumors about the 49ers potentially hiring Bill Belichick as their defensive coordinator to reset his Hall of Fame clock?
I have not heard that. No, but that's I've heard stranger things. I think this week, so that could very well be the case.
Yeah, well, break it down for us, Matty. What was your reaction to seeing Bill Belichick not be on the first ballot Hall of Fame that is not out until next week? But you have a Hall of Fame vote. Talk to us about the process and your reaction to the news that got leaked earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I thought of was when I saw the report was, okay, is this a legitimate account? And it was. When we voted, so there's 5 individuals up for that particular part of the Hall of Fame ballot. Roger Craig is one of them. Ken Anderson and L.C. Greenwood, those are the seniors. And then, of course, Belichick, the coach, and Robert Kraft, the contributor. So there are 3 votes. Each voter, there's 50 of us. each voter has 3 votes among those 5. So, I don't necessarily look like people didn't vote for Belichick, although maybe there were some people who just, I can't imagine anybody said Bill Belichick's not a Hall of Famer. It looks to me like 11 or more people decided to vote for 3 other people. And so, a week from now, hopefully there's a senior who gets in. Hopefully it's Roger Craig. And in that case, when you think about it in these terms, the 3 seniors, last year we had 3 different seniors and only one got in. Sterling Sharp was the only one who got in under the same format, a format that's only been around. This is the 2nd year. And so it's a very high bar to clear. Last year, 3 different seniors. This year, 3 new seniors. And so the way I look at it is if it means that one of these seniors gets in, this might be their only chance. This might be the last chance for Roger Craig to get in, the last chance for Ken Anderson, the last chance for L.C. Greenwood. So if one of those guys gets in, I'm going to look back on this 2026 voting process under its current rules as laid out from the board of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm not a board member. I'm just on the selection committee. But Bill Belichick will be in next year. So what would you prefer? Would you prefer a guy like Roger Craig getting in now as opposed to getting in never, or Bill Belichick waiting a year? So I know what my answer is. All that said, yes, I voted for Belichick. He was, he and Roger got the early check mark for me, and then I had to determine which got who got the 3rd vote. So the Pro Football Hall of Fame are, they're pitting all these guys against each other. And I've talked to a lot of voters. I know pretty much all the voters. There are some guys who just feel like if it's close, I'm going with the senior, or maybe even if it's not close, they lean toward the player as opposed to the contributor as the coach. Is that right? I just look at, okay, who are the 3 best? Let's do it. But this isn't a Barry Bonds thing. This isn't, we're not going to be here. I'm not going to be on the KNBR morning show 10 years from now talking about when is Bill Belichick going to get in. He's getting in next year. So the other element that people aren't talking about is that they just recently changed the rules where it used to be a coach had to be out of the game for 5 years before he was eligible. They changed it to 1 year. And so I'm sure, again, I voted for Belichick, but I'm sure there were some people who thought, gosh, what if he's back in the NFL next year and that resume isn't finished? Well, obviously he could go back into the NFL for 3 more years, never win a game, and he's still a Hall of Famer. So I think there were just a lot of elements working toward this. But I think the bottom line is Belichick will get in. There's no question in my mind. Obviously, I'm shocked he didn't get in this year if the reporting is true, which I have no reason to believe it's not, seeing that the news came from Belichick's side. But if it means getting a senior in, then I'm all for it. And 5 years from now, I don't know if anybody's going to be talking about Bill Belichick getting in on the 2nd ballot and not on the 1st ballot.
Well, Matt, quick follow-up question real quick, because I'm still confused. Why are Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft as coaches and contributors even on the same ballot as the senior committee?
That's a great question. And that is the issue, I think, with this process. And it hasn't always been that way. They just changed it. They want to raise the bar for the Hall of Fame. It's the reason that there had been 8-person Hall of Fame classes, and last year it was a 4-person class. Used to be you get 5 modern era people in, and Frank Gore is a modern era finalist. Last year there were only 3 because they use a similar process. And I've argued to the Hall of Fame. It just makes it more difficult because the stronger the Hall of Fame class is, it's totally counterintuitive. The stronger the class is, the more likelihood it's going to be a smaller class because you're going to have people canceling out each other. And so I would hope that they'll change it. It used to be that whenever the seniors committee would get together and come up with their candidate, one or two, and the contributor committee would get together and come up with their contributor, and the coach committee come up with their coach. It used to be that it would go to the entire Hall of Fame selection committee, of which I'm a part, and all we would do is just give a thumbs up or a thumbs down on each candidate, and almost universally, all those people that got to this stage made it. So now they're pitting, the players against the coach, against the owner, and so or the contributor. So it's made it more difficult. I mean, last year I thought Mike Holmgren was a shoo-in, and he was the first guy I voted for. And so last year it was Mike Holmgren, 3 seniors, and a contributor. And of that group, only one person got in, Sterling Sharp. And so what happens with Holmgren? He gets pushed back, and now he wasn't a finalist this year. Bill Belichick took that spot. I would assume Belichick will be back next year. But also, what about George Seifert? What about Mike Shanahan? I mean, there's so many worthy guys, and it should be that if you're a Hall of Famer, you're a Hall of Famer, and it's made a lot more difficult to get in. And like I said, a very similar process. It takes place with the modern era guys. These are the guys who've been out of the game for 5 years to 20 years. That's their window. And then after 20 years, they go into the senior pool. But, this was Frank Gore's first year of eligibility, and it's a very tough road, because what they do there is we go from 15 to 10 to 7. And then once you have your final 7, we only vote for 5 people. And again, you have to have 80% of the vote to get in. I mean, do the math. That is extremely difficult, especially if the 7 are really freaking good, which they always are, and it's going to be impossible to get 5 people in. So I'm hoping the Hall of Fame changes its voting procedures. I mean, again, I was shocked that Belichick didn't get in, but I don't know how much you've talked about the potential reasons. I think going up against players is one reason. I think what I said about the 5-year waiting period being reduced to 1, that could be a reason. And then also, I think that has been talked about the 2 cheating scandals. I think that quite clearly the 6 Super Bowl titles as a head coach, puts him at the very top quite clearly. But there might have been some voters who said, you know what, he checked pretty much all the boxes, but can't get beyond the cheating. I mean, we see it in the Baseball Hall of Fame. The difference is that, there had been players in the past, Hall of Fame players in the past who haven't got on in the first ballot or haven't been inducted in the first ballot, because there have been talks about, PEDs or some suspensions or this and that. And so that those players often get in the second ballot or the third ballot. So I would assume, I think, I don't know if people are confused about Belichick, like he's getting in. He's getting in the Hall of Fame. There's no question. I guess I was shocked this year, but I'd be really shocked next year if he doesn't get in. So I don't know if people think that like it's over, he'll never get in, or if they're just offended that he'll be a second ballot guy and not a first ballot guy. But at the end of the day, does it really matter? He's going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Well, I guess, by the way, yesterday we were joking about the Bill Polian changing his story. The Hall itself decided to clear his name and did an audit. Polian did vote yes for Belichick. We should clear his name there on that. Last one then, Matt, is, and I know you gave a really thorough answer there, but I think the problem the Pro Football Hall of Fame is going to have here is you just gave a logical answer explaining the muddied procedure that led to this. But the problem is that the public only knows the headline. And the headline is Belichick denied. Therefore, even though you could make an argument that the botched procedures of this thing is what led to it, and that needs to be cleaned up, the end result is that the Pro Football Hall of Fame has a big black eye in the public now. And how, as a voter, how do you take that? How do you now it's like being lumped with the Baseball Hall of Fame, which before it wasn't. So even though your answer is legit, it's kind of granular, and people don't want to go granular. They want headline, and the headline is Belichick's not in. What a joke! How do you think the Hall's going to react to that?
I don't know how they can. They're not going to like, oh, you voted for 3 other guys other than Belichick for taking your vote away. Their issue in the statement they made about removing voters when they released a statement on Wednesday, it was basically tied to the leaks. So we have our meeting, and what happens in that room for the past few years, it's been a Zoom room, but what happens there is supposed to stay there, can't be outing, well, this guy said that, or that guy said this. We're not allowed to do that. And in the initial reporting of the ESPN story, there were quotes or attribution from voters, apparently, or at least one voter, who talked about what Bill Polian said or did or whatever. And so if they're ever able to find who it was who did that, then that person would be off the committee. But it's not like, there are starting to be some people who've said, I did not vote for Belichick, and here's why. Those people are fine. Now they're going to get tremendous backlash, no doubt about it. And I mean, funny story. I wake up, was it yesterday morning? Yeah. So I woke up yesterday morning to a text message from my daughter who lives in Boston. And I had already put on Instagram that I voted for Roger and I voted for Bill Belichick. And she DM'd me early in the morning and said, oh, thank goodness I didn't want you caught up in this huge controversy, because in Boston, it looks like they're going after people. And so she was quite relieved that I won't be getting any death threats or anything of that nature. But, as far as the Hall of Fame, yeah, I mean, is there a credibility factor? Here's one thing. I mean, I've been on the committee now for 10 years, and what's the number one thing I hear from 49er fans? It is criminal that Roger Craig isn't in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Do I agree that Roger Craig should have been in the Pro Football Hall of Fame a long time ago? Absolutely. I can tell you every reason why. I can tell you numbers. I can tell you just what he did for the culture. I can tell you what he meant for Bill Walsh's offense. I can tell you what he meant for the dynasty. I can tell you why the 49ers have been so underrepresented when it comes to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, certainly in comparison to the team of the 70s, the Pittsburgh Steelers. But everywhere I go, every organization, darn near every organization, has one or two guys that they believe it's criminal that this guy isn't in. So it's what Belichick has done, love him or hate him or being indifferent to him, I think everybody can see that he's a Hall of Famer. There's no question about it. So I think that's why, this is such a firestorm for the Hall of Fame. And we'll see. Like I mentioned, Robert Kraft is on the ballot too. So I don't know. I haven't seen anything. I don't know the answer to this. Did he make it? What's it like? I mean, if Robert Kraft makes it this year and Bill Belichick doesn't, or if they both don't make it, oh my gosh, what's going to happen then? So it's just I understand for those who voted for 3 other people. I get it. I didn't do it because I felt it was kind of, in my mind, is just a no-brainer. He's eligible, boom, he's in. I get it, but it doesn't, even the reasoning is not going to sit well with many people from a perception standpoint.
Man, oh man. Just make sure whatever you do, your daughter is safe in New England. That's all we're going to say. All right.
Yeah,
Maddie's in the clear, baby. Maddie's in the clear.
Yeah. Stay away from those Salem witch trials out there.
That's right. In New England. Very good. Very good. Full circle, baby. Full circle.
Very much.
All right, Maddie. Well, we'll continue to check in, man. Thanks for the, again, you gave the explanation, and all people see is the freaking headline. So Belichick's out,
and I get
man.
So,
who cares?
so
Procedure, yes.
Yeah. So we talk again next Thursday, and we still won't have the answers.
Well,
until Thursday evening, for who is in the class.
I told the kids that it used to be the Ira Millers of the world would show up early at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. on Saturday before Super Bowl. They do the 9-hour session, then the smoke would come out at 5 p.m. And that's why there's no leaks. There was no leaks back then. So anyway,
Yeah, and I know, like we talk a lot about the leaks within, the people who are voting, but you realize there are, 5 people among the class that we're talking about, the coach, seniors, contributor. And so obviously Belichick had already been told you're not in. And so that's how, the word gets out. And then once the word gets out, I mean, you're asking, in essence, 20 people, because of 15 modern era people too. There are 20 people who have to guard secrets. And so, whenever it's done sometime ahead of the announcement, I mean, people are going to find out. There's no question about it.
Man, oh man, as Tim Ryan told us, don't be a leaker. Don't be a leaker. All right, Matt, great stuff. Thanks for the explanation. It's great to talk to somebody in the room, or I should say on the Zoom where it happened. So there we go. All right, Matty, be good. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, gentlemen. Okay, great to see you.
Matt Mayoko, the man with a Pro Football Hall of Fame explanation. It's granular. It's procedural. People don't want to hear that. They're like, Belichick. You're like, yeah, but what about the procedure? Who cares about the procedure? All right, here's the deal. We got to reset the clock and then talk to the great Mike Zagar about the Niner documentary at 9:30 on The Sports Leader.
You're a leaker, bro. You're a leaker. I'm not telling you anything.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Would this be a successful offseason if the Giants land Framber Valdez, the lefty? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Today was a rumor Thursday. We opened by saying, is Giannis Antetokounmpo going to be a Warrior? That's a rumor. Is Framber Valdez going to be a Giant? That's a rumor. Jim Schwartz going to be the Niners defensive coordinator? It's a rumor. So today, rumor rejoins. Somehow, some way, Tony found Lindsay Lohan.
Bro,
Lindsay
What are you doing, brother, man?
has a song called
You could have gone
Rumors?
back to the Fleetwood Mac Rumors album.
Okay, I probably should. Spotify Rumors, and this is like one of the songs that popped up.
I appreciate the deep cut here. I had no idea Lindsay Lohan even made music.
I put this up there with Copes' love of Rebecca Black's Friday.
That song is awful.
I don't know.
He likes that song? Is that a real?
Water.
It's not a real thing, is it?
Yeah, he actually does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He used to play it on Fridays for us when he ran the board.
Damn near every Friday. It drove me nuts.
Okay, it's been a fun day talking to Ryan Kelly and Nick Mascolo, the directors of the Rise of the 49ers documentary, and Matt Mayoko about it a little bit too. And then finally, the great Zagaris, Michael Zagar. Did you know that when I started in 2004 with Tim Liotta, I recommended that we have Z as a weekly guest. We used to alternate our Friday 9 o'clock guest to end the show, would alternate between Zman and Kenny Dale Johnson, the drummer for Chris Isaac.
Oh.
Yeah. Because we were like, but Bob Agnew and Lee Ham were freaking out because Z-Man would cuss too much.
Yeah.
So
which is a problem with the FCC.
Well, guess what? He's going to cuss in this upcoming interview. All right? I got news for you.
Yeah,
okay?
and that's why we have a dumb button,
If you want to watch it unedited, watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Okay?
if you want the full Z-Man experience, go over to YouTube, Twitch, and the KNBR app right blinking now.
All right. I told you guys that yesterday when I booked him for the show, I said, hey, man, we'd love to have you. He said, and you have to know the Z's got a great theatrical voice, too. He said, I said, would you come on the show? He said, of course. He said, because in the words of Chairman Mao, of course, here we go. Parentheses, the Chinese Michael Carter, parentheses. Now, if you know, you know. Niner D tackle in the late 80s, early 90s. I guess never thought about it till now. Kind of a facial resemblance to Chairman Mao. My mantra is, quote, serve the people, unquote. So he's ready to go on the other side. But first, we got stuff to give away. It's that Legends for Charity dinner is at the San Francisco Marriott Marquis on Thursday, February 5th. I think we're all going, right? We're all going?
Oh, I'll be there.
Yeah. It's to call Curly, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins 2 tickets to the Legends for Charity at the San Francisco Marriott Marquis. That's on February 5. That was my mom's birthday. Also Hank Aaron's birthday. The Legends for Charity dinner is a national event held during the biggest weekend in professional sports and has made St. Jude Children's Research Hospital the official charity partner over the past 20 years. The event began as a luncheon. It's grown into one of the biggest charity dinners held during Super Bowl weekend. Legends Dinner has raised over $14 million for the kids of St. Jude. The dinner's introduced the sport's broadcasting world and many NFL players to the mission of St. Jude. Their mission is clear: finding cures, saving children everywhere. This year, the event honors Kirk Herbstreit with Chris Berman and Hannah Storm. Tickets on sale now at legendsforcharity.com if you don't win them, or you can text. You can lock in a couple of tickets by texting HOPE to 626262. Once again, text the word HOPE to 626262, and we'll see you all at the Legends for Charity dinner Thursday, February 5th.
Shoot me a text.
Or call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. All right, guys, just to clean it up the text room as we get there. on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 650 says, don't forget Club Nouveau rumors. Tony, can I get that?
Ooh.
408 says Fleetwood Mac rumors turns 50 next year. Okay, that's cool.
All right.
415, Joel in San Mateo says, I'm 81 and I know leakers. You're a leaker. Oh, I get it. I get it. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
And I know bangers.
818 says, Maddie is a frickin' professor now. I am smarter now. 209 says, if you're sending death threats because a dude didn't get in the Hall of Fame, you need to be committed to a mental institution. 707 says, the coaches Matt mentioned are more deserving and they did not cheat. 503 says, you guys haven't mentioned the other rumor of Mac Jones to the Vikings.
Ooh, but would the Vikings want another backup 49er quarterback? They didn't like Sam Darnold.
All stuff we can talk about in the coming days and weeks, folks. Z-Man. There you go. Thank you for this, buddy. Timex Social Club, 1986.
This is Club Is it Nouveau?
Oh, did they cover this? This is Club Nouveau?
You're asking me. I don't know.
Did they cover Timex Social Club?
Yeah, this is Club Nouveau.
Oh, they covered
Timex
Social
Club. Someone just texted in asking, right?
Yeah.
It does sound similar to the other one. You're right.
It's a straight cover.
It sounds exactly like the other one
sure
we
you're
heard.
playing the right one here, buddy?
Rumors Club Nouveau, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Did the band change their name?
Whoever texted in, let us know.
I'm going to write this right now here. Did Club Nouveau cover rumors? AI says, yes, they covered it. Timex Social Club was produced by future Club Nouveau founder Jay King. They then recorded their own version. So they just bid it. They just bid it straight up. It's a straight cover, too.
I mean, he's got to think they are. Grateful Dead.
Sounds just like it.
Easy.
Yeah. Well, that's actually the second cover song that I snuck in today. Right before Matt Mayoka, we did Season of the Witch, but that was the Lana Del Rey version. Didn't catch your ear.
I didn't know you rolled Lana Del Rey style.
I'm down with the little Lana Del Rey.
Little LDR?
Oh, yeah. She has a couple songs with A$AP Rocky that I like a lot.
She kind of on your, what's her face?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, what's the gal from
Faye
Southside? Is she on your Faye Webster tip?
She's got a Faye Webster vibe.
Marcus has a thing for sort of the
I understand. Where's Joe Rogan?
Lean brunette who sings kind of the ethereal indie mellow.
I understand, Murph.
I understand. All right, that's interesting because I thought the other. Well,
I ain't got no type.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
And it's not the lean brunette. It's the other side. It's the opposite of lean.
I know what you're talking about.
2 C's, right?
I like them all over the world, Murph.
2 Q's.
I like them all
Do you have
over
Gabe
the world.
Kapler? Do you have Gabe Kapler on the burger right now?
And I like them in all
Do you have
shapes and
Gabe Kapler
sizes.
on the burger, too? Don't forget, he was sending subliminals out to hit him in the DMs right there. Yes.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one is thick and juicy.
Dude, listen to this guy.
Thick and juicy.
Zagaris next on these Sports Later.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
One of my all-time favorite human beings is our next guest. And not only that, he's one of the great figures in the history of San Francisco and the 49ers and your Oakland A's, if you need a little piece of green and gold. And rock and roll in the Bay. His name is Michael Zagar. He's only known as the Z-Man. And, of course, he is the engine. His pictures drive and fuel the 49ers documentary, Rise of the 49ers, this Sunday and Monday on AMC. He's featured heavily in it. His pictures, his interviews. He knows where all the bodies are buried. Z-Man, first and foremost, all love. Great to have you on. Number two, dude, I was asked, how do you welcome Z-Man to a show music-wise? Bro, I was like, this is a tough one. I'm going Stones, buddy, and I'm just getting muddy with Keith. I'm going Can't You Hear Me Knocking. Z-Man, good morning, dude.
Hey, what's up, Z-Man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, the Stones are good. You know, I like Keith's cover in the studio of Lou Reed's I'm Waiting for the Man.
Okay, maybe get it up there, Young Tone. There we go. And, of course, what would Keith have said if he was on the red carpet Tuesday night? You know what I mean? What would he have said?
He probably would have said, man, I can't believe you're still alive.
And you would have said the same thing to him. Right?
I'd say, yeah, me? What are you talking about? You? You know, I was looking for you, and then I thought, oh, that's right. You have to get up early in the morning, so you've got that curfew.
Yeah, that and I wasn't invited. So those two things combined to make my absence present.
I would have got you in. You know, what do? Lick that thing on your wrist, and then I put my wrist on your wrist, and you're in.
Like we used to sneak into the arcade back in the day, right?
That's right. That's right.
And I don't want to digress, or like how Z-Man snuck onto Keys Air Stadium with a fake press pass in 1961?
61, 62.
And the first man you approached was George Hallis or Lombardi? Who was it?
Well, it was Lombardi on the field, but the first guy that I actually approached when I, stepped over onto the track to walk on the field was the security in those days was SFPD from Park Station. And one of the cops started walking toward me, so I started walking right to him, and right below his badge, he's got a little white thing that says Pope. So I just said, Officer Pope, Michael Zagar, I'm working on a book called Sunday Gladiator for the NFL, and, no book would be complete without the denizens of the field, the Guardians. Could I get some of you and your officers in front of the bench here with the press box behind? And he got all his guys together. I took the picture. They never fucked with me again.
I've heard that story. I love that story every single time, man. It's so freaking good. Then you take that and we draw an arrow all the way to 2026. And there you are on the red carpet, man. So, Z-Man, we've talked to the directors. We talked to Ryan and Nick this morning. Ryan Kelly and Nick Muscola, your buddies. We talked to Randy earlier this week, Randy Cross. We talked to Steve yesterday. I mean, you've done any number of things with NFL films through the years. Why is this one different? Is it different? What's special about this one?
Well, this really is different and special because, first of all, they spared no expense. A lot of money was spent, and it was basically Tom Brady, his production company, along with AMC. They put up a lot of the money. NFL Films was the engine. Ryan spent a couple months just researching everything. And then, they brought in Randy, Joe, JR, Keena, Steve Young, Carmen, Craig Walsh, who I think you guys are talking to tomorrow.
Correct, yeah.
His sister, Liz. They talked to Rathman, and they have all of these interviews, and they took, some of them were hour-and-a-half interviews, had to actually take the interviews, cut them down, interspersed with still pictures, all the stuff that NFL Films had in its files, and then stuff from other places, and craft it into a 4-hour docuseries. And the hard thing is, it really touches on, the meat of the whole story is from the time Eddie bought the team to us winning Super Bowl 23. The last episode is, from Super Bowl 24 to the end where we win in Miami, beating the Chargers with, Steve getting the monkey off his back. But they touched on the tension between Coach Walsh and Eddie, the whole controversy with Joe and Steve. And you know what's funny? I had forgotten until I watched it how insane 1988 was. Steve starting the Giant game, then Joe coming in, early in the fourth quarter to bail him out with that great touchdown pass to Jerry Rice. And then them going back and forth for half of the season. I mean, and Bill loved what he called creative tension, but that is all in there. And, it's funny. You know who hadn't seen the movie at all the night of the premiere was Mr. D. And the night before we had a dinner, and he says, Mikey, the truth, what did you think? And I said, I think you're going to like it. And I say, I think, because everybody they bring their own prism of reality and truth and what actually happened. But I said, I think it's pretty balanced, and I think you'll like it. And I think, Carmen told me Eddie had asked him the night before the dinner. And he said, I told Eddie, I said, you know what? Fasten your seatbelt. It's going to be very emotional.
Yeah, Z-Man, I got to say, one of the coolest things this week talking to Randy Cross and Steve Young was hearing them talk about how powerful your photos were and how they brought those memories from the back of their minds. But from your perspective, what was it like for you to see some of these guys after covering for so many years?
I hadn't seen Randy in a while, and now he's got a nice white mane of hair. And Randy, by the way, when he grew up in L.A., I remember he was telling me how he says, I'm sitting reading one night. There's a knock on the door. I go to the door, and I open it, and here's this guy with a limo behind him. It's Eric Clapton, who's coming to date my sister.
You hadn't heard that one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Clapton, of course, played a whole role in Z turning, but that's a whole nother story. But go on.
Yeah, no, I see Joe probably 2 or 3 times a year. So, Joe is Joe. I see JR all the time. I see KT all the time at the office. So I see a lot of these guys, and, it's not a big deal. Randy, it kind of was. So it was great actually seeing him and hearing him. And the one thing that, the 1/3 rail I didn't touch, somebody told me, Randy is a trumper.
Yes.
And I thought, you know what? I'll probably leave that one alone until we're done shooting this.
It's true. Yeah, man. You gotta let Randy be Randy. He's Randy. He's so good in the documentary, Brad said, and he was great with us too. See, man, your photos, they're just, they're unbelievable. And of course, we didn't even talk about rock and roll. The book, Total Excess, is his rock and roll book. Field of Play is the book everybody needs to get. And I want to say this to my Raider fan partner, and we're going to digress off the Niners for just a minute. I think the Raiders pictures in there are as good as the Niners pictures. Those are incredible Raiders pictures. And I keep trying to tell Marcus to get it for his dad, a lifelong Raider fan, but he can't get it for him because the cover is Joe and Bill, and the Raider fan dad can't have Joe and Bill on his coffee table. How about that?
Can I get an alternate cover?
You know what? Just take the cover off. Take the cover off and then turn the book over, because the back cover is a shot of me holding a joint out in the parking lot right before a game.
At the Coliseum.
As a Raider fan, I'm sure he'll relate to that.
Yeah, absolutely, Z-Man.
All right, you have to tell the story of the one that they build it all around, and I know it's your banquet story, but it's the Joe and Bill in the grass, 84 NFC Championship, killing the Chicago Bears, and the lights are on at Candlestick, and Joe and Bill are kneeling down, and this is, I suppose if you had to put the documentary into one photo, this would be it. Because the way Brad tells me, it's all about Bill and Joe. So tell that story on that and how that picture tells the story.
Well, when you're shooting, I mean, at least with me, everything's stream of consciousness. And it's just as the game flows on, I try to stay in the flow, and what's there you try to get. There was a timeout. It was, I think, midway through the fourth quarter, and the game was well in hand. But Joe's coming off to the sideline, and so I'm on the side of the bench. So I walked 10 yards toward them, and as Joe is getting there, he's like, kneeling down. And so Bill kneels down. And so first I started crouching, and then I was like kind of crawling just because I wanted a low angle, because it was kind of it was not dark, but cloudy in the skies and the lights of the stadium. So I wanted to get a really dramatic look. And I remember taking the picture, and it looked like they were drawing a play in the dirt. And sometimes when you're shooting, I couldn't hear what they were saying, not because I couldn't hear what they were saying. I was so intent on the image. That would happen in rock and roll too. You could be shooting the Stones and it's not that you can't hear it, but you don't even know what song it is because you're too locked in. That's kind of how I was with the picture. And I took 2 or 3 shots. The thing was over. I crept away. The next day, late in the afternoon, when I saw the proof sheet, I have my loop. I'm going through it. As soon as I got to that image, I knew. It was like, holy shit, this is it. What a picture. And this is the old days when it was film. So you didn't know. It wasn't digital. You couldn't chimp and go, aha, I think I got that. So that was kind of the genesis of that whole picture.
It's so awesome. Have they ever? Did Bill ever say anything about it, or Joe?
Well, Bill told me a couple of times that was his favorite shot, and I probably blew up 3, maybe 4 for him. He had one for his home. He had one for his office out on Sand Hill Row. A couple to give his guests. And Joe said, "Hey man, this picture says everything. This captures it."
So
and everybody thought it was about they were drawing a play in the dirt. Joe told me later. He said, "No." He said, "I just came over there and knelt down." He said, "I was tired," and Bill just came down, did the same thing, and he said, "We were just kind of talking for a minute so I could get my breath before I went back out there."
It's all time. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, we had that picture up, and then Young Tony, our producer's throwing some other ones up there too. It's just, I know we're running out of time. We could go hours with you, buddy, but like they blew up your pictures and put them in the Presidio Disney Museum and had the players walk through to jar their memories. Randy said he was moved to tears. He said he lost, some of the teammates aren't alive anymore. Some of the offensive line mates that he played with. And he said he was moved to tears. And so that was the strategy of Ryan and Nick, the producers, the directors, was to use those pictures to spur the narrative, right? And it sounded like, Z-Man, it was a success.
Well, you know what? That's the whole thing with images. And that's why I go crazy now with all the music being online in ephemera. There's no more album cover art. And, whether I look at my pictures or I look at old, like I could pull out my old football cards, maybe in 1954 of Norm Van Brocklin. And I remember having that in my pocket when I'd go to the game, and I could look at that picture and all of a sudden it's 1954 or 1955. Mm-hmm. And these pictures do the same thing for the players. It's not only that image at that point in time, it's where you were, how your life was, who your girlfriend was, who your best friends were. And the whole thing with sports like this, the last 2 days, it was kind of like the ultimate high school reunion. And all your buddies get back together and you're all telling stories. And that's what that after party was like. Everybody hanging and telling stories. And the great thing about that too, Tony Vitello was there.
Yeah.
And he was like a little kid because he was like, oh, my God, this is so great.
And you hooked him up with Eric Wright, 2 Missouri guys, 2 Missouri Tigers. So good, man. Z, man, you're the best. It's such a great tribute to your incredible career that your pictures drive this thing, And so, yes, all the way. Everybody get Field of Play is the book. If you want his rock book, it's Total Excess. Or just watch the documentary. Sunday night, man, American treasure. And, of course, you know Norm Van Brocken, Akalani's high school out there in Lafayette. You knew that, right, Z-Man?
You know what? I forgot about that. Yeah. I never knew. I mean, for me, he was always the Rams quarterback. And after, when he retired, he was the coach of the Vikings. When Jim Marshall made that wrong way run.
Yeah.
That was one of the games I was on the field for with my phony credentials. And I remember Marshall went ripping by me, and I ran down to that end zone to get a picture. And I remember Fred Mathis, who shot for the Mercury News, he was there, and I hear this yelling. And it was like, hey! Here came Van Brocken with one of those purple satin jackets. He was holding it by the sleeve, trying to whip us. Get away from my man! You mother! As only Van Brocken could be. And I was like, oh, shit.
For Norm Van Brocken in the purple satin whipping Z-Man at Kezar. Drop the mic, buddy. Off you go. Look forward to our next visit, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Z-Man.
You got it, guys. Later.
Michael Zagaris on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, man. Great reviews for Z-Man. Mikey V checked in from Petaluma. Z-Man is effing amazing, is what he says. Brad was listening. He says, fabulous. Paul from Pleasanton says, one of the only times I've jumped to the YouTube stream to see those photos. Combined with the Z-Man, my favorite interview of the year. He's so youthful. A testament to the timeless soul of his photos.
Oh.
Listen to Paul from Pleasanton.
Whoa.
Paul from Pleasanton wants to be on the air, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, I'll say P1 Paul. It's always great to check us out on YouTube. But yeah, shout out to Young Tony putting those photos on the stream. And shout out to the entire YouTube/Twitch community that got the Z-Man uncensored last segment.
408 says, dude, epic interview. I could listen to him all day, and this is from a big Raider fan. Well, as he said, just take the cover off and turn it over because there's a shot of him smoking a joint in the Coliseum parking lot.
Which is definitely something I know about, as he pointed out.
Oh, man. And 916 says, what's the book you're talking about? Well, he has a couple. He has Field of Play is the football book. And I'm going to tell you this, because as a guy who's written coffee table books where people don't read the essays inside, I know they don't for a fact, read the essays inside of Z's. It's a guy, Steve Cassidy, wrote these incredible essays about Z-Man. They're so good. 623, thank God for the Z-Man and thank God for YouTube's uncensored version.
Yes.
So
KNBR Uncut.
All right, this has been a fun week talking about that. All right, Rumor Thursday comes to an end. Do we have anything, Young Tone? Let's go here. I don't even know.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
So the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know
Or we
that
can
now.
do rumors. It's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea, probably. Do you want to grab something, or do you want to?
I got something for.
Yeah, the Kuiper call, Spielbergs.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
Did you
Or
wanna do
OG
Nicki?
Murph learned about Nicki Minaj
You want to
today.
queue up some Nicki?
Yeah.
And do it? Yeah, you can do me.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Yeah, this one was for me because we were talking about the Warriors and the Bucks being able to make a two-team trade. And we were saying that's easier than if the Knicks or the Heat had to do it. They might have to bring in a third. Then Marcus and I were like, well, do you bring in a third, And Marcus is like, well, you got to show each team equal amount of love.
Yeah,
And then Marcus said maybe Nicki Minaj can, orchestrate the trade. I was like, wait a minute, what? I said I was today days old when I realized Nicki named herself in a provocative way. Nicki Minaj.
Yes.
I learned that today.
Then we went down the road of not knowing that Flo Rida is just Florida broken into two. Will.i.am is actually just the name William. There's a bunch like that,
I think
Murph.
Nicki wins.
And
Minaj.
really, I really just wanted to revisit this and what did OG Murph learn today? Just so I can make the riff about Randy Cross being a big Nicki Minaj fan.
Drop the mic. Papa and Silver is next. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
What about the Cowboys?
What about them?
I wouldn't.
This is not good, folks. Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, we're on to Cincinnati.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
They're going to clean up our mistakes. Buddy Hielded made one. Buddy Hield has made 2. Uh-oh. Anything can happen. We've seen some go in. And Buddy had a rough game in the second game in Minneapolis, 2 of 10. So Richard hit a 3. Now Buddy's hit a couple. This is good. Deontay George and Moody and post sandwich him there. He's Santos running. He's Santos step around. He's Santos puts it up and in. That's big time. A South American step. Draymond there. Knocked it away. Well, Richard, a little show and go on Nurkic. He sets up Horford for the dunk. That's why you don't settle against this team. The flow is back offensively. Steph splits the double team. And Curry puts it in and draws the foul. Oh, man. Listen, it doesn't matter what shoe he's wearing. He can switch shoes and he's still going to kill you. He's celebrating after that one. So the Warriors They're going to win this 140-124. They've beaten Utah all 3 times. 2-2 on this road trip. 3 games in 4 nights, by the way, to finish off the trip. And get ready for the #1 team in the Eastern Conference, Cade Cunningham. And what a team the Pistons are. That is going to be fun at Chase Center on Friday night.
Utah Jazz. I got to love how sometimes teams would relocate, but they would just keep the name. Like the New Orleans Jazz makes sense. The Minneapolis Lakers makes sense. You know what? LA Lakers, Utah Jazz, New Orleans Pelicans, whatever you want to have.
How about the Los Angeles Jazz? Would that work? Depends where you're hanging.
The Detroit Pistons does work, and they're going to be coming to town on Friday.
How about the Fort Wayne Pistons? Did that work? That's where they were before.
Yeah, seriously. So anyway, the Utah Jazz were the team that the Warriors played last night, and they get the win comfortably, 140-124. It is Papa and Silver hanging out with you for the next 4 hours, and we appreciate everybody. 808 KNBR is your number. Now, as far as last night, 8 different players in double figures. Buddy Hield snapped out of a little bit of a cold spell. Moses Moody has been shooting the lights out in the month of January. But really, all of this is to say, how are these depth pieces and the way the Warriors playing basketball really going to play into the next week? Sure. Was that a nice win? Yes. Is it good to keep stacking wins? Yes. Is it good to have your younger players put their best product on the floor? Yes. But what's going to happen in terms of Karl Anthony Towns, Ja Morant, all the big names who've been floating around, and then there's that one that we got into yesterday named Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I think if there's one thing we know about Joe Lacob, he will want to be aggressive. The question is, will other offers be more enticing for the Bucks? And will Giannis be moved between now and February 5th? Or will this be more of an offseason question? That is really what we are grappling with in the big picture of the NBA.
All right, so about a week ago, we were still feeling the effects of the Jimmy Butler torn ACL and what it would mean. And now, in a roundabout way, I'm not going to say that's a good thing, but we are getting some indicators on what the Milwaukee Bucks and John Horst and their ownership would actually want back in a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. And believe it or not, they don't really want actual basketball players. They want some. They want to lose this year and get a fistful of picks in the future and maybe one blue chip player that right now is out with a knee injury. We'll see where it all goes. But what a difference a week does make. Go back last week. The Warriors began this road trip in Dallas. And they were competitive in the game for times, but they ultimately lost. And this was on the heels of the Toronto loss and the Jimmy ACL injury. And, I basically said, I think it was the next day, Friday, but you've got to move on. It is time to move on from the injury. I know you're all in the state of shock. You lost Jimmy Butler in the most gruesome way, non-contact, innocuous entry pass, torn ACL, and everybody, including the TV voice of the Warriors, said the season is over. And I just am not of that opinion. The season is not over. You have enough, but you've got to move on and you got to reinvent yourself. So they left the ice storm of the Metroplex and went to an ice storm, a different kind of ice storm than usually you get to in Minnesota. It involves immigration and customs. And they had the ice storm on the ground as well. But I think when you go into a situation like that, you've got to move on. There's so much more than your own situation. There's so much more than basketball going on in the world. Those guys were holed up in their hotel rooms, looking out the window, watching TV, both nationally and locally, referring to what they're seeing as a witch hunt. They just had to move on. You move on as people. Yes, Jimmy tore his ACL. It's terrible. But what's going on in the world? What's going on in our own country? And then the game got, postponed a day from Saturday to Sunday. You had back-to-back. You played well on Saturday, not as well, or Sunday, not as well on Monday. And then you go to Utah. And we had Craig Bolerjack on, the longtime voice of the TV voice of the Jazz, and they're not a very good defensive team. But that's not the point. They're still an NBA team. They put 5 guys on the floor. And the way the Warriors played last night, I'm not going to say they've completely moved on, but they're certainly starting to make that progression. Starting with Big Al. Al Horford very quietly on Sunday started that game. They stayed big, but they didn't go Quentin Post the third. They went to Al Horford. And we watched Al in the preseason, and we said, whoa, This guy is the most veteran of a veteran team. He's smart. He's a champion. He fits in. He can defend. He can pick and pop. And then the actual season started, and he looked lost. He couldn't make a shot, and then he got hurt with the sciatica, which is concerning for a guy his age. He was out of the rotation, and you had to wonder, what the hell does Big Al have left? Does he have anything left? But very quietly, right around that Christmas Day game against Dallas, when he started making threes, he started to get his legs back. He started to play better. He's getting better and better and better. And Sunday, Steve started him. Couldn't play him on Monday because of the back-to-back, but he started again last night. And the play where he chased down Larry Markkinen and blocked his shot going completely from one side of the floor to the other across the lane, and not only blocked his shot, and watching Markkinen, we'll have Tim Kawakami come on later, and he's all in on Markkinen. I appreciate his skill, but the guy's got to rev up and play harder. I know he's coming back from a terrible flu. He was out like 7 games. Yeah. His conditioning is not there. I don't know how well he plays defense. He's skilled. He's a 7-footer that can average 28 a game, but I think we have somebody else in mind we're locking in on. But not only did Al block that shot, he continued to the short corner in the left baseline and blocked another 3-ball. It's like, whoa. He blocked the roller that had him beat, half a body beyond him, and then he chased down the corner 3 and blocked that. And when you look at it, they turned the ball over 20 times, Greg, but they had 39 assists in last night's game. And Big Al had 8 of them. Podziemski had 7 of them. Guy Santos, he's more than just a try-hard player. The guy is an effective basketball player. He had 4 assists last night, made 6 out of 7. The game on Sunday, he got up a lot of shots in the game, and or Monday, and looked a little out of sorts with the 13 shots. But last night, he made up for it and looked like a winning player. But it's just Horford. We've talked about DeAnthony Melton and what he does on both ends of the floor. This version of Al Horford, he just makes the simple play. How many times did he make a simple pass for a layup? How many times did he cut backdoor, get a simple pass for a dunk or a layup? He looks like Tiago Splitter playing with the championship Spurs of 2014, where they move the ball around, the clock is down to 5. All of a sudden, Tiago Splitter is directly under the rim for a layup. How did that happen? Because he's a smart player, and they got other players that are more threats, and they move the ball around. Moses Moody obviously has arrived here. Shoot the ball, the effort play when he had multiple misses around the rim, kept working. And one thing about Salt Lake City, you get kind of duped because of the Great Salt Lake. You think you're right at sea level. I believe me, I've gone there a lot. And you go there from Denver to the base of the Wasatch Mountains. It's not a mile above sea level, but it's 2/3 of a mile above sea level. That's why the skiing at Park City is so amazing with all the powder. But anyway, Moody played great. You got Podziemski, contributing not as much last night. Steph caught fire. So I think they have moved on. They were forced to move on because what they saw in Minneapolis over the weekend as a basketball team, that road trip must have felt like two months long. It was not even a full week, but they're back home now. They got to play one game tomorrow night against Detroit. Then they get some time off. They play one more game before a trading deadline comes up. And we talked about it yesterday with Shams Charania's report about, Giannis wants to move on, and they're going to try to move him between now and 1 week from today, next Thursday, when we're at Radio Row, Moscone Center, getting ready for Super Bowl 60. We may get hijacked that day. And last year, it was a Jimmy Butler trade on the inbound, the Wednesday before the deadline. What are we looking at here? And the one thing is, Brian Windhorst, Bobby Marks, who we've had on the show many, many times, yesterday on NBA Today, identified the Warriors as the number 1 team to go get Giannis Antetokounmpo, which would be like, what? How are they going to get him? The Houston Rockets could maybe offer Şengün back the other way. The San Antonio Spurs have a lot of young talent. Oklahoma City. Pat Riley wants to make up for trading Jimmy a year ago by doing something big. He has some young talent. The Knicks, obviously, or the Detroit Pistons, who will be here tomorrow night. But it's the Warriors because of their handful of draft picks and the ability to pick swap. Now, I think you got to be discerning how much you do this, but I know this ownership has been all in on getting Giannis Antetokounmpo since the summer a couple of years ago when they could not get Paul George. They could not get Larry Markkinen from Danny Ainge. So it's been all in on Giannis. So it will be up to what Giannis wants to do. If he wants to go to San Antonio and play with Wembanyama, you may have to shut down the NBA. Can you imagine if he goes to Houston and plays with Kevin Durant? But what if he comes to the Bay Area and plays with the guy that he identified as the greatest point guard of all time on social media recently, and a guy he has looked up to, not so much literally but figuratively, his whole life and the way he carries himself. And Giannis is a classy man, and there's no one with more class in all of American sport than Stephen Curry. So, what? And then what do you actually have to give back? You would think, all those young pieces we're talking about that are playing well would have to go. Maybe they don't. Maybe the Jimmy Butler torn ACL opens it up to trade Jimmy Butler. I don't understand it. Why you would trade a guy who can't play for a year to not play because of the expiring contract lure, and he would play in a year's time. But that's the way the NBA is. So what do the Milwaukee Bucks want? To trade Giannis Antetokounmpo? They want an Oklahoma City Thunder type of deal where they get one young blue chip player, but basically they don't want more. They want draft picks. They want to build around that, and they want to specifically lose this year so they can keep their own draft pick. We've seen this in the NBA.
So they can get a Chet Holmgren of the future,
Right.
a Jalen Williams of the future, another Jalen Williams of the future.
Rather than just trading for those guys right now and take it on their salary, they would get the future version of those guys. So, could you do it with just giving up Jimmy Butler and one other piece? I mean, you would think you'd have to give up Kuminga. If you could find a way to get Giannis and trade a guy that's not going to play for you for an entire year and maybe one other piece. And I know sometimes when we watch our own players, we see all the warts. Moses Moody is a really good basketball player. If you're watching the game last night and you're John Horst, you're like, this guy, he's not going to jump out the gym and do a chin up on the rim. And he's not that guy. He's just a feet rooted on the ground defender. He can guard the ball. He can guard everywhere. He makes the simple play. And obviously, as a three-point shooter, 5 out of 9. Brandon Pajemski is a guy that can create off the dribble and be able to do things. Guy Santos is more than just a try-hard player. We've talked about Melton and Horford and even Buddy Hield and Will Richard. And if you keep those pieces here, maybe you have to give up a couple to make the salaries work because the Warriors are hard capped, and you take back I have no problem with Kyle Kuzma coming back the other way if they wanted to do that, or even the big guy we were trying to get out of Indianapolis for a long, long time. So we'll see how it all goes.
What about the Antetokounmpo package deal? If we take
all the brothers,
yeah.
all the brothers, yeah, we'll take them all. We'll take them all. But in any event, I think the Warriors have moved on. Physically, they moved from city to city. They saw a lot when they were in Minneapolis that probably made them think, woe is me. I mean, whatever. Look at the people on the streets here and what they're fighting for. It's a lot more important than just basketball. And then when you actually get the report on what Milwaukee wants, and the Warriors are identified as the most aggressive team, or the ones everybody else is going to have to outgun, this ownership, and Joe in particular, is a big game hunter. And there's no one, when he gets his sights set. Now, be discerning. Don't be Ted Stepien and give up all the ones. But how many do you have to give up? How do you do it with a salary match? But between now and 1 week, this team from today and a week ago has changed their outlook considerably. They have moved on, even though the Jimmy injury certainly lingers there. There may be a way that you could flip that. I don't want to say turn it into a positive. The guy's going to lose an entire year of his career. But it could make it easier to trade him now that he's hurt, where I ain't going to trade him when he's fine. We just got you here. But sometimes you have to make a move like that. And then what will the next week bring us? And could the Warriors, well, we're going to have a big football game played on a week from Sunday. But if the Warriors go out and get Giannis Antetokounmpo in the next week, that'll be like the Warriors, and in fact, themselves won the Super Bowl.
No question. And as far as Jimmy Butler's injury, there's nothing positive about it. But I do wonder, say, if the move is ultimately made and Giannis Antetokounmpo is a Golden State Warrior, then how big of a what if is that had Jimmy Butler had that injury on February the 6th? We would look at the timing entirely different. And so, to your point, they have had to move on because there's been no other choice to this point. Now, Giannis, is he traded at the deadline? Is this more of an offseason deal? And if and when he's moved, where is that ultimately? How does it shake up the league? When you have a player of this caliber, a 2-time MVP, a finals MVP, a champion. It's going to shake up the entirety of the league and how you look at it. But with the Warriors, everything stays the same in terms of we always look at it in the Steph Curry timeline because everything thereafter, and I'm not saying you want to just throw away those picks for nothing, but it is so fragile of a situation. And so Jimmy Butler's injury, yeah, that was a major deal because at the time, this time last year, when that went down, that was what you perceived as your last run, your last ride. Does his injury make it so there's one more chapter we maybe didn't expect in all this? I don't know. 808 KNBR is your number throughout the show. Where's Giannis going to go? Where's Framber Valdez going to go after rumors are circulating around? Could he be a San Francisco Giant and join that rotation with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray at the top? That's also something to be monitoring. And, of course, we have our contest. That's right. Danny Dunn is back today, so he's going to take your smooches through the phone. And that means that when we give the cue to call between now and 1, dial 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, and you will win. It's furnished by Live Nation. You can find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. Tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. tomorrow. But if you want to win, be caller number 10, and you get it for free. All right, when we come on back, let's revisit some of the sounds from last night. Steph Curry said, yeah, I'm not clueless to what's going on right now, but we're trying to put together some good basketball. 16-point win in Utah, but everybody's focused on the larger picture of it all. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors took down the Jazz last night in Utah, and we are officially 1 week away from the trade deadline. What on earth is going to happen with this team? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Not really. I think our job is to keep winning games and keeping our energy as high as we can around here. We're not ignorant to what's going on around the league. Rumors and trade talks and who's on the block and all that type of stuff. So I know what's going on, but right now it's just about trying to continue to win, because if we lose sight of that on the court, all that other stuff doesn't really matter.
Well, Steph Curry knows a thing or two about meaningful basketball. So, yeah, you got to stack wins in the meantime with all these rumors swirling around. But this is the radio, and our job is to stir up the pot and to continue to unpack those rumors and bring in some great guests. And we're going to talk to a lot of them today. We're kind of all over the map, which is awesome. Cam Inman's going to be joining us at 10:50. Rise of the 49ers. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, and Joe saying he couldn't choose a favorite of his 4 rings. I mean, look, if I had 4 of them, the answer would be all of them. Brody Brazil is coming by at 11:50. Sharks continue their Canada tour. Edmonton tonight, 6 o'clock before the Olympics. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard at 12:50. And then I know you haven't been able to consume Gold Bar whiskey, but we always love Gold Bar. And Sam Thumb.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Oh,
no, I
okay,
haven't had any
okay.
Gold Bar. I haven't had any Gold Bar in a while.
Well, I mean, look, when
Maybe
the time...
today would be the day.
I was going to say, whenever that time is...
Scotch.
Not Scotch, Gold Bar whiskey.
Once Papa's like officially cleared for the Gold Bar, it's going to be way too much that we're all going to be having together, and be putting it on Danny's tab for sure. So that is our Thursday looking ahead. But we're starting right here with, the Warriors got a win last night, 8 players in double figures. Turns out when DeAnthony Melton starts getting his legs underneath him and Al Horford is healthy, actually looks like pretty nice additions, all things considered. But as far as whatever slim chances they had of true title contention, that evaporated as far as this season once Jimmy Butler went down. So now it's about looking forward, and is that looking forward to the offseason when you might make a move and get rid of Jonathan Kuminga? Is that looking forward to next January around the timeline when Jimmy Butler could return at the age of 37 with a torn ACL? Or is that looking ahead to just this next week with moves that could be made a lot sooner than we would have thought?
So we were thinking as we're watching the Warriors play last night. And again, sometimes when you watch your own players, you find all the warts. Like Dominic Pooney, you can't block DeMarcus Lawrence or Leonard Williams. Well, he did okay. No, he does recover. He gets beat a little bit, then he does recover. But overall, he's a starting guard in the NFL. And you're watching the Warriors, and it's like, Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody. Then when you look at it and you back up and you don't watch them as closely, and we have a tendency to see the things they can't do and don't highlight the things they can do, they are solid NBA players. And so if you're John Horst, the general manager of the Milwaukee Bucks and Bucks ownership, you're looking at some of these guys and, would you take him? Would you take him? But the bottom line is, I'm not sure they want guys like those guys. They want draft picks, and they want maybe one guy that could turn into a superstar player. Maybe that's Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe they identify one of those other players as well. It really what more than that, it's Giannis watching the Warriors play. And if he says to himself, if you just drop me in the middle of that team, what are we? Well, without him, they're a solid, 41 and 41 NBA team, maybe 45, minus Jimmy Butler. Kuminga's not playing right now, so we'll take him out of the mix. A team that could get into the playoffs, play in, somewhere like that. Then if you had Giannis Antetokounmpo and, all of his skill set with the shooters around, you have Buddy Hield, you have Steph Curry, Will Richard can shoot the ball, Pajemski, Moses Moody. Giannis is not a shooter. But he's got to get a lot of time and space to go in and rip the rim down. And he's a very good defender. He's an end-to-end player. What would he look like defensively next to Draymond? All of this that we're dreaming up, I'm going to talk to all these different people. One guy will make the call where Giannis Antetokounmpo is traded. Mm-hmm. It is Giannis Antetokounmpo. He will decide. He has to tell the team that is going to give up whatever they get back in Milwaukee. And it sounds like they want more draft pick compensation coming back the other way. The Warriors are a team that is hard capped, so they have to match the salary to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. But the amazing thing is you may be able to do this by just trading Jimmy Butler. It is beyond me how this would possibly work in a real world. But the NBA and their CBA is so convoluted. It was for years. I got a headache trying to figure it out. There have been trades that have been made in this league that have benefited the Warriors. Remember when they traded Andre Iguodala and added a first-round pick and got nothing back the other way? Remember when they traded for Andre Iguodala for Richard Jefferson and Goose?
Yeah, the sign and trade.
I mean, it was just ridiculous. I mean, some of these trades are
the
just
first
like...
one you were talking about is when he got traded to Memphis afterwards and never played
after
a
the
game.
Durant. They added the one. I'm like, oh, we got a one back for... No, they, in order to take him, they had to give him, like, what?
That whole offseason
Some of these
gave me
trades.
such a headache.
Why would Milwaukee want Jimmy Butler... a guy can't play for a year at that salary because they want the expiring contract and they want to move Giannis Antetokounmpo and they want to lose this year, so they keep their draft pick. They're in the draft pick acquisition business. So none of it makes any sense. But if you could do this, now you have to be a little discerning on how many draft picks you give them. They are the lifeline of sports. More so in other sports, less so in baseball, obviously, in basketball, in football. They are tremendous currency, as we're seeing in the NHL with Celebrini and obviously Will Smith. And, going back years ago, Jumbo Joe was the first pick in the draft and Patty right behind him in the same draft. You got him on the same team. That's how you build it. But in the NBA, it's a little different. You take shortcuts and you become more of a free agent team. But anyway, if you're Giannis and you're thinking, well, I'd rather go play with Wembanyama, I'd rather go play with Durant, wherever he wants to go. I want to go play with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That makes sense. But Steph Curry is right there as well. And the Warriors do have the pieces where if you drop Giannis on this roster and extracted only Jimmy Butler, it would be, and I think you'd have to give up more and probably take players back, but that's a conversation you can have. We'll get into all the salary cap ramifications. It is there to be done. And it's reminiscent. Colvin Marshall, my friend, just texted me. This is a little like when the Warriors lost Game 7, the 73-9, 16 year, and they went to get Kevin Durant. Because now I think even if they had lost, even if they had won in Game 5 and Draymond was not suspended for the teabag, I think they'd go get Kevin Durant anyway. I think they moved on from Harrison Barnes. I asked Bob Myers that question. We just would have traded him, even if he accepted the deal to go get Durant. Now, would Durant have been less likely to come here to join an NBA champion? Maybe ask Rich Kleiman, ask KD. They were 73-9 that year. It's not like he was joining a bad team, but that's neither here nor there. To me, this is even more so like when Durant left, when Durant tore his Achilles in Toronto, when Clay tore his ACL that Thursday night, just hours later, and Durant left and went to Brooklyn. Steph flew back from Europe, and Durant already did the deal before he even got back to meet with him and Kleiman. But they concocted a deal, and it was Durant's idea, and Kleiman and Joe Lacob pulled it off, and Bob, and they worked all day that Sunday, right, after the 4th of July, to get D'Angelo Russell, which I was not on board with. Joe Lacob and I had an argument on opening night. I'm like, why do you want D'Angelo Russell on this team? That's not fair. I haven't seen him play yet. And he with the Warriors, and we're going to move him and get Andrew Wiggins. I'm like, really? And how about that trade? I would have given a first-round pick and D'Angelo Russell to get Andrew Wiggins. That trade was, you got a first-round pick the other way. A guy named Jonathan Kuminga, you may be able to dangle to get a Antetokounmpo. So sometimes these trades are like, why would anyone do that? Because there's something larger in play here. The bottom line is when the Milwaukee Bucks trade Giannis Antetokounmpo, whether it's a week from today or sooner or over the summer, they're going to trade him. What do they want back? You would think, I want the best basketball players on earth back, and I want 5 of them. That's not what they want. They want to lose. They want to keep their draft pick, and they want to do what Oklahoma City and Sam Presti did. Maybe luck out and get, guys, a future Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the Paul George trade, but what they want is a fistful of draft picks. How many do you have to give them? The Warriors have 4 ones they can give them. They have 3 pick swaps they can do. You don't want to give them all 7. Don't insult me. But can you do it with 2 and 2? Can you do it with 3 and 1? How many do you have to give them? Because Giannis is not a young man. And then we haven't even gotten into My big concern is the calf injury. I almost would rather do this in the summer when Milwaukee would shut him down. If the Warriors get him, and he's coming back, what did he say, 4 to 6 weeks from his most recent calf injury? And he'll probably come back earlier for a team like the Warriors that can make a push to get in, and it's a new team. He would come back and play right now. Now, what could the Warriors be immediately with him? So you're going to do that. The part of me thinks if you just calm that calf down and just don't play on it until next October, and then you come back, would that alleviate the concern if him full-blown rupturing the Achilles tendon? So there's a lot here. We kind of got it dropped in our lap yesterday in the show. Really, this has gone back to December when it was out there. The Knicks, what kind of move are the Knicks going to make? What does Giannis really want? But as you look at, if they can get out of this by trading Jimmy Butler and maybe one other piece along with however many draft picks and swaps you have to get, I don't want to say the Jimmy injury is a blessing in disguise. The poor guy is going to have months, and it's going to be terrible for him. Would you have done this with a healthy Jimmy Butler? I think they would have. But it would have been harder to look him in the eye and say, we just traded for a year ago. Now we're going to ship you out of town. And, you are from, played that area. Anyway, I'm not looking at it that way. But could they realistically, in the convoluted world of the CBA, of the National Basketball Association, pull off a trade where you trade a guy that is not going to be able to play basketball for a year for one of the top 2 or 3 players on planet Earth and get him right now?
Well, then here's another layer to this. Say they don't want to get the Jimmy Butler contract because he's still due to make a lot of money into next year. Do you trade Draymond Green? It would have to be Draymond. You got Kuminga's salary, maybe Pajemski, some other pieces, the picks, whatever.
Draymond's going to hurt the Milwaukee Bucks. He's going to play too hard, and they're going to win games. They don't want Draymond Green. He's a winner. They want to lose.
But what if that's the only option? Trading Draymond Green out of the way. Does Steph sign off on it? Joe Lacob probably is going to sign off on it.
The owner will do whatever. Yeah. And in weeks and months past, we said we'd give up anybody to get him. This owner would do that. He may not have to do it. His greatest currency is not his basketball players. It is his ability to draft future basketball players that the Milwaukee Bucks covet. I know the world is upside down. It may turn out well. Look at Oklahoma City. Sam Presti's a genius. He has the best team in the NBA right now, and he has all these picks still coming in the Paul George trade that they haven't used yet. So it worked out. That's what they're trying to duplicate. Can you do that again, John Horst? Good luck. But along the way, the Warriors may get stupid lucky. Now, does this turn out the other way, where you trade Jonathan Kuminga and he turns into SGA, and Giannis comes here and he gets hurt and he turns into Paul George? That could happen as well.
Yeah, that's always the risk with the trade. I do have one disagreement, though. Joe Lacob's greatest currency, his second greatest currency is the draft capital. His greatest currency is the guy who wears number 30, because why would Giannis Antetokounmpo end up in the Warriors? Because he might say, I want to play in the Bay Area with Steph Curry.
Yeah, we're not using Steph as currency. We're keeping him here. We're locking that away. We're putting it in the safe.
Yeah, okay. Currency is maybe the wrong way to label it. That is his greatest strength.
And that's the beauty of Giannis, is being able to play with Steph. But if you do this and just take Jimmy Butler, say, we have to add up the salary. Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga for Giannis Antetokounmpo and Kyle Kuzma. Done.
707 has a great text, by the way. It says, get Giannis now, shut him down, and send him to Germany to see Christian McCaffrey's doctor and get those stem cell treatments on the Achilles.
Well, he hasn't torn it yet. For CMC. Can we do it preventatively? He hasn't torn the Achilles
yet.
Neither
did CMC.
No, believe me, they go there all the time. Yeah. And it wasn't just CMC. A whole roster went there immediately. And I don't know if it helped CMC with what he went through. He had a few other things that were bothering him then. But they do that. But they do stem cell in this country, and there's places. You don't have to go all the way to Germany. You can go to Toronto. Bill Romanowski will set you up with a guy.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. So we'll get into this all throughout the show. And coming up, we got Cam Inman in about 15 minutes. So let's get a little talk here on the Niners looking ahead to their offseason and the fact that it's a 31-year drought. Eddie DeBartolo had the great quote, and I think that's actually in the sound system, which we can play. Cam Inman's the one who...
Cam was there. He was there at the premiere.
Matt Mayoko asked the question. Cam's the one that posted it, so we'll grab that audio for you. And 31-year drought. On top of that, you might be watching one of your greatest rivals hoist the Lombardi coming up at the end of next weekend. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
But I think it takes something special to be able to sustain greatness, if you want to call it that.
How frustrating would it be if you're the owner and you go 31 years without a championship?
I wouldn't.
Nobody like and Eddie Zabartolo. That was Cam Inman's social media. He'll be joining us coming up. That was Matt Mayoko asking the question at the red carpet, and Matty will be with us tomorrow as he is every Friday. So, we spent the first chunk of the show today figuring out this dynasty that is flickering. Maybe its last flame of the Golden State Warriors and trying to figure out, could they do another move of the impossible and get somebody like a Giannis Antetokounmpo? Is it not going to happen? What's going to happen as far as Jimmy Butler? Is he still a member of your team? Rehabs, what are your chances? And the thing is with the dynasty, you got to treat it with such delicacy. And I think that's why with the Warriors, I, as an observer and a viewer of this team, am thankful that, sure, maybe I haven't loved every single move and how it's played out, but I do love the fact that they have never just decided to push the button to blow it up. Because once you do that, there is no going back. Just look at the end of the Chicago Bulls. And yeah, they had Derrick Rose, and then he got injured, and they never really had a real swing at the plate since then. So these things don't just come, and as our buddy Sal Palantonio noted in the Roger Craig case, dynasties don't happen by accident. And it's a process, right? So when you think about the 49ers, I'm so looking forward to watching this documentary because, yeah, it stinks that it's been a 31-year Super Bowl drought. And we know they've been so close 3 different times in the Super Bowl game, and that's not even accounting for some of the NFC championships that you've lived as the voice of the 49ers or that we've just seen back in the Jim Harbaugh days, etc. But to watch this and now get a little bit of a perspective on the 49ers, I'm glad that the Warriors are still giving it a crack because at some point their story is going to be told just in the same way that we're going to see with the 49ers and the way that they won those 4 with Joe and then a 5th one there with Steve.
It's funny. 31-year Super Bowl drought. We're going to play Super Bowl 60 a week from Sunday. You want me to list all the teams that have never been in the Super Bowl and have never won the Super Bowl? And even your Golden State Warriors had a 40-year drought from Rick Barry's improbable team that won in 75 to what Steph was able to do with the group in 2015. The dynasty just evolves. The Warriors were very different, obviously. The HB era, and then the KD era, and then the Wiggs and Jordan Poole and Kevon Looney to get that, the last one. They won 4 out of 8. The Giants in 10, 12, 14 did it with a different second baseman, a different center fielder, a different leadoff hitter every single time, different closer.
Say different closer.
It changed all the time. And one year they used their starting pitcher, Madison Bumgarner, to close out Game 7 in 14. So it evolves. And obviously the 49ers changed dramatically. They won 2 Super Bowls without the greatest player in the history of the league, Jerry Rice. They switched quarterbacks from one of the best, if not the best right-hander, and the best lefty that's ever played, in Steve Young. And when we talked to Cam, and he's going down the peninsula today to go to Monterey for a little weekend getaway, the rise of the 49ers, he was there for the premiere. It was a 45-minute screening of the first episode. He was there when they were all there. And they're going to send me a trailer and a screener. I'll send it out to you and the whole staff, and we'll watch it. We're going to get the director and the producer of The Rise of the 49ers on tomorrow to premiere what we're going to see on Sunday and Monday on AMC Television Network. But Cam has already watched it, and he says it is amazing. He has written literally a book on the franchise called The Franchise, so no one is more researched in the history of the 49er franchise from the media standpoint than Cam Inman. I'm just wondering, what video are they going to, present to us that we haven't already seen? We've watched all the America's games. We've watched all the Super Bowls live. And, when the Niners have played in Super Bowl 54 and 58, I went back and watched every Super Bowl they played in, Super Bowl 16 and 19 and 23 and 24 and 29. I've watched every single Super Bowl that's ever been played. I remember the first one I saw was Super Bowl 4 to watch it live, but I watched 1, 2, and 3 all back, and the colorized version of Namath over the Colts in Super Bowl 3. So I'm just wondering, what do they have? And Tom Brady's involved. Part of me is a little bit of a pushback on that. He is playing catch with Jerry. But Cam has seen at least the first 2 episodes. He's going to watch the next 2 on his trip. Hopefully our phone connection's good enough with Sam, or Cam, I should say, traveling down the peninsula to Monterey Peninsula. But then we want to get into the meat of the day, which is Jim Schwartz. And everybody seems to be connecting Jim Schwartz to the 49ers. I don't think that's going to happen. And the other thing to keep in mind, Jim Schwartz got bypassed. Todd Monken is the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He's not happy with Flying J and Jimmy Haslam and his wife Dee and all of them there. He is still under contract with the Cleveland Browns. He could say, I'm leaving the building. And, okay, Kyle, you want him to be your DC? What do you want to trade us to get him? We have him under contract. We're not going to let him go. Now, they probably, if he's that adamant about not working there, they'll work something out. But what do? They fire him? He'd probably have to tear up his contract and not get paid to be a free agent. But owners can be vindictive people, certainly. They can hold grudges and not allow things to happen. So I just want to hear from Cam his thoughts on if it's going to be Gus Bradley. What does the Schwartz be with you equation bring into it? I don't think it brings anything into it. I mentioned Raheem Morris, but we do want to get Cam's thoughts on Juwan Jennings. And, obviously at the premiere, I think the one takeaway was the interaction between Joe and Steve. And the way, they're older men now. They've already had great careers. They've had great lives, and they're in a new chapter. But it was awkward, obviously, as Steve Young put it. And then just looking at, that dichotomy, whether it's Frankie Albert and Y.A. Tittle, or Y.A. Tittle and John Brody, or Joe versus Steve, or Alex versus Colin, or Jimmy versus Trey, or Trey versus Brock, or having this game on a week from Sunday, February the 8th, I think very likely will be won by a 49er backup quarterback. It's Sam Darnold, who was in the building, and now he is gone, and he could wind up a Super Bowl champion or the Super Bowl MVP, and we know the whole story there. But, Cam was there at the premiere, and just the interaction between Joe and Steve. We think we've had some QB controversies in other cities. There was nothing like it when I first got to the Bay Area, and it was Joe versus Steve, and everybody and Joe and the genius just sat back and loved it all. And as he said, I got the best out of both of them. I got their best play. Joe was significantly hurt with the elbow, then later the back. Steve came here with Lee Steinberg thinking Joe's broken down. He's going to have surgery. I'm going to take over as the starting quarterback, and in training camp the next year, he looks like Joe Montana, Super Bowl MVP. He healed pretty quickly, Bill. What's my role on this football team? So, and then there were times he benched Joe Montana and played Steve Young, and they went back and forth, and Joe won 4 of them, and Steve got the last one. But it's fascinating. But the interaction between the two of them, I think, is the main takeaway. So, and Cam was there to see it all, and he'll give us all his thoughts, including the 49ers DC job.
So I remember hearing this story of Steve Young when Aaron Rodgers finally got the starting job and Brett Favre left, and he said he goes up to Aaron Rodgers at a practice one day, and he's like, hey, Aaron, he goes, so when you were taking those first team reps, he's like, where was Brett? And he's like, what do you mean? I don't know. And he goes, yeah, where was he? And he's like, I don't know, at his home, New York, whatever. And he goes, yeah, Joe was right there. Just talking about the awkwardness of how that whole dynamic was.
Can you imagine?
I'm just, we could talk about some of the crazy quarterback transitions or controversies or whatever word you have it for, but that truly was an all-timer of 2 first ballot Hall of Famers, 2 champions, 2 MVPs of the league, and also being on the team at the same time, going a little back and forth before Joe was traded away. I mean, it truly is a one-of-a-kind type of dynamic. So whether it's for the championships, the legacy, the drama, any of it, I think that's what's going to make this, 4-episode series?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's
starting on Sunday night.
Probably looking forward to watching that the most of any kind of series like that since The Last Dance. So let's bring in Cam Inman when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So my family had season tickets to the San Francisco 49ers. That alone made me fall in love with football.
I was Joe Montana, throwing passes to Jerry Rice.
Rice is there.
The model for winning is a star quarterback.
Montana has the ball. Touchdown.
It's hard to measure what's in people's desire. I'm a competitor.
You have a Jerry.
Never thought that I was going to get drafted by the San Francisco 49ers.
And a Ronnie.
The way that we went about fighting for inches, we're going to climb the hill.
And then here comes Steve.
I was a left-handed scrambler. Talk about an oddity.
Look at the things they're trying to do. This is a football of the 80s.
That's a sample of the trailer right there from the Rise of the 49ers 4-episode docuseries on one of the great dynasties, not only near and dear to our hearts, but in the entirety of sports. And someone who wrote all about it is the author of the franchise, The Rise of the 49ers. That is the one and only Cam Inman, who's getting ready for Super Bowl 60, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Cam, good to talk to you again. I feel like it's been forever just because of how wild this 49ers season was to follow and everything, but I got to say, I like the strategic timing of this coming out. It's like, hey, Seattle might be coming into your stadium, hoisting a Lombardi. Yeah, just a reminder that we won 5 of these back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's good to talk to you guys again. I'm excited to talk about it because, the word documentary kind of scares you off and just go, I don't know if I want to invest that much time into something and learn about things that we may already know. But I'm telling you, I mean, I'm blown away by just everything I've seen from it. And, you think about just the 49er faithfuls, I guess the malnourished souls that have been craving a championship for 3 decades, they're going to devour this. It is extremely well done. And I'm just past halfway through of it. And it's really cool.
Yeah, you set me up. I'm gonna get the link and be able to watch the docuseries tonight. We're gonna have the director and the producer on tomorrow, Cam. But we've seen. First of all, we've watched all these Super Bowls live. I've watched them back probably 10, 15 times each. We've seen the America's games on them. What is it in this production, The Rise of the 49ers? Is there new video, fresh video for obviously Tom Brady's role and playing catch with Jerry, and what other interviews? What new are we going to see in The Rise of the 49ers we haven't already seen?
There is a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, and the interviews that you'll see, there's past interviews, there's present interviews. Tom does not force himself through the documentary. I think it's really well done with him. And I saw Tom Brady Sr. when he came in Tuesday night to the show, and I said hi to him, and he hadn't seen anything. So he was going to be just as surprised as anybody. And the first episode starts out with a mention of Tom Brady Sr. being on the 49er booster sheet. So that was great. I mean, I'll tell you this, when that first episode was done, because we only watched the first episode in Tuesday night screening in the Mission, Jerry Rice was sitting behind me, and he was sitting next to the Giants.
He was behind you? You had a better seat than the GOAT? What?
Well, I mean, the football players that their necks don't move probably as well as mine can still move. So they were. Anyhow, Jerry stands up and he looks at me and he goes, "That was so cool." He goes, "I learned stuff about Bill Walsh I had no idea about." And Just think about that. I mean, and the amazement, and then to Jerry's right, Steve Young's a couple seats over, and he's leaning over his seat, standing up, talking to Joe, like 2 old, childhood buds, both expressing amazement after what they just saw and how cool it was. And I mean, Steve talked about it yesterday on KNBR. Same thing, that he learned stuff he hadn't seen. So if these guys who were behind the scenes are seeing stuff and learning stuff, it's such a great blend of old highlights, but with Zman has his pictures and helped set it up. They did these interviews at the Presidio with all the greats. And then they were all there Tuesday night. I called it the crown jewels of the greatest era of 49er football. Were all on the red carpet. And you had Joe and Steve and Eddie and Ronnie and Jerry, and they kept coming. And it was such a treat. And just it was like a reunion, but it wasn't as if these guys hadn't seen each other in forever because, every once in a while they get together for somebody being honored. Eddie obviously got honored going into the Hall of Fame a decade ago. They're all hoping Roger Craig gets to do the same next week. But it was such a genuine affection that everybody talks about with, how Eddie DeBartolo made it a family atmosphere. And it's just cool to see that, like a family reunion come to part just to celebrate this. And I'll be honest, like when I started watching the screening, I started on episode 2 and it thrust you right away into the dynasty in the early 80s, 81, 84. And that was incredible launch. And then the first episode is what they showed at the screening Tuesday night in the Mission. And that kind of just takes you from the grassroots, how it started. And it is awesome. I mean, it just tells you like what they had to go through and the hiring of Bill and Eddie's, arrival with the franchise, Joe's drafting. And then so today I got into episode 3 a bit and it's tense. It is, you get into the business side of football and the tense of the pressure of being a champion and, the 87 strikes and the quarterback controversy with Joe and Steve. And it's like whatever joy you felt in episode 2 from watching the launch of the dynasty, you get all tense in episode 3. And I'm afraid to watch episode 4 because I don't think I'm going to want it to end. I'm going to want to see more.
Oh, it's so good. Talking to Cam Inman here on the Yuma guest line. We had some fun with the clip that you posted where Matt Mayoko asked Eddie DeBartolo about the 31-year Super Bowl drought. What was your reaction to him saying that? Because on one hand, it's like, yeah, we're all hurting for another Super Bowl, and 31 years is for a whole generation or two to be saying they never really got to experience one. At the same time, as Papa noted, how many teams have gone 31 years and more without even a Super Bowl appearance? So what was your reaction to hearing Eddie D have that kind of swag still?
Well, let me first of all say I don't think he was meaning to take a shot at Jed or a dig at the current status because I think Jed and Eddie are in great terms. They were at the post party hanging out together.
Yeah.
But when Eddie said it, and if you see the video on my Instagram or TikTok, you'll notice he did not blink. There's no flinching, and he just shook his head to respond to Matt's question of I wouldn't. And some people didn't know what that meant. I'm like, it means that Eddie wouldn't lose 31 or he wouldn't lose 31 years in a row without a Lombardi trophy. And I love that. I love the demeanor, and that was Eddie, and that's what drove them for all those years winning Super Bowls. It is a different era. This is the salary cap era that the NFL had to institute because of such a great, generous owner like Eddie was to create a more level playing field with more parity. And it was a great 2-word response, and just kind of like a cutthroat of, you know who you're talking to? I'm Eddie frickin' DeBartolo. We won 5 Super Bowls under my watch.
In 14 years, and he is a Pro Football Hall of Famer. And I remember the weekend, Jed brought him over, and he went into the Hall of Fame that weekend. You mentioned Roger Craig. So I know he wasn't at the screening. He was at the steakhouse dinner earlier. And Carmen had the line last night, referring to the event on Tuesday night. You would have thought he was in the Hall of Fame, referring to Roger Craig. So much was made of Bill Belichick being bypassed as a first ballot Hall of Famer. Incidentally, Bill Walsh was not a first ballot Hall of Fame head coach. We went through the whole list of the great coaches that were not. There's only 3 in history. My initial takeaway was there's 5 in the senior committee, and now it's down to 4. So Belichick is not going to make it. Did you get a vibe just being around the Niners and all those Hall of Fame players and coaches and executives that Roger will be next when we, 1 week from tonight, we're going to have honors at the Palace of Fine Arts. And I think he would have been notified already that he's going into the Hall of Fame or not. But what was your feeling being around Carmen and the other Niners about the likelihood or possibility Roger Craig will be a Hall of Famer?
I mean, just Carmen revealing that alone at how dinner was so upbeat. I'm optimistic. And the fact that Belichick's out of the equation, sure, that could help. But I think, it's long overdue that Roger gets in. And, nobody was saying he was in or not. But the sense I get is Roger has a better chance than Frank Gore. And Frank Gore is a first ballot finalist, just as Belichick was. But, Frank is going to get in too. He's the third all-time leading rusher in the NFL. And, when Patrick Willis went in a couple years ago, he deferred, to Zach Thomas that as he said, the old head deserves to get in before I get in. And then the next year Pat gets in. So, I mean, I would suspect Frank will get in the next couple of years if he's not in next week. But Rodgers run out of chances, essentially. And I think the seniors committee knows that. And I think there was a great push to get him in because if you look at today's NFL and you're looking at what Christian McCaffrey is attempting to do, doing the back-to-back 1,000-yard season like he did in 2019 with Carolina, and only Marshall Faulk also did it in 99 compared to what Roger was the first one to do. Roger was a pioneer, and he meant so much to the dynasty. And the Niners are woefully underrepresented in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And getting Roger in there will help validate, that, not as if they need it, because they had some of the best ever to do it with Joe and Jerry and Bill and Eddie. But the Niners need more representation in there, and Rodgers absolutely should be the next one in.
Well, Cam, since I'm a little bit of a sicko, I'm actually really looking forward to episode 3, the one you mentioned with all of the tension. You talked about Jerry Rice and even former players gaining information on Bill Walsh that they had never even known. Did you gain further insight on the details, the tension of the quarterback controversy? I mean, there were 2 times in NFL history where a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback followed a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback, and this was the original one with Joe and Steve, to where, they acknowledge it's still awkward to this day.
I don't know if it's awkward to this day. It was awkward back then because Steve was brought in under the assumption that Joe was injured, and Joe knew that this guy was gunning for his job because that's the nature of pro sports. And then the way those games unfolded in 87 through whatever, the early 90s before Joe got traded, it was amazing. It really was the gold standard of quarterback controversies. And Bill, in that episode 3, he acknowledges it in 88 that he's got a quarterback controversy on his hands. And you're right. I mean, when Steve was going into the Hall of Fame, what was it, about 20 years ago, it was just amazing to think that what he had to follow was a Hall of Fame quarterback, the best quarterback in NFL history, especially in the Super Bowl. And I bring this up because it makes me think back to the 2005 draft when Aaron Rodgers fell to Green Bay, and I was in New York for that draft, and I asked Aaron, I said, "Man, you're going to Green Bay. You're going to have to follow Brett Favre. What do you think of that?" He goes, "Well, Steve Young followed Joe Montana," and I'm just like, "Holy crap, this guy's got some confidence." And it turns out he was pretty good. So watching Joe and Steve interact on the red carpet in such a friendly fashion, it wasn't surprising to me as much as it was just really reassuring that they get along. Like, these are 2 guys at such great places in their lives, wonderful families, very well accomplished in their careers, obviously on the field, but since they've retired. And it was just cool to see that, like, all these guys were so happy to see each other that there wasn't any force, oh, God, we got to do this red carpet thing and show up. They all just were, it was really a neat experience to be part of.
And certainly, if you're some of the players, including, Joe and Steve, are acknowledging they learned things about Bill Walsh they didn't already know. It's got to be just a wealth of information. I can't wait, and we're going to get the screener today and watch it tomorrow and get on the director and the producer as well and give our thoughts in more detail after we see it on tomorrow. We were the one guy you were talking about how the 49ers don't have enough guys in the Hall of Fame. And certainly Roger Craig is deserving of that. So is George Seifert. It's just beyond me that he won 3 as a defensive coordinator, then 2 as a head coach, and maybe it was the immense shadow of Bill Walsh, but he deserves to be cantonized as well, which leads to the one piece of news. A lot of things swirling around the 49ers that are timely, but that open D.C. job with Robert Saleh leaving and becoming the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, Cam. Can we even call it an open job? Last week when Kyle was asked about, wide net in a search to find a new DC, he said, I don't know how wide it's going to be. He made it sound like the internal candidate of assistant head coach Gus Bradley, a former head coach and a 4-time defensive coordinator, would get that position. But now Jim Schwartz is available. Well, apparently he's still under contract with the Cleveland Browns, but he's not happy with their situation. Are we just waiting for Kyle on his timeline to make this official that Gus Bradley will be the 49ers defensive coordinator, or might they be going in another direction?
Greg, I really think that they need to lure Bill Belichick over to really push his Hall of Fame candidacy over the top.
He needs one more ring? Is that it? Yeah, I got you. Kyle tried that. Kyle tried that.
Right. I mean, well, remember, Belichick was the DC on the New York Giants way back in the day. Gosh, that would have been cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, I think if he doesn't hire Gus Bradley, it kind of undermines the whole plan of a year ago, doesn't it? Because they brought Gus Bradley in to have the heir apparent, assuming that Robert would get a head coaching job. And then there's 10 openings this offseason, so obviously Robert gets one. And, I mean, the logical move is to put Gus Bradley in there. Now, are there twists and things you have to investigate along the way? Absolutely. So, like, Kyle would be doing a disservice if he didn't look at the other options. And, I mean, even on staff, you know, a few years ago when I was meeting with Daniel Bullock, the secondary coach, I really liked him. And I'm like, you know, do you have aspirations to be a defensive coordinator someday? And he said he did, but not in a, like, really thirsty way of, like, he wants to get power, but it was, like, more of a gradual thing. You know, whereas a guy like Chris Kosterick, he's really a defensive line coach. Donnie Holland, you know, a linebackers coach. Gus, he seemed to fit his role really well as the assistant head coach for defense, speaking of the team. Very jovial guy, great stories, obviously has a lot of experience. And I think the key thing is he runs a defense that Kyle has launched.
Damn, we're losing King.
That team. Uh-oh.
No, you're breaking up. You're good. You're good. I know you're going down to Monterey, okay. But we got you still. We got you still. So you think it will be Bradley? You think it will be Bradley, Cam?
Well, this is what I was saying was, you know, Gus Bradley runs a scheme that Kyle's coveted for, decades? And if the only reason, if Kyle wants to sway to a different kind of defensive scheme, maybe that's why he starts exploring other guys. But that just kind of goes against what Kyle's all about. Although, you know, Steve Young said the other day that Kyle really reinvented himself offensively this year, and that's what he's going to have to keep doing moving forward because the rest of the league is catching up offensively. So I don't know, but I would assume it's Gus Bradley. But there's still some appealing candidates out there, like you said, Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
They were 20 years ago together in Tampa when Kyle got his coaching start under Gruden, and you know, and he's available. The Jim Schwartz thing's interesting in that he's obviously a defensive guru, and he's been a thorn in Kyle's side over the years. He was a bigger thorn in Jim Harbaugh's side, 12 years ago? That was, I mean, that's amazing to think about the Harbaugh and him. That was one of the wildest post-game things I've ever seen, being up in the Ford Field press box looking down, and one coach is chasing another, and Bob Lang and Anthony Davis are separating them. That was wild. I would love Jim Schwartz to get hired so we can relive that every week with him. But, I mean, you know, whoever takes that, I mean, Robert had a really tough job with that defense. He really was a caretaker of a defense that had so many new parts, and then you lost your two best players only a month into it. And they kept it afloat. They weren't tremendous, but what they were very clutch in games. And they would make one or two plays in the red zone at the end of some of these wins where it was bonkers. And so it didn't hurt Robert's candidacy to become a head coach that he kept them going. They won, 13 games this season. They got blown out in Seattle, but after that game, everybody looked gassed, man. It was not the type of losing locker room I've seen in Seattle with the Niners. These guys were spent. They knew they gave it their all. And Robert was the last guy I saw leaving that locker room. And he was afraid that if Seattle got on an early roll, it would be a snowball to stop. And the early roll started from the opening kickoff, literally.
Yeah, and special teams is a big reason why Seattle has not only won 14 games, but why they won 3 more, and they're going to be in the or 2 more, I guess, with the bye, and have a chance to win 3 more. Yeah, to be in the Super Bowl. Cam, how about Jim Schwartz to the Chargers as the defensive coordinator?
Wow.
A full reunion with Jim Harbaugh.
Wow.
The Chargers hired somebody last night, so
yeah, they did.
That's not possible.
You're a psycho. You are a psycho. You are a psycho and a sicko.
Cam, we appreciate you, man. I know you're going down to Monterey and the connection's getting in and out, so we don't want to keep you any further. And looking forward to watching this. As always, good to talk to you, and we'll see you next week.
Always good to be visiting Gregopolis. my favorite city on the Bay Area airwaves.
I like
Cam
that.
Inman of the
Maybe
San
he
Jose
Greeked it up
Mercury
in honor of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Is that why he did it? Or the center of the Gregdom. Or did he Acropolis that one? I don't know.
Yeah, he talked about Bill Belichick. I know Kyle did try that tactic. You hear Bill Belichick spoke out for the first time since...
About his snub?
Yeah, about his
What'd he
big old
say?
snub.
What'd he say?
Yeah, we'll tell you exactly that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area extraordinaire. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the rise of the 49ers documentary, debuting on February 1st. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app at thesportsleader.com.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Soldier boy, tell me.
That's the early edition. It is time for the contest. Call Danny Dunn right now, and you can win tickets to see Luke Bryan, Lainey Gardner, Lauren Watkins, and more. That's going to be August 14th. That is a Friday for all you calendar knowers like John Dickinson. Shoreline is your location, and you just dial it up right now. 415-896-KNBR. That's 5627 as your last four digits. That's all you got to do. Not 808-KNBR. Give us the separate contest line, and if you're a lucky caller number 10, make sure you say thank you. You give your information. You give Danny Dunn a smooch through the phone, and you will win the pair of tickets, plain and simple. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m., but we have one more shot tomorrow for you to win those tickets. So if you haven't been lucky this week, don't lose hope just yet. All right, we talked a little football here, and Bill Belichick had some comments, and got to say, Belichick, he's been a little bit feisty.
The hoodie spoke?
For a guy who, was pretty short with the media and ran a very serious and tight operation, he's let loose a little bit. He's coaching in the ACC now. He's got a girlfriend who is much younger than him. He
does? I haven't noticed.
Yeah, nobody's ever talked about it, right?
That's a bad thing?
And Bill Belichick here also getting a little feisty in regards to Bill Polian. Here's what he had to say yesterday.
Bill on Bill crime?
Bill Polian is a jackass. He's just pissed because I'm a massive sex symbol, and he's got to put on his and call his over to get some action. I'm going to show everyone how great of a coach I am by going 4-5 in the ACC next year and losing the Gasparilla Bowl. If Tom Brady isn't punished for the same I'm flashing my on the ACC network every week. Bill's jealous because I've got all the rings and a that makes my and he just looks like a toenail.
Wow, harsh. So the rumor is that Bill Polian, who is one of the voters for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, I was looking at the list of 50, and it is really interesting. Matty Mayoko is one. It's 32, one from each city. Then you have all the at-large contributors. Some of that, you just wonder where they get the why they were chosen to do this. And they do have, Hall of Famers. Bill Polian is a Hall of Famer. Great executive, obviously, with the Carolina Panthers, the Buffalo Bills, and then where it got to Belichick was the Indianapolis Colts and all the rivalry. But there's a rumor out there that Polian did not vote for Bill Belichick. There's too many Bills here on Capitol Hill. But he did. I heard an interview yesterday where Bill Polian delineated, and it was interesting how he said why he voted for him. Not all the matchups where the Colts went against the Patriots in the playoffs, and they usually New England came out on top. Not always, but a lot of them were. But he said, after he left being the GM of the Colts, he went to work and did games for ESPN Radio and studied, and he was so impressed by how diligent, how hard of a worker Bill Belichick was. I'm like, seriously? You didn't know that when you went up against him in championship games and divisional games in the snow and Peyton Manning couldn't figure him out? You didn't know that? It's when you were a broadcaster you had to learn that? But honestly, a lot's been made. Belichick's got to go into the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt. We made the point about how few head coaches went in the first ballot, including Bill Walsh. But honestly, I did not expect him to go on the first ballot. I'm the one guy out there. I would have voted for him if you asked me to pick three of the Veterans Committee. I would have been Kenny Anderson, Roger Craig, and it would have been Bill Belichick. But he didn't get that. So my immediate thought was, and I've been thinking about this the entire time we knew that he was one of the five, is Roger Craig. And I think Frank Gore will not make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer because Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald. I don't think Jason Witten's going to make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer, but the first two will. And there's a
tough first ballot.
There's a waiting order to get in. And Adam Vinatieri has been waited too long, and there's going to be a push for Kuechly to get in, and I think he should get in. But anyway, Belichick's got to get in. There's just there's a system here, and you have to get in the queue. But I think this is the time for Roger Craig to make it. We were kind of dreaming that it could be Roger and Frank Gore. That's probably not going to happen in a Bay Area Super Bowl. But when you heard Cam Inman talk about how the 49ers are not represented enough in the Hall of Fame. Now, when you look at the full list of all the 49ers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, going back to the $1 million backfield. John Brody should be in. But Y.A. Tittle, it goes on and on. There are a lot of great guys from their history. Joe the Jet Perry. Bullet Bob Hayes, at the very end of his career, was a 49er for 4 games in 75, but he was a Cowboy. So you've got a lot of that. Larry Allen's in the Hall of Fame, but he is mainly for the Dallas era. Just in this Rise of the 49ers docuseries we're going to watch on Sunday and Monday, how many of those players are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame that define that era? On defense, it's only Ronnie Lott and Charles Haley. And Charles Haley got traded and won a couple of Super Bowls with Dallas. So, he wasn't even here the whole time. And then on offense, who do you have? You've got Joe and Jerry and Steve. That's it. Those are the only ones from that group that are in the Hall of Fame. You've got the head coach in Bill Walsh, but you don't have the second head coach and the defensive coordinator, George Seifert. So they are underrepresented. When you look at the super Steelers of the 70s and how many they made the Hall of Fame and these other dynasties that have gone on and on with Hall of Famers, they are underrepresented. So, and then you got Roger Craig, who was a 3-time Super Bowl champion, easily in Super Bowl 19, could have been the MVP of that game. Joe, outshone Dan Marino in that game. Joe got it. And his pass to Carl Monroe early in that game was one of the best we've ever seen. But Roger, what he did running and catching and 3 touchdowns in that game easily could have been the MVP of Super Bowl 19. He was not. So when you look at it, they are underrepresented. And I know a lot's been made of Belichick not getting in the first ballot. He will get in eventually. We have run out of eventuallys for high knees and big eyes. Roger Craig, the original Mr. 1000, needs to go in to the Hall of Fame. And just based on the party they had in the Mission, the party they had at the Chase Center Steakhouse that Charmin Carmen was talking about and how they treated that like it was a Hall of Fame induction for Roger Craig. Does Roger not know that they knock on their doors now and they, kind of present them that they're going to make it? I think Roger, a week from the night we're all going to find out, does he not know already that he's been cantonized? And did he not share that with his teammates, or at least some degree with a glimmer in his eye, give him hope that he's got to get in? So I know the national talking point is that the hoodie is not going in on the first ballot. He will go in. I think from our perspective, at last, is Roger Craig going to be a Hall of Famer?
And I think it is about time that he does, because we've been talking about it segment after segment, whether it's guys with Matt Mayoko, who is a Hall of Fame voter, whether it's with somebody like Sal Palantonio, who presented a whole case in front of the Hall of Fame as to why he should be. And it's interesting. And I think Christian McCaffrey in the season that he had actually kind of drew some light to the style that Roger Craig was and being the original 1,000 type of player. So, by the way, Cam Inman also mentioned Daniel Bullocks. And Dieter put this out yesterday. He's not on the 49ers coaching roster right now. Now, I don't know if there's a move that's been announced. Yeah. Nothing's official, but these websites do update pretty quickly. And I do wonder if Daniel Bullocks is going to be the Niners DB coach moving forward.
Yeah, I've heard that even going back a week ago, that he was MIA. So I don't expect him to be named the defensive coordinator. I think there is possibly, and I know Daniel, he's a really good coach, and he did rupture his Achilles celebrating in the Super Bowl an interception by Jair Brown in Super Bowl 58 in Vegas. If that wasn't definitive evidence that working out on that trampoline that was a field at UNLV the week of the Super Bowl contributed to what Dre Greenlaw had happened to him, I think it adversely affected Christian McCaffrey the next year and the lingering Achilles tendonitis. But you have a coach just jumping off the sideline to celebrate. But beyond that, Daniel Bullocks is a good coach. He's been here for a long time. But there was a thought even last week that they weren't sure he was in the building anymore. So, is he going to move on? Would he join Saleh in Tennessee? Would they make a change? There's other people in that room that coach defensive backs that could be elevated there. So before he was omitted from the website, I became aware that was a situation. One other thing, BY, Bryant Young, was on the 49ers in 94 when they won the last Super Bowl. But I'm talking about, so he's a part of that. So you can include him with Charles Haley and with Ronnie Lott, but he wasn't there for 16, 19, 23, 24. He was there at the end of the run, but he is a Hall of Famer. Most of his career was played after that first championship that they won in San Diego, in Miami, over the Chargers. So we could put him into that group, but that was more, when you look at the dynastic 49er franchise that won 5 Super Bowls in 14 years. Yeah. Think about that. From 81 to 94, Super Bowl 16 through 29, they won 5 of them. And how many big playoff games were they in? How many glittering records did they have that year? And the Anthony Carter upset, what happened in Washington on the bad calls at the end, the Jim Burt hit, the Leonard Marshall hit, all and on. They played in the most significant games in pro football. They were the Tiffany franchise, not just in the NFL, in American sport for a decade and a half. They won 10 every damn year. BY was there for his rookie year, the very end of that run, but for most of it, to be so underrepresented as Pro Football Hall of Famers. They got to right this wrong for Roger personally and of those great teams. Roger Craig needs to be a Hall of Famer.
And it's hard to have sustained greatness of that sort. I mean, think about Seattle. I know they made it back to a Super Bowl with an entirely different roster, but there was a moment where they got one in a blowout over the Denver Broncos, and they were a yard away from getting their second straight and looking like they might have a dynasty of some sorts. And then all of a sudden, one jam by Brandon Browner, an interception by Malcolm Butler later, it ended up being sort of a resurfacing of the Patriots, and it shut that whole operation down for Seattle to where it was never really the same. So for anyone wondering, by the way, as far as the practice field, Patriots are going to be practicing at Stanford. Seahawks get San Jose State. Which one's closer to a substation? That's my question.
Oh, you in the substation. I'm getting hungry. I want lunch. But and as far as on game day, the Seahawks will be in the 49ers locker room. Mm-hmm. I was told all year the NFC champion will not be in the home locker room. They'll be in the visitor locker room. But that was under the premise that the 49ers would be the champion. And they did not want the 49ers to have a competitive edge by being in their own locker room on Super Bowl Sunday. But now, 49ers are not playing in that game. The Seahawks are. So Sam Darnold gets to walk back into the same locker room he walked in every day during 2023, and he will do it as the champions of the NFC and try to be the Super Bowl champion. So my advice, and I'm sure they've already done it, Jay Bird and Doc and Gilby, lock up get all your valuables out of there. The ultimate was when the Raiders played Super Bowl 37 in San Diego. My luggage was inadvertently sent to the Chargers facility. Oh. So it was only there for a couple of hours. The point is, as I walked in to get my bag, Marty Schottenheimer was in there cleaning out his desk. And we talked for a while, and he loathed Al Davis. Did not like Al at all. And I said he was just going on and on about how I have to leave my office and allow the Raiders to come in here and take over. And I said, make sure you lock your office, Marty, and make sure you lock, in particular, the top drawer of your desk, because Al's going to go right in there. And then right after that, the Raiders began to decline the other way. The Chargers got good going the other way. There was a Halloween game a couple of years ago where they undeniably ran up the score on the Raiders. They did not stop scoring. They ran 50 power 50 consecutive times, Low Neal leading LT over and over and over again. But I remember just Marty on that Monday packing up his book. Can you imagine having to clean out your building and clean out your office because Al Davis's Raiders are coming into your building to play in the Super Bowl?
Well, that's a good segue into Fred Warner, who was on with the St. Brown Brothers podcast, and he talked about the rivalry. Are the Dallas Cowboys at the top of the list? Is it the Seattle Seahawks? Is it the Los Angeles Rams? We'll hear his thoughts when we come on back. And then little Sharks action, Brody Brazil joining us at 11:50, so don't go anywhere. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Poppin' Silver rolls on. We're going to talk to Brody Brazil coming up. Sharks in Edmonton. Then they play the Calgary Flames. And then we got the Olympic break, man. I got to say, you know, we're talking about this being a little bit of a drier week in sports, trying to figure out what's going to happen with the Giants. We'll get into some of that Framber Valdez and those rumors later. But there's always something going on. And while we wait for baseball season, while football season wraps up, and while we figure out what in the world the NBA landscape is going to look like a week from today, well, the Winter Olympics, they got some good Bay Area athletes. Marcus Thompson is always covering the figure skaters, and so we'll get his thoughts on that next week when he joins us. But, I mean, man, Macklin Celebrini, Team Canada.
And Connor McDavid. They're playing each other tonight. Would they be on the same line on Team Canada or put them on separate lines? We'll ask Brody. That's a great matchup tonight. I mean, Macklin Celebrini is terrific, but Connor McDavid has been the best player in the sport, with all of his Hart Trophy championship wins for MVP and scoring titles, but we'll get into all of that. And then What a time for Mike Tirico. Hopefully we'll get a little time with Mike next week before the Super Bowl. But can you imagine going from calling Super Bowl 60, which he will a week from Sunday, to flying to Italy right away to be the lead anchor for the Winter Olympics? And the opening ceremonies are actually a few days before, on Friday before the Super Bowl. So just what a schedule he's going to have. Speaking of the Super Bowl NBC coverage, have we gotten confirmation that All-Pro Fred will be involved in their pregame coverage? He did such a great job on that December the 28th game, 49ers-Bears on NBC. He was on the pregame show with Tony Dungy and Rodney Harrison and Collinsworth's kid, and he was great last year when he went to Bristol for NFL Countdown Playoff Edition. He was just a natural in the studio, but he was really good on that Sunday night broadcast, and we had heard a lot of rumblings that Fred is going to be a part of NBC's Super Bowl Super 60 coverage to get ready for the Seahawks and the Patriots, but not received confirmation, but I think he's going to do that.
I haven't seen anything official either, but if he does do it, then he's going to be great at it. I mean, he's a real natural, and we just teased some audio from the St. Brown Brothers podcast, and they always have a good time on those shows. Jacob Violante, who's actually going to be with us tomorrow in place of Danny. We always love sending each other Xavier Legette clips back and forth because of his time on that podcast when he's talking about eating raccoon and his thick accent and everything. So
did Fred go in that territory? Did he go to the wilderness?
He went more NFC West territory, talking about the toughness of the division and maybe not so much the Arizona Cardinals as of right now, but he also was asked about the biggest rival and if he sees it as the Rams or the Seahawks. And here were his thoughts.
Certainly not the Arizona Cardinals after what he said about them. Take it easy, Fred.
Yeah, the goofy dragon in that 4-dragon meme. Here was Fred's thoughts, though, on the Rams, the Seahawks, and how he sees those two rivalries.
Neck and neck.
Really?
Neck and neck. It depends on the year. I think over the majority of my career, I'd say the Rams. We didn't have more battles with the Rams. Well, we had their number for a lot of years, and then they kind of flipped it on us the last couple of years. But now it's back to being back and forth. Seattle, we didn't have their number for a minute. And then now they got our number this year. So, it's always back and forth. But I think in the postseason, it's been the Rams.
What about the Cowboys?
What about them?
Do you guys consider those rivals too or no? Because I know you guys have history.
And you grew up a Cowboys fan, didn't you?
I did grow up a Cowboys fan. I hate to say it, but it is. I'm not ever going to tell a lie. I did. But the Cowboys, in order for it to be a rivalry, it's got to be back and forth somehow, right?
Okay.
And for as long as I've been here, they never beat us.
Really?
So never. No, not once. Playoffs, regular season. I've never lost to them. So until they make it interesting, you know what I'm saying? I think I can't really consider them a rival, but I think if you're talking obviously history, then they historically they've been a rival.
What about the Cowboys?
Ouch.
Yeah, what about them? It's kind of like how the Warriors were talking about the Grizzlies a few years ago. Like who? But yeah, Rams, Seahawks. I mean, it makes sense why he would say Rams, certainly in some regards of you lost the NFC Championship to them. Sean McVay's won a Super Bowl, etc. But look, the Seahawks just got your number 2. And as far as we're looking forward, I think you can make a strong case for both of them. Now, who's the bigger rival? You know, what's interesting is I feel like with a lot of the Seahawks hate, and when we did Raf's poll about people preferring more so Rams matchups and the Rams representing the NFC, I don't really think it's an issue with, well, Sam Darnold was a backup quarterback here or anything to do with Jackson Smith and Jigba, Mike McDonald, and I really feel like it's more just the residual hatred from the 12s and maybe some of those personalities that were a little bit more, intense back in the Legion of Boom days. But as far as this team and the coaching staff and the construction, I just get a sense it's more the sickness of the fan base in the 12s and reliving some of those bad memories, probably more so than any actual figures wearing those colors.
Well, I mean, Fred's a younger man of the player. Generationally, the Cowboys are the ancient rival going back to the early 70s and the catch game and all that. But as he point blank said, Cowboys, what about him? He's never lost to the Cowboys and eliminated them in back-to-back years in the playoffs, obviously, when Dak couldn't get the spike down. But that game, when Debo took that toss at the last play of the third quarter, then they came rushing back in the fourth quarter. The Niners were by far the better team. And then we played them the next year, and that was a 9-9 game, late third quarter. George Kittle made that incredible one-hand catch, tipping it out 9 yards, and then McCaffrey ran down their throats. But It's interesting perspective. As far as, Fred, Seattle, I think if you ask most people, would be the rival going back to the Harbaugh-Carroll days and all that, and mediocre Michael Crabtree and Sherm. But then Sherm became a teammate of Fred's, and that Dre Greenlaw play, was the symbol of the rebirth of this franchise to win the number 1 seed and to literally, tackle Jacob Hollister an inch away from the goal line was incredible. But I remember even after that, remember Bobby Wagner's, what was that, a 98-yard interception return for a touchdown? He had a long one against the 49ers. The Travis Homer fake punt, he goes 73 yards for a touchdown. So Seattle was always competitive and actually beat the Niners even when the Niners were good until Brock Purdy arrived. And then Brock just never lost to him until, obviously, losing to them twice in a span of 2 weeks was not good. The Rams is just more of a recent, beat L.A. for Fred. And, when Fred first got here, they were better with the Gurley man. They were in Super Bowls. The Niners were not. And then, the flip. Remember Fred's pick 6 against Jared Goff?
Yeah.
At the end of the 19-year on that Saturday night game.
16s.
That was a huge, huge play to flip that game. And the 49ers were clearly better, as Fred was talking about, beating him 9 straight times and then, losing the championship game. But as far as next year, it's on. And he took some shots at Arizona that was not good. And that's going to be bulletin board material whenever they do hire a head coach in Arizona. I assume they will get one eventually. They got to get a quarterback. They got to get a head coach. But as far as 49ers, Rams, Seahawks, what a battle that is going to be next year. You got to get healthy to get back on their level. There were times this year I thought the Rams were better than Seattle, and there were times I thought Seattle was better than the Rams. It was just the quarterback was better in L.A. Now I don't know. It's Sam's, at a role where he's not turning the ball over. Seattle clearly is better. But who knows? Going into next year, who do you pick to win the NFC West next year? If the Seahawks do win the Super Bowl a week from Sunday, will they lose a little of their edge? Who are they going to lose off their roster? What are they going to do with Kenneth Walker III in the walk year? What do they do with Reek Woolen? And then what do the Rams do? I think Stafford's coming back for at least one more year. But what other changes are they going to make? But, man, heading into next year, you can make the point as those 3 teams from the NFC West are not just the best teams in the NFC West. They're not just the best teams in the NFC. They are arguably the best teams in the NFL. Seahawks, Rams, Niners. What order do you put it in next year?
Well, and if Clint Kubiak takes one of the 2 remaining coaching jobs, how do we view it on that plane with
what
the
if
offense?
He goes to Arizona? You take that job? Would he take that? Are the Raiders waiting for him? What are they waiting for? Anybody to take their job?
Tom Brady.
He's going to be the head coach and quarterback and president
owner,
of baseball operations
He'll do
and
all
owner.
of it. Yeah, Fernando
and
Mendoza
run the docu-series Rise of the 49ers. How many jobs that guy want?
Let's talk to Brody Brazil when we come on back. Sharks Oilers tonight. Celebrini, McDavid. Some good action in Canada. We'll talk to him next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, last year the Sharks broke the internet in that tilt where Mac Will and Toffoli all got goals in the same game. Then they forced Tyler into paying off a sleepover bet that night at the team hotel. Wait a second. 71 and 73 already have goals in this game? No. Actually, yes. And you know what? I'll do a favor here and show you the replays from every single camera angle we have. The Sharks were on the power play. Will Smith had just a quick moment to dust it off. Hard to see where Smitty even saw room to shoot this puck. It's like the tippy top of top shelf action. Macklin picks up his 50th assist on the season with the secondary. It's goal 15 on the year for Smith. And the Sharks feeling pretty good up 4-1. And the status of sleepover 2.0, well, that's unknown.
When you hear a breakdown like that, it only means one thing and one thing only. By the way, little Taylor Swift action, too. A lot of blank spaces there. And not quite a blank in terms of a shutout, but the Sharks, they do like that 2 or fewer stat if you were somebody named Brody Brazil. So we'll talk about the rest of this road trip to the man who not only joins us on the UMA guest line, he's got the greatest home studio of all. You can catch him right here on YouTube and Twitch. Brody, thanks so much for your time. How are you today, man?
Wow, you've rolled out the red carpet with Taylor Swift for my introduction song. And I see on the live stream, Papa, you've got a Celebrini jersey already?
I got a 71 plus 2 equals 73. So excited.
Well, that's Tyler Toffoli. Yeah,
I know.
Smith,
That's where we just
you
went.
do the math.
That's where we just
so
went.
wait a second.
Yeah.
You know, I'm realizing here, people are asking, are the Sharks back? And I've been waiting to kind of make that proclamation. I don't know what it means. Does playoffs mean you're back, whatever? Now I think I know. When Greg Papa has the Celebrini sweater, now I know the Sharks are back.
I am a bandwagon jumper, a teal jumper, going back to Jumbo Joe and Little Joe and Patty and the whole group. And we went down there and did a lot of shows with you on TV and radio. So let me just ask this, and obviously we'll see. But Macklin is he's so skilled. He is so fun to watch. Fill this in for me. Macklin Celebrini is the most talented Sharks player blank ever, since Patty, since Joe. How do you Macklin Celebrini is the most talented Sharks player blank.
Yeah. Potentially ever. And I'm going to say that because of his age. And he's already doing the things like at some point, Joe Thornton was a great offensive threat, could assist from pretty much anywhere on the ice. And I do remember it was like the 2012 or 13 season. And all of a sudden, Joe's playing a totally different defensive game. And you're thinking, all right, here's a guy who's already a future Hall of Famer, who's already established himself as all these things. Now he's playing defense at the level he's playing with the puck. Macklin's like already doing those things, and he's not even 20 years old. So I think the way I would say is he has the potential at this point to be a couple different things. And I mean, you can talk about it from the Sharks' perspective to maybe be the greatest Shark ever. And I also realize I got to hold my horses here because we got to let this play out. But I mean, I'm also going to eventually, if he's on that same trajectory that I'm seeing and expecting and hoping for, I'm going to put him in the same conversation as Bay Area legends like Joe Montana, Ricky Henderson, Jerry Rice,
Steph
Barry
Curry,
Bonds,
Steph
Curry. I mean, the list is going to keep going on and on here. Like, it is that company that he could be in at this trajectory. And again, it's not just because of his point production this year. It's literally because he does everything. He is intellectual, his IQ. He is ahead of the game nearly the entire game.
Well, Brody, we know that a lot of people are starting to flock to this team, and I saw the post you wrote about it, which I thought was very well said. But here in the Bay Area, let's be honest, we are incredibly spoiled with all of the teams who, some of them departed now. We know what it looks like when a superstar is on the rise, and that's what you're getting, not just with Macklin, but some of the other young talent around him. From a team perspective, I want to get your thoughts on this, because last year they looked like a young team with talent that didn't quite know how to finish a game. Maybe it would fall apart at the end of the third period, maybe in overtime. They just couldn't hold on. And then it started that way this year. But then all of a sudden they flipped a switch where not only were they a really tough out down the stretch, they are a team that you want on your side in overtime. Were you surprised that they were able to flip the switch so quickly? And how do you think they did it?
Yeah, they're definitely ahead of schedule. A lot of people asked me at the beginning of this year, what's the expectation? And I said, well, it's a 2-year plan. And that 2-year plan is eventually to get back to the playoffs, be competitive. And then once you cross that threshold of being a postseason team, then you start talking about making runs and doing it for 5, 6, 7, 10 years in a row. But to get to the playoffs and potentially do it this year, and look, it's a very competitive NHL. The parity is at an all-time high. And I'm saying parity, not parody. It's just every team. It just
I'm glad you cleared that up for me.
Well, no, because when people say it quickly, they're like, "Do you say parody?"
I got it. You are a jokester. You are a jokester.
I try. It's depending on which way the wind blows. Like you're in the playoffs or not right now, so it's going to be tough for them to crack that this year. But they're definitely ahead of schedule. And at this point, I think for me, kind of the biggest surprise is just that all the little things have happened for this team, and in the right timing. To your point, and by the way, how do I do this with two Gregs? Do I say Silver and Papa? Is that what I do?
Pops and Silver. I don't know.
Do I say, all right, so Mr. Silver.
OG, Young G, whatever it is.
Or you could just say Greg and make us guess.
Greg?
Hip Greg.
Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly. So, like, they have 9 overtime wins this year, and on a 9-game overtime win streak. Those are the games, those are the wins they weren't getting last year. They've come through in the clutch. Is that a little bit of Macklin? Sure, but it's a little bit of everybody being a lot more mature. This team is so much deeper scoring. So if you're asking me, like, what is the instant noticeable improvement? It's how they're finishing games and how they're doing late in games and being able to manage wins.
I just love the skill. I just love what I'm watching. You know, just how easy they make the game look. And, you know, with Macklin, I don't know if he's a one-time sniper or a guy that can make people better, you know, like a Jumbo Joe. I think it's both. I think he's got a little bit in that. But also with Will Smith, we can't overlook the ability of his running mate. And I love, you know, Drew Mendez. So great to have him back on the broadcast. And he just adds so much. He's the Mike Krukow, Tim Ryan of Bay Area sports, really.
Totally.
So he was interviewing, he and Randy after the game the other night, interviewing Will. And he said, you know, tell the audience the line you have, you know, as you pass me in the hallway. And it's can't teach this,
that.
Can't teach that, can't touch that.
Yeah.
And it's just the God-given ability. You know the game so well, not just with Macklin, but Will Smith. And I'm sure they're getting great coaching, but it's just the pure ability and skill that both of these young men have at such a young age. It just blows me away. So if Macklin is a Willie Mays or a Steph Curry, who is Will Smith? Is he Willie McCovey? Is he Klay Thompson? Is he Jerry to Joe? What are we looking at with this duo?
Yeah. Montana had Rice. You know, I mean, I think it's that. Or if you want to look at any great Giants pitcher over the years who had Buster Posey doing the catching. And actually, Pop, I do want to point this out because Rick Celebrini recently did an interview talking about, you know, the backstory of Macklin, who he really is, and stuff that Macklin just doesn't ever talk about. I mean, at least publicly. He doesn't ever want to talk about himself. But Rick, his dad, was talking about how Will, you know, Mac is so focused and so competitive, and he's always been that way. And since like 13 or 14, he's been on this drive and this mission. He says that like hanging out with Will away from games, away from the ice, kind of loosens him up a little bit, and Macklin needs that. So beyond the playmaking and beyond the chemistry that they have on the ice, and they've literally assisted on, I don't know, or helped each other and combined on 47 goals together so far this year. It's crazy. They're on ice chemistry, but off ice too. I think it's important for them to be there for each other, to go through this experience together. And look, you've got, you know, I mean, Macklin, who's probably going to get more of the attention, more of the spotlight. And I agree to your point. sleeping on Smitty is the wrong thing to do, but it's kind of the embarrassment of riches of the Sharks right now. The Sharks are like, and I'll say this because I know it's the audience here on KNBR, you take how the Dodgers are acquiring talent through signing them. The Sharks are doing the exact same thing, except they're drafting those players. They're getting them in a more fair way.
Nice farm system.
It's that kind of talent, though. Yeah.
The Dodgers did draft some of them. We got to give them.
Which ones? And which ones?
Exactly, give me a moment.
Exactly.
Max Muncy was at Oakland A. Well, no, Mookie was a Red Sox. All right, point well taken. All right.
We're talking to Brody Brazil here on the Yuma guest line. Also, you can see him on the stream, and it's great to have him. So a lot of talk about Macklin, Will Smith, and these young players that are making plays and scoring goals and all that. But, for the fans that are starting to get a little bit more into this, there's also youth on the defensive side. Sam Dickinson, to name somebody, or Yaroslav Askarov, the young goalie who has really taken leaps this year. So what would you say defensively the next steps are for the Sharks to take as they get ready to face a lot of tough competition, including tonight? 3-time Hart Trophy winner Connor McDavid. That's not an easy task.
Well, and I would agree that the Sharks' depth scoring has gotten a lot better this year. Like, they're not getting shut out. They can keep themselves in games, but I think the other part about it is that their defense has shored up tremendously. And I'll point right to Dmitry Orlov, who was an offseason signing for San Jose, time on ice leader, not a guy who scored a bunch of goals for this team this year, but he and Timothy Liljegren and Shakir Mukhamadullin and Mario Ferraro, who is now the longest tenured Shark, and this is amazing, on defense, the longest tenured Shark, but a Shark who's never been in a playoff game because he came in right after that run was over in 2019. My point is that everybody has stepped it up a little bit, but that kind of is the area of critique of a lot of Sharks fans who are looking at the trade deadline. Now, Mike Grier just did bring in Kiefer Sherwood, the Canucks' leading scorer, to add to a little bit of depth and grit up front as a forward. But I do agree. I think that's kind of the focal point. People are happy and satisfied with the steps the blue line has made this year, but there is still a little bit more room to lock down, especially if you do make the playoffs. That's all the playoffs are about is, defense and holding opponents off the score sheet. So there have been some strides, but I do think defensively that's kind of the number one emphasis area of where this team could get better and take its next steps. But some more in the pipeline, some more young defensive talent in the pipeline still to come. So it's not like the Sharks can't fix this, can't solve this, and won't get better. They will. It's just right now that might be a little bit of a weak area that they're looking at.
Yeah, obviously we're fixated on the NBA trading deadline, which was a week from today, February the 5th, and getting Giannis Antetokounmpo. You mentioned Mike Grier, the Sharks GM. The NHL deadline's a month later. It is March the 6th. So explain to our audience the race they're in for a wild card spot. Utah's right there. The LA Kings are right there. Release the Kraken right there. What do they need to do? It's been a long time since 2019, since they made the playoffs. How do they get there? And what do you think they have to add or should be thinking of adding more specifically between now and March the 6th to maybe make a push to get into the playoffs and end the drought?
A right-handed defensive shot, like I said earlier, I think that, that's kind of the bolstering area defensively of what do you add, and not even an offensive-minded defenseman, somebody who can log a lot of minutes. You're talking probably about a top 4 type D, big and physical, but look, every team wants that. It's crazy because in the last recent years, the Sharks have come up to this point and, their Mackenzie Blackwoods, their Mikhail Granlunds, their Cody Cece's, their Jake Wallmans, have all been traded away because, well, they were talented players and the Sharks wanted to prepare for the future. So this year, the Sharks are actually going out and giving up 2 picks to get Kiefer Sherwood or whatever they might do next. I'll say it like this. I don't feel like Mike Grier is in a pressure spot to have to even do something. If you look at the way that at least the fan base feels and media feels about this team, it's okay if they do nothing. Like standing pat this year is actually a sign of, oh my gosh, there's been progress made and you don't have to move some of your known commodities for future considerations. I don't know that the Sharks are yet at that point where they want to go out and, I know Artemi Panarin is out there and the Rangers are trying to get rid of him and, they're completely rebuilding the organization, but I don't know if he fits here now. I don't know. I don't know if the Sharks are in that really expensive splurge mode yet. Someday, next year, 2 years down the road, maybe they might be. I just don't know that they're in that spot. But again, I think most people would be happy if they honestly didn't do much, even after this point.
Brody, as we went through the 49ers season and they made the playoffs despite all the injuries and adversity that they overcame to get there, we talked about how valuable it was to get some of these younger players in their second year or in their first year, their first ever playoff experience, because they're going to need to rely on this youth even as they got a George Kittle, a Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, guys that are great but getting a little bit older. Purdy, not as much, but certainly the guys who are getting into their 30s. So this Sharks season, I think, is going to be a success regardless of how it ends. I guess the question for me is, how much more of a success would this season be if they're able to break that 7-year playoff drought and get these guys some playoff series experience?
I think, to your point, the fan who's been watching them for years and watching this this season since its beginnings, that fan's already won over. Like, the boxes have been checked, and no matter how it goes or concludes, people are pretty satisfied. But to get the casual fan going and to reignite that, and obviously as a team employee, I'll say from the business side, it sure would be nice to sell some playoff tickets and host a couple playoff games. So all those things, I think getting to the playoffs at this point, because they've already proven themselves through 51 games. And look, after the Olympic break, they're going to have a lot of games in a short period of time. It should be an easier strength of schedule. They've got the ability here to maybe flirt with 85, 90 points by the end of this season. They've already made their mark. I just think playoffs would be the icing on the cake. Playoffs would be the thing that captures the casual fan and puts the Sharks in the spotlight of buzz. Like, I don't know where the Warriors are going to be come springtime. I know baseball season, everybody's excited about Tony V and the Giants. But I'm just saying the Sharks have the ability to capture the landscape a little bit of the Bay Area, especially if they return to the playoffs this year.
Without a doubt. Great to hear your voice, my friend. And, we lost a week ago. We haven't talked much about it because it happened right after we were off the air on Friday. But I was a huge fan of John Brody's. I think we were talking about, Roger Craig and guys that should be in the Hall of Fame. John Brody in 1970, the first year after the merger, was the most valuable player in the NFL. And he could throw the ball deep as anybody. They didn't win, much, like the Sharks were in a drought in the 60s, but he got in the playoffs in 70 and 71 and 72. I know Murph's been talking a lot about him. We used to haven't had the forum, but you recently had an interesting interaction with John Brody's daughter, one of the great athletes in Bay Area sports history, not just football, but what a great golfer and tennis player he was.
Yeah, broadcaster too.
Watched a lot of his games, taught me a lot.
With Bay Area roots, right? Oakland Tech,
Bay Area,
Stanford. So, I mean, as you know, my real name is Brody Brazil. People think that's a fake name, stage name, adult name. It's not. I'm really named after John Brody, and so I told a quick story. I made a YouTube video the day after I found out about his passing. And look, YouTube is great. It's amazing that I make this video, and literally later that day, I get an email from John Brody's daughter, who I never met, didn't know. Somebody had passed it on to her. Just the power of social media. And the quick story I told was that when I was 13 years old, autograph signing in San Francisco, my dad takes me, we're in line. We just want to get a jersey signed. We kind of in line found out that he was just not in a good mood that day. And I don't know, he was being quick with people. My dad's like, well, this may not be how we expected. We walk up to the front. My dad says, so Mr. Brody, this is my son named Brody after you. And like time stops, everything stops. His face goes from cold and dark to glowing and bright, and asking me questions and insisting we take a picture. He signed the jersey, instead of just signing it, he said, to Brody, use this sparingly, John Brody. Like I was ever going to wear the jersey he signed. It still hangs in my office here at the house to this day. It's framed and hangs up. So anyway, I just said I'm forever proud to be named after somebody. That's my only one interaction with him as a kid. But if he treated everybody that way, I'm proud to continue, bearing his name. So yeah.
So tell me about your dad. I mean, how did he convince your mom to name? I mean, how big of a John Brody fan was your dad?
Well, I believe the story goes, and you might have started this story like more than a decade ago, that you were broadcasting a game in the background while I was being conceived.
Wow!
That vision still haunts me, Pop.
It's true. So why weren't you named Papa or Greg.
I think you were in your first year of Warriors back then.
Or Superman. Sleepy Floyd is Superman. It could have been that.
Yeah. I mean, my dad grew up going to games at Kezar, and I think it's cool. Like, John Brody was the last quarterback at Kezar and the first quarterback at Candlestick. I mean, what a hell of a time between, 70 and 71.
I know.
I guess my dad convinced her, and she probably was like, whatever, it sounds good enough. So, I don't know that she wasn't the fan. He was. But, so yeah, that's the origins and that's the namesake. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of Celebrinis or Macklins running around. My son is named Max, and we've already thought about maybe changing his name to like Maxlin, just to kind of.
How old is he? Can you get away with it still?
He's 8. Yeah, so we're at
the
the
right on the edge.
So it's crazy because he's only 11 years younger than Macklin. It's crazy. Like kids are buying into the Sharks. Kids are fast. My son, I've been working for the Sharks for 17, 18 years, or with the Sharks and around the team. And now it's this year. It's his 8-year-old year where he wants to go to games. He stays up late to watch the game. So it's happening.
You got him on ice skates? Is he skating yet?
He asked about that. I said,
he's got to learn.
Daddy kind of works at the tank, so Daddy can take you there.
We have ice time. You don't have to go 3 o'clock in the morning.
No, we got a whole NHL rink to go skate on. So I'm working. I'm not pushing him, but I'm open to opening the door. Damn,
unbelievable.
I love it. Healthy parenting all around. Brody, you're the best man. And by the way, you can go check out any of his YouTube videos because he's up to 96,000, getting close to 97,000 subscribers. So you won't be alone.
Home studio. It's incredible. Tell your dad I stay high, by the way, bro day.
I appreciate that. It's crazy. My mom just texted me. This is the power of the sports leader, by the way.
She wanted to name you Gregory, didn't she?
I did not tell her I was going to be on the program today. She says, I thought we were going to have a girl, so I went with it. Sorry, Mom.
It's a boy. Damn, let's go with Brody. What the hell?
This is what you got. There was a different name if I was a girl. But
didn't they do ultrasounds or sonograms back then? They couldn't tell?
This was 81, dude. This was I think that was probably happening in 1980.
That's your sketch. Could we get anything going there? I don't know.
That's a hell of a coin flip.
They knock on the belly back then like, oh, yeah, feels like a boy, feels like a girl, whatever.
I love it. I love how she was just willing to risk it all for a coin flip right there. She's like 50-50, I'll win. And hey, didn't happen. And there we got Brody Brazil.
Hey, can I just
be a boy.
We're probably way over time. Can I just say two things? Yeah. And I'll do it while I'm on KNBR here. I know some people in Sharks fandom are like, hey, we've always wanted you to cover the Sharks more. I appreciate you guys for always like having me on. And same thing with Copes and other Papa, D-Pop. For having me on. I will come on and talk Sharks with you guys anytime. And I appreciate the effort. Like, all of where this team is going is an opportunity for everybody to latch on. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, Papa, it is so good to see you back in studio. It is so good to see you back doing your thing. And you sound great. And I missed you the whole time. I know. I'm probably late in saying this, but you know how I've been rooting for you the entire time. It's
You've been texting me from the start, brother. You're like family. Yeah. And we were desk mates together for years. We were right across the aisle.
You MF'd me so many times. I took that as that was the honor. That's when you knew you made it.
I wanted Derek was the choice. He wasn't my choice. My choice for Derek would have been mother effer. No, I can't quite do that.
I thought you would have named your first son Giambi. I thought that would have been
which one though?
Giambi
Which
Papa.
one?
I don't know.
Slide! Get down! Get down! No, it would have been Baines. Baines!
Harold, or just Harold
just
Papa.
Harry?
Harold Papa.
So he's named after John Brody. Isn't that great? Brody! Yeah. Love you, brother.
There you go.
You're the best, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
We got to have you on once a week and talk Sharks hockey. Let's do it.
Do whatever you want, honestly.
All right.
I'm available. I'll see you guys.
Best home studio
dude,
ever.
with that 4K studio, how are we not going to have him on all the time?
Great John Brody story. Do you know he was named after John Brody?
I did, but not until John Brody passed and I saw it on his social media. So, but I love that so much. Like, his mom is gambling on the biological sex of the baby and risking the name on it. My mom is gambling on the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. I mean, I got to kind of raise her standard a little bit.
Not good.
Not good.
So if he was a girl, what would have been the name?
Well, that's the first question for the next hit.
Yeah, we'll just save that for you. Anyway.
Great to have him get a little bit of Sharks action on. And Tim Kawakami is going to be joining us coming up in about a half an hour. So what do you think? We get back into the Giannis rumor of it all, or we get into the Framber Valdez rumor of it all? It's a rumor Thursday. So I'm willing to go any route here.
Let's go Framber for a while. We got time before we get into Kawakami.
All right, Framber Valdez. We think it's going to happen. How would that alter your perception of the offseason? And how pissed off are you? Are you on the Marcus Boucher scale of crossing up his catcher? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
And I like his style because he's extremely unique. High three-quarter release, big curveball, one of the best in the game. Clayton Kershaw type curveball that not only gets strikeouts, but it gets ground balls. And he also has one of the best sinkers that gets lots of ground balls, and he's left-handed. I mean, what's not to like?
That's Mike Krukow on with Murph and Marcus this morning. The Giants have intensified talks with Framber Valdez. This comes via Hector Gomez, and while it doesn't mean anything official, it certainly would alter how we're perceiving the offseason if after all the talk about the Giants not wanting to spend heavy money on pitching, they go get Adrian Hauser, they go get Tyler Mahle. Maybe Landon Roop is next in line to get through a full season and take another jump as a starter, but you got Logan Webb, who made the top 10 MLB Network starting pitchers list, actually at number 3. We're going to see him in the World Baseball Classic. You have Robbie Ray, who was fantastic in the first half of last season and named an all-star. And then beyond that, you got guys that you're trying to get some value on, but Framber Valdez still out there. Could he go back to Baltimore? Could he end up going to the San Francisco Giants? And I know when we get Walter back, that was one of those early targets he was looking at, but I know there's a lot made about Salazar and the incident with him getting crossed up with his catcher. But the bottom line is, if he did end up signing, yeah, sure. If he's an everyday player on this team, you can worry about some of the locker room meshing and everything. But the bottom line is, that would be a huge upgrade as far as pitching. And if you really want to dream that this is a wild card team, well, there's your 3 right there. Webb, Ray, Framber in a playoff series.
And 2 of them are lefties. Mm-hmm. And when you deal with the L.A. Dodgers, you got to get left-handed hitters out, the very best in all of baseball. And they got some good right-handed hitters as well, obviously. But as far as the incident where he gave up a home run and then he purposely crossed up his catcher and said breaking ball and drilled him with a fastball, that is, I've never heard of anybody ever doing something like that. You do it to the wrong catcher, there's going to be a fight on the mound. If they think you purposely did that, I don't know the specifics of that, but I've never heard of anybody doing that to a teammate. So that is out there. But I think you got to move on here. First of all, it's Dusty Baker. There's some people, and obviously Buster knows him, and Zach Manassian, and Tony's studying him, but it would come down to Dusty, and what kind of guy is he? So to even get to the stage where they're presenting an offer to him, the one thing would be this is just so against what they've done the entire offseason. They got Harrison Bader. They were not looking to get Kyle Tucker or Cody Bellinger. They got a guy to a 2-year deal for $20.5 million. A lot of money, but not by baseball standards. The Adrian Hauser deal was likewise comparable, 2 years, $20 million. The Tyler Mahle deal is a 1-year deal, $10 million. They just have not shown any inclination to pay the kind of money you'd think it would cost to get Framber Valdez. Now, is his market coming back where you could get him at a depressed price that makes it worth it? Maybe. But what are we actually looking at here? And then it would be a Dusty Baker recommendation for him. And obviously, Boch, who went against him when the Rangers played the Astros. I remember watching him specifically during the 2020 year when the Toronto Blue Jays, well, I guess it may have been the year after. It was 2021. Because the 20 year, we weren't watching anybody in person. It was all with no fans in the stands. And the World Series was played in Arlington when the Dodgers won that. It must have been the year after when Toronto was still having problems getting across the border to leave from Toronto to go play on the road. And they played the first half or 2/3 of their schedule in 21 at Sahlen Field in Buffalo. And I was there during the 21 year to visit my mom and dad, and they were playing the Astros. The Blue Jays were playing, and I texted Dusty, and he got me 4 tickets to watch him play on that Sunday. So I watched Valdez pitch, and I had seen him on TV before, but he is a trip when you watch him. It's like he's doing the tango. He's up, he's back, he's here, he's there. He's not smooth, but he is effective. And as Mike Krukow often says, what is pitching? It is upsetting the timing of a hitter. This guy upsets the timing of everybody in the ballpark. It looks like every pitch is a balk. His mechanics are just unorthodox. But he obviously is a horse. That 21 year was the first time he was a full-time starter in the big leagues. I mean, he was up the year before in 20, but that wasn't a regular year. He only played 60 games that year. That next year, every start he made was 22 of them was a starting pitcher. And the next year, he actually led the National League in innings pitched. He was over 200 innings that year. So he's like a Logan Webb kind of guy. He has tremendous stuff. He has a tremendous presence on the mound. He was a 15-game winner a couple of years ago, and he was part of a World Series championship club where he was instrumental in the playoffs. So as far as his ability, there's no doubt. You put Robbie Ray, I don't know how you would line it up. I always like to go left, right, left. So I assume Logan Webb after the World Baseball Classic will come back on the night of March the 25th and be your opening night starter.
That'd be 5th in a row.
Against Max Fried, and it would be a righty versus a lefty. I would like to see them line it up where it would be a left, right, left situation just for arm angle. I don't know how you would do that with Webb as your number. But Framber Valdez, say Logan Webb comes back from the World Baseball Classic and he's not lined up to start March the 25th. You could easily go either Robbie Ray or Framber Valdez and then put Webb behind him and then go with the other guy and go left, right, left. The other guys, and we like Landon Roop, he's a young, unproven pitcher. Hauser, we have to watch these guys a little bit. Tyler Mahle, we know from the National League, and obviously Bochy had him as well. So I'm all in on Framber Valdez. I think they need more pitching. They do not have enough pitching. Even if Hayden Birdsong comes back to what he should be, that guy has great stuff, pure stuff. I'd line him up with any of these names, including Framber Valdez. But he's got to get in the strike zone. He went AWOL. Right when we had him on the patio and we had a baseball out there, and he's showing us how he grips the kick change. The next start against the Atlanta Braves, he had no idea where home plate was.
It was also right around the time you put me on alert about the curse that you and Lund had forever. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, we do have that.
I didn't fix anything.
We do have that. We have that curse. No hits McGee was the first there. Anyway, okay, I'm all in.
Yeah.
How much will it cost?
Yeah.
What are we looking at? The owner is on record as saying we don't want to give long-term deals to pitchers. Framber Valdez has been pretty much durable. He makes 30 starts a year. He's kind of your Logan Webb. Not only the 201 innings in 22 to lead the National League. Last year, 192. The year before, 176 and a third. The year before that, 198. I don't want to jinx him. We have a curse here. But, how much? How many years you got to give him? What are we talking about? This guy is he a $30 million a year kind of pitcher? Then I think ownership says no. This could be a product of the agent driving up the price. I mean, this is a pitcher. Pitchers and catchers report right after Super Bowls are won or lost. It's time to go. Where is he going? Does he have a home? Does he want a home? So I think there's a little bit of that. Based on what they've done this offseason, I don't see him allocating those kind of dollars for those kind of years to get a Framber Valdez, but I could be wrong. And maybe they see, well, look at his number here. He should get this. He's not going to get this. We could get him for that. And maybe they do bring him in. But the owner is on record as, being concerned about injury, although he's not proven to be injured. And as we segue and, we're trying to trade and sign this guy and, we'll get into the Giannis sweepstakes with Kawakami in a little bit. The injury factor with him, he's not been hurt. He has had the calf injury, but you do worry about it becoming a ruptured Achilles tendon. How many years are you comfortable extending to a pitcher who is in his early 30s? This would be his age 32 year. He has not had a history of arm problems, but by and large, you are a little leery of giving a contract out. So as far as the player goes, the pitcher, I'm all on board. I think the fact that he crossed up his own teammate is very poor. As being a teammate, I never heard of such a thing.
Especially a rookie catcher.
I have heard about it to umpires where the catcher gets out of the way a little bit. You can drill an umpire. Now, that's dastardly. But to do that to your own teammate is despicable. And I wonder, what the situation was. We'd have to see that. But I think they'd move on. But the bottom line question is how much? Are we talking about a 4-year deal at $100 million for this guy or $120? Would ownership, if you are, pursuing him, ownership must on some degree be on board with that. But that would be contrary to what Greg Johnson told Season Slusser at the beginning of the offseason. It'd be contrary to everyone that they have not pursued this offseason. So why would it be for Framber Valdez? Would that be the Dusty doctrine and the Dusty recommendation? But as far as the player and the ability and all that, I'm on board with the guy. He's a quality top of the rotation. What you've done with Hauser and Melee is look to the back of the rotation. Framber Valdez is a 1, 2, or 3.
Well, also, I'm glad you brought this up. We're looking into Framber Valdez a little bit last night. This is a guy that can accumulate innings, and you're trying to figure things out with your bullpen, too. A lot of unproven arms back there. And last year, it was the BBB, baseball's best bullpen. But slowly, via trade, via injury, it got decimated. And then at the end of the year, you didn't even have a closer. And by the way, you're not getting Randy Rodriguez back this year either with this Tommy John. So if you can give a little bit of reprieve to your bullpen, especially pitching in this division with those type of players you got to be facing, say you got the Padres or the Dodgers for a 3-game, or sometimes you got the 4-game series. Not even to mention Arizona, that you finished ahead of them by a game last year, but look at the offense they got on their team and the series that's going to command too. So for a lot of those reasons, I'm on board with it. But then the question to your point is, what is the money and how many years would you have to go in the AAV of it all? So,
and if you do sign him, and then you have, everybody stays healthy and makes March 25th on time, you could take one of these arms and move them into the bullpen. Because right now you've got 5 guys that can start.
Right.
Valdez would be a 1 or a 2. He's that, or a 3 with Robbie Ray. He would immediately pass Landon Roop and Hauser and Melee. So would you move one of those guys? And then if Hayden Birdsong does figure out his mechanics and he does break camp with you,
he could be a long reliever.
You could make him back into that role that we didn't think he could do last year because he's never done it. But he could easily, be that guy that could come in and face not just a inning, but multiple innings, maybe 2 or 3 out of the bullpen. That's where he started to flourish early last year before he went into your rotation.
All right, Tim Kawakami coming up in about 10 minutes. Then we've got a little Gold Bar Whiskey event for the Super Bowl. And then, that's right, it's by the law of double dipping. You always got to go back for seconds. Danny's Double Dips is returning at the end of our show, and he's going to ask us some hard-hitting questions. We'll talk about Giannis next as we get ready for Kawakami on The Sports Leader.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we're going to talk to Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard coming up. Has written a lot about the Warriors and the trade deadline, as well as the 49ers and how they should have their foot on the gas here in this offseason. And we'll be getting deep into the football side of it next week. The Rams have got to be feeling it after losing the NFC Championship in that fashion. And Seattle, in a couple of games where their defense got the ball moved on them, they found a way to beat the LA Rams, and they have earned an NFC Championship appearance, or berth, I should say, and an appearance in the Super Bowl, which is coming up next Sunday, as you know very, very well. As far as the Giannis side of it, and Tim's been writing a lot in the SF Standard. First, he threw out Lauri Markkanen after the Jimmy Butler injury, and now the fact that John Horst and the Milwaukee Bucks have just cracked this door open. Well, you know Joe Lacob is going to do Lacob things, and that's try to be as aggressive as possible to bring a superstar like that to the Bay Area.
Tim's got a story up on the SF Standard right now that I'm reading, how the Warriors can win the long path. Here's the Warriors' long path shot to winning the Giannis sweepstakes. So we'll get into it. And obviously, do you take the short path and do it between now? And by the way, the trading deadline is less than a week away. It comes up in the middle of our show on Thursday, a week from today, at noon, our time, 3 o'clock Pacific. So right in the middle of our show when we're on Radio Row next Thursday, we'll know whether or not they made this trade. My point, again, knowing this ownership and everything we've heard, the Warriors will make every push to get Giannis Antetokounmpo in the next week. But if they cannot, how do they handle the deadline if Giannis is not moved? I think there is a pathway to do this now, but John Horst and the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis's camp, and ultimately, who will decide if Giannis gets traded in the next week? John Horst and the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo. He will decide which home he wants to go to. Is it best to do it in the next week, or is it best to do it over the summer? If the Warriors are at an impasse, or the whole league is. Now, if he goes somewhere else, then you can pivot and it's moved on. If he's not traded in the next week, do the Warriors do anything to take them out of a Giannis acquisition over the summer? I think they will hold firm. They will not make a move. So Kuminga's, and by the way, how bad is this bone bruise with Jonathan Kuminga? I'd like to see him on the floor for the Warriors' benefit, for Jonathan Kuminga's benefit. He's missed too much time. And to ascertain, if I'm trading for Kuminga, I'd like to know, does he have a heartbeat? Maybe if I'm Milwaukee, I don't need to know. I'm not going to play him anyway. I'm going to get him, stash him, tank the rest of the year, try to keep my own pick, and then do what I get for the Giannis trade. But if Milwaukee does not move him, and they're going to say, we're not doing it in the next week, we'll do it over the summer, I could see the Warriors just doing nothing. And Tim's talked about Lauri Markkanen, and I do like him. He's a 7-footer who can score 28 a game. I didn't love him last night, I got to say. There were a couple of moments, the dunk he had over Draymond. I also think his conditioning is not great right now. He was really sick. Yeah. He missed 7 straight games with the flu. I mean, Steph missed a few games. You're like, well, what's wrong with him? They can normally, get guys over this flu in modern medicine, especially in professional sports locker rooms, pretty quickly, or quickly enough where you're missing maybe a game or 2, not 7. So I'm willing to move beyond that. But overall, how much does he help you defensively? He's a good scorer for his size. He rebounds okay. So if you think, maybe you just get a feel from Giannis and his camp. The Bucks are not going to do it right now. He's not going to do it right now. What's the likelihood we get you in the summer? Can we get you then? Would you trade him to us? Does Giannis want to? If you get those vibes, then everything else is on hold. If you get the vibes, he wants to go here. He wants to bring other teams in. It's going to be a long shot. I think the Warriors would still hold steady with the thought of, well, maybe we can't get him in the next week, but we'll get him in the summer.
3 months, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you handle that with him? Do you make a real push to get it done in the next week? And then my concern, and, Tim knows obviously the Durant situation very well. Does the calf injury at all get into play here with other teams, with the Warriors specifically? What is the possibility that the calf injury that he's had persistently since last year and a couple of times this year? Right now, Giannis is not playing, and he says he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a calf injury. That's a bad calf injury. What does he have? Is it a calf strain? What does he have?
A tear? Yeah.
And then does it lead to an Achilles tear? So we'll get into it with Kawakami. He's writing all about it. But my angle, I think there's no doubt. If they can get him in the next week, they'll do everything. And maybe the ask is not that extreme. You just trade, could they do it with an injured Jimmy Butler, and that expiring contract would be the lure to Milwaukee, who basically does not want basketball players back. They maybe want one blue chip young guy. Maybe you put Kuminga in and take Kuzma back the other way. But really, the money that you have, and because you are hard capped, you have to match the money. Butler's money matches the Giannis money to get it done. Would that be the move you would make? So what do we do? We'll talk a little Niners with him, but I think with a trading deadline of this importance, the trade last year to get Jimmy was big. This is like the move to get Kevin Durant. This is that big. Would you be comfortable doing it in the middle of the year? I think the Warriors would be, and maybe they need a full court press to get it done now. Does Milwaukee and Giannis's camp, where they move this seismic, are they better off waiting and doing it over the summer?
And Tim Kawakami will join us next to talk all about it on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
In some ways, it feels like a quieter time in the sports landscape. In others, it is incredibly busy with all that is hanging in the balance. And we've been talking about the rumors here of a Framber Valdez, the rumors of 49ers offseason acquisitions and perhaps defensive coordinator.
Justin Jefferson, you say?
And
Max Crosby?
The rumors of a Giannis Antetokounmpo. So here joining us now on the UMA guest line is the columnist for the San Francisco Standard, Tim Kawakami. Tim, we appreciate your time, man. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing well and just trying to make sense of all the rumors and speculation that's going out there. And we'll start here on the basketball front because, you know, now that the Giannis Antetokounmpo door is just cracked open a little bit by John Horst, we're now hearing Atlanta's got a real package. Minnesota could be in on this. How about the Knicks? How about even the Warriors? And so let's just say this. If Giannis doesn't get traded between now and the deadline next week, for the Warriors, do you think to them it's worth holding on to Kuminga and everybody else to leave that door open that something else could happen in the summer, even if it limits them from making any moves that could, I don't know, help them for the rest of this year and with the vision of doing so in next year?
No, that's a long question there. I'll just say it's dependent on a couple things. One, do they think they would have a great shot at Giannis in July? I think they would. But maybe they would feel they wouldn't. You don't do it if you don't think, you don't wait if you don't think it's going to be a better situation in July. I think they would think that. I think they might even be in a better situation in July just because it's several more months closer to Giannis' free agency, potential free agency. He's got an opt-out after next season. But they'd have to feel that. And secondly, is what else is on the table? Is it Trey Murphy? Then I think they might put some chips on the table for Trey Murphy. I don't know that they can do that. Or is it just, kind of a back-end deal where you're just moving Kuminga to move Kuminga? I don't think they're doing that. And I think they've been pretty clear they really don't want to do that above and beyond Giannis. But also because of Giannis, when they move Kuminga, the way Joe Lacob feels about Kuminga is he doesn't want to do it for no value. He wants to do it for the big one. And Giannis is the big one. Now, does that mean that they're likely to do it by next week? I don't know that likely is the right word. I think they're certainly in the mix. I think they're certainly trying to put together packages. I think they have a few advantages, Steph Curry being the top one. The second one is they got picks. Like, I've been told that for a while now. Like, they've got picks. So other teams have picks, but some teams don't. The Timberwolves, which are, reportedly one of Giannis's kind of ones that he's looked at, they don't have picks to trade. It's a hard way to figure out how they could do this. The Knicks don't have picks to trade. I mean, Lakers are out of it. What world are we in where there's a superstar available and the Lakers are out of it? They cannot get into this because they don't have the picks to trade. That's an interesting spot for the Warriors. Kuminga is, I've repeatedly said, and I've heard this, it has some interest from the Bucks about Kuminga. You see if you can do it right now, and if you can't, I think you probably, all things being equal, you probably wait till July because this isn't about this season anyway. I mean, Giannis isn't going to play for a while. I don't think you're going to win the championship this season, but get them loaded up for next season. I think that's what you really try to do. So maybe you push for it now, and if it doesn't happen, I think July is relatively realistic push so they can do it again.
But this owner, he'd like to get it done in the next week, obviously, and then revisit it and always leave that option open to get him in the summer. But let's just, it's going to come down to what Giannis wants and what John Horst accepts back in a trade. So the Jimmy Butler torn ACL that had us all paralyzed a week ago actually could work out in a weird NBA salary cap way, Timmy, to do this. So the question going the other way, what does Giannis want? Who does he want to play with? And he does love Steph, we think, but he loves a lot of people. And then what do the Milwaukee Bucks want? If they want basketball players back to try to win right away, maybe other teams have better options available to offer back. But if they want to tank, keep their lottery protected pick for this year, maybe get one blue chip player back in a transaction, and get what Sam Presti got years ago for Paul George, which is a boatload of picks. You mentioned the Warriors have picks. They have 4. They can pick swap. So is there a scenario where the Warriors can do this by trading an injured Jimmy Butler, the salaries match with Giannis, maybe take a Kyle Kuzma bad deal, give him Kuminga back, and then how many actual draft picks do they have to give John Horst and pick swaps to pull it off? Is there a mechanism where this Jimmy injury actually could benefit them in a week or two to go get Giannis right now?
Well, I'm used to Papa's long questions, so I'll put it that way.
Yeah, you knew I was going to get wound.
I'm now second place. Let's go.
What are you timing our questions? I'm going to time your answer.
I'm just kind of like, I have an answer for you, but it was like after 10 seconds.
You want me to time your questions you ask at the podium to John and Kyle and Steph?
Yes,
they go way longer.
Yes,
you are way longer than me, Kawakami.
I had to do that, Greg.
Yeah,
I had to be fair. I had to be fair.
We love you.
Yes, they would try to send the Jimmy Butler contract. It's for another year, so I don't know how much Milwaukee would want it. It's big money. It is a perfect match for Giannis. Obviously, you'd have to put a lot of other stuff in there. You'd put that, I think, would be part of what they would offer. And one of the offers, another one would probably have to be Draymond, one or the other. I'm not sure which one the Warriors would prefer to do because, man, the idea of Giannis, Butler, and Steph next season is pretty intriguing, assuming Butler comes back from this ACL when he does. But also, obviously, there's so much based in foundational figure Draymond Green, so maybe you wouldn't want to put him in there. You do whatever, right? You would, if you're the Warriors, you offer anything they want aside from Steph Curry. No question. There's no point in putting Steph Curry in any trade. It's just nonsensical. But I don't know. No, I think Milwaukee is going to just whatever is the best thing for them. What is it? If it's young players that's leaned on, what's the best value of that? The Warriors cannot do that. Kuminga is one young player, but you can't match Atlanta, their young players. You certainly can't match Miami's young players, but then you young players plus picks. What mix? Where are the picks going to be? The Warriors aren't the number one team in any of these categories because their picks, theoretically, when Giannis is on the team, aren't going to be great, but maybe they're good when off into the way future when Steph maybe is retired and Giannis is getting to the end. You have to balance that out. I don't think Milwaukee's going to say, this is what we want, this one thing. They're going to want what the best combination of things is. That's where, the Warriors have a combination of things. They don't have the best thing. They can offer the whole, poo-poo platter. You can take combination A, plate B, plate C, whatever. It's a live thing. I do know it's a live thing. It's been a live thing. The Warriors have been trying to do this for a while. They can put together some things, and they also have the extreme confidence, even if Giannis does not indicate this, that they could re-sign him. And some other teams might not feel that way, and they shouldn't feel that way. Atlanta might not feel that way. So if you're the Warriors, you have a bunch of stuff, not the greatest stuff, but a bunch of stuff. You might have Giannis, put his finger on the scales a little bit and say, if you're going to do this, I kind of like it over there. And it would take either Butler and stuff, or including Kuminga, or Draymond and stuff, including Kuminga. I think if you're the Warriors, you say whatever it's going to do, whatever it takes, we'll do it. It's probably not going to be Butler and Draymond. It just doesn't seem financially to be the appropriate way to do it.
Do you think Timmy, they have to give them all those draft picks, the 4 ones, the 3 picks? They do it all, all 7?
They would do it, yeah. I mean, I'm not negotiating it, but if you're Milwaukee, why would you ask for anything less than that? You say, what do you got? Put it all on the table. The Jazz wanted it all for marketing, and the Warriors backed off, and you understand that. This one, how could you do it? It's Desmond Bane got 4 first-round picks, right? So how can you say, you know what, Desmond Bane got 4, we're going to stop at 5. We're not going to do 4. Forget it. No, I think you'd have to do it.
Talking to Tim Kawakami here on the Yuma guest line. All right, I'll keep this one quick. What do you think Steph's willingness is to sign off on a trade involving Draymond Green?
Yes, good question. That is it would be really, really tough, right? That's a tough conversation for any of them to have. Hey, Lacob loves Draymond, right? He loves Draymond. They've gone through a lot together. Think in the real world, you'd have to do it. And I think Steph, I think Draymond might say, you almost have to do it, Steph. Like Clay said to Steph, don't intercede. I don't want you I get what I get, and if it's time to move on, it's time to move on. I think Draymond might almost say, if you can get Giannis, what are you doing here? And then Draymond maybe gets a fresh start. I don't think anybody would love it. I think there would be some sadness about that, and Steph would lose his last guy, right? I guess Steve Kerr would be the last guy, and then there's a contractual situation there too. But I don't think Steph would say, no, you can't do it, in my opinion. I don't know this. I don't think Steph would say, forget it, that's it, I'm done with this franchise if you trade them. I think he would say, if that's the deal that we can make and this is what extends this window and that's how we do it, and you get Giannis here, I don't think he'd be, pounding the drums for it, but I think you could explain it to him in a rational way. And you just look at the basketball team. Would they be better with Giannis or be better with Draymond? I don't think there's much of a debate about that, and that's what it comes down to a lot of times, in different ways. It does sound cold. It is cold. I don't think Steph would say those words because they've been through so much, they've won so much, but it comes down to winning championships. It comes down to, extending the greatest window of competition that the Warriors will ever have. It will never, I've written this just a few days ago, it will never be as good as this. Even as Steph declines, it will never be as good as this. Can you maximize it? Well, with Giannis, you sure can. And so I think there would be some, maybe it's not direct approval. I think there would be some tacit understanding that this is the best thing for the franchise.
I'm just waiting for the next Kawakami nickname to go from the death lineup to the Hamptons Five. What we call it, the Octagon, with Jeff Austin representing Steph and Giannis. The one thing that causes me to pause a little bit, and how the Durant situation ended with a torn Achilles off a calf injury. Yep. Is there any trepidation that Giannis has had this calf injury? Last year in the playoffs, he's had it twice. This year, he's currently not playing, and he's saying 4 to 6 weeks with a calf. How concerned should they be if they make this trade and play him, and he plays hard, that it could be like Durant and go from a calf to a ruptured Achilles tendon?
It's absolutely, something you got to look at. It's something you got to consider. But on the other side, if he's super healthy, I don't know if this trade happens, or is possible. So if everything was ideal, you might not even have a chance to talk about it. That is just a real way to look at this. Sure, he's 31. He's not 27, and he's had these issues. But I think you got to look at the medicals. You got to trust it. And the calf injury doesn't mean you're going to tear your Achilles, right? Luka's had a lot of calf injuries. He's had them on and off, and he hasn't torn his Achilles. Can you monitor it? Can you be significantly, allay your concerns? I think you can. I think with Giannis, you would feel pretty good about it, and you'd say, hey, take the rest of the season off if you need it. We're not going for the championship right now. Come back next season, feel 100%. I think you would do it, and I think every team in the league would do it. That's what it comes down to. If it's some risk, it's part of the deal. There's risk with everything. There's risk with everybody. There's risk with every single people you're trading. There would be risk. So, I think that's kind of how they're in on this, frankly, is that he's had these calf injuries, and it's taken down the Bucks. It's part of the atmosphere there. It's not going anywhere. Well, you put your foot in that door and say, okay, we can make it right. The atmosphere is right here. And that's the thing I've been writing about, is like they have a history of taking in superstars and making it work. Jimmy Butler, obviously the last one, and Kevin Durant before that. And man, that's got to appeal to Giannis. It's got to appeal to a lot of people that this really could work. Steph Curry's the one superstar everyone is comfortable with. He is the spokesman. He takes a lot of pressure off of other people. He's still great. And Giannis and Steph, I could see that together. So, yeah, there's all kinds of concerns. You would obviously sign him to the extension whenever he wants it. You'd feel fine doing it, but then you would also be committed for quite some time. So, again, if it was ideal, you're probably not getting him. If it's not ideal, that's your way in, and then you accept the risks from there.
As we finish up here with Tim Kawakami, I want to get a note on the Niners as well. I'm really intrigued by your column about Justin Jefferson, Max Crosby, and the 49ers just needing to be aggressive here in this offseason. Obviously, we'll see Seattle play in the Super Bowl here in Santa Clara. But when we talk about 49er biggest priorities of the offseason, there's no one right answer because there's a lot of directions you can go. But based on what you wrote about Jefferson, how high would you rank an offensive playmaker in addition to Christian McCaffrey, who just got a lot of touches this last year, as the 49ers' biggest needs?
Yeah, I was going to say pass rusher for most of the season, but I think it's receiver. I think it's wonderful. They need stars in their 20s because they don't have a lot of them. They've got a lot of stars. Most of them are in their 30s. Some of them are getting way up in their 30s. So I think they need a playmaking wide receiver who can get open against press coverage, who can get open against, the best defenses. They certainly didn't have that last season. Ayuk leaving was a big part of that, but I think they've got this window. We keep talking about it. I want to choose a better word than that, but I fell into that. Like, this is where it is. You got McCaffrey for how much longer at his peak? I don't know. You got Trent Williams, how much longer? I don't know. You got a quarterback who's in his peak, right? Just entering his peak. You've got money that disappeared with Ayuk. You slashed all this budget last offseason, and I criticized it, but I understood why they did it. It's kind of make the move now. And Justin Jefferson may or may not be available. Obviously, it would be a massive cap hit to Minnesota, but teams have taken massive cap hits. If you can get a couple draft picks, this is the time, I think, for the 49ers to start moving in some pieces after backing away from it last offseason. And I do think a top-end receiver that Shanahan really hadn't had since Julio Jones when he was the Falcons offensive coordinator. I think he would love to have an ideal receiver, and I can't think of one better fit for the Shanahan system than Justin Jefferson. He's 26 years old. This is it. This is the guy. If they can get him, I just think that would be the number one priority. After that, I would say pass rusher. I think Max Crosby's been on their, I'm sure Papa knows, like, he's been on their list for a while. It doesn't sound like he might want to be around in Las Vegas for much. Max Crosby would be fine. Obviously, it would be a huge acquisition for them. But man, I'll put playmaking receiver ahead of that. We just saw against the Seahawks, they did not have people who could challenge that defense, and Justin Jefferson challenges everybody.
Yeah, I mean, obviously going to those joint practices, and I was so far away from the actual field, I needed the Hubble telescope to watch, but you can just tell how great of a player Max Crosby is, how much they respect him.
Right, such a 49er kind of player, right, Pop?
Without a doubt. But here's my question. And I think the time may be right for the Raiders to trade Max Crosby. Is there any way in hell Mark Davis would trade his best player to the San Francisco 49ers, Timmy?
It'd be tough. It certainly would be tough. But if it's the right deal, I mean, again, I understand some of this, but it's not like they're playing the 49ers twice a year. It's not like they have to go through the 49ers in playoffs. It's not like they're making the playoffs next season. I think you got to do it for the right deal. I think Tom Brady would want to do it for the right deal. And if the 49ers give them the most, then that's what you should do. And I think Crosby, again, I hear this from 49er sources, so sometimes it's a little biased, but there's people in the 49ers who think Crosby really wants to be with the 49ers. Now, I'm sure there are other teams he would accept, but like, they feel like this is a match made on both sides. So if Crosby's, implies that he wants to go to the 49ers, like that's part of this conversation. And I know people hate it when I say that about the 49ers and these players about the Warriors and these players want to join the Warriors. Guess what? They do. And there are maybe, not as many, but a lot of stars want to come to the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey sure did. So can you make a move like that? Can you, get out of Mark Davis's, worries about moving him to the 49ers? They're not in the Bay Area anymore. That thing's over. I think they should just take the best deal on the table, and the 49ers might have the best deal on the table. Maybe someone else tops it, but I think that is a pretty natural fit. I moved off of Trey Hendrickson. He was hurt last season. He's older. I don't quite know where the money is. He'd be a free agent. Max Crosby signed. He signed for 7 more years at a pretty good deal. That would be, and I don't want to say it's almost an automatic fit, but that I've heard that one for long enough that I think the 49ers probably could do that one if you get past the Mark Davis thing. That is a real thing. The Justin Jefferson is kind of a God, wouldn't that be perfect for them? I don't know exactly how that would work, but The Crosby thing, man, I've heard too much about it to think that the 49ers won't be right in there, and maybe the number one most likely team to move in there, at least to have a really, really strong offer on the table.
Man, would be a hell of an offseason transaction, either one, really. And that's not even accounting for what we're dealing with in the NBA and everything ahead of that trade deadline. So, Tim, always good to have you. I've been loving what you've been putting out in the Standard because a lot of rumors going around right now, and we need to make some sense of it. So appreciate your time. And just for reference, I did time one of Papa's questions. We got 41 seconds, and so that's what we're working with now.
How long was his shortest answer? 3 minutes and 41 seconds? Are you kidding me?
I want those press conference questions timed out, Pop. Mine are good.
They are good, but they are damn long. But you got a lot to say. Love you, brother.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Timmy.
Good.
Thanks,
Anytime,
Tim.
guys.
Wow, they get Mad Max. I'm breaking out a bottle of Gold Bar whiskey. I don't care what my doctors say. They get Mad Max Crosby. We are doing shots of Gold Bar.
Bro, that would be something else. And
I may die right after, but what a way to go.
I mean, we all know John Lynch offered more for Khalil Mack than the Chicago Bears did, and Mark Davis was like, nah, I'm not doing that. But
they are not the Oakland Raiders anymore.
The Oakland Raiders.
Max Crosby wants to be a Niner? What would you have to offer back the other way to get?
Jeez.
These guys are not free agents. Justin Jefferson's under contract with Quasi. Yeah. Mark Davis has Max Crosby under contract. I mean, can we trade Kuminga to the Vikings to get Justin Jefferson? How do we do that?
I think I might take it at this point.
We got to clone Kuminga.
Yeah, got to clone him just to get multiple of them, dangle them out there. All right, speaking of Gold Bar Whiskey, they're putting on an event for the Super Bowl week, and one of the representatives, Sam Thumb, is going to join us when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging with the Gregs. I don't know if you knew this, but there's a Super Bowl coming to Santa Clara. We've only mentioned it, I don't know, every day on the air for the past, 4 months since the football season happened. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we love our Gold Bar whiskey. So it is my pleasure to bring in our friend Sam Toom. Now, I made the mistake of saying thumb earlier, but it's because I was just giving thumbs up to this event that's happening next Thursday, a week from today, the Celebration of Champions in the East Bay in Alameda, and he is here to talk all about it. So, Sam, thanks so much for your time, your patience, and how's it going today?
Greg, how's it going? I'm doing great. 1 week away, so big news. It's go time right now.
I think it's 7 days, 4 hours, and 35 minutes away to be exact, and you got a Joe Montana jersey. Are we going to see Joe in 7 days, 4 hours, and 35 minutes?
We've got Joe in about 8 days, 4 hours, and 35 minutes. He'll be there on Friday. We're doing
got
a
it.
three-day fan fest. So he's going to come by on Friday for a little meet and greet and a little on-stage interview with us.
All right, so Sam, let's talk about the specifics of the event. I mean, there's lots to look forward to. It's family friendly. You got some free parking. You got barbecue tailgates by Off the Grid, and I'm seeing a little outdoor football field. So talk about family friendly. I don't know if we're talking like tackle football games between family or if we got some
maybe flag.
Strict parameters.
Maybe flag.
Yeah, maybe we'll go flag here. But just give us the lowdown of what's going to be happening in Alameda and how accessible it's going to be for anybody to come.
There might have to be, a rematch or two from any Thanksgiving football games that went
the Turkey Bowl,
undecided Turkey Bowls that went undecided between family members. But no, we've got a really great 3-day program over at our new distillery and hangar space in Alameda. Really focusing on doing a fan forward event. We saw a lot of stuff coming into the Bay Area. Tons of events. We're seeing new stuff every day, but a lot of the things we noticed are invite only. Tailored towards the celebrities, or you got a really, really expensive ticket price. So we wanted to do something, by the fans, for the fans, free parking on site, kid friendly, amazing views, great cocktails, great food, and, all around fun with all the 49ers and NFL alumni that are going to be there as well.
Yeah, obviously we've had these events, and I've been at many of them, and we're doing shots of Gold Bar whiskey, and Elliot Gillespie comes in, and but it is family friendly. So speak to that a little bit, and then you got concerts coming up at night. So the kids in the daytime and killer concerts at night as well, Sam.
Exactly. So we've got a little bit of both. Come with your kids in the day and go drop them off with the babysitter in the evening. The family-friendly portions, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Throughout the day, where you'll meet all the alumni, and we've got live MCs and DJs and entertainment with that football field outside. And then starting at 9 p.m., we do our concerts. So we've got 2 Chainz kicking off the party on the Thursday night, and then a few other big artists that we're going to be announcing within the next 24 hours.
All right, so tickets are available at goldbarwhiskey.com. Now, it's going to be 6 o'clock on Thursday, this event. So you said free parking on site, but what are we looking at as far as capacity, space, and people being able to plan ahead as they have to balance their work days with the thrill of the Super Bowl coming to the Bay Area?
Totally, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a pretty cool event because it's 30,000 square feet of usable space over at our new hangar space in Alameda. So it's really going to be that full festival environment where you can walk around, check out different brand activations, grab some food, grab some drinks, play some games, win some prizes. We're even looking at giving away with one of our partners a pair of Super Bowl tickets. We're going to be doing a field goal kicking contest where you can win a pair of Super Bowl tickets. So lots of exciting stuff happening. We've got tickets available still. You know how people are. As soon as they see Super Bowls in a week, everyone starts flying through. So tickets are coming in. We definitely have some still available, but definitely act soon if you're looking to get in on the action before everything sells out.
Yeah, and you mentioned in a week's time, but then 8 days from now, and the Golden Joe with the Gold Bar whiskey is the killer. The Joe is signature cocktail that we've had many, many times. And obviously, when we think of Bay Area legendary moments, it is the catch. Joe likes to call it the throw, but it is Joe to Dwight Clark. And, we got a lot of 49ers will be here during Super Bowl week, but obviously the loss of the great Dwight Clark. So tell us about the silent and live auction we're going to have to support ALS and the ALS Foundation.
For sure. So we're super excited to partner with the ALS Network. We've got our good friend, Franco Finn.
Love Franco.
The Warriors.
And his wife, Michelle. I saw her over the weekend. Yeah.
Extraordinaire. So Franco is going to be there from 3 to 5 on both Friday and Saturday doing a little guest MC. He's going to interview some of the legends and some of the 49ers alumni. And then most importantly, he's going to be doing an awesome silent auction. We have some really great memorabilia that's going to be signed by all the players that are coming through the doors. So kind of these custom items that are available for those days and those days only. And he's going to auction those off, and all the proceeds from the auction. We've got a silent auction as well with a bunch of other merch from different NFL teams and professional sports players. And all that's going to go back to the ALS Foundation, the ALS Network, in order to fund research and support their cause.
Sam, I'm curious just about the planning that went into this, because as Papa mentioned, there's been a lot of Gold Bar events that have taken place in the past, but knowing the Super Bowl was coming, knowing you had that 30,000 square foot of space to use, talk about the process of this all starting and the ideas that were floated around and just bringing this general vision you had to life.
Sure. Yeah, it's been a crazy season of planning so far. We've been talking about this event for months. It all kind of started when we, realized that last year in 2025, it's been 40th anniversary since the Super Bowl in 1985, which was held in San Francisco. Mr. Montana was Super Bowl MVP, and we kind of wanted to bring back some of this, retro golden age of the 49ers vibe to the Bay Area. So we launched a couple new products with Joe this year, including our new canned cocktail, the double gold. And we even made these little gold jacket koozies here that are replicas of, the gold jackets that were popularized around that time of the 1985 Super Bowl. So we're really kind of trying to celebrate. The whole thing is called Celebration of Champions. So we've got, all these Super Bowl winners. We've got artists who are champions in their own senses. We've got local vendors who, are all champions of their own craft. And we want to celebrate the fan too, who is a champion in themselves. So really, it's all focused around a big celebration. We want the vibes to be high. We want people having a good time. There's going to be so much stuff to do. And, really, we want everybody to come out with a big group, bring their friends, bring their family, because it's going to be the place to be over Super Bowl weekend.
It is always a party when Gold Bar Whiskey is involved, and it's a 49er event. And Elliot Gillespie's invited me many times to the distillery on Treasure Island, which is just a killer setup. I've not been to the one in Alameda. I am going to go next week. So tell me the lay of the land there and what we can expect by going to Alameda.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because we're on Spirits Row there, right beside where Faction and St. George are located, and it's an old aircraft hangar from the 1940s. That view that you get on Treasure Island, it's almost the same, just from a different perspective in Alameda. So you get to watch the beautiful sunset over the city of San Francisco and the Bay Bridge. We'll have the field goal post set up with a view of the city. So, if anyone's looking to get their Instagram video or their TikTok going viral, all they need to do is kick a field goal into the bay with that view behind them, and that's going to do it for them. And the great thing as well is, we know the bridge is going to be pretty crazy Super Bowl weekend, especially getting into the city. But you can also take the ferry for those that are located downtown SF. They can hop on Embarcadero, down at the Ferry building, take a boat ride over to the venue, which is pretty cool as well.
Wow, the Ferry's on my bucket list, so might have to just check that box off.
Oh, it's the way you got to do it.
All right, so you mentioned the field goal kicking contest. That's obviously a huge draw, but whether I am 25 or 15 or 5, my biggest draw has always been the contest and the games. So of all the contests and games you got set up, what's the big draw to you? And I want to see if the listeners out there have a reason why they're saying, Mom, Dad, take me out. I gotta win this prize.
I think it's that. There's two that come to mind. You know, one is the Super Bowl tickets, right? The 49ers, they might not be in it this year, but as a football fan, I think it's on pretty much everyone's bucket list to go to a Super Bowl game, and unfortunately not very accessible to many people. So that's the big one there, a really fun way to enter in and have a chance to win those tickets. And then also all the memorabilia, not only with the auction to support the ALS network, which we're super excited about, but a few signed items by some of these legends, including Joe and Rathman and Jesse Sapolo. And, there's the list goes on and on. They'll all be there, and we're excited to give out some awesome prizes from those guys as well.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you coming on to talk about this event that's happening a week from today, 6:00 p.m. And yeah, take the ferry out there. Or if you're in the East Bay, even better. Don't worry about crossing the bridge. So, Sam, best of luck and congratulations beforehand for getting this all together. I know it's been a lot of work that's gone into this. And so thanks for making Gold Bar Whiskey a part of the show. And best of luck next Thursday. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, appreciate that. And looking forward to toasting and celebrating like a champion with you two next weekend.
Absolutely. Sam
Thank you, Sammy.
we appreciate him for Gold Bar Whiskey. As we always like to say, me and Gold Bar Whiskey have a history.
You do Shabuzi. 7 days, 4 hours, and 25 minutes. The Gold Bar Distillery. I've been to the one on Treasure Island. This is 2505 Monarch Street, Building 22 in Alameda, California. My original home when I moved to the Bay Area was in Alameda.
The 49ers have a 22 retired? I don't even – no, they don't because Matt Breida wore
retired?
it. Yeah, Matt Breida was 22 not that long ago, but I'm like –
Building 22?
I don't know if they have one on the roster right now. Huh.
I don't think they have a 22.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't have a 22. Anyway, Danny, are you excited? It's like I said, it's in the law of double dips that you always have to come back for seconds. So when we come on back.
Rashid Shaheed is 22, by the way.
Oh, damn. Yeah, great. Yeah, he also was with the Saints, so I'll envision Saints Rashid Shaheed in my head. I hated that trade. We hated that from the get-go. We were right.
Should have gone to the Buffalo Bills.
I know. Danny's double dips when we come on back, and then Dirty Work starts at 2 on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
In the law of double dipping, you got to come back for seconds. Danny's double dip renewed for a second episode. Danny Dunn hanging out with us. Got him for 3 days this week. We'll have Jacob Violante tomorrow. But Danny with his double vision, welcome back for episode 2. Congratulations, you made it past the pilot.
Thank you. And as always, after the pilot episode, you have to do a little retooling of certain things.
It's a show about nothing.
So this time I do have a timer on you guys. So no complaining about going over. And then if you guys...
How long do we have? Is it the same length of a Kawakami Q&A podium
I gave
question?
you guys each 90 seconds on the timer there. And if you go past the 90 seconds, I will be doing this.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Because you acknowledge that Silver cheated last week.
Yeah, we do.
All right.
And I still lost.
Yeah, so I'll give you guys 4 questions again, and this time you don't have to rank anything. I will be ranking your answers.
Oh.
So let's kick it off. The Steelers' new head coach Mike McCarthy had his introductory press conference this week, and he was asked if he would like to have Aaron Rodgers back as the Steelers' quarterback. And his answer was definitely he would if that's something that Aaron Rodgers would like to do. So I ask you guys, should Mike McCarthy and the Steelers want Aaron Rodgers back as QB1 at age 42, or should they pursue the field of quarterbacks, whether that's via trade, free agency, or the draft?
Well, as a humanitarian, I think they should want him back because they might be scared of what he might go into post-football career. But as a head coach of a football team, they should not want Aaron Rodgers back. And look, I don't want to disrespect someone who is going to be in the Hall of Fame and what we think is going to be a first ballot, though. Hey, you never know these days. But Aaron Rodgers, one of the all-time greats. Him and Mike McCarthy, they won a championship together in Green Bay. Not disrespecting the history whatsoever, but just because the AFC had a down year as far as the elite quarterbacks not going deep in the postseason doesn't mean that Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert are still not going to be sticking around. You want to compete in your division, you want to compete in your conference, you're going to have to go through some of these offensive growing pains, and Aaron Rodgers is not the answer long term. So I don't know what they're going to go to. Is it Mason Rudolph? Is it the draft? Is it a trade? Is it Kyler Murray? Is it Kirk Cousins? Whatever it is, you got to figure out an answer. And Aaron Rodgers, hell of a career, but no, that is not the future.
Kawakami podcast question at the podium. You still have 30 seconds to go. If you want to go a little longer, you want about a minute. I'm going to be succinct in my answer. Timer start. Hell to the mofo, no. I'm going to say nice because he's still on the roster and we're still paying him. Did you watch him play last year? And I gave him a little grace period after the Achilles tear. You got to move on. But, Coach, do you want Mason Rudolph to be your... Hell to the mofo, no. Do you want Will Howard? Well, let's go to training camp with him. Do you want Skylar Thompson to be... It's the same Skylar Thompson that played for Miami in a playoff game?
Yeah.
Hell to the mofo, no. Who do I want? I want one of 2 quarterbacks to be my starting quarterback next year in Pittsburgh. I want either Mac Daddy, Mac the Knife, Mac Jones.
Ooh, okay.
And let's go make a trade with John Lynch and the San Francisco 49ers. But I don't want to make a trade. You know who I want as my starting quarterback next year? What you talking about, Willis? I want Malik Willis as the backup quarterback in Green Bay. This year is the guy that is going to get paid. And when Jordan Love missed time after the Brazil knee injury a couple of years ago, he won a couple of games. He played well this year. Outside of that, Aaron Rodgers, the Magical Mystery Tour, the Ayahuasca Tour, it is time to move on and go host Jeopardy and actually spend time with your wife that nobody knows who she is. So, hail to the mofo, no to Aaron Rodgers.
All right. Coming in just under the wire there, and I will give that round to Greg for the mofos. Greg Papa.
I really wanted to say it actually on the air. But...
All right, moving on.
The Mike Kohler suspension with pay.
I want a suspension with pay. If I'm suspended with pay, I'm saying it.
Yeah, we would all like that. Earlier this week, Jim Schwartz missed out on the Cleveland Browns head coaching gig, and Bill Belichick was snubbed for the NFL Hall of Fame. The question that I pose to you guys is, who has the bigger gripe?
Well, I mean, based on the audio we heard from Bill Belichick, he was really heated at Bill Polian. No, Bill Belichick does not have the bigger gripe in all of this. And yes, he should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. I understand it's rare for head coaches, but he is in the upper echelon of resumes to where, yes, I am surprised. But Jim Schwartz, in a way, is it a gripe that he's getting let out of Cleveland? Maybe it's a blessing in the end of it all. No, Jim Schwartz, as a defensive coordinator, if he wanted another shot at being a head coach, that was like the only good part of their team last year. You had Myles Garrett. You had, in air quotes, Pro Bowlers, Shadur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel. I mean, you punted on the season like 3 weeks in when you traded away Joe Flacco. So, yeah, Jim Schwartz, if he's pissed off, he should be pissed off and go be a defensive coordinator somewhere else, maybe give a 32-point presentation like Kyle Shanahan once did to get out of the building and away from that ownership. But no, the Cleveland Browns are a bad organization who do bad organization things. I wish the best for Todd Monken, but from the perspective of Jim Schwartz, he absolutely has the bigger gripe. This Bill Belichick thing, it's going to be a non-story 1 year from now.
All right.
I don't even know. Have we heard from Belichick at all, or is 18-year-old girlfriend going to speak on his behalf? He will make the Hall of Fame. We have told you the list of coaches that made it in the first ballot are very short, just 3 in the history of football. The hoodie will be a Hall of Famer, but will the Schwartz be with you ever be a head coach again in the NFL? Now, he's not a coordinator on the level of Steve Spagnuolo or even the great Bill Belichick or even George Seifert, but he has been a good defensive coordinator for a long, long time. He is under contract with Flying J, the Haslams, to be a coach for the Cleveland Browns. What has Todd Monken ever done to get the head coaching job of the Cleveland Browns? Who is Todd Monken? Has he ever been a head coach before? One time in college. The guy is 60 years of age. Could they not have elevated Jim Schwartz to head coach and still hired Todd Monken to be their offensive coordinator? Who's going to be their quarterback next year, let alone in Pittsburgh? Who's going to be the quarterback in Cleveland, in Northeast Ohio? They got to go with Shadur Sanders. They got to go with the lefty Dylan Gabriel. So I think they're going to they still got him under contract. But to me, the move would have been to make Schwartz the head coach and hire Monken to be the offensive coordinator. Now you've got an offensive coordinator / head coach that nobody knows even who. They can't even pronounce his name. Schefter's always calling him Monken. Todd Monken. That's not him.
All right, that's time. I'll give that point to Silver. Moving on.
I like how there's no explanation. I'm like, I don't need to be told why I won. I was just here to take it.
I purposely went 100 seconds to be disqualified.
All right, this next one's not really a double dip, more of a pre-dip. The new Niners documentary, Rise of the 49ers, is debuting on February 1st, detailing the rise of the 49ers dynasty in the 80s and 90s, narrated by none other than Tom Brady. And now I ask you guys, which sports franchise would you like to see get a documentary, and who would you like to narrate?
I mean, I gotta say,
that already been made?
I gotta say the Golden State Warriors.
The Warriors.
Warriors, no question. The reason I would go with the Warriors is because, is it the greatest basketball we have ever seen? I don't know, man. Look at the layers of this whole documentary where Steve Kerr comes in as a first-time head coach. You have that innocent climb, and I know everyone's petrified of the draft now and picks because they didn't hit on James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga, and is Moses Moody going to be a friend? Whatever. They built it through the draft. Andre Iguodala went to a team that nobody ever wanted to go to. This was the opposite of a free agent destination. We believe was fun. It was electric, and the fans at Oracle were there in the darkest of days, and then it turned into something unbelievable. So we love Chase Center and the house that Steph built, but the layers of it all, from the personality of a Draymond Green, him screaming at Steve Kerr in the locker room at OKC, Kevin Durant coming over after they came back from a 3-1 lead against his Oklahoma City Thunder, didn't win the finals, then you got the rivalry with LeBron, then you end up winning one in 22 when it all seemed but done. Jimmy Butler comes over, and especially if they find a way to get Giannis Antetokounmpo, we're talking like 20 episodes worth of what I want to watch with this dynasty and all of the interweaving. So I know I'm running up on the time here, but yeah, if The Last Dance was as good as it was, I think that you could double the episodes on the Warriors dynasty, and I would eat up every single second.
Without a doubt, that would be the one. And the 49ers won 5 Super Bowls in 14 years, and they evolved, obviously, with head coaches and quarterbacks and the whole thing. But the Warrior dynasty, to win the 4 championships in 8 years, to go to the NBA Finals 5 straight years, and the video that is available. Who would be the executive producer? Now, I don't know how Tom Brady became the executive producer of this one, but I'm going to hold my thoughts until I actually see it later today, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. But I just want Steph Curry's phone. That's all we need is the video from Steph's phone or Draymond's phone. It would be the behind-the-scenes bus rides, everything. Now, who would you want to be the narrator of this documentary?
I guess I didn't answer that.
Well, I would not be Steph, although Steph would be great at it. It would not be Draymond. We could listen to a podcast on him. It would not be Steve Kerr. It would not even be Kevin Durant, although he would be fascinating. It would not be Harrison Barnes because he was not here for all of it. The guy that I would want to narrate it is Bob Myers. And I want him to give an honest assessment of every moment that came up. I'm not over a minute and a half yet. I don't know what that buzzer when I got 4 seconds. I want Bob Myers to be the narrator of the Warriors doc.
I want
Iguodala.
I'll get
Barbosa. We're going to be championship. Okay, but he wasn't here for all of it.
All right, point to Papa on that one because, yeah, Silver, you did not pick a narrator for that.
Well, who do you want to be the narrator? Not Bob Fitzgerald, not Tim Roy, not Joe LaCobe. Peter Goober?
I know he's going
his
now
thick
too.
Boston accent. Who would you want to narrate?
I always loved the wisdom of Von Looney, but he's gone now too.
How about
so.
Mike Breen? He was there for all the finals. Bang! Bang! I think if Bob Myers could be honest, and he's honest, he cries. He laughs. He's got all the emotions. Would it be Myers? Would you want Bob to do it?
I might go Andre, even though he's gone now. He was a part of all 4 championship
got a
teams.
good voice as well.
Yeah.
He would be honest. Good call. Iguodala. Give the point to Silver.
All right, final question.
We got one more?
Yeah, we have had a lot of fun over the past week with this guy.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And I know you guys have
Shaq or Giannis?
I know you guys with Giannis. A while back, you guys had some fun with some of the worst pronunciations by broadcasters. Now you both have play-by-play experience. Papa at the pro level, Silver at the college level. And you both have had on-air experience in general where you've endured some challenging names, to say the least. So I want you both to think back to one of the most challenging names that you've ever pronounced on the air.
All right. When Giannis actually first played the Warriors, I was so petrified to say his name. And there are 2 different versions of how to pronounce his name. The Nigerian version, his mom and dad are from Nigeria. He was brought up in Greece. So I always chose the Nigerian version, which is Adetokounmpo, where the first one is a D and the second one is a B. But honestly, when I was doing Warriors pregame live that night, I was so afraid to say his name. I had them do the little pronunciation dancing ball and build it on the screen, which to make it a joke. But honestly, why I did it was to help me get through his name, because at that time, he was not the global superstar that he is. But there's been Tua Tagovailoa. I had to do his name on a radio broadcast in college. And I remember I actually made it a song where I was so like, Tua Tagovailoa, Tua Tagovailoa, Tua. And I was like, how am I going to say this guy's name? Igbenogany? Remember that guy? The corner at Auburn. He was actually in the same game, the Iron Bowl. And my fear was Tua throws and it's Tagovailoa is intercepted by what the hell's his name? But there was a tight end that played for the Denver Broncos. I never said his name. I was so afraid of it. I just called him Albert O. Albert O. Do not scoop and score. But it was for a long time. And I'm over it. It was, don't even call him Giannis. I broke into a cold sweat over that guy for a long time.
play with Michael O.O. Manawanui?
Yeah, Ted Robinson nailed his name. I think we got it in the system. It was an incredible play. Now, I never had to. Even if he did anything, I just ignore that he did it, and I'd call him like Jones. Who's going to know? But Tua Tagovailoa.
Michael Ho'omanawanui.
That's it. Wow. It's Teddy Ballgame. Who the hell is that?
That was great work by Danny to pull that
so
up.
good. So good.
Danny, I got to say, and we're getting a little bit of complaints on the bells, so I guess we can drop the music bed, even though I love my double vision, but, you know, we want the listeners to be happy. You know, I'm glad you asked this question because there's actually one that always comes to the top of my mind. I'm at UCSB getting ready for some pre-Big West Conference action, and when they were in the non-conference play, it was a December game. UT Arlington comes to town. And the thing about these mid-major schools is that there's not a ton of videos or highlight reels where you can just do the quick search YouTube interview where they can say their name for you.
Right.
Some of these sites now have an ear icon where you can click. Really helps. But Keodorichi Akabundu Ehioku.
What do you say?
And I had to practice that.
Is that the last name or the first name and the last name?
So Keodorichi is the first name, and then it was a hyphenated last name of Akabundu Ehioku.
Oh, wow.
And he was a starter on this team, and they actually came in and upset the Gauchos. So I practiced that for 5 straight hours. I think the day
What's
before
the
the
name
game.
again?
Keodorichi Akabundu Ehioku. My second favorite
Was it
one.
an acronym name? Does it have initials, a nickname, nothing?
Well, I tried to ask the sports information director of UT Arlington before, and I was like, hey, just to confirm, like this is the name, right? Pronunciation guides sometimes have it wrong too. So there was a guy on UC Irvine, Ofuri Ujidugele, and the pronunciation guide completely missed the mark on that one. So I'm glad I had to ask confirmation on that. But forever
Nice
and always,
job.
Keodorichi Akabundu Ehioku for the win.
Jeez, you win. I would have stayed away. The best one ever, and you got to have it in the system. Derek's listening. Jason Witten. You got that one? When he became a 49er, I broke into a cold sweat. But Derek loved that more. He had the greatest game in a Monday night football game. The Rams against the, who they play? Amazing game. He had like a scooper score. He had like 2 defensive touchdowns. He was amazing. But anyway, Jason Witten on Samson Ebukam.
All right, we'll play that when we come on back and wrap it up. Great stuff, Danny. We appreciate the double dips, and by the law of double dips, you always have to come back for more. Well done. We will hand it
Rams
over.
and Chiefs was the game. Remember
Yeah,
that
54-51.
Greatest defensive game.
Incredible.
Worst broadcasting performance ever by Jason. Why was he on Monday night?
We'll hand it to Dirty Work next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLE.
When we did our Mount F Up More, as Walter deemed it, that was certainly among the contenders. Samson Ebukam, Derek's favorite player.
How many sacks did he have as a Niner? I want to guess 3.5 or 4.
That's a good.
Didn't have to say his name a lot.
Amani Oruwariye of the Cowboys.
Yeah, that one I stayed away from.
Yeah, we'll just go down
Tirico
the
nailed
list.
that. He was a Dallas Cowboy defensive back.
That'll do it for us. Great show today. Big thank you to Danny for doing everything beyond just his double dipping. Big thank you to Pop. Big thank you to our guests, Cam Inman, Brody Brazil, Tim Kawakami, and Sam Toom of Gold Bar Whiskey. We'll be back tomorrow with Jacob to close out the week and continue here with the Rumor Mill. It is time for Dirty Work. Copes, D-Pop, and Tim Webb will take it away as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, Derek? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's dirty work on a Thursday. We're off to a really rough start. Oh, boy. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Thursday. I don't even have any.
Yeah, I want to say that our new engineer, Shane, does a fantastic job.
Shane is the man.
But he's going to have to come back in here again because 2 days in a row, my father has blown out the speakers.
Well, dude, this
is insane.
I've had about enough of this. You know what I mean? But you see how he just screwed me right now, too?
No, I didn't see it. I heard Jack Loader just laugh his ass off at his joke.
Dude, Papa's walking out of the studio, and I'm coming in after them. You know what I mean? And they're already walking out. It's already like 2:02, by the way, when they're walking out. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's that late.
Whatever. That doesn't bother me.
Fine.
But like,
I'm carrying my stuff. Greg walks by me. Dude, it was like I felt like I was in high school carrying a tray into the cafeteria.
Yeah.
Greg walked by me and he bumped my shoulder and knocked all my crap out of my hands onto the ground. And he goes, "Oh, what did you fumble drill? I wanted you got to lock it up, bro."
Was he a nerd?
He blamed me for him.
A bully? Like treating you like you're a nerd? Like Jesus.
He picked up the highlighter for me.
You know what? I could say this because I'm his son. Comes in studio now.
Oh, dude.
Things are all thrown off. My headphones can't work. The headphone jack's all screwed up like Paulie and Goodfellas. It's time to go home. It's time to go home. It's time to go home.
Oh, that was a rough go. I couldn't believe that. He just knocked me out.
It's time to go home. It's time to go home.
Yeah, I don't. Anyway, it's dirty work on a Thursday. We'll put try to put the wheels on and keep them on.
Yeah.
First and foremost, okay, we'll tell you about this in a second. We got Bobby Marks joining us today at 2:50.
Nice.
2:50, our ESPN front office insider. We got a lot to talk about in terms of Giannis. Mike Silver, one of our absolute favorites, talking NFL with us at 4:50 of The Athletic. And then our guy Larry Kruger, Tim wrote here his background, just War Daddy fan.
War Daddy?
If you were going to describe Kruger in like, I don't know how many words you'd even have to go. Probably like in the top 250. If you were just going to give me things about him that he likes, he would be a War Daddy fan. That'd be in the top 250 of like descriptions for Krug.
I think so.
I like me a War Daddy.
I haven't known Krug as long as you guys, but yeah, War Daddy seems appropriate.
Which means it's even more prevalent that like in the short time you've known him, you know he's a War Daddy guy.
He's a War Daddy guy.
So, like, War Daddy? I'm a War Daddy guy. And then 5:30 Krug and then 6 more Krug. At 6 o'clock you get the Krug.
Double dose of Krug.
Niners Nightly. So yeah, Papa just knocked it out and he goes, fumble drill. And I did riff back, ball out, but he just kind of dismissed and went on.
That's what he says, Cokes. That is his catchphrase.
So now he's host Tim at one point, where last week he stole Tim's headphones. He just left with them, right?
Yeah, and I grabbed Danny's headphones today and gave it back to him.
To you now he's 3 times blown out the headphone jack.
He's ruining the equipment here in Daly City. Seriously.
Yeah, dude,
this is not an exaggeration. He is breaking equipment here.
And then he's just stuffing me in lockers.
Yeah.
And then he's just punking me. You know what I mean?
The bully on the block?
He like bullied me.
I know, like in the old studio, he didn't care either. Like he lit up cigars and, tried to do all that stuff. But here he's breaking equipment.
Totally threw me off. I was totally going to riff, and I'm sure everybody has, on the new sign that's in here.
Right behind us?
I mean, it looks great. Nobody can see it on the stream.
In time.
No, but on the stream, nobody can see it.
I kind of like it, though. It's like Dirty Work Tonight.
Did anybody, I'm sure people did this, right? People like moved it up so everybody could see it?
You mean like so we could see it on the stream? I don't think so.
Yeah, look, there it is.
Yeah, it's nice.
The Sports Leader. It looks great for us right now. I got to figure out a way to see it.
I like it a lot. Can it light up, though?
Isn't it lit up already?
I don't think so.
Like twisting it on the
I think it's just the glare from the sun right now.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, dude, it's lit up.
Is it?
Yes. What are you talking about?
Around the sides. My bad.
What are you talking about?
It's from my angle, you can't see that.
Anyway, yeah, it's lit up. But I was going to riff on that, and then they just, Greg Silver, bless his heart. I don't think he's done anything wrong here. He's guilty by association. You know what I mean?
He's a sweet little angel.
He's driving the getaway car, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's on him, too. You know what I mean?
He's the driver?
Then it's on you, too. Like
he's the baby driver?
Like he says to him in Rounders.
Yeah.
When Mike goes to vouch for Worm for Edward Norton, and they go to Grandma, right? And remember, Grandma's wearing the onesie. And
I got to be honest, I've seen Rounders once.
You haven't seen him. Anyway, they go to the bookie, he owes him a bunch of money, and Mike tries to vouch for him, and he goes, then it's on you? He goes, it's on me, too.
Yeah.
He's like, I take it, too. It's got to be on Silver, too.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's Matt Damon, Edward Norton, and John Malkovich.
Yes.
And John Malkovich's performance is fantastic.
And John Turturro's in it as well.
Is he really?
He plays, Kanish. He's like the wise,
Mr. Kanish.
the wise old like gambler and hustler in the streets. Yeah.
It's been a minute since I've seen it, but it's a solid flick.
Yeah, Rounders is a great movie. Solid movie.
Yeah.
Tim, you a Rounders guy? I can't remember if you are.
For Malkovich's accent alone.
Yeah, I'll do. Well, Malkovich's accent.
Give the man his money.
Yeah, it's a really weird. I don't know if it's weird casting. It's odd, like it's so over the top in terms of the accent. You know what I mean? Like I think Malkovich.
John Malkovich goes all out and everything.
I mean, it's just so over the top.
Like we were talking about yesterday, like Jacob Violante asked us, what's our favorite Clooney flick? And I said, Burn After Reading. Malkovich, hands down, that's his best performance.
You think that movie's the best performance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie's good. I mean, it's fun.
Osborne Cox.
Kids got to alligate their blood. Yeah. That one's good, dude. You think Burn After Reading's his best?
Burn After Reading, yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying Rounders. I was like, you think that is? I was like, I don't know.
No, he's only in it for 15 minutes?
Yeah, he's not in it a ton. I mean, beginning and the end. He's the main villain, per se.
And, of course, playing himself and being John Malkovich.
Yeah, that's a weird movie.
That's a very meta movie. I like it a lot. Yeah, but it's like not for the average viewer.
Being John Malkovich. Let's get this random actor from the in the 90s. People didn't know who John Malkovich really was. Yeah, I remember. I mean, I was a kid when that came out, so I think it was ahead of. Like I didn't see it until much later, and maybe I missed the boat on it because it was ahead of its time. Maybe when it came out.
Yeah.
And then when I watched it, I just didn't really.
It's very original.
I get it.
It's a weird movie involving puppets and John Malkovich and going to people's minds.
Yeah, it's odd.
And it's I want to say the director and writer is Spike Jonze, who's made so many great music videos. He made Beastie Boys' Sabotage and was the creator of Jackass back in the day.
Oh, wow. And another Jackass coming our way.
Yeah.
808 KNBR, great bullies of all time. I mean, we're just getting punked out here by Greg Pop. Ever since he's been back in studio.
That's my case my whole life.
He's kind of throwing his weight. Yeah, you're all callous too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've been heated every time that speaker's blown.
I'm trying to do my job. I'm trying to hear you.
Yeah, I know. We're trying
and literally before the show started, I go, dude, lower that thing down. I got to hear Copes. And he goes, hey, I'm deaf, mother. And I'm like,
so I mean,
I'm deaf, mofo. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But when the show starts for us, then Copes turns into Charlie Brown's teacher. I can't hear him.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly it. I mean, he's keeping you from doing yours, and now he's just punking me when I'm walking in.
And who left their coffee in here?
Dude,
Good
by
Lord.
the way, it took Tim's headphones so he can't do his. You know what I mean? Like every bit of this has been.
I own this place.
I mean, this is like. I mean, it's got to be Biff, right? One of the all-time great. If we're gonna go like Mount Rushmore of bullies all time, 808 KNBR, Biff has got to be on the list.
Great bullies of all time.
I mean, Biff crosses. Generations.
He crosses a line, too.
Crosses times, yeah.
He's more than just a bully.
I mean, he's an assailant.
He's kind of a predator, I'd say.
I don't even laugh enough if we're defining it.
I mean,
yes. By definition, yes.
Isn't it always like tough when you watch movies with your younger siblings and you say like, oh, this movie's fantastic, and then like there's some questionable stuff from back in the day,
and you didn't really pick up on it earlier. Yeah.
So like
times change.
That scene in particular, like I remember watching Back to the Future during the 4th of July with my little brother, and he goes, "Oh my God, what's going on here?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's in the movie." Yeah,
we've done this one before. Would you call Sid from Toy Story a bully?
To toys?
It's more just a toy because it's from the perspective of the toys.
He's mean to his sister.
Yeah, he is pretty mean to his sister.
He's kind of a latchkey
So how about Regina George from
Mean Girls?
Regina
George is the queen of bullies.
How about Johnny Lawrence in The Karate Kid? He's a big bully.
I don't know, unless you're one of the people who believes that The Karate Kid is about Johnny Lawrence and it's Ralph Macchio that's screwing him up.
One of my personal favorite, Buzz from Home Alone.
Oh, yeah, Buzz is good.
Buzz is good from Home Alone.
Is he a bully or just an older brother?
What up, fart breath?
Yeah.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
Yeah, that's such
the
a
greatest line
line
in the whole movie.
That's such a line.
Pretty cool you didn't burn the house down. That's all he's supposed to do.
Pretty cool you didn't burn. Yeah.
That's when he comes back in, dude. Pretty cool you didn't burn the house down, bro. At the end of Home Alone 1. Yeah, that's good. I got Biff, though, as a top one, but I do like Regina George. That's a good one, too. 808 KNBR if you've got all-time great
I gotta
bullies.
be honest, I have not seen Mean Girls. I haven't seen Mean Girls. Haven't seen Karate Kid either.
What?
Yeah.
I got to get caught up.
You've never seen either of those?
No, I haven't seen them.
Who are you, young Tony?
That's a pretty big blind.
Oh, come on now. Come on now.
It'd be great. You ask young Tony, like, you seen the Karate Kid? And he's like, yeah.
Of course, bro. Ralph Macchio?
He's like, Jaden Smith, of course.
Oh,
bro.
Jackie Chan?
He's like, yeah, he's going Jackie Chan, Jaden Smith. It's a long one.
Is
that
it?
movie's long, dude. Yeah.
How long?
I bet it's like 220, that movie.
Really?
Like, because I think they've also made a more recent one as well.
They have, yeah.
Another one with Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan.
Well, they made a whole spin-off series on Netflix.
Well, yeah, I know the series, but I think they made another Karate Kid movie. I'm saying, I'm pretty sure the one with Jaden Smith is like well over 2 hours. I'm saying well, like I feel like it's close to 2.5.
Karate Kid is 2 hours and 7 minutes.
I said well over.
Yeah.
I lose.
Average time of a movie.
I mean, well over is all, I mean, it's all.
So you're saying it kind of goes on and on
I'd
and
say
on.
well over is subjective. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well over to me could mean a different thing to me than to you. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I hear you.
I still win. Adam Coughlin,
it is 2 hours plus.
Tim, what with you? Dirty work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Bobby Marks 250, Mike Silver 450, Lawrence Kruger 530, and then some more Krug at 6 o'clock tonight with Niners Nightly.
It's a whole lot of
We got
Krug.
plenty coming your way. A Dirty Work dial this afternoon. We also are going to tell you how you're spending your weekend with your unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area weekend sports calendar.
I think we're just doing the calendar today. Not enough in the dial,
Well,
unfortunately.
you hosed me.
I'm sorry.
Well, you hosed the people. Well, you didn't. It's just whatever's.
We got to get the dial working a little bit more. We'll have it up and running.
All right. Well, you'll get your calendar a little bit later this afternoon, and we'll get a lot into what's going on with some of these rumors because there's 3 pertinent rumors around the Bay Area right now.
Percolating.
Yeah. Some of them, I mean, some more legit seemingly than others. Jim Schwartz potentially for the Niners.
Yeah.
Giannis potentially for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And then Framber Valdez maybe to the Giants. Are things intensifying between the Giants and Framber Valdez? Are talks heating up? Do you believe that? We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work on a Thursday. It's January 29th. We're talking Giants ball, and one of the best starting free agent pitchers is still out there. We'll get into that next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Some rumors from yesterday that swirled up online, and I've been wondering about this a little bit last week. Was that this week? It was earlier this week when we spoke to Justice De Los Santos.
Mm-hmm.
Covers the Giants. I asked him if he thought they were completely done after the Harrison Bader signing. And I was asking specifically about starting pitching because guys like Zach Gallen are still out there and Framber Valdez are still out there, who I think the terminology early in the offseason was that the Giants had, quote, checked in on Framber Valdez. I think we joked about it.
Did we?
We were like checked in. Just remember the same thing happened with Schwarber. There was no like actual ties.
Well, I remember the Schwarber one. John Morosi, I love John Morosi, but usually there's always like the beginning of free agency for baseball where he'll have a report out there being like, yeah, the Giants, Buster Posey, they've checked in on numerous people. It's like,
I mean, it's like a lot of guys.
But did they check back?
Yeah. What did they say when they checked in? And what does check in mean? Does it mean sit down and actually meet the player?
So would you be open to playing for us? Yeah, but how much you paying? Well, let's not get there.
So according to Hector Gomez, who's an MLB insider on Twitter, and I think a lot of people have differing opinions about him, like they do a lot of baseball and sports journalists and insiders, I would call them.
Yeah.
Insiders is the right term. Because that's what they are. They're people who have insiders with the team and sources, and a lot of times they get information wrong. You know, a lot of people feel that way about like Heyman and Nightingale. They still get things right, but nobody ever talks about it.
Well, those guys are journalists.
Sure, those guys are writers.
Yes.
But they still have sources, and so because
they get things wrong, but they at least are attached to publications. They've been sports writers for quite some time.
Anyway, I'm not so familiar with Hector Gomez, but I saw people were calling him out online, and I saw that he retorted back with here's things that I got right, and I was like, I don't really care. Bottom line is this is where this news has come from, or this rumor, I'll call it.
It's kind of Jordan Schultz-y, in my opinion.
Well, okay. Yeah, I hear you. I get what you're saying in terms of a comp, right?
Well, as far as like people having to come back at you being like, I got this right, I got that right. Like Jordan Schultz, okay, I take that back. He's actually a little more respected, not just like in the community of NFL insiders, but whatever. Like what's his name? Hector Gomez. I don't know what his publication is. He is from the Dominican Republic.
And he seemingly has inside knowledge, or has been more accurate maybe when it comes to Latino players. So
okay.
that wouldn't surprise me anyway. Here's where the report comes from. The Dominican Republic, it's Twitter and Z101 Digital in the Dominican Republic. He said the Giants have, quote, intensified talks with free agent Framber Valdez on a multi-year deal, is what he reported. Valdez would, of course, become the Giants' like instant number 2 behind Logan Webb. Yeah, so when this happens, when I hear this, there's like the first thing I question about this is why hasn't he been signed yet, right? And I know that all day everybody's been talking about all the different things that go into this, from the time that he threw at his catcher. And remember,
Cesar Salazar.
Here's how I know we discussed this on the Giants checked in on Framber, because we discussed this already, Derek, like when the offseason started, where I said I would kind of be surprised if that's the type of player Buster Posey would sign.
Because Buster's a catcher.
Because basically what the situation was I think they had a rookie catcher. He had a couple of shakeoffs and didn't agree with the catcher on what to call.
Right.
So then he intentionally crossed up the catcher. Where he like threw a fastball and said he was going to throw a breaking ball, which is dangerous or something like that. And then he shook him off again and then didn't throw the right pitch and he gave up a home run.
So hold on. I saw the clip last night. Salazar tells him to step off the mound. He doesn't agree with the pitch, and then he shakes him off. Shakes him off, throws it anyway, grand slam.
Yeah.
He's pissed at Salazar.
Yeah.
And then Salazar tells him to throw a changeup or whatever, and then throws a fastball and hits him. And you can see the catcher, Salazar,
when you think a pitch
is pissed off.
When you think a pitch is coming that's not, and it's an accident, like that's a dangerous thing when you just get crossed. And usually you don't want to hurt your catcher. Nobody wants to hurt their catcher.
Right.
It's your only teammate out there. It's the loneliest place in sports is the pitcher's mound, and the only guy you have who's right there is you and your catcher. That's your only game partner right there. So to do that is to me, that's like a cardinal sin to do something like that.
No.
That was a shot. It will be if it comes to fruition a surprise if the Giants get him. Now, I do wonder how fans feel about that. Like Willie McAward is a big thing here. There were reports around that time that like the Astros were ready to move on from him. However, he's a really good player. If it were the NFL, you'd be like, yeah, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if this were the NFL, we wouldn't even question it. Like, we'd just be like, yeah, that's the culture of the NFL. The same
He's an a-hole, but you want him.
The same as, like, we're all, like, praising Ryan Reeves. We love fights in hockey games. It fires everybody up. Macklin got in his first one. You know what I mean? All that stuff is great. We get Nedeljkovic on a couple weeks ago or last week, and that's, like, half the interview. And he's all talking. We were talking, like, what was a better moment, that fight or the goal that you scored last season or 2 years ago? And he said,
well, you're not questioning
the fight.
You're not questioning those guys as teammates.
No, the culture of it is different.
And this guy hit his own catcher. That's the
what
difference.
I'm saying. It's a weird and different situation. And when we have seen that in things like the NFL or internal things that are actually physical or go bad, like to that extent, a lot of times there is some sort of separation on one side of it.
Right.
Or there's some sort of suspension or punishment. What I'm saying is, I know that they punished him, I believe, last year, but he was a key part of their team. I think universally it was thought that they might want to move on from him. So I question why he's not signed. Mm-hmm. The first thing I would wonder is is it about his attitude? Is it about his price tag? Is it about his length or his contract length? Or both. What are we looking? What are we looking for here?
Easy.
Anyway,
I don't care about that stuff.
Yeah, come on, man. I'm just asking. What are they looking for? I don't know. I'm not in these meetings. Anyway,
Buster Brooks is making calls like that. Like, hey, tell me about your length.
I also wonder if not even in frame. I always wonder if at this point, like you would. I mean, if you're his agent and there's not a lot of traction out there, wouldn't you throw this information out there? Wouldn't you want somebody to have this and say, hey, one team's garnering interest? Now he did add Hector Gomez that the Orioles and Mets also still have a lot of interest in Valdez. So it's not like the Giants would be a lone team here, but. Would he help the team? Tremendously.
Absolutely.
Here's another note, just really quickly. On the offseason signing of a player of this caliber, 2 weeks ago, Ranger Suarez signed. And I think Ranger Suarez with the Red Sox, and he got a 5-year, $130 million deal.
Yeah.
So that's like what, 25 a year or something like that, 26 a year. I think Framber Valdez, in my opinion, is a class above. But he will be, I think, 31 or 32. So my guess is he's
32 right now.
He's 32. So he's looking for a 5-year deal would be my guess. That's what every guy wants when they hit free agency.
Yeah, just watching clips last night, Ken Rosenthal was talking about this, saying he's looking for a 6-year contract. And the fact that this all transpired a year ago with Cesar Salazar is that some people are looking around being like, I don't know if he's a good teammate. Like when we played the Jim Bowden Cup the other day, talking about Harrison Bader, is he a good clubhouse guy? It sounds like when it comes to Valdez, he's not.
I was trying to find more.
Stop you?
I was trying to find more on that. I really couldn't find more on that Bader stuff.
Yeah, me neither.
I was really digging into that about him. I don't know if that meant he was a bad clubhouse guy. I don't know. Neither here nor there.
I saw a ton of clips last night, like Tyler Glasnow on a podcast, being like, "Yeah, that looks intentional to me. Like that's not a picture you want in your clubhouse."
Yeah, I would be surprised if that.
But he's good. He's really good.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the Giants do need depth, and so I wonder if they're even kicking the tires on a guy like Zach Gallen. I also wonder if this is. I don't want to say this isn't even true. But just because the Giants have maintained talks doesn't mean they're in serious negotiations. I would guess he wants a 5-year deal. I wonder if the Giants hardline, because we'll go back and talk about this. Greg Johnson said they didn't want to sign starting pitchers to long-term deals. Buster sort of echoed that, and I said, I don't think that's a bad business model. They did it with Logan Webb, but he was in-house. I think that was Farhan anyway. I don't think that's a bad model in general. And so, I mean, the term short-term is subjective. So I wondered what that meant at the time, but they've signed 2 starting pitchers this offseason, one for 2 years and one for 1 year. So they've kind of showed us what short-term means or not long-term. I wonder if a guy like Framber, they'd go 3 years with an option for a 4th or something like that, but he'd be 36 years old or something. You don't want to hit free agency at that age. It's why, I mean, a lot of guys are looking for the one big payday. So I don't know what he's looking for. If it's short term for more money, would he do it? Would he do it for 2 years or a year?
Well, what if it's just because the market's not in demand for him and you just signed him to a 1-year deal?
I mean, maybe. If he's willing to do the Blake Snell thing, would you take him for that? I probably would.
I would too. And
Why
honestly,
not?
like texting my baseball friends last night. Like, a lot of people say like he'd be perfect for the ballpark. He'd be fantastic. He'd be your number 2.
And he eats a lot of innings too. Like he pitches a lot. He pitches 200 or close to 200 a lot of.
And
innings.
also, if you do sign him to a long-term deal, then that's the guy that replaces Robbie Ray as your lefty.
Well, and here's the thing too: is Robbie Ray's 34 this year. Last year was his first season in 3 years, pitching a full season.
Yeah.
Adrian Hauser, who they just signed, he's 33. And by the way, last year just tossed a career high in innings, 164 and a third, if you include his time in AAA. Landon Roop missed 24 days with elbow inflammation last year, and then he had the deep bone bruise on his knee that kept him out for the final, was it a couple weeks, the final month of the season, whatever it was. Tyler Mahle, who they just signed, he missed over 3 months with shoulder soreness last year. So these are the guys that they're saying, they're at least at the front, Manassian is saying, we're confident, we think we have a very good-looking rotation. And the guys behind him aren't very exciting. I told you, like, I'm going to have a really tough time getting hyped for a season if I know every fifth day for a while I'm seeing Tang. You know what I mean? Like, I get it if he's making the jump, but like a lot of the guys we saw, I think, and Greg Johnson admitted this, need more time in the minor leagues in terms of the starting pitchers. I think we saw some of that last year, but I think they need more minor league reps. So we can talk more about this. There's a lot of rumors out there across the Bay Area. Jim Schwartz, potentially. I mean, again, I don't know if those are rumors or if it's just people talking about it and wanting Jim Schwartz.
I mean, Tom Pelissero mentioned his name yesterday, so I think you have to give that some legitimacy.
There you go. So Jim Schwartz, Giannis, and the Giannis talks, and we'll talk to Bobby Marks about that at 2:50. And then this all of a sudden kind of rumor about Framber Valdez. Which of the three is more likely to come to the Bay Area? Framber, Giannis, or Jim Schwartz? We'll get into that next. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Bobby Marks going to join us coming up at 2:50.
Hey, Bobby.
Talking trade deadline, Warriors and Giannis. We did get confirmation yesterday from Sam Amick of The Athletic that the Bucks are taking, or they're listening on offers for Giannis.
Yeah, things are heating up.
Because Giannis decided he's ready. He's ready for a new home.
He's not demanding a trade, Copes. Let's get that straight.
Yeah.
He's not demanding a trade, but he would like to move on.
Sam
It'd be
Amick,
nice.
Amick actually said to us, it's like your wife telling you, I don't want a divorce, but I'm ready for one. We're not going to do it now, but I think it's time.
Yeah, I'm not. Is your mic on?
Yeah, I think Tim turned it off. You had to have, Tim. It's the only way. It's the only way.
Some bugs in the system today.
No, stop.
The studio's alive.
Don't you dare.
Oh my God, my microphone's got a hold of me now.
You had to have turned off.
I mean, Derek's headphones are blown out. Your microphone's turning off. What's going on today?
My pet's heads are falling off.
But he's ready for a new home, the mutually parting of ways as a substitute for saying he got fired?
Well, yeah, like that comparison's like, hey, honey, I'm not ready for a divorce, but some other men are going to be coming in the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving with some other guys soon. And by the way, I'm not coming back when I do. Anyway,
take care of the kids, though.
What's the more likely of the three potential changes for each team in the near future? Is it Framber Valdez to the Giants? Is it Giannis to the Warriors? Or is it Jim Schwartz, D coordinator, to the 49ers? Rank what you think is the most confident, you're most confident to least confident.
Okay.
And what's going to happen?
I'm starting at number 3, Framber Valdez, because just based on legitimacy, I haven't heard this, not taking anything away from Hector Gomez, but I haven't heard this from Susan. I haven't heard this from Andrew Baggerly. Haven't heard this from Ken Rosenthal. Haven't heard this from John Morosi. Haven't heard this from Jeff Passan. So until then, I'm going to reserve judgment if this has actually got some legs.
I'm with you. That would be my least also, because I'm like, there's no, outside of Hector Gomez, with respect, there's no local beat writers. There's no Shea, no Bags, no Susan, no Pavs, no Gordado, no Shayna Rubin, no Justice De Los Santos. Like, none of them have tweeted about this in a confirming kind of way.
No, this is kind of just more like a rumor mill on Twitter. Like, this is the same thing right now as Justin Jefferson could be traded to the 49ers. I'm not buying that right now. And the text line makes a good point here, 707. Wouldn't Dusty Baker have a good insight into what kind of teammate Framber is?
1,000%.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's why Buster may be kicking the tires on him.
I mean, yeah, I think you would know, but it also, you have to weigh the options here. Like, how much do fans care about a good clubhouse guy?
Fans don't care.
Of course not. But when you hear about it, it only really matters to me when teams are good. Then it's like a nugget. Like, man, what a good dude. I mean, it's cool. But when there's a bad clubhouse guy, it kind of gets found out.
Let me ask you, did you care that Jeff Kent was a good clubhouse guy?
No.
Exactly.
You know what I cared about? 7 straight years
Yep.
of 100 RBIs.
Yep.
Most homers by any second baseman ever. Like, that's,
And
I mean, I don't know.
MVP in 2000.
With respect, I don't have to hang out with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not looking to hang out
simple
with him.
as that.
I just want to see him hit some bombs, driving some runs for my team.
And I'll be honest, too.
He's wearing the jersey of the team I root for. I may as well be excited when he does well. Now, there are lines. I do have a moral code of things, but again, there's nothing wrong. It's not a crime to kind of.
You have a moral code.
It's not a. I have a moral code, but it's not a crime to be a D. You know what I mean? Like,
No.
I don't have to hang with him.
Like, did I like Bill Romanowski doing some things as a 49er linebacker or a Raider linebacker?
I even think that's a little beyond. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he's a little beyond the code.
Of course.
You know what I mean? I'm not a big Romo guy.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't know. I'm like, I know he's a great football player and all that, but sometimes a little bit different. I don't know what Framber's deal is, but I feel like if there's other people that talk about him in that way, it is weird. You know what I mean? It would be a weird situation considering. I mean, you also do have Ron Washington there, a guy who's managed for a long time, who's, to your point, Tony, or to your quoting of Tony Vitello, he's the adult in the room.
The adult in the room, yeah.
Right. So I'm kind of with you that's my least likely.
That's number 3 for me.
My least confident, and also, like, are they spending that kind of money? Isn't it 30?
It depends what kind of contract it is.
Isn't it about 30-ish a year regardless? I mean, if it's for 1 year, maybe.
But you need to get another starter in the rotation.
Probably, yeah.
So I would be all for the move, but am I going to say, like, is this guy going to be,
I'm okay.
a Boy Scout? Probably
Yeah.
not.
I don't have to hang
But who
with him.
cares?
I don't have to hang with him.
Yeah.
I'm down to go watch him pitch for the Giants.
That's something that Tony Vitello is going to have to work with a lot of guys. How's it going to be where he has to tell Rafael Devers some things at first base? Or now that Framber Valdez is not being very nice to Patrick Bailey. We'll see. That's hypotheticals. Okay, as far as ranking these, number 2, I'll probably go Jim Schwartz. Because right now, it sounds like this thing could get ugly with him and the Browns. And the Browns, the type of organization, Jimmy Haslam is that type of owner to be like, I'm not letting him walk. He's under contract. You work for me, buddy. Okay, I don't give a damn you didn't get the job. It's you and Munkin. And I hired Munkin because he's old, you're old. It's going to work out, okay? You're both curmudgeons.
Well, or, and I think this is maybe more likely, is what if Schwartz is also, I mean, he could still use this just as leverage to get more money, too.
He could.
He could say, I will stay, but you're going to pay me. I'm going to be the richest DC in football. And maybe, where does he rank now? Do you know?
As far as like paid DCs?
Like, do we even know? Because we don't know head coaches completely.
No, I knew that Chip Kelly made the most money
that was a big
as
deal.
a coordinator, but
yeah.
No, I do not know about Jeff Schwartz or Jim Schwartz. Sorry, but
Jeff Schwartz.
But as far as
I don't want him. I don't think he's going to be a good choice for the Niners.
No, probably not.
I'll take Gus over him.
Yeah, but like, there's also the possibility that yes, we've heard, him attached to the 49ers because of Tom Pelissero. And as of this morning, a couple of hours ago, Matt Mayoka tweeted out that the only interviews so far for defensive coordinator have been Gus Bradley. Raheem Morris is in the mix. There's one other name. I apologize. I don't have it in front of me right now. I'll get it.
Still for the Niners?
For the Niners, yeah. It's Joe Woods, Raheem Morris, and Gus Bradley. So those are your only interviews for 49ers DC at the moment. And they could make this ugly. Also, do you really want a disgruntled defensive coordinator on your roster or on your staff?
No.
Where he's like, I don't want to be here. What's the point of this?
Okay, so remember the report was initially that when Schwartz was told that he wasn't getting the job and Munkin was getting the job, he was upset. People, I think, said visibly upset, right? I think that was the report initially. And then he said his goodbyes, a source said, to people and players around the facility. Yeah. So he left the facility and seemingly was out and not coming back. He was upset he didn't get the job. If he does get like a raise in money and comes back, does he just pull the Costanza where he pretends like he didn't quit?
Yeah, I can
when
see
he
that.
shows back up on the Monday, he's like, "No, I wasn't."
I mean,
you bought that? You really thought I quit?
I mean, like, it wasn't a public thing, so it's not that big of a deal. But like, yeah,
it was reported publicly.
If he storms out where he's got like everything, in a box and taking all of his stuff out, and he comes back, he's like,
yeah,
they made it enticing for me to stay, so I'm fine now. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised with that. Also, I got to be honest, I don't know if Jim Schwartz sees the 49ers as high on his list when it comes to being a defensive coordinator. Now, there must be a reason why Tom Pelissero threw that out there. That's probably coming from Jim Schwartz's representation, where he's like, I want to go to the Niners. Or there could be the Buffalo Bills or any other team that needs a DC at the moment.
Where was Joe Woods most recently? Well, most recently he was in New Orleans a year ago.
Yeah, Joe Woods was with the Niners at one point, I think as a defensive backs coach.
He was a Cleveland DC. He was a Denver DC in 17-18, then Cleveland 2021-22.
Yeah.
Then New Orleans 23-24. Where was he? He had to be was he on a staff this past year? I guess is my question.
Was he not with the Saints this past year? Are you looking up his are you looking up his Wikipedia right now or something?
No, I'm on his coaching page in 2024. He was the DC for New Orleans, but they had Kellen Moore this year, so I assume he got a different D coordinator.
Yeah, he got Brandon Staley.
That's right. Staley was his DC.
I guess he was out of work this year.
Okay. He was the Raiders DB coach.
Oh.
Pass game coordinator and
they were
defensive
great.
backs coach. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there must be a reason why Tom Pelissero threw that out there yesterday, so I think that Jim Schwartz must be interested. But I could also see Kyle just being like, no, let's stay.
Leverage. Or it's leverage, right.
Yeah, let's stay with what we know in Gus Bradley. The thing that I think is most likely at this moment, I can't believe I'm saying this is catching some steam with Giannis. And everybody we talk to and all the reports, maybe ESPN's just kind of building it up because it'd be sexy, but Brian Windhorst, Anthony Slater, Kurt Keelan with Pro Basketball Talk, everybody's saying that the most likely scenario, if Giannis gets traded, is the Golden State Warriors. And, I've been poo-pooing this for a long time, but then again, Joe Lacob pulls these moves off, and this has been his goal for a long time now. So, yeah, if you're asking me what's the most likely thing to happen, I probably would say Giannis.
Yeah, dude, I am with you. I ranked it the exact same way you did. I wrote it down. How would I rank the three in what I think is going to be the most likely to least likely to happen? And I had it Giannis number 1, Schwartz number 2, Framber number 3, just because it's a fit but not confirmed totally in my mind.
Right.
To what you said. Jim Schwartz, not confirmed but interest.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In terms of no interview right now. We don't know for sure that he's out in Cleveland. And Giannis is the only one with confirmed interest. And they keep saying the Warriors are looking to put together a package that would make this work.
And also the big thing is
there are other teams with interest as well, but the Warriors seem to be the front runner right now.
And the biggest thing is what Brian Windhorst said yesterday, where they're not interested in guys right now. They want the draft capital. And that's why Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob for the time have not given away a ton of assets when it comes to their drafts. So now they can just give them it away and then do the OKC thing where they rebuild. They want to lose. So I doubt they want Draymond Green in return because Draymond's not going to stand for that, just to be on a roster and let's lose the rest of the season.
That's not going to work. No.
So I think they want Jimmy's contract, which is insane to me. We could talk about how that works with Bobby Marks, but trade away some other younger guys too, Kuminga, Pajemski, maybe Moody, and then give them a haul when it comes to draft picks. And you made a great point yesterday. If that happens and you get 3-4 years with Giannis and Steph Curry, that's great. But what happens after that? Is Giannis in the same situation he's in right now?
4 years that he was.
And does Joe Lacob care? Who cares? You got Giannis at that point. But does Giannis care? Probably.
Bobby Marks used to serve as a general manager for the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
We can talk to him about how
he made that Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce trade.
We can talk about how you pull off a big trade like this and what deadlines look like. Also, what does he expect happens with Giannis? Are the Warriors the front runner? And what is the Warriors' biggest obstacle here? Is it other teams putting together a better offer and them having to convince Milwaukee that they're the best trade partner? Is it their assets in general? And can they come up with enough to pull off the biggest trade in Warrior history? We'll talk about all of that with Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider. When Dirty Work comes back, it's a Thursday on Dirty Work. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Sharks return to the ice tonight in Edmonton versus the Oil. San Jose has won 2 in a row and 7 out of their last 10 as the team continues to build momentum before the Olympic break. For everything Sharks, keep it locked to Dirty Work and the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Joining us on the UMA guest line is Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider, to talk about some of the trade deadline stuff going on, as well as the Giannis rumors as they relate to the 49ers. Bobby, what's going on, man? Welcome back to the show.
Hey, guys. How are we doing?
We're doing well, man. So is it for you, I mean, as a former GM, is it a wake up in the middle of the night with in cold sweats with memories type of year, or is this an exciting time for you still?
I think the only time I get cold sweats is if somehow something breaks in the middle of the night, but which has been, as you guys know, pretty quiet lately and stuff like that. So no, not really. Just not bad on past experiences. Just that you hope you don't miss something. You wake up at 6 a.m. and you're like, oh boy, what just happened?
So I want to ask you about where we are with the Warriors, because seemingly things are heating up around Giannis, and our buddy Sam Amick told us yesterday that he did confirm the Bucks were listening to offers, and now Anthony Slater and Brian Windhorst, everybody kind of reporting that the Warriors are in on this thing. Do you view them as the front runner for Giannis?
I don't think anybody's the front runner. I think it really depends on if Milwaukee really wants to trade him by the deadline, or if they want to take this into the offseason. I think probably what Golden State has to offer is probably the cleanest package, which means is that you really don't have to get another team involved, or a third or fourth team here. They've got, as you guys know, 4 draft picks, 4 first-round picks they can move in a deal, and they've got the contracts to move and some young players here. It's hard to say, because there are some teams out there that probably are not, in the mix here, that probably have a lot more to offer here. But yeah, I mean, as I said, they have, I know Mike's went on record and said it's unlikely that they would trade Jimmy. I think in this scenario, you probably will have to trade Jimmy in this type of deal. And if you want to try to get Kuminga attached to it, you could do that too. And, and then, as I said, kind of, try to make the money work and include those draft picks here. So we'll see. I will see if Milwaukee could try to get something better, or do they think when they get to the lottery or the off season that something more enticing comes around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question right now, where next week it could be a lot of enticing offers, but then things build into the offseason. And, of course, Giannis is dealing with a hamstring strain, second of this season. So just you personally, Bobby, as a former GM, if you were Bucks GM John Horst, would you trade Giannis now, or do you think it's better to wait until the offseason?
I would probably wait to the offseason, because I think what we've seen in the past, a lot has to do with, how you do in the playoffs. There's always kind of a knee-jerk reaction to, maybe a team gets desperate and loses in the first round. I think where teams are drafting maybe in a lottery might be a little bit more appealing. You kind of know where teams are. I think you run a little bit of a risk that a team would not be able to trade for him and get him in the playoffs this year. You basically get him technically entering the last year of his contract. And I think he might have a little bit more say as far as where he goes, because he is extension eligible, and, he could say, hey, I'll play out my contract, and, you can trade me anywhere here, but there's no guarantee that I'm going to sign. So I do think there's some risk. I think there's some reward as far as to wait and everything like that. I do think if they don't do anything at all, I would be surprised if we ever see Giannis in a Bucks uniform for the rest of the season. I just don't think that it makes sense to play him. I think it makes sense to get as best of a pick possible. It's only coming off a couple calf injuries in the last 2 months here.
Talking to Bobby Marks, nice enough to join us here on the UMA guest line. How dangerous do you think it is for the Warriors to assume their championship window stays open just because they have Steph?
With Giannis, or just without?
Well, as constructed now. I mean, you've got Jimmy hurt.
I don't think they're a championship team. Right
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I don't know if they are, even if they got Giannis.
I agree.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. But I listen. I get it. I mean, I get it. I think it's going to be an ugly ending, when Curry's no longer there, no matter what. if you trade 4 first-round picks, at least it's a little bit easier if you have the picks to be able to do things just based on how that roster is set up. I think the biggest thing, too, is if you're Giannis, and I guess it's similar a little bit with what happened with Luka, is that if you get traded and you're going to extend, I think the big question is, what does this roster look like in 2 or 3 years? If I'm going to commit another 3 or 4 years of my life here, who's here? What's the plan going forward and everything like that? Because as you know, all the guys, Curry, Green, Butler, they're all on their contract for another year after here, and there's really not much there after that.
I was saying to Derek yesterday, if the Warriors did make this trade and Milwaukee agreed to it, in like 3 or 4 years, Giannis could be in the exact same situation here that he's in Milwaukee, where there's just not a lot of picks and options. So it's sort of in that same vein, is there a danger for being perceived as too desperate to make something happen this time of year?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's always a danger. I mean, every trade is a risk and stuff. I do think there's a danger when you have a player like Stephen Curry on your roster and Steve as your coach and ownership that's committed like they are. I do think there's a danger because what the collateral damage, which you don't think right now, will be pretty significant down the road, and you're not really thinking like that, especially when you're in the middle of the season here. You're trying to see if you can get to the finish line in June to be able to do a deal. I think it's a little bit less of a risk with Golden State than maybe Minnesota or New York, maybe even Miami to an extent, because with those teams, they're giving up like live bodies. They're guys that are helping their rosters that can play right now. If it's in Golden State and if it is Jimmy or Kuminga, those are two guys that are hurt. So I do think it's a little bit, just for the short term, of course, I think it's less of a risk what Golden State would do compared to some of the other teams. But, of course, the long-term significance is a lot greater.
Talking to Bobby Marks on the UMA guest line. So let's just say that Giannis is traded by next week. And I know that he's finals MVP and 2-time MVP, but there is an injury factor. I think I said earlier it was a hamstring. He has suffered 2 calf strains this season. Just you yourself, as a former GM, would you have any trepidation about trading for Giannis when he's had those injuries? And here in the Bay Area, we know about them all too well, with Kevin Durant having calf strains and that leading to much worse.
I would. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to diminish the player. He's a top 5 player in the NBA. He's had 2 calf injuries in less than the last 2 months here. He's been in the league since 13, so there's 12, 13 years of a lot of miles on his legs. You would be paying him $75 million per, an average right around there for the foreseeable future once the extension kicks in. And yeah, it's a big number. I mean, it's a number where in this day and age of roster building, you can't get it wrong. You get it wrong with one of those players, and it's going to be on your books for a long time.
We're talking to Bobby Marks here on the UMA guest line. Bobby, I got to tell you, we're blessed to have as many teams and situations in the Bay Area that we have to talk about, and the Warriors and the Niners and the Giants and all that stuff. But and the Sharks even now. But I've been exhausted talking Jonathan Kuminga. It's been really refreshing to not have to bring him up at all in this conversation. So refreshing that I'm going to ask you a question about him. I'm like, dude, I'm wondering what Bobby's thinking. I mean, I sort of looked at that.
Like my partner Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, dude.
I almost had a meltdown on TV.
I mean, we did this. We've done this with so many different players over the last couple of years, but Kuminga's been at the forefront. So, I mean, how have you viewed this situation? In my mind, I think both teams or both sides of this completely misplayed it to the point of there being a lost value and nobody being happy.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I understand why, you re-signed him in October and everything like that, because you probably saw him, you lose him, you don't have an asset, you can a tradable piece and everything like that. And as I said, when the restriction was lifted on January 15th, if Mike was going to trade him, he would have traded him, so that pretty much told you kind of where the market was. It wasn't like, let's wait till February 5th and we'll take the best offer here. And then he gets hurt and, you're sitting on a big number here and that you would like to try to get off of. And certainly I would say any player is tradable and everything, but sometimes it's what you're looking for to come back in return as far as taking back more money or a player that fits and everything like that. But yeah, it's a situation that hopefully, gets resolved. I think the most interesting thing is if he's on the roster at 3:01 Eastern time on February 5th and everything, where things go. And I think he's got to get back on the court healthy. But yeah, it is an unfortunate situation with him. I think it's a lesson, and I've lived through it in New Jersey and stuff. You got to hit on your draft picks. I mean, you got to hit on your draft picks, because if you do, they're going to be on your roster for 8-9 years based on how the contracts are set up.
Talking to Bobby Marks on the UMA guest line. We know that Bob Myers did a tremendous job with the Warriors and then went on to work with you at ESPN. And now Mike Dunleavy Jr. is thrown into the situation, and he gets a lot of flack here in the Bay Area for the team not being as successful, but I think that's unwarranted just because they're an aging dynasty, as Steve Kerr put it. How would you evaluate the job that Mike Dunleavy has done as Warriors GM?
Yeah, it's funny. It's a good question. I was on set and Perk teed off on Mike, and, we were going into break, and I couldn't get in my 2 cents there. I wish I could have, but
doesn't sound like Perk.
Come on. I know. Well, you're dealing with TV and it's like 10 seconds and stuff. But I think Mike was put into a certainly a tough situation because he was there with Bob, and then Bob leaves, and you're as you said, you basically you have an aging roster. It almost like the championship, I think in 22 kind of paused a lot of things that you were probably going to start doing. And you kept on doubling down there. I mean, listen, he made the Jimmy Butler trade last year. I thought saved the second half of the season. And unfortunately, Steph gets hurt in the early in the second round and everything, and that cost it there. It's hard. It's a difficult situation because you're trying to, as you said, you're trying to extend one of the greatest players of all time on your roster, one of the greatest defensive players of all time on your roster, and trying to make moves. And it's, you got 430 players in the NBA to try to trade and maneuver, and you're limited sometimes with these rules. And I know he's working his tail off to do his, he's trying to do as much as he can. And now it's, as we started the conversation, now you're in that tough spot is to get a top 5 player, but basically sacrificing everything in the future.
So if the Warriors do not land Giannis, what do you think the pivot move is going to be? Because this franchise is not going to stand idly by, maybe at the trade deadline, but what do you think their plan, B is come this offseason? Yeah,
I mean, I think your plan B is, Butler we probably won't see until, I guess, probably a year from now, probably maybe a little bit earlier and everything like that. And you will have to, if Kuminga is still here, you got to figure out what to do with his team option here. But I do think, the picks that you would have traded in a potential Giannis deal, I think those would be in play. I think you have to be extra aggressive here as far as what to do. It's almost like a kind of a carryover effect from what the deadline was.
Talking to Bobby Marks, another minute or two here on the on the UMA guest line. So, I mean, at the top, when we asked you about Giannis, I said, do you think Warriors are front runners? You said, I don't think anybody's a front runner because we don't know for sure if Milwaukee is going to trade them. We don't know if he's going to be moved at all or if he'll stay in Milwaukee. If, in fact, they don't get him, what was the Warriors? I guess what I'm asking is, what's the Warriors' biggest obstacle here? Is it money? Is it proving that they have the right things to trade? Is it proving they're the right trade partner? What's number one?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, listen, they kind of checked the boxes. We went through it today on TV, kind of the Giannis checklist. They checked the boxes as far as draft picks. I think they have the most out of, the teams that have been mentioned, New York Mini and Miami. I think they're probably a little bit behind as far as young players on controllable contract because, Brandon would probably be your top guy. Kind of I call them win now players, guys that can help you, just Kuminga and then can you flip Jimmy, as I said, in next year maybe. I think that may be a little bit of an obstacle. You're basically sitting on a $58 million contract for a guy that can't play and everything like that. But I do think, if I do think they have an edge in that the goal for Milwaukee is that they're going to try to get as many lottery picks, and probably the guys they're getting back right now, whether it be Jimmy who's out and some of the other things here, would keep them in that position.
Couple more minutes with Bobby Marks on the UMA guest line. Last one for you, Bobby. Just whereas we're a week away from the NBA trade deadline, in your time being in the front office of different teams, do you have a favorite story when it came to the NBA trade deadline for you?
Oh man, yeah. So I don't think this day and age uses fax machines anymore, right? I mean, so we had we traded Kevin Garnett to Minnesota. This would be 2015. And KG's, he had a no trade clause that carried over with him from Boston. So anytime he had a no trade, you had to waive it again. And we needed Kevin to waive the no trade clause. And instead of, I guess, emailing it, Kevin decided to fax it, which was certainly a risk. And he sent it, trade deadline's 3:00. He sent it in at 2:56, I want to say. So that trade almost never happened because of the no trade clause, where Mr. Garnett decided that he would rather use the old technology for the fax machine.
Wow. Did you know before he was going to fax it? Like, did he tell you, I'm going to fax it in, or you just found out because a fax came in?
No, we knew. And, it's like that, when we grew up in like the 90s with dial-up, right? I mean, there's nothing better than when hearing dial-up. Fax machine.
Yeah, it's hysterical. I think that's the technology that just missed me. I got pager, but no fax. I'm not really sure how that works. Like, you send a phone number and a paper comes out? I don't really get it, Bobby. Bobby Marks, our ESPN and front office and fax insider. Joins us here talking Giannis trade. Bobby, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Bobby. Guys. Thank you.
Thanks, man. The great Bobby Marks, former GM of the Nets. That is kind of crazy. He's like, no, I'll fax you.
Yeah, that happened.
Like, what?
Oh, there we go. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you remember that, like...
AOL, that's how it would start up every time.
Do you remember that, like, when you had internet and you had dial-up, that, like, if your phone was next to it, the speakers would, like, buzz before the phone rang? Do you remember that?
No, I don't, actually.
You remember that, Tim? They would make that weird, speaker noise. It would, like, creak or, like, buzz almost. And then the phone, it would, like, predict that your landline was going to ring with dial-up.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Oh, it's okay. There's a great sandwich spot in San Francisco, Ted's Deli. Been there forever. Featured in, what was it? That Will Smith movie, Degrees of Happiness or whatever.
Pursuit of Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness. We would put in
6, 7 pounds or something. I don't know. Yeah, 7 degrees of pounds.
Legend
very
of Bagger
often
Vance.
at the old leader, Bagger Vance. We would order like 15 sandwiches or 10 sandwiches, and you'd have to fax in the order. It was the last place I remember sending a fax to. Ted's Deli.
Well, that happened.
Tim sent a fax, huh?
That happened also with Elvis Dumervil. Like, I don't know if you remember this, but the Broncos were trying to get in contact with his agent.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, they were like, we need you to contact us at this. And they gave him, like, a proposal on a contract. And his agent sent him the fax. They didn't get it in time, and they cut him on the spot. They were like, it's not in time. Got cut, went to the Baltimore Ravens.
Is it because it takes a minute for the fax to connect, Tim? Does it, like, take a second?
You're asking me about technology that I haven't used in decades.
Yeah, I don't know. You fax Teds. You know how that works.
There's been a lot of moments in sports history with fax machines. Kevin Garnett, Elvis Dumervil, and, of course, Marv Albert.
Oh, come on.
All right.
All right, Derek. Come on, dude.
All right.
Don't be mean.
Sorry.
Come on, dude.
Yes! Well, trifecta.
That's where you're going to trifecta. The fax machine. Anyway, I don't think I've ever sent a fax. There's a good...
I have before,
There's a good Michael Scott line.
Oh, yeah?
About fax machines where somebody says on the phone, like, Michael, I think it might be Jan. She's like, I'm going to fax you something over. And he's like, geez, a fax machine? Why don't you just use smoke signals? And she goes, Michael, this is serious. He goes, oh, okay, well, then just email it.
Yeah.
This is important. Well, then just email it. Like, yeah, if it's important, just email it.
Well, when did fax machines, like, stop? Like, email came in when? Like, early 90s or late 90s?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah, so fax machines are,
early
like,
90s.
ridiculous.
Like, as a regular thing, like, mid to late.
But you know what? Like, if someone needs, like, a copy of something, like, yes, still there's some people that, like, hit me up and be like, can I get this in a fax? I'm like, are you insane?
Who? Like a hotel, maybe?
I don't know.
Hotels and banks, I feel like they're the ones who use it.
Like, back in, like, when I was really producing, like, if you need to get in contact with an older guest and they're like, can you fax me the information? I'm like, all right.
What guest would you have to have faxed the information?
Gil Brandt.
What do you mean? What information did you have to fax him?
The details of
what time to call?
Yeah, like, give me all the details, who's on the program.
You can just take it over the phone?
He wanted it in writing.
So really quick, he gave you all the information on how to fax to him, all his number and everything you had to fax to him over the phone, but you couldn't just give him that information over the phone?
I think it got to the point where I was frustrated, where I was like, Mr. Brandt, is there a way...
Mr. Brandt, just give me the fax.
Is there a way I could just call you and I can give you all this information, you write it down? He goes, yeah, that's fine.
I've got a carrier pigeon for you. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Bobby Marks, front office insider, says Warriors in his mind aren't the front runner because we don't even know if there is one, considering Milwaukee hasn't told us whether or not they're going to trade him. He says the Warriors may have the cleanest offer of any of them, plus the 4 first-round picks that could be in the mix there. But I'm kind of with him. I think Milwaukee's kind of surveying the field and seeing what's out there and then weighing the options of, if we don't move him now and we just sit him the rest of the year,
yeah,
we get more value on our draft pick, and then we can see what happens around. And I know they have so many pick swaps, as one of our texters yesterday aptly put, there in pick hell right now because they have so many swaps over the next 4 years. It's why Giannis doesn't really see a future there. But
he's not going to play for the rest of the season?
He said Milwaukee might shut him down. He said, I think there's a good chance that we don't see him for the rest of the year.
Because they are in tank.
If they don't move him, why play him and risk it?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Because then if you do play him and he gets hurt, then you can't move him in the offseason.
Of course.
That's his point.
Of course. I see Bobby's rationale with that.
Tim. Stop it.
Because if I was them, I wouldn't trade him until the offseason. And I think that we're getting this is building up, kind of like a year ago with Kevin Durant. We all heard that he's coming back, and then he didn't. But then Jimmy Butler came. I probably think he's also going to get traded in the offseason, but I think that'd be a hard sell. Again, what do they care as far as the Bucks fans? As far as the front office telling the Bucks fans, Giannis is going to play for the remainder of the season. That sucks, but they don't care about that. Is Giannis then going to just go away and not do interviews with Sam Amick and be like, I told you, I'm just an employee. They told me that they're shutting me down now.
Well, technically, when you're hurt, you don't have to do media. So it doesn't really matter.
Right.
If they don't play him the rest of the year.
He still has that calf strain. That is true.
If they don't play him the rest of the year, he never has to until he decides to.
That's a good point with the calf strain.
So,
all right, then yeah. Maybe nothing happens by next week.
If I were them, I'm looking around and I'm going, okay, how many picks can we get? Are these Warrior picks still here for us in the offseason? Are they going to turn around and trade a bunch of these? And they may see the field right now and go, there's not a move out there to be had as big as our player.
Right.
We can still get the most picks. Now, is Karl Anthony Towns going to get moved this offseason? Could that still be something potentially that happens? They could still turn around and say, we'll take Towns and other picks. But again, a lot of that wouldn't be done, I don't think, until the end of the year. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Who's most likely in your mind? We'll get out to the callers as well to come to the Bay Area. Is it Framber Valdez to the Giants, Jim Schwartz to the 49ers, or is it Giannis to the Golden State Warriors? Rank them 1, 2, and 3. What do you think's most likely to least likely? Derek and I on the same page. I'm going Giannis most, Schwartz second most, Framber third most.
Yeah, that's what I
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. You know who checked in on the Giannis rumors? Steph Curry. Has he heard him? If he said he didn't, he's lying. We'll play it for you next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. We are live tomorrow from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in no, we're not. That's in 2 weeks. Sorry. We're live tomorrow from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, just before the Warriors take on the Tons. Warriors Tons coming your way tomorrow, and we'll be out there at Harmonic getting ready for that one. So come on by 2 to 6. Get yourself a pop. Get yourself a beer. Get yourself a soda, a cider, some food, whatever it is. Just come hang out.
Yeah, some barbecue. They got good barbecue
over at Fiskew.
Dude, that place is money.
They got the pizza spot over there. Get your eats. Get your beer. Shafico's great. Yeah, they got they've got a Senor Sisig. They got a God's.
The burritos.
Thrive City is fantastic. And Harmonic's a great spot to get a beer before a game. So come by and hang out with us tomorrow. Spot. Warriors played in Utah last night. They played the Az, and they whooped some Az. 141-24.
That's correct.
Steph went off in this one, by the way, 27 points. And he got a lot of support scoring from both the bench and from a variety of guys. Moses Moody, number one, 26 points for him. He was 9 of 15, 5 of 9 from 3. Steph also got to the line 10 times. It was 9 of 10. No surprise there. Draymond was a big plus on the plus-minus. He was like 15 or 17. He had the weirdest game and the weirdest shooting line. 0 for 6 from the field. 0 for 6 from 3. Those are the only.
He was just chucking it all night.
6 shots he took.
It's all good, Draymond.
I was like,
6 assists.
And by the way, I know
2 blocks, 1 steal. I'll take it.
I know in his last game he was 0 of 2, so he's at least 0 for his last 8.
Draymond don't care about scoring.
No, I know, but it's funny to me that he's 0 for his last 8, and he only took 6 shots yesterday. They were all threes.
Yeah, and you know what? If you need to trade Draymond to get Giannis in this, then by all means, I guess you have to do it. But I don't
think that's where it's going.
I rather you hang on to him. And again, like Jimmy Butler trading him away just to facilitate the salary for salary. I get that. That's unfortunate because you'd like to have him in this scenario. But then again, you can't acquire Giannis without a contract like that, whether it's Draymond or Jimmy. So I would love for Draymond to stay and coordinate the offense in a way where obviously he's the quarterback there, really the point guard of the team. But right now, just watching the game last night, I'd say DeAnthony Melton's the second best player.
Melton's great right now. He's fantastic. 12 points for him off the bench. Buddy Hield had 13 last night. He shot it well. And then Guy. Our guy Guy doing the dirty work.
Yes.
The Guy work. 16 for him off the bench.
I'll say this also. They played great last night. It's against the Jazz.
They didn't. The Jazz, they have 10 wins? 10 and 33?
They're 15 and 33.
They're awful. That's what you should do to these teams. They did give up 124, but.
Yeah. Well, when you score 140, who cares? But,
and they scored over 30. I think they had a 39-point quarter, didn't they? Fourth quarter, maybe?
I hear Steve Kerr last night, and everybody's saying, like, we're finding our stride right now. When things are going well, we're finding a groove without Jimmy. Don't get too attached, though, because if they pull off this Giannis trade, this team is not going to look the same, obviously.
Well, they're now 2 and 3 since Jimmy got hurt. So,
right.
I mean, they got to start at least leveling out, balancing some games. And I know Minnesota was weird, and they did split that back-to-back, but they'd given up a lot of points to some teams. Again, the 145 or whatever allowed to Toronto.
Yeah.
And then another 120 to Dallas was tough.
Yeah. No, like right now, what's their ceiling? I would say probably the 8th seed, 9th seed. And it's the same situation they were in a year ago, where I think they were the 10th seed before they acquired Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would just say, like, this is not going to go anywhere in particular, in my opinion. Like, they could be a good team where it's like, yay, they're playing meaningful games in April for the play-in. But if you want to make a difference, if you want to play for championships, make this Giannis trade. I think, like, right now, yes, I hear what Bobby's saying, and it makes the most sense for the Bucks to do this trade in the offseason. But if the Warriors are the most desperate team, and Joe Lacob gets on his hands and knees and be like, please, I need this. And it could happen.
I don't know. I mean, he's the guy I have confidence, like, moving heaven and earth. And if this is his guy, he's got to be willing to do that whenever it takes to sweeten the pot. So they could use all those draft picks and whatever pieces. You got to open the books and say, what do you want? With the exception of Steph Curry.
But I want to do it now. Like,
Giannis has to want to be here, too. That's the other thing.
I'll say
in
this.
4 years, where is this roster?
I'll say this. I think for the Warriors, it's probably best to pull this off by next week.
I agree.
Because OKC, San Antonio, it sounds like all these teams are like, we're good right now. We're fine. We're winning games. I don't want to gut my roster to get Giannis. Even though Giannis is amazing, I don't want to do that right now. It's going to hurt our chances. The Warriors are the most desperate team where it's like, I want to do this today. I'll do it today. And I think that goes in their favor a little bit.
Damn, dude, I'm getting threats. We're getting threats now on the
For what?
Text line. 650 said, well, he said yesterday, he said, Copeland, you're getting our Warrior fans' hopes up. So we better get him by next Thursday night, or we're going to go Draymond. He said, we're going to go Draymond on Poole on you. Jesus. It's on me now because I'm getting hopes up.
Well, that wouldn't be a sucker punch because you're telling him ahead of time.
Well, he's a member of the Filth. He loves the show. He came on back today.
Okay.
And then he said, Dub Nation will torch Copes and Papa if they don't land
Giannis.
If they don't land
I'm not
Giannis.
saying it's going to happen.
I like the bit, though. I like the bit this guy's
You know
working,
what, though? I was you guys at one point where I was a producer. I was a listener of Sports Talk Radio. I'm like, you got my hopes up, all right? Screw you, Dad, for telling me the Raiders are getting this guy.
He's just like pounding his hand into his fist.
When I get home, I tell you.
They better get him, dude. I swear to God, they better get him. Well, they asked Steph if he'd heard about these Giannis rumors, and I'm like, could you imagine if he hadn't?
No, because Steph's the petty king. He hears everything.
Steph's like, dude, as if they wouldn't have talked to him about it. You know, we're going to go all in to try to get Giannis. What are you okay? Like, as if they wouldn't have spoken to him about what they would be willing to give up.
Well, that's the only thing, like, I want to talk to Marcus about
After
this
we
tomorrow.
know he's going to them presenting trades. Yeah.
And I want to know, like, is that this season? Is that in previous seasons where he's like, yeah, I want this guy, I want that guy. And they're like, Steph, calm down. We're trying to get Giannis. Oh, I'll shut up then, by all means.
Yeah, like, what was the context of that? You know what I mean? And maybe they said, hey, we really think we'll have a shot at Giannis, so we can't give up these assets. Just hold tight for a minute, okay?
Right.
So here's Steph Curry. He was asked yesterday, have you paid any attention to all the trade rumors that were out there? Did you, like, is this about last season?
No, this is.
You said last year.
Sorry, that's the last one.
So have you paid any, what are you talking about?
Asked, I see where that's screwed up there.
Was there a typo? Is that all?
Might be, yeah. Asked if he's paid attention to any of the trade rumors out there right now.
Okay, here's Steph.
Not really. I think our job is to keep winning games and keeping our energy as high as we can around here. We're not ignorant to what's going on around the league. Rumors and trade talks and who's on the block and all that type of stuff. So I know what's going on, but right now it's just about trying to continue to win, because if we lose sight of that on the court, all that other stuff doesn't really matter.
I mean, yeah, Steph pays attention to a lot of stuff. So I know
Is he afraid to get in trouble for tampering?
No, that wouldn't be tampering. Well,
do you remember that time Draymond got fined? That was the lamest tampering fine I've ever seen on somebody. Where Draymond, I think they asked him about
Devin Booker.
It was Devin Booker, right, of the Suns. And it was right after Booker had just signed like a 5-year extension. It was like after he signed his max extension.
He said he needs to get out of there.
Yeah, he said something like he needs to get out of there, and then he's like, "I would love to have him," or something like that. You know what I mean? I'd love to have a player like that.
Well, that's the
but
problem.
I'm like, it's only tampering if you can actually it's only tampering if the player is like going to be a pending free agent, really, in my mind, because then you can lure him away from his team, knowing, hey, that team has interest, or I want to go play with that guy before you're supposed to talk to that guy about contracts. That's why I've always thought the situation with Paul George and Kawhi was really weird, because we know they forced their way to play together. They were very open about it, but it was via trade, so you have to agree. That's what I'm saying is Devin Booker would have had to be traded. Two teams would have to agree to accept this deal to trade him to the Warriors. So how could that ever be tampering? Because nobody can make a decision but the organizations at that point. And Draymond got fined like $100K or something like that.
I thought that was weird, and I don't know what the deal is with players. I remember Doc Rivers getting penalized for doing an interview with ESPN, talking about how he would love to have Kawhi Leonard, and sure enough, they landed Kawhi Leonard, but he didn't care about that fine. Or maybe he was on Jimmy Kimmel saying he loved Kawhi Leonard. But I don't know when it comes to tampering rules for players, I have no idea, and that's the price you pay when you want to do TV in the offseason. But for Steph, look, he knows, and he wants Giannis too. I bet you, like, it's kind of conflicting for him. Like, if Jimmy has to be in the mix, if Draymond has to be in the mix, he could care less about Kuminga. I'm sure, like, a promising player like Moody, he's like, I love Moody. It was hard for him a year ago, where, leading up to all this, he did the Twitter fingers stuff and saying, it takes a lot to pull off a trade and kind of downplaying it. But the day that they traded for Jimmy, he was not happy. I remember that game. They were playing Utah, funny enough, and he was not really thrilled about it. He was like, yeah, we'll see about the player. He said more upset that Andrew Wiggins was traded away.
Yeah, but don't you remember within a game of Jimmy playing, they said, how was it without there? He was like, it's easier, man.
Of course, things change, obviously.
It was good. I like that.
Yeah, things change.
That was kind of nice. I didn't have to do it all.
Yeah.
After he went off for like 50 in Orlando right before Jimmy made his debut, right?
That's
Wasn't that it? He went off in Orlando?
No, Orlando was after the fact.
Or then Chicago they played?
He scored 59. Yeah, the first game was against Chicago.
Yeah.
And then after that, he scored 59 against Orlando, and that's where things were getting a lot easier for Steph.
More from Steph. So they asked him then after, if he paid attention to the rumors out there, they asked him specifically, have you heard anything or paid any attention to the Giannis rumors?
We've always had a expectation, as myself, Draymond, just knowing the conversations are happening all the time. I don't ever get into hypotheticals. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It's not my job to do that. Mike is in the entire front office, I'm sure, making calls. I'm sure, taking looks, seeing what's going on. And then if there's something material, something real, we have conversations about it and decisions are made. So that's our process. It's always been that way. I'm assuming it's going to be that same way over the next week and a half. But when stuff happens, you'll know.
So I think the way that Steph's talking right now is different than a year ago. And as I said, he talked about, I remember the day where I think they lost to the Miami Heat at home. And he was upset, visibly upset. And you and I talked about it. I bring it up all the time where they asked him, how could this offense change? How could it get better? And he goes, I honestly don't know. And that's the most depressed I think I've seen Steph Curry as a member of the Golden State Warrior, where he was just like, I don't know how we fix this. And
I would say dejected, not depressed.
Okay,
he was just kind of like, I don't know. I don't have an answer to these questions, and I can't do it all myself. It's kind of the feeling I got. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
okay. Dejected makes more sense than depressed. But then the next day he came back and said, like, I don't need to hear all this stuff about trades and hypotheticals and all this stuff when it comes to our team. We don't need people on social media telling us who to trade. And then he did all the Twitter fingers thing. They beat Minnesota that night. And then in the postgame, he goes into this whole thing about we want this team to still be relevant after we're gone. I think we have the audio here from last year where he was like, just because I want to win doesn't mean we need to, mortgage our future where I'm gone, there's nothing to play for. There's nothing to come to the Chase Center for. So this is Steph a year ago when asked, do you want to give up the farm to get somebody in particular? And he was like, not really.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility on allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to, if you have an opportunity or a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something. So there's Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where, we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase while, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate.
So that was interesting. He said that a year ago because I think he didn't like a lot of things that were out there. I think that he went along with the Jimmy Butler trade. I think there was the Lauri Markkanen, trade proposal in the offseason. I think he just got frustrated because there was nothing really out there that he liked. Now, when you hear yesterday him saying, like, yeah, we pay attention to the rumors. We don't get caught up in that stuff. I think it's different where if Giannis is on the table, like everything he's saying right there, like you don't give up the farm.
Well, I hear that and I'm like, dude, how lucky are we to have Steph Curry? That's a one-of-a-kind answer from a superstar where he says, yeah, we want to go get somebody to help and we want to be competitive. And he's weighing all those options, but also saying we have a responsibility to leave this franchise. And by saying that, that's self-awareness of what a superstar player is capable of controlling within an organization in the way that he could control things if he wanted to.
Right.
Now, the organization appeasing Steph is different than him running things. Whereas we all know LeBron's making coach decisions when he's in Cleveland. We all know, in Miami it was a little bit different. Then he left there, went back and moved things around. They trade players to get players that he wants. Like he has a lot of pull because you have to please LeBron. He's the player. Steph Curry's with the organization he started with and has earned that level of respect. And I do think he's very involved, but I also know he's not the one on the phone making these calls. But for him to say, like, I appreciate it as a fan, saying, hey, we can't just gut the organization to throw everything we want at the wall and go get aging players in something that doesn't make sense. I have a responsibility, and he cares about the organization. He cares about the status in which he leaves that place. It's not going to be in a better place than when he's here. But what I do hear him saying is you can't just gut the future to try to throw crap at the wall right now. You have to have a plan kind of for the future beyond that. And if it's not us and there's nobody else here, then it's got to be those draft picks. Right. It can't be both right now. Now, that said, Giannis can be that plan after Steph is gone. So I do think it is a little bit different when we're talking about this caliber of player. Kevin Durant would not be that because he's an aging player as well.
Right.
That's not a plan for beyond. And that, I think, is what Steph is talking about. Jimmy is not a plan for beyond, but they didn't mortgage the entire future in making that move. They were able to make that work with a player that I think made Steph sad to lose in Wiggins. But I think that he views Giannis in a different light because he's 31 or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's just interesting to hear his tone a little bit different because last year it seemed more frustration where they were a worse team. I think they were below 500 at this point. And Steph now is like, yeah, we hear the rumors and everything, and we'll just see what happens here. I think that he definitely wants Giannis. I think that's his goal as well with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. So it's just interesting to hear him say, like, yeah, I don't want to mortgage the future for somebody in particular or like whatever. Like, you know, I'm not a fan of Jimmy Butler or he didn't say that a year ago, but that was kind of the implication. And then once they got him, they're playing really good basketball.
I think they're thinking of Tim. Tim's the one who said it. Tim's like, don't give me that guy.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, though, their tone, and even Steve Kerr, the night that they acquired him, was kind of like, we'll see. And then they bought in and they played very good basketball. So I think it's just funny to hear Steph from a year ago be like, yeah, I want to put this organization in a good position to succeed when I'm gone. And now it's like, yeah, we'll pay attention. We'll see what's out there. I think he really wants Giannis. That's the bottom line.
Real quick, I'm looking up right now, just ESPN's on in the studio, and there was just a bottom line thing. They said LeBron tears up in video tribute in return to Cleveland. We're just still giving him video. What's going on? We're just throwing him video tributes whenever he's back in Cleveland? Is that it?
I mean, I think
do they do it every time he's there, you think?
Probably, yeah.
Cleveland's favorite son?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that last night.
The Akron Hammer?
I saw the Cleveland halftime show. Did you see that? With just the two guys with the ball, like just moving it around.
No, what are you talking about? Like with their minds, or what?
No, it was just like it was the mascot. It was the mascot and like some random fan. It looked like where the halftime show was awful. Where they literally just had the ball up against their stomachs.
Was this on national TV? Is that why?
No. It was on NBA League Pass. That's why people saw it. But.
It was really weird. It was like they didn't have a halftime show, so they're like, all right, you guys go out there and wing it.
Yeah, honestly, like they need a Red Panda or somebody because like it seemed like, as Tim just said, someone canceled.
I'm not trying to like crap on you for telling this. You've not really explained this to me at all.
It's hard to explain.
It's very difficult to explain.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
If I was Derek and I was trying to describe it as someone who did see it, it was just like two dudes with a ball in between. Like
what were they doing with the ball?
They were kind of just...
They were doing nothing really.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ball was on... Explain that. The ball was on the ground?
It's like a big... Watch the video. Literally like Adele song.
Dance, maybe.
Yeah, like...
So it's an Adele song is playing also?
Adele song is playing in the background.
Which one? Like Rolling in the Deep or Water Under the Bridge?
What is it? Hello from the Other Side.
Hello?
That one. Yeah.
It's me. That's the slow one?
Yes.
Okay.
And they literally have a bouncing ball, like not a basketball, but like one of those like big medicine balls.
Okay.
They have it up against their stomachs.
So they're holding it together on each side.
Yes, and they're like moving in a weird way where it's like, ooh, this is like interpretive dance and going through each other's legs. There's nothing really like, there's no talent involved whatsoever. It is the worst halftime show you'll ever see in your life.
Oh, wait, I found it.
Yes. You gonna watch this live now?
Well, no, I'm taking a look at it. Oh, it's okay. I got you. It's the mascot, and dude, and they're wearing tutus.
Are they wearing tutus?
Yeah, they're wearing pink tutus, and so they have. Yeah, then they're like squatting with each other. Yeah, this is. So you think somebody canceled and they threw this out there?
That's what it kind of looked like, dude.
It definitely has a feel
nothing
like
to this.
They're like, hey mascot, what do you got?
Yeah,
what can you do?
It's like, ooh, Red Panda just canceled, guys. What are we gonna do tonight?
Grab me a ball. This is like really bad, like Cirque du Soleil or something.
Yeah. You're saying like it's hard to explain because like, they're not doing anything.
Yeah, I'll give you that. It's hard to explain, but the Adele song playing is a funny detail.
Of course.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with the Dirty Work, talking worst halftime shows on a Thursday afternoon. When we come on back, Anthony Slater now confirming the Warriors have major interest in Giannis. We'll get his latest details from ESPN. Brian Windhorst, apparently, according to Bobby Marks, also almost lost his mind on air having to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Kind of refreshing to have some Giannis talk and not Kuminga talk as the Warriors look to improve their roster. We are officially 1 week from the deadline, right? Next Thursday, a week from today?
Correct.
1 week from the trade deadline. The latest from the Warriors, or on the Warriors, from Anthony Slater. We'll do that next. Dirty Work rolls on. It's a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
NBA agent Adele.
Sorry. This song does slap.
Was she there?
No.
Was she in the house?
No.
I don't know. She's been in a lot of games with Rich Paul.
Yeah,
they're still together, right?
Yeah,
Are they engaged or married now?
I think they're married.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I roll with Adele. I'm down. I get down.
Rolling in the deep,
She's got
right?
pipes, yeah.
Yeah, she's
she
good.
Can sing.
Yeah, the halftime performance.
Two men in a tutu balancing a ball between their stomachs.
Well,
maybe
a mascot and a gentleman in a tutu, yes.
Yes.
I apologize.
We don't know who's in that suit, Tim. You know what I mean? Or
Get it right, Tim. You have to tell that it's a mascot.
I think it was a dog. Yeah, it was a mascot. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
Bobby Marks joined us earlier talking about the Giannis trade, potentially to the Warriors, and if he'd be traded. He said he doesn't believe the Warriors are the front runner, but that's because he doesn't believe there is a front runner because we don't know for sure if Milwaukee's going to trade him right now.
Right.
They may be weighing the options and saying this is our cleanest potential trade, but will there be more suitors in the offseason? And I think the answer is absolutely. Right? The question is how you want to navigate this with Giannis. Does he want to move now? And if they don't move him, Bobby Marks says he thinks you've seen the last of him this season playing for the Bucks.
Yeah.
And maybe the last we've seen him in a Bucks uniform, period.
And Anthony Slater pretty much says right now that the Warriors are the front runners to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo, or maybe that's Kurt Keeling. But as far as like what Anthony Slater put out today, league sources tell ESPN that the Warriors have contacted the Bucks in the past week and expressed their firm interest in Antetokounmpo and their willingness to put a substantial offer on the table, regardless of his calf strain and undetermined return timetable. And yeah, I mean, like if you're the Warriors, who cares? Like whenever you get Giannis, that's fine. You go with the rest of the season. If it's just Steph and you come out for a good time to see that show for the remainder of the season, that's fine. You know, whatever happens. I think Steph's okay with that, with the potential of what this could be. They could be contenders. That's the only way you do become contenders, in my opinion. Like, yes, you can throw out there Trey Murphy and some other guys, Michael Porter Jr., but you need a Jimmy Butler in order to contend. So if you get Giannis, yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle. I think that you're probably the third best team in the Western Conference. We'll see what happens the next few years here. With Oklahoma City's always gonna be that team that's number one to me. But as far as the Nuggets, they'll get older. Same thing with the Houston Rockets. They got some young talent on that team, but they got Kevin Durant. And then the Spurs, we got to see if they're true contenders. This is the first year where they're actually playing to their potential. So with the Warriors, I agree with Bobby Marks, and I think you and I said this the other day when we were actually talking this thing out. Yes, I want Giannis. At the same time, do I think a championship's going to happen? Probably not. And you have to tell me what's going to happen in the offseason as well. Just, telling me it's going to be Steph, Giannis, and LeBron, that sounds cool.
Well, I even think about the end of this year. Like, if Giannis does come back from the calf injury and you make the trade for him, you're going to have him play this year. I think it serves Milwaukee if they're not going to trade him to not play him, to not risk any devastating injury to where then you don't even have that option come the offseason, right? Then things change completely. Mm-hmm. So I think for them it makes sense. I think if they are going to move him and he does get healthy enough, he's going to play for whoever he plays with. My intrigue is around how the Warriors navigate the rest of this trade. If they're making a massive offer, and that includes picks, and they've got to move likely a Jimmy contract to make this thing happen, would they be taking back any players that would help them in the immediate that are expiring contracts? Anthony Slater says they could potentially take on Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma's contracts as well, which would be a massive get, I think. Now you've got a veteran-laden team. You've got much more length and size. You've got extra outside shooting. You've got more guys who can score off the bench. If you do that and you've held on to Melton, and I would imagine Melton being a vet is a dude they would not include in the trade unless the dollar amount had to fit.
No.
Podziemski's a name that is out there, potentially Moody, but if you're able to get by on this and you move like Jimmy, 4 first-rounders and pick swaps and first-round outright picks, unprotected, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And you move Pods and maybe Kuminga or something like that's involved, but you take on other contracts like Bobby Portis and Kuzma. I think you've set yourself up for a couple of seasons where you could be dangerous with a veteran team that size-wise is much more suited to compete in the West.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would intrigue me.
Just give me a chance.
The other pieces they could be getting in return is intriguing.
Yeah, and yeah, if you get Kuzma, if you get Bobby Portis, that swings the deal for me. So we'll see what happens here, but it sounds like out of all the teams, the Warriors are making the most push. Like, for OKC, yeah, if they want to revisit this in the offseason, I'm sure they'll be there. But at 38-10, no one's standing in our way as far as winning another championship, going back to back. And San Antonio, Victor Wembanyama would be really cool with Giannis, But it sounds like the Spurs are like, we're cool with our young talent right now. We don't want to screw that up. We have good chemistry going right now.
I asked Bobby Portis. I asked Bobby Marks this earlier. What's the Warriors' biggest challenge here in pulling this trade off? And I think it was an obvious one from his standpoint, considering he said he doesn't think they're the front runners because he doesn't know if Milwaukee will trade him. I don't want to call that a cop-out, but I do think if they are going to trade him, the Warriors have the best offer, and that's kind of what he did say. He said it's the most straightforward, which is exactly what Sam Amick said yesterday.
Yeah.
And that the Warriors would be able to do this better than any team in terms of a straight-up trade right now. Again, do they get more shooters? Do the offers stay the same? Are they willing to make the same offer when you get to the offseason as they are right now? So when I asked them what's the biggest challenge for them, is it the money? Is it the assets? Or is it convincing them they're the right team? I think it's convincing them this is the best offer you're going to get. I think it's convincing them we're the right trade partner. Yeah. We have the most picks we can offer you. We can take on a bunch of money from you. We can give you what you need to try to retool and rebuild while we can help ourselves compete in the immediate.
I agree with that. I think that it's going to be difficult because there's probably better suitors out there come the offseason. I think that the Warriors might be the most desperate team and the most aggressive team, but that's going to change once we get to June and July, or really more July. But as far as the Bucks and their willingness to tank in order to get this team in the right direction again, then you probably want to trade them now. Because if that's the whole goal here, then yeah, trade them away right now, make sure the team's not very good, and then you can use the draft capital right away. So that's why I would say that they're more inclined to do it next week. But if you want the best offer on the table, then yeah, by all means, wait until July.
And then Steve Kerr also spoke to Anthony Slater.
He did.
By the way. So Anthony Slater asked Steve about his future because we had that report from Logan Murdoch. He's still with The Ringer, right?
Yes, he is.
Logan Murdoch of The Ringer, maybe about a week and a half ago, where Logan said that he had spoken to sources within the organization that said coaches were operating the season as though it would be Steve Kerr's last and have sought other jobs outside of the Warriors. Now, again, that doesn't mean that they know something and that Steve is operating in that way, but they have to believe the guy at the end of his contract and his future is uncertain. I have to make sure I'm looking out for myself and my career and my family. So that's not a total shock to me if coaches are looking out for themselves in some capacity beyond this year. So as far as Steve Kerr's future, he told Anthony Slater, let's wait until the end of the year and see if everybody's aligned. If we are, then we keep going. If not, then we won't. It'll depend on how the season ends, what the future looks like, and all of that factors in. He goes on to say, and they meaning Joe and management. They've got to think about it. It's a really interesting time for the organization. How do you read those comments?
It's stuff that we've heard from Steve in the past where we knew, and Marcus Thompson told us last week, that we're not going to get a contract extension from Steve during the season. It's probably going to be the end of the year. And, the anticipation is that he will return for one last year with Steph Curry, but who knows? I think what he's telling everybody is, if I don't think this team's going in the right direction, then why would I come back? The only reason to come back is to coach Steph. And I said this the other day. I think Steve loves coaching Steph Curry. I think he loves coaching certain players on this team. Obviously not Kuminga. But even that, he wants to make Kuminga grow and become a better player, but it's become frustrating. He loves coaching Draymond, despite the fact that Draymond's a huge pain in the ass. He loves certain things about his job. But this season in particular, it just seems like there's so many factors. The Kuminga stuff, Joe Lacob undermining him in an email. And this is all stuff that has been, building throughout his time as head coach. But it just feels to me that Steve is not having the same joy in coaching this basketball team. And, if it was, he could put up with it back in the day because they were winning championships. He put up with Kevin Durant because it's Kevin freaking Durant. So you do that. But now when you are 8th in the West, is it as fun as it used to be? And you're seeing a lot of changes in sports. Mike Tomlin stepping down and all these coaches being fired that have been there for quite some time. Does Steve see his, basketball mortality when it comes to I've been here for a while. I coached a long time. I want to hang out with my family a little bit more. Yeah, if I come back every now and then, I'm an advisor to the team. That's cool too.
Maybe. I don't know if that's really what he's saying though. I think what he's saying is I'll keep doing this in the right situation. And it means that I have to feel good about everything that I just mentioned. I just wonder what those mean in context to him in depth. Because he says, if we are on the same page, then we'll keep going. If not, then we won't. It'll depend on how the season ends, what the future looks like, and all of that factors in. And he says, I'm talking Joe and management. So what the future looks like what does Steve envision the future? What has to be, and these are the questions that we won't get answers to until we find out.
Are we competing for a championship?
Right, but what does that mean in his eyes versus because they can be aligned on the vision of the team and it not going the way he's yeah, but I wouldn't have done X, Y, and Z. Maybe that has to do with how they handle this deadline. Do they get Giannis? Do they re-sign Steph long-term? How do they configure the roster? Is it about Jonathan Kuminga? Does that factor in? I think a lot of this it's all-encompassing, and I think when he says how the season ends, what does that mean?
Well,
if we're good, because right now they're not, and I think, again, that has to do with the team itself and probably how the management operates this deadline.
Yeah, I mean, as far as everything I just brought up, like Steve's not, saying that in this statement. It's basically just, are me, Joe, and Mike Dunleavy all on the same page here for next season? And if we're not, then it doesn't make sense for me to be the coach anymore. So I think it's just simple as that.
Yeah, of course. But I just want to know, he said specific things, so I want to know what falls under those specific things. Future of the team, meaning what in his eyes, and how the season ends, meaning what?
Obviously where they finish. And when it comes to Kuminga, I don't think it's contingent on that, but I think it has to be a mutual understanding on he's not going to be a part of this basketball team anymore. Because I still think there's some hang-ups there. Not from Dunleavy's part, but from Joe being like, yeah, but I still see a lot of potential there. Like, it has to be where we're all on the same page. Kuminga will not be part of this basketball team. I cannot coach this team anymore if this guy's here. Now,
I don't think that's the case, but I do think that has to be resolved.
Of course.
As part of this.
I think it drives Steve crazy that we're still talking about this. You saw the other day where Anthony Slater asked him about it before a game, and he's like, fire away with the Kuminga questions. He laughs about it, but he knows this is bull crap. Like, this is year 4 of this, where obviously he doesn't play, and he tries to give you a good answer about it, but in the end, he's not going to play because Steve doesn't value him. It's a different deal. So I think there's a lot of factors at play. I think that obviously Steve wants to be in contention, but what does that mean, really? Like, are they just going to be a top 5 team in the West? Like, can he actually compete for a championship? And also, I think that Steve just loves coaching, but a lot of little things that come up in the organization just kind of turn him off a little bit. So I do think he's coming back just because he loves Steph that much, but it has to be where him, Joe, and Mike are all on the same page.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We are going to catch up, by the way, with Mike Silver coming up at 4:50, so in about an hour. Mike Silver of The Athletic talking some NFL with us. We'll pick his brain about what's going on with the coaching carousel, and are the 49ers actually in on Jim Schwartz? Is there a real likelihood there? As they've interviewed Gus Bradley. They've interviewed Joe Woods, former Browns, Saints, and Broncos defensive coordinator, and most recently the Raiders pass game coordinator, which tough deal this year.
Well,
and
the whole team, yeah.
And then also their DB's coach. And then they've interviewed also Raheem Morris, right?
Yes.
Which is a guy that, is on my list of the top 2, Raheem and Schwartz. If they've interviewed Raheem and he's willing to come here or wants to come here, and they don't get Schwartz, I feel like that's got to be the number 1 choice.
Yeah, I would think so too. It's just a matter of Kyle valuing the continuity that Gus Bradley brings. At the same time, there's rumors out there. Right now it's coming down to Clint Kubiak choosing between the Raiders and the Cardinals. And I guess the backup plan for the Arizona Cardinals is Mike LaFleur, the offense coordinator for the Rams, who knows Raheem Morris very well.
So we'll talk about that a little bit later or before we get to Mike Silver. When we come on back, they did the red carpet and the premiere for the new 49er documentary on the rise of the 49ers on AMC. And Eddie D was out there, Eddie DeBartolo, and they talked to him about the 49ers not winning a championship for the last 31 years, and he basically said, under me, that would never happen. It would never occur that way. Well, how similar do you think, while we're on the eve or a week away from the trade deadline in the NBA, where Joe Lacob has done everything he could in this era, overspent at times in order to keep this team a championship contender, is there any similarity between Joe Lacob and Eddie DeBartolo? And how do the Warriors stay relevant like the 49ers did after Steve Young retired? We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work on a Thursday. It's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
What could be better than Friday Beers and Hoop? How about Friday Beers and Hoop with Dirty Work live at Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City tomorrow? That's Adam drinking ales, Derek downing doubles, and me in a gutter. Sounds like a party. That's 2 to 6 at Harmonic ahead of Dubs Pistons. Get your weekend started right.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tim's got the trap beats today.
Yeah. They don't call him Tim the Trap Man Webb
Nice
for
traps,
nothing. Yeah.
Tim. Well, that and Adele.
Don't call him Trap House Timmy for nothing, dude. Adam Copeland, Depop, Trap House Tim with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'd have your Bay Area weekend KNBR unsponsored sports calendar coming up in just a little bit. But before we do that, you were asking the question, is do Joe Lacob and Eddie D have any similarities? And immediately, this was my first thought. Somebody on the text line.
Yeah.
Because you also followed up by asking, in our rundown today, what do the Warriors have to do to stay relevant in the way that the Niners did after Steve Young retired and the end of that kind of Super Bowl era?
And that's a hard ask.
707 immediately checks in, says, you guys got to remember, Eddie D did it without a salary cap. Things are way different these days. Absolutely. I mean, Steve Young was the first highest salary cap player percentage-wise, and was the highest until Mahomes on a Super Bowl winning team won it a couple of years ago. But 94, first year of the cap.
94, I think it was 93 actually. But
93,
yeah. But 94, they went all out. They acquired Deion Sanders and a few pass rushers and Ken Norton Jr., and that's how they were able to win the Super Bowl. I remember a few years later, they tried to do the same thing in 97 when they tried to get, or they did get, Rod Woodson, Kevin Green, and they went to the NFC Championship game that year and lost to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
But Eddie DeBartolo always wanted this team in the conversation. And, of course, things happened at the end of his tenure as owner, and that's why he had to go away. But I think they have the same mentality of they always want to be in contention. I think that when it comes to Joe Lacob, he always wants to move heaven and earth for big-time players. That's why they've been anticipating a move like this for Giannis. They've been waiting for this day. So that's why they're going to do everything in their power to try to get him next week. But, yeah, they're very similar in the sense that they took over struggling franchises, won a ton of championships, and now they're, Eddie D didn't see the downfall as much. I think he went away in 2002. It might have been earlier than that, but it's where they weren't comfortable with mediocrity. They weren't comfortable with, okay, well, you lose in the first round of the playoffs. That's okay. Joe's not okay with that. And Eddie's more volatile, where it sounded like he fired Bill Walsh all the time. And Bill Walsh loved the job and also hated the job, where he loved, coaching Joe Montana, winning Super Bowls, it being one of the first offensive masterminds. But also there was multiple times where I've seen in Football Lives and different documentaries where Bill Walsh said, I'm done. I'm resigning. Let me be the GM of this team, but I can't be the head coach anymore. There's just too much demand. There's too much pressure. And that's what came with being the head coach of the 49ers. Like 2 years after George Seifert won the Super Bowl, he fired him. And then they hired Mooch and had an all-time comeback, and they fired him right after that because they got beat down by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, but at least they got Erickson.
Yeah.
That worked.
And then things changed in the organization. Like, all right, we can handle a little mediocrity a little bit more.
It was 99, by the way, that he gave up the team.
Okay.
Did Eddie D. So, the similarities, you're right. I mean, that texter is absolutely right. That the salary cap makes it different. And what also makes it different to me is that we've seen other teams have bigger dynastic runs than the 49ers of the 80s in the salary cap era, right? I mean, we saw the way that Pioli and Belichick managed the roster for the Patriots. I mean, it revolved around defense for a long time, and then they became an offensive-laden team with a brilliant, one of the greatest, if not the best, defensive mind of all time, Belichick at the helm, right?
Right.
And it was him because we talked so much about how much his staff worked well under him as a well-oiled machine, but not when they branched off as their own. They were some of their parts for sure in terms of what it was that he assembled. So the similarities for Joe Lacob, it's a bit different because I don't know that, would Eddie D have been this, to your point about how quickly he moved on from Seifert and then from Mooch because it was too long without getting that done. But Mooch was later. It wouldn't have been Eddie D who moved on from him.
Yeah, but
Mooch was after 2002, I think. Right?
He had some power in 2002 where they're making that move.
Anyway, my point to this is more that I think basketball's different. This era is different. The business is different in that, Joe Lacob and the way franchises are run are different. That Joe Lacob went and built this whole basketball town, around Thrive City. He has different investments around this team as well. However, he's made winning his number one priority, and I appreciate that as a fan of the team, considering where we were with Chris Cohan. My bigger fear for Lacob is that he becomes, and I don't think this is a fair comp because I don't think he'll be this guy, but a version of some point as a meddler in the team in the way that guys like Jerry Jones have. I don't think he's at the point of preventing that from happening, but in the post-Steph Curry era, because again, he didn't draft Steph. He wasn't the owner when that happened.
No.
So in the post-Steph era, how does he operate the team now that it's a different global brand because of the player that he inherited that became what he was? How do they survive after this? I mean, that's what he's looking for. He's looking for a player like that. The Niners didn't survive relevance after Steve Young, in my mind. It was Jeff Garcia briefly, but after that, it was divisional playoffs. They didn't go to an NFC championship with Jeff, did they? I think divisional was as far as they went.
Yes, you're right about that. But you know what? It's different because football's bigger than basketball.
Yeah.
Where Steph Curry changed things, and obviously Joe Montana changed things. But it's easy, it was easier transition. That's why the passing of the torch has to be there for the Warriors to go from Steph Curry to Giannis. It was easy transition, even though there was some lean years as far as not winning Super Bowls, but you still were relevant. You still were competing with Steve Young. It was just you were pissed off because you were losing the Cowboys in back-to-back seasons, where Joe never lost, it felt like. Yes, he lost some NFC championship games and got hurt in that 1991 against the New York Giants, but...
The better question is, would Eddie D even be in this situation that the Warriors are in right now?
Would Eddie D? Well, it's different because
would he have made the moves already?
But as the text line's saying, Eddie D had to have to deal with a salary cap.
Sure.
And then he went all out in 94, and that's how they won.
He did for 5 years.
Yeah, but then in 95, 96, there was a new kid on the block.
They won one, yeah.
Yeah, Brett Favre came to town, and they were like, we can't beat this team. And it's just different. Even that New England Patriot team, yes, they had to deal with a salary cap, but a lot of those guys were not high-priced players.
That's what's incredible is they drafted guys that fit their system, and they drafted so well offensively later on. I mean, adding Edelman and Gronk were 2 all-time adds, but also early on, remember, they made trades. Who was the number one receiver? Troy Brown?
Yeah.
When Tom Brady took over in 01.
Patton.
David Patton, Trey Brown. And then they traded for
Bethel Johnson.
They traded for Corey Dillon.
Corey Dillon.
How about this? I saw an
Jermaine
interview.
Wiggins.
I saw an interview with Corey Dillon where he was talking to Julian Edelman.
Yeah.
On his podcast, Games with, what's it called? Names with Games?
Names with Games. Or sorry, Games with Names.
Yeah. And Edelman's talking to him about his trade to the Patriots. And Corey Dillon is saying that he found out he was traded by watching the Bottom Line on ESPN. He said
the Bengals to the Patriots.
He said I was eating. I had a piece of chicken in my hand. And I was like, oh, I was like, what the hell? He's like, damn, I got traded. And he said he'd kind of heard there were rumblings about it. He had gone in and talked to Marvin Lewis about being traded because he said he had gotten hurt the year before. He said he kind of thought, man, I only got a few years left.
Yeah.
We hadn't been winning very much. He said I probably got 2-3 good ones in me. He's like, I would love to go win somewhere, and I think it's maybe time for me to go. So he said he went to Marvin Lewis when he'd been hearing rumors about him getting traded to Dallas. And Dylan tells Lewis, like, hey, man, I think maybe I would just be better suited somewhere else. I've been hearing the rumors, and I'm okay with being traded. So then he says he randomly had a meeting with Belichick and Pioli. He says, I don't know if this was tampering back then or not. It was a trade situation. Yeah. So he meets with them, and he said it was only like 2 to 5 minutes. They met each other, and he asked me what I wanted to do, and I told Belichick, I just really want to win in my final couple of years. I really want to play for a winner. I want to try to win a Super Bowl. And he said, you think you can play for us? I said, yeah. And he said, forgot about it. 2 months later, he'd acquired him in a trade. And it's like Belichick just wanted to hear him say, I can play for you in the Patriot way, and I want to win. That's what's important.
And what's crazy before that, the running back for the New England Patriots that won those 2 Super Bowls?
Falk?
Antoine Smith. And again,
Kevin Falk was later.
Kevin Falk was on those teams. He just wasn't used that way. He was like their third down pass catcher.
Yeah, Kevin Falk, and then they had like Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis for a while because they did have the gap of no Super Bowl. The law firm of Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. And do you remember he had only fumbled like twice in like a 4-year span or like a 6-year window?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden
he was in all the highlights.
Dude, and then he fumbled like 4 times in like a 3-game period.
Did he really?
He fumbled like 3 times in like a 2-game window, and then it was like we never heard from him again.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Patriots were able to do that, and not to mention what the Chiefs have done in recent years, it's just hard. It's hard to compete and win Super Bowls constantly like that. That's why, I don't know if we've ever seen anything like that where, yes, Mahomes is an anomaly just because, he's built like Brady in a way. But, to keep that same team, you're seeing it more and more where the fact that Mahomes won 2 Super Bowls without Tyreek Hill, I mean, that's insane. But then again, Tom Brady didn't have any receivers, with the first 2 Super Bowls or 3 Super Bowls of his career. But it's just different now, where Eddie D always wanted to compete. I think that Joe Lacob and him have the same mentality, but for Joe to say, we'll play the clip in a little bit here, but the fact that the Niners haven't won in 31 years, well, that wouldn't happen if I was owner. I think, things happen. It's not the same where you just dominate like you used to. Things change, guys get older, dynasties fade, as Steve Kerr said. So we're seeing it right now with the Warriors. I think it's hard to say that, though, where it's that would happen on my watch. The owners really only have so much they could do. It's really, if you have a generational player, if you have a Joe Montana, if you have a Steve Young, if you have a Steph Curry, that's why you're going to win championships, not because of you, the owner.
I want to note, too, that, again, sustained success for me, and I know a lot of Niner fans don't view it this way, which I get it. People are rabid, and they're desperate to, did I say that? Just desperate.
On a note.
Yeah, they're desperate for a championship. What the Niners have consistently done in the Shanahan era. I'm not saying that's the best you can ask for. I'm not saying that. You'd like to have won all the Super Bowls you've gone to and competed in. But it's not like this is a comet across the sky in the way that Harbaugh was, right? Harbaugh doesn't build sustained winners, or he hasn't, right? He won at Michigan and he left, but he's kind of left places. I mean, he built Stanford into a program. What I think Harbaugh's great at is building a program up. I don't know that he's going to be you think he's going to be with the Chargers for a decade? I think he wears teams out. I think he wears people out.
He does, but where else is he going to go at this point?
Another team, another university. I don't know. I don't think Harbaugh's a lifer.
Where are you going to go?
I don't think he's a lifer with the Chargers.
I could see the Chargers firing him, some time from now. And he's like, well, I'm not done. I still want to coach.
I'm not saying this would be it. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. And somebody would hire him. I think he could go back to college and do that again if he wanted. I think he's got the Calipari in him a little bit.
Yeah,
it's kind of the way I see it. So anyway, my point is the Niners have built a sustained product here, and they've done so in how well they've managed the cap. The Saints have perennially been in salary cap hell. The Niners are a team that's willing to spend money. They have. Mm-hmm. Some people disagree with how they've spent it or where they've spent it, but the Niners are by no stretch a cheap team.
No.
They've made big trades with first-rounders. They've gone out and asked for the top talent when they're available. Then they've retained that top talent in Christian McCaffrey, in guys like Fred Warner, in Trent Williams, in Nick Bosa, in George Kittle. Every player, the reason we have so many of those players to mention because they've drafted or traded for so much of that talent, and they've been able to keep it in-house. So, yeah, they haven't got the job done, but they've come to the doorstep a couple of different times. They've come within a step of the doorstep a few times as well. And so for me, I'm can you do what they've done, what the Niners did in the 80s now? Yeah, we've seen the Patriots do it, but it takes a different structure of that team. And even Tom Brady was giving back money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, every year, that guy was restructuring.
No, he wasn't the highest paid quarterback at the time.
To keep things alive. So here's what Eddie DeBartolo had to say. He was asked at the red carpet.
Yeah, by Matt Lively.
Matt Lively asked him, the Niners have gone 31 years without a championship. And is today or yesterday the anniversary of that?
I believe so.
It was yesterday?
Yesterday, I believe, yeah.
Here's Matt Lively. He asked Eddie D about going 31 years without a championship.
But I think it takes something special to be able to sustain greatness, if you want to call it that.
How frustrating would it be if you're the owner and you go 31 years without a championship?
I wouldn't.
He says he wouldn't. And by the way, that's today, actually. On January 29th, 1995, the 49ers beat the San Diego Chargers 49-26.
By the way, 650 says, wasn't Harbaugh at Michigan for 9 years? Yeah, I guess in my mind, he won one. And that was the only championship game he went to, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't coach the team for half the season, which is also kind of funny. I was more thinking I feel like his act will get worn out at the NFL level, is my point. I just get the impression that he's a guy with college kids. You can stay fresh with that because they cycle through and they roll out. But even then, he wore on the university.
Yeah,
and that was a job that if he wanted, he could have had it for life. He could have been there for 30 years if he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely wore on the 49ers where a bunch of grown men are like, okay, we got it. Nobody's got it better than us. We hear you.
Then it got a little shady there at Michigan, and they don't want to be tied to that.
Of course. But with the Chargers, they definitely have won in the past with LaDainian Tomlinson and Phillip Rivers. But if they become this team where they're in contention, like in the last few years, he took them from where they were before, where Brandon Staley didn't know what to do with them. If they become actually like Super Bowl contenders, then I see him just being there. We're like, it doesn't matter about the act. As long as you're in contention every single year, then the Spanoses will be down with Harbaugh.
831 says, damn, 31 years. That's a hard nut to swallow. That got me no less than 3 times last night just at home thinking about it.
Kind of a tough nut to swallow.
You're still laughing at this guy, huh? How dare you?
Come on, man. It's a funny thing to say because, of course, he was trying to say it's a hard nut to crack and a tough pill to swallow. I think right. The two
it's kind of a tough nut to swallow.
That's a tough deal. It's a tough deal. It's going to live in the annals for a while.
I mean, it's just funny because, for the most part, he was just like, yeah, we're priced out. We can't watch these Warrior games anymore. It was very nice. And then at the very end, he's like, it's just a tough nut to swallow. And you're like,
it's a tough nut to swallow.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta stick to land or I'm going to get you.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim, we're up with you. Dirty work on a Thursday. Trap House Tim is with us on the ones and twos today.
Trap House Tim.
Mike Silver, 450. Larry Kruger with all the Krug you'll ever need at 5:30. And he'll be back at 6 o'clock for even more Krug, a double dose of Krug. When we come on back, we'll tell you how you're spending your weekend. We'll get ready for Mike Silver coming up at 4:50. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Tomorrow we'll be at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, just outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Pistons tomorrow. Anthony Slater believes the Warriors are the front runners for Giannis if, in fact, Milwaukee is to make a trade. You think I'm glad they're in on it early. It feels to me like
better early than late. That's what I always say.
Okay. Better late than never, but never late is better.
Yes.
Is what Lil Wayne would say. Or is that Drake? I think he says that in a song with Lil Wayne. Anyway, the Warriors have a little road here if they need to negotiate this back and forth, but it also allows Milwaukee to sort of survey what's going on in terms of if there are other options that they like. This might be the cleanest and the most straightforward and net them the biggest haul in terms of releasing expensive contracts, committing to Jimmy for part of next year maybe, or moving that contract on themselves. They can turn around and trade that one as well for something else. But Jimmy would be an expiring contract next season also, so that would be beneficial for them if they were going into a rebuild and a team that doesn't have a lot of picks. That's where we stand in terms of the Giannis situation right now, and he's open to a trade, and they're listening to offers.
So, we ranked like who's most likely to come to the Bay Area at this point right now. Is it Valdez coming to the Giants? Is it Jim Schwartz coming to the 49ers, or is it Giannis coming to the Warriors? I ranked it where Valdez going to the Giants probably least likely to happen. Schwartz will be number 2, and Giannis will be number 1. Do you think this actually happens, though, with Giannis by next week?
I kind of feel like you're talking. If you're Milwaukee, it's bird in the hand with this situation, right? Giannis isn't demanding, but he wants out. So if you're going to move him, where do you get the most value? Do you believe a team this offseason will give you 4 first-round draft picks, or as much as the Warriors will give you, and maybe some young players, and take contract from you as well? The one thing is that the Warriors are uniquely suited to be desperate. They are desperate because they're uniquely suited to invest all in on this roster and add a player like that. They need a reconstruction if they want to stay competitive with Steph. The fear for Milwaukee is you gamble against that and you go to the offseason and maybe you don't get as much and you held on to him for too long. And maybe it was a mistake to continue on holding on to Giannis when the value won't be as high or teams aren't willing to offer you as much. Now, I think you'd probably have more teams invested in the offseason. But will you get as many picks from somebody? I don't know. It's going to be all 4 of those picks in some form in terms of a swap or unprotected or however you decide to protect them. Because, as Amick said to us yesterday, Desmond Bane's netting 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So Giannis is netting at least that plus something else.
Well, the fact that the Warriors have these picks makes them an enticing buyer for Giannis. And I'm with you. I think that we've been saying it since the get-go when we knew that Giannis maybe wanted to be moved in December. But the fact that, there was a trade on the table from the New York Knicks that I think included Karl-Anthony Towns, where the Bucks said, no, thank you. So when it comes to what the Bucks want, as Brian Windhorst said yesterday, it's picks. We want to do the Oklahoma City Thunder thing. We want to tank right now and get really good talent. But is it going to be there in the offseason when it comes to the draft capital, as you just said? I don't know. I think that Oklahoma City could reset and be like, okay, we're maybe back-to-back champions right now, but we can offer them a lot of players on our team. But do you want to give all that up just for Giannis, where you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Giannis, maybe Chet Holmgren still? I don't know. With the Spurs, you got to see how they finish this season. If it's where they come up short, maybe they go to the Western Conference Finals and lose to the Thunder. Is Giannis putting you over the top? Maybe. I think that's the team that the Warriors got to look out for. Where if you're the Spurs, yeah, absolutely, you want to pair Victor Wembanyama up with Giannis Antetokounmpo. But the Warriors have the best offer, it sounds like, right now. So is it enough for the Bucks to pull the trigger? I'm going to say this does not happen next week. I think it's the most likely as far as the scenario.
You mean for the Warriors, or that he's not traded?
I think that he's not traded.
Do you think it's Warriors or nothing right now? That's kind of the vibe I get.
Yes.
Because it's the most straightforward.
Yes, but because we're hearing that so much where it's just the Warriors, and there's other rumors out there like maybe
they wouldn't be getting enough elsewhere and they don't feel good about just taking the one that's on the table.
Exactly. I think there's rumors out there where he would want to play with Anthony Edwards in Minnesota, and that'd be really enticing. I think if maybe Rudy Gobert in that scenario, but you take that. There's other teams out there. I think the Miami Heat, but I don't know. I don't think Giannis can win with that team right now, and he can't win with the Warriors currently constructed the way it is. So you have to have the whole free agency a changing of the guard in the offseason. But as far as who's the best team right now to land Giannis, yeah, it sounds like the Warriors. But if I'm the Bucks, I'm standing pat. So if I had to guess right now, I do not think it happens by next Thursday. But could it happen this offseason? Sure. I think when they see what are the best offers from the Thunder on the table or the Spurs or everybody else imaginable that's willing to give up a big haul to get Giannis, that's when they're like, okay, we vetted this whole process out. We heard Mike Dunleavy Jr. back in February, and he's got the same offer on the table now. That's still the best offer available. Let's go with that one. That's where I think it gets done.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with your dirty work on a Thursday. Just real quick, because there's other trade rumors out there. As 650 checks in on the Sharks and says, is Panarin coming to the Sharks? Artemi Panarin of the New York Rangers. And the Rangers, by the way, I think I told you a couple weeks ago, their GM met with the team and said, hey, it ain't going well. We're bottom in the Eastern Conference, and we're going to blow this thing up. And so they had lost a bunch of games. Sharks had just beaten them, actually, earlier that week in New York. Came in and kind of whipped their ass. And Artemi Panarin is now one of the top trade pieces on the market. The NHL trade deadline goes down March 5th, so a little bit more time there. But if you remember,
exactly a month.
Brody Brazil told us
from the NBA.
From the NBA, yeah. Brody Brazil told us before the start of the season, or maybe early in the season, I think it was early on when we had him on, when they were starting to get really exciting. He did say at some point the Sharks are going to start making trades with all these draft picks they have. Yeah. They have 8, I think, in the upcoming draft. They've got a lot of pieces they could move in order to improve at a deadline hunt. Now, this is a big name that's out there for this time around. Tim, how big of a name is Panarin? I confess I don't know much about him. I just know that he's one of the top players available at the deadline, and that the Rangers are looking to get some prospects and some draft picks to move forward.
So he is 34 years old. He's you could call him a point-per-game player. A couple of years ago in 23-24, he had 120 points.
He's an expiring contract, too.
Yeah, and so the idea is that he has no trade clauses. He could waive that, but the Sharks would not make a move for a guy like this unless he was willing to sign an extension, a la Jimmy Butler and whatnot. Now, the cause for concern, if you're a Sharks fan, is you say, okay, well, does a 34-year-old player help us right now because we are, still kind of building for the future versus, the immediate success. That being said, they do have assets. They did trade 2 of those picks for Kiefer Sherwood, if you remember, who's
a couple weeks, like a week and a half ago, right?
Who has not played yet, but he's going to be coming off the injured reserve in just in a little while. But they still have 6 picks, and they also have a loaded farm system. And most importantly, they have the most cap space in the entire NHL.
Yeah, because they're so young, too. Right.
They are in a position to wheel and deal. Personally, I think that he's a very good player. I don't know if acquiring a 34-year-old is necessarily what this team needs right now, but that's just me.
Yeah, as you said, he's a career point-per-game player. He would elevate the power play, they say a lot. He's been an elite scorer this year. He's in the final year of a 7-year, $81.5 million contract he signed with the Rangers. Back in 2019, it's $11.64 million cap hit. He does have a full no-trade clause, so we'd have to waive it for anywhere that he would have to go. And they do say that he wants a multi-year extension, exactly what Tim was just talking about. Expect the Rangers to demand a premium return, is what people are saying in terms of top picks or prospects or current roster pieces that are controllable. And as Tim pointed out, the most cap room in the NHL for the San Jose Sharks. So something to pay attention to that they could be looking for. This is an intriguing move. He's got 19 goals, 38 assists. That's 57 points on the season. So he's still been good even in age 34. So this is kind of like it'd be great if this was, I totally get why the Rangers are trading him. They're like, we're not going to extend him. We need to get something for him. This is a very Major League Baseball type of deadline move. Move your player you're not going to re-sign as you try to get younger. And he does appear to be a type of player that would jolt an offense, especially a young team with experience here at the end of the season.
If you're looking for what they would probably have to give up, you would probably have to at least one of the players that's already on your roster that's a young guy.
Eklund?
Like an Eklund, yeah.
I don't love that. I don't love trading Eklund.
It would require 1 or 2 players from your minor league system and definitely a first-round pick. Or probably a first-round pick is the starting line here.
How much movement usually happens at the NHL trade deadline?
Probably varies, but it seemed like the Rangers has said openly, hey, we're looking to be in business.
I say more so than the NBA because the delineation between teams that are good and not good is often, much closer. Like, look at the Pacific standings right now. There's 7 teams, I think, within 6 points of each other.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of teams that there's parity and whatnot, but the teams that are bad definitely build because in the NHL, if you get a first-round pick, especially a high first-round pick, it can change your franchise.
How about Mike Greer out here? Right, Mike Greer getting aggressive.
Come on, Mike Greer.
Mike Greer's out here going, dude, I got picks. I got a hot team right now. This tells me a lot about how they view this team, too.
Yeah, man.
If you're willing to invest some of your future into this team right now, you think that you can do some damage here at the end. And I wonder how how big he views that potential experience for this team. Like, that if I love that. When a GM makes a move like this, whether they signed an extension to him or not, if they were to make a move like this, it's telling the team, look at what you've done. You've earned the right for me to say, hey, we're good enough that I believe in you, that we can go add to this unit, not say, okay, we're a year too early. We're a year before being there.
Right.
But they're saying, no, you're good enough and talented enough now that we think we could win a round in the playoffs maybe now. Could we win a round or two? Could we go to a conference semi, a Stanley Cup semi, by picking up a player like this and adding some more vets who have been under the brightest lights who could help in some of our deficiencies? I mean, helping on the power play would be huge. Would he be like a power play and a second-line scorer, Tim? Is that where you go? Would he be a first-line guy immediately?
They would probably put him on the first line.
That'd be pretty great.
There you go. That's a vet that would definitely make an impact right away. And he's a very good player. It's just, what are you willing to get up? Now,
don't they need a defenseman, though, Tim? I mean, that's where I'm struggling. Is defense and power plays and stopping the power plays not been great. They've been middle of the bottom of the pack in that.
Yeah, they've been rumored to be attached to a lot of defensive players, especially some of the guys with the Rangers as well. That seems to be the one that has been getting me, and people have been hitting me up, is like there was a rumor that they might be dangling Nedeljkovic because he's been so good this year, and they know that their starting goalie is going to be Yaroslav Askarov going forward. At least, that's the plan. But Nedeljkovic has been so good that it's like, okay, well, maybe we don't get him because, goalie depth is everything in hockey. So what's really interesting about this team is they're going to be wheeling and dealing, and it's a lot of fun to see what they're about to do.
661 says Cobes. It's pronounced Panarin. Well, it's Panarin, I believe. I'm looking at his hockey reference page, and that's the pronunciation. Panarin. Or Panarin, maybe.
Panarin?
There's no ick, though, at the end.
Panarin bread.
Joe Panaric. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. And speaking of Cobes, it's all I hear, weekly, daily, all the time when I'm walking down the street. And it usually happens around Wednesday afternoon because people, they get over that hump. They start thinking about their Thursday, but more importantly, they start thinking about their Friday and their Saturday, and they're saying to me, Copes, how am I going to spend my weekend? I don't have internet. I don't have TV. I listen to you on the radio, but other than that, I have no way to know what's going on in the Bay Area, and that's why, once again, here at Dirty Work, we present to you the Dirty Work unsponsored KNBR Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar presented by no one. As always, if it's Thursday, we know you're already looking ahead to the weekend. You're saying to yourself, I've almost made it through another week, but without football, I have no purpose in life whatsoever. What the hell am I going to do with myself, says Derek? And without a cell phone, internet, or any communication to the outside world, other than the sports leader, you're starting to stress. Your hair is falling out. You've lost control of your bowels. We understand your apprehension acutely.
Jesus, Tim.
This
is all about me.
We are here for the filth when they need us most, which is why we present the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar presented by no one, your guide to another fulfilling weekend. If you have your third leg like Tim the Kickstand Webb or not, that's what they call him. Dude,
it was in the calendar last week.
Now, hold on.
It was in the calendar last week.
Now,
the one the Copes wrote.
What are you talking about? The calendar just comes in.
Okay, so hold on.
It's like the grab bag. It just shows up.
Well, look, Tim went real
Look at Tim flexing on his wang.
Tim went extra self-deprecating in his Tuesday takes this week. It was pointed out by many people. He's like, you don't just take an S, you look like one. Remember that? He dropped that line on us? Yeah, Tim was very self-deprecating, and people were like, you got to watch out for your boy Tim here. But then last week when I wrote the calendar for him, because he was late to the show.
Right.
Got stuck in traffic that day. He should have left earlier. He was late to the show. I called him Tripod Tim Webb.
Yes.
Yeah, call me Pod for short.
And that's funny.
It's funny because I wrote it for him.
Yes, exactly.
Now
Tim's writing jokes for you to prop up his wang.
And he knows that I haven't read this. If you have a third leg like Tim the Kickstand Webb or not, that's what they call it.
Yeah, really, it's just an exercise to see who's going to break first, you or me. And in this case, it was you.
I didn't know. I didn't break, dude. I didn't write any prideful things in the one about you, dude, and the one that you had to read. So let's start as we always do, everybody, with the basics. First and foremost, you don't need to stress about Friday, baby. I throw baby in there, dude. It's Dirty Work live at Harmonic Brewing from 2 to 6. We'll be getting you all lubed up for Dub's Stuns. Tim might even have another parking. Did you get a parking ticket last time?
I did.
Yeah, maybe Tim will get another one with this big wang. Also, just as exciting, the USF Dons welcome the Pacific for a showdown at the Sobrato Center Saturday, 7 p.m.
Nice.
There's nothing that says Pacific like Stockton. But the biggest weekend event has to be professional bull riding. Unleash the Beast. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday live at the Golden One Center in Sacramento, complete with pyrotechnics, explosions, and flames. It's 2 hours of thrills featuring the 35 riders squaring off against the fiercest bucking bull on the planet. One bull, 35 guys?
No, bucking bulls, like the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, okay,
only
but they're
bulls.
bucking bulls. Okay, I got you. The Milwaukee Bucks and Chicago
bucking, right?
Bulls. Yeah, I did. All with explosions in the background. What could be more romantic? That's PBR, not the beer that gives you the runs. All right, that's where we are in terms of the basics. But, hey, we get it. The last time you were at a Pacific game, you got arrested. And bull riding reminds you of that other time you got arrested. No judgment here. You're saying copes. I'm deathly bored, but my soon-to-be ex-wife keeps nagging me about tending to our fruit trees.
Yeah, been there.
What do you have for me? Why is your ex nagging you about the fruit trees? She's not there anymore. Well, back for a second special weekend. Without a first weekend, it's winter fruit tree pruning with Jamie and Blaz. Blaz? For the low price of $27.24, you will learn from our expert instructors how to maximize tree health and fruit production by properly tending to your fruit trees this winter. Do you know how to identify dead, damaged, or dying wood? You will now. This hands-on wood demonstration is usually hands-on with wood. We'll have you pruning like a pro in no time. So get bombed, grab a machete or hand axe, and come to the Garden for the Environment in San Francisco for some dying tree tutorials. You can thank us later. Boy, that was a mouthful. But listen, you're saying, bro, do you think I have trees, let alone a yard, let alone an ex-wife? I'm a member of the filth. I rent. Dirty Work is the rent leader, so we hear you and understand your lack of trees, a yard, or a personal life. You're looking for something social to do, but doesn't involve persimmons or pineapples. Thank you. Simply, you want to be at peace. Like Matthew McConaughey naked. Once again, the calendar comes through. It's Ocean Drum Circle presented by Community Music Therapy this Saturday from 3 to 6 at Ocean Beach. And the best part, it's free. Come vibe with us in person for an amazing ocean-inspired drumming session. Whether you're a pro and touring band, whether you're a pro in a touring band playing at Bottle Rock or just curious to have the timing of a sloth, this laid-back circle is all about rhythm, fun, and good company. Feel the beat, meet new friends, and let the ocean's energy flow through your hands. It's like having your own beat laboratory, but with sand surrounded by dudes named Chia and Asher. You won't want to miss your opportunity to bang out a solo while 47 other drummers do the exact same thing at the exact same time. So get bombed, grab that kick drum to the kick drum. Come on the kick drum, Gary. On the kick drum and go cymbal and your gong cymbal. Get to Ocean Beach this Saturday at 3. Donations welcome, but not in the form of pruned trees or third legs. No one loves a drum circle like Larry Kruger, so you know he'll be there. That's Ocean Drum Circle. In no way will you regret this, and that is your Dirty Work KNBR unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar presented by no one. Tough nut to swallow.
Yeah.
In that case, spit out.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Weber.
That was a lot.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We got more to come. Mike Silver joins us in about 15 minutes at 4:50 when we come on back. Why 49er fans need Clint Kubiak to go to the Raiders. He's the Seattle O coordinator. You connecting the dots? We'll do this next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're going to catch up with Mike Silver, one of our favorite guys of The Athletic, one of the best NFL writers in the country. He joins us at 4:50 talking about where the Niners go with their defensive coordinator search, and we can talk other wide-ranging NFL questions. Specifically this one here. The Raiders and the Cardinals are the last two teams to not hire a coach yet.
Last two girls of the dance.
Now, Clint Kubiak is interviewed with both, and Derek...
Well, not yet. It's going to happen this weekend.
Oh, sorry, he has not interviewed yet. But
He's interviewed with the Raiders earlier this year.
But not Arizona yet.
Not Arizona, correct.
But Derek has been pretty damn accurate. I mean, he's shooting at a high clip here in terms of where he's pegged coaches going in terms of
not lately with
coordinators.
I did not think McCarthy was going to the Steelers. I did not think Todd Monkfruit was going to go to the Cleveland Browns.
No, but nobody did.
Yeah, that's true.
And honestly, nothing the Browns did would have surprised me except for hiring Schwartz. Like, if they'd made Schwartz their head coordinator or their head coach, I mean, I would have thought that would have made too much sense for the Browns.
Right.
That's why that would have surprised me maybe more than any other move.
Too damn good of a hire. It's not even that good of a hire.
It was too much of a home run.
It just makes sense.
Exactly. It's just like it's so easy. It's so obvious. Get somebody who can run that offense and let them do that. But he wants Monkfruit instead. So Monkfruit's the dude. And we'll see if this is leverage for Jim Schwartz or if he's using it in that way or if he's actually looking to exit after he said his goodbyes. So Clint Kubiak, though, you've been all over this saying for a while. And based on the way things have operated with the Raiders and there's not been any news, I would assume that that's their number one choice and that they're planning to offer him that deal.
Yeah.
As soon as they know the situation with Seattle, as soon as that's gone complete, and it may even come out Super Bowl Sunday or the day before that Kubiak intends to take that job at the culmination of this game.
Well, I remember a year ago, Kellen Moore was interviewing with the New Orleans Saints before he was going to coach the Super Bowl against the Chiefs as the Eagles offensive coordinator. And it wasn't, official, but we knew for a week and a half that Kellen Moore was going to take over that job. And now things have changed where Davis Webb, who was the Broncos pass game coordinator, has withdrawn his name from consideration for the Raiders head coaching gig. So basically, it's down to Clint Kubiak or nothing for the Raiders at this point. And I think with Davis Webb, he has a lot of chances to be an offensive coordinator other places, but the Broncos just fired Joe Lombardi, so I think they're going to elevate him. But why would Davis Webb do that? Because he probably has been told by the Raiders, look, we want Clint Kubiak, nothing personal, but we want him. And now the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing him as well. So let's just say Clint Kubiak goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, the Cardinals haven't been a threat to the 49ers in quite some time. But you get a guy that's familiar with Kyle Shanahan for years, knows that scheme, and can build the offense up. And I don't know if he's going to want to retain Kyler Murray or if the organization feels that way. Michael Bidwell has been a cheap owner for quite some time, and I doubt he's going to pay Jonathan Gannon and Kyler Murray to go away. But if you have Clint Kubiak as your new head coach, that's promising. And, it may not happen in the short-term future, but long-term, they could build something there. So you don't want that. The best-case scenario is for Clint Kubiak to go to the Raiders for 49er fans because then he's not going to the Arizona Cardinals, and he's not staying on the Seattle Seahawks roster, or staff, I should say, where Sam Darnold really relies on him. Like, yes, Sam Darnold has played well of late, but it really is the coordinators that have built him up. It's Kyle Shanahan rejuvenating his career. It's Kevin O'Connell making that scheme very easy for him, and that's what Clint Kubiak has done for Sam Darnold. And I don't really know who's on the Seattle Seahawks roster, staff when it comes to coaches that can fill in that void for Clint Kubiak leaving to be that next offensive coordinator. So yeah, I do think that both teams are very interested in him. I think that both are looking for him to be the new head coach. So yeah, I think that if I had to guess, it's probably going to lean the Raiders' direction just because Tom Brady's been doing his games the last 2 weeks where he knows that offense. He's seen it firsthand.
Well, how convinced you? Like, here's the thing. Kubiak is still going to interview with Arizona?
Yes.
So if he's planning to interview with Arizona, like, is he under the impression the Raiders haven't made him an offer yet then, right?
No. Probably not.
Or they could have, and he says, I'm going to interview them first.
I don't know if they can, but I'm sure they could under the table.
I mean, here's what I'm saying. They would talk structure. He would talk, here's what we'd be looking at. If he was their choice and he's met with them, I would imagine they've talked about that structure with him. We want a 5-year deal. We want whatever it's going to look like financially, whatever, so that he can weigh his options. But now he's going to interview with Arizona as well. I don't know if that says he better leave Arizona with a job or that we're gonna find out that he's probably doing a Zoom call or whatever. But or they'll find out that he's got the Raider job once he interviews with Arizona, and then that gets announced or leaked or something right before the Super Bowl. But if they've put all of their eggs in this basket, they have to believe they're going to be able to land him, right?
I think so.
You would think. That would be my thought.
I think so, and I thought that for the longest time that the Arizona Cardinals were going to get Mike LaFleur as their head coach, and he was there earlier this week. I think it was
Mike LaFleur is currently the offensive coordinator for the Rams.
Yes, Matt LaFleur's little brother, and he was with the 49ers back in the day as their offensive coordinator or whatever his job was with Kyle back.
Passing game coordinator, I believe.
Yes, something like that. Yeah. So he's part of that scheme. I mean, he's part of that tree, the Shanahan-McVay tree. So
or running game, because he and McDaniel were the running and pass game.
That's
coordinators.
right.
I think he might have been pass and McDaniel was run. Might have been too.
So, and he's never got his opportunity. He was with the Jets for a brief time. He was Salah's OC, but they made a quick change. I think it was after 1 year with Darnold. Then they went to, I'm sorry, not with Darnold, but with another, I guess it was with Zach Wilson. But they went with Nathaniel Hackett, and that didn't work out. So I think Mike LaFleur's going to get his opportunity. If that happens, look for Raheem Morris to join him, even though the 49ers have.
In Arizona.
Yes. Even though the 49ers have interviewed Raheem Morris, it depends on what happens here with Jim Schwartz. I think that Kyle's interested in retaining Gus Bradley as defensive coordinator, but there are more intriguing DCs out there with Jim Schwartz and Raheem Morris, so we'll see what happens here. But, yeah, if I had to guess right now, I think that when you see these coaching candidates pull out of the job, they know they're not getting the job. So they don't want to have egg on their face like, oh, I lost the job. I'm putting out there before anybody could tell me I lost the gig that I'm not interested in the job. That's what you saw with Grant Udinski.
You can't fire me, I quit.
Exactly. With Phillip Rivers.
You can't tell me I didn't get the job if I tell you I don't want the job.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers interviewed for the Bills head coaching gig, and then it came out that, I'm not interested anymore. It's because
he pulled out of the job, and as you said, first thing he's pulled out of it is in his life.
In quite some time. Because he knew that Joe Brady was going to get the job. I think that Davis Webb found out today that, look, most likely we're going to hire Clint Kubiak. So unless you see...
Also knows the OC job's open.
Yeah.
In Denver.
And you haven't seen the same thing with Mike LaFleur, where he's like, I'm pulling out of this Arizona gig. He's still in contention. He's probably the number 2 option. That's probably not a good feeling for him, but it is what it is. So I would say for Clint Kubiak, I think that he's been moving around from place to place for the last 6 seasons, going from the 49ers to the Saints to the Seahawks, now probably the Raiders head coaching gig. Niner fans should be happy that he's leaving the NFC West altogether because he doesn't go to Arizona or Seattle.
Well, it'd be nice also because that would be 2 situations there potentially. I mean, Mike LaFleur, if he left and got the head coaching job in Arizona, okay, fine, you're dealing with him as a head coach. But also now he's not with the Rams. I don't know if that helps the NFC West or improves that, but they still don't have a quarterback necessarily in Arizona unless they decide to stick with Kyler. For me, the interesting thing would be you're taking away from Seattle, and they're already strong. So if you can put them in that level of confusion or recalibration for at least a season, that's fantastic. And also, this is something the Niners have been dealing with basically since they found success in 2019. Robert Saleh leaving the organization, Mike McDaniel leaving the organization. Every year, seemingly, guys are being recruited or coached out of the 49ers team. So it's nice when you see that happen with other teams. It speaks to the level of success that they've had in Seattle. So what would be your thought as to where Seattle goes as an OC then? If you want to stick with the same...
I don't know.
If you want to... Because that's my first question is...
I got to look up their coaching staff right now. Hang on.
Because my guess would be that Seattle... I mean, I think Seattle's expecting to lose Kubiak.
Yeah, they have to.
And he's had to have informed them of that. So they've got to know. They've got guys on a list or they've got somebody internally that they would promote from passing game or run game coordinator, something like that. But to your point about how much Sam Darnold has relied on these coordinators and how big it's been for him in this system, from Shanahan to O'Connell to Kubiak, you need something of the same ilk. So
yeah, I mean,
in terms of system.
And there's not a guy out there that has a tie to Shanahan or McVay or Kevin O'Connell.
I mean, none of those guys are just kind of sitting out there. What's the next wave of guys?
I'm not sure. And the guys that are on the coaching staff right now, Jake Peets.
And where did Slowick go? He already signed somewhere, didn't he?
Bobby Slowick is the coordinator for the Miami Dolphins.
That's right.
He
signed already with.
Yeah. And Miami, the Eagles named their offensive coordinator, Sean Mannion, who went to Foothill High School back in the day. So kind of a Bay Area guy. And
I would say that Kingsbury's not a good option there.
No, Kingsbury would not be good there. I think Kingsbury's going to go to the Baltimore Ravens.
That's what we're saying, yeah.
If I had to guess. Matt Nagy's still out there, but that doesn't really fit with
That's not
Sam
the same
Darnold.
thing either. No.
Yeah, I would say that would put the Seahawks in a weird position because they have to know they're going to lose Clint Kubiak. But at the same time, like, they've been so focused on the Super Bowl, Sam really needs a good offensive coordinator. So I'm not sure who's out there. Maybe they can, pluck a guy from the Rams staff, or maybe even the 49ers staff if it's an elevation of a quarterback coach that going to offensive coordinator. But I would say this would hurt the Seahawks if Clint Kubiak left. But then again, I've heard, Mike Sando, I think went on with Murphy Marcus and said he's not sure Clint Kubiak wants a coaching job right now. But I got to say, if you're, pulling the Raiders along for 2 weeks, you probably should tell them, like, I'm not interested. So I think the fact he's interviewing for the Raiders job and the Arizona Cardinals job, he's going to leave.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll talk to Mike Silver about this, about where Seattle could go if, in fact, Kubiak does take this job with the Raiders, and if the Raiders have put all their eggs in this basket, does this absolutely mean they think they're getting him? And if so, is it going to be Mike LaFleur in Arizona? We have some breaking Giants news.
Oh, this is real?
Don't get super excited, but we do have breaking Giants news per Alex Pavlovic. Actually, Robert Murray had it first. Pavlovic confirms it, I guess, with his retweet.
Get the song.
I told you it's a bad deal this year. If I'm watching the Giants pitch with Kai-Wei Tang, if I see Tang days, you won't see him because the Astros are acquiring pitcher Kai-Wei Tang from the Giants for a minor leaguer. Sources say, Derek, for one last time, say goodbye to your boy Kai-Wei Tang as soon as Tim gets an opportunity to bring up the music here.
I mean, the song was brilliant, and now it won't see the light of day.
Alex Pavlovic says, with Birdsong, Trevor McDonald, Carson Whisenhunt, Blake Tidwell, there wasn't really a path to Tang even being a depth starter this season. The Giants also needed a roster spot for Harrison Bader, which means Kai-Wei Tang has been traded from the Giants to the Astros for a minor leaguer. Say goodbye.
I'm in love with Kai-Wei Tang.
For forever Giant Kai-Wei Tang.
My main squeeze.
Mike Silver, our NFL writer from The Athletic. He joins us coming up next.
Sad.
I know. That's your breaking Giants pitcher news. Kai-Wei Tang traded to the Astros. We'll talk to Mike Silver more about the NFL offseason. Is Schwartz really an option for the Niners, or is this leverage to stay in Cleveland? We'll do that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Do you love me, Kai-Wei Tang? Oh, 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 oh. Do you think about me, Kai-Wei Tang?
Not anymore.
It's not going to be the same.
Give it up for my boy, Derek, on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Sharks return to the ice tonight in Edmonton versus the Oil. San Jose has won 2 in a row and 7 out of their last 10 as the team continues to build momentum before the Olympic break. For everything Sharks, keep it locked to Dirty Work and the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you, one of our favorite guys to catch up with of The Athletic, one of the top NFL writers in the country. Mike Silver joins us on the video stream. I like seeing you on video, Mike. Good to see you, bro.
What's up, Mike?
How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? I'm good, man. Just enjoying not having to get on an airplane for a little while.
Yeah, that's kind of nice, man. Will you be at the Super Bowl itself? Will you be at Levi's?
I always am. I'll be coming down probably Sunday, so I'll be spending a ton of time in San Francisco, city where I was born, and near and dear to my heart.
Well, we're looking forward to it, man. I assume we'll see you just hanging around Radio Row and stuff this week as well. Mike Silver with us on the UMA guest line. So first and foremost, the Jim Schwartz thing in Cleveland. When we were putting together our list of who we'd want to be the defensive coordinator, I said, Niners are in a good spot if they want it to be Gus Bradley because they have somebody in-house, and I don't think he's going to be hired as that position anywhere else. And he's interviewed with them now. But once Raheem Morris was available and the relationship to Kyle and then the possibility of Schwartz was my number one choice. Now he's pissed, and rightly so. I don't know what the Haslams are doing. I never do. But is there anything to this where he's using this as leverage for a new contract, or do you expect him to exit Cleveland?
No, he's definitely not staying in Cleveland. And as it was put to me by a source close to Jim Schwartz, he needs to Shanahan his way out of Cleveland. And that's, of course, a reference to something depicted in my book, The Why Is Everything, that you guys know well, where Kyle, after his year as the Browns offensive coordinator in 2014, wanted to get out, was still under contract. He had his then receivers coach, Mike McDaniel, help him type up a 32-point document and ultimately was able to get out and go to Atlanta. Schwartz will fight his way out, I'm sure. They're not going to hold him there against his will ultimately. But I still would strongly look toward Raheem Morris. Now, Raheem Morris is still up for that Cardinals head coaching job, as he should be, by the way. Really thought he got a raw deal in Atlanta. Would like to see him get another shot as a head coach. But if he does not get that Cardinals job, I believe it would be very, very likely that he and Kyle Shanahan would want to work together. When you're as close as they are, it's not really an interview, in my opinion. It's a, hey, are we doing this? And I know that it gets weird with friendships in the coaching circle, and people have had to fire their brothers before and weird stuff. But Kyle and Raheem are so close that I don't think they'd be messing around doing a, quote, interview if it wasn't real.
So do you think that the sole reason maybe that Raheem has not been hired is that he's waiting to find out about the Arizona job and not that Kyle is in any way waiting to talk to Jim Schwartz? Or are they both twofold?
That's what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, my belief is that that's what's going on.
Okay.
And I don't think I think Kyle and Raheem would have a very quick and forthright conversation with each other. Like, dude, should we do this? And like, okay, cool, as long as you're available. I don't think it would be like, yeah, dude, you're my guy. We've been friends for so long. Just chill out. We'll see what happens with the Cardinals. Wait a minute, Jim Schwartz? not that Jim Schwartz would not be a great thing, but I just think Kyle did all the moves in his head first before he and Raheem even went there.
Gotcha.
In my opinion. Yeah.
Talking to Mike Silver on the UMA guest line, just as far as the Browns' perspective, from what you've gathered, why did the Browns go with Todd Monken? Did they think that maybe hiring an older coach would be okay with Jim Schwartz? Obviously, he was pissed either way. Did they think that Nate Shieldhouse was going to be too much for him having a younger coach? Like, at the end of the day, why did they do this?
We should do a segment just every week where we go, why did the Browns, and you could just anything.
Why? Why Browns?
Do anything? I don't know. I believe Jim Schwartz was the best candidate there, given what he'd done there, and hiring a good offensive coach to go with him made the most sense to me. The Browns seem like they have to outsmart everyone always and be the smartest people in the room, and maybe Nate Shieldhouse or Grant Udinsky would have made them feel like that. They kind of split the difference by like, okay, we won't do Schwartz. We will hire an older coach. We'll go offense. No head coaching experience. But, hey, I'm sure Jim Schwartz will be cool with it. And as with the Deshaun Watson trade, as with so many other things in their illustrious history, including the aforementioned Kyle Shanahan debacle after they had him in the building, the Browns seem to have miscalculated, and here we are.
Talking to Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. Okay, do you believe the Raiders have put all their eggs in the Clint Kubiak basket?
Okay, that's another, like, why did the Raiders? Yeah. It feels like the Raiders are waiting for Clint Kubiak, who also was interviewed in Arizona and also, is coaching in the Super Bowl. That's probably what's going on, but the Raiders have been weird too. Since Tom Brady came, it was like, I'm going to get Ben Johnson and I'm going to go skiing with Matthew Stafford and we're going to roll. And then it was like, we're going to get Pete Carroll and we're going to not sign Sam Darnold. We'll trade for Geno.
Yeah, right.
And here we are. And by the way, one of the reasons the Seahawks wanted Sam Darnold, whereas Tom Brady didn't, was Clint Kubiak knew him from the Niners and was like, I want Sam Darnold. So it's very bizarre. And, it feels like that's what's happening. But then again, it's the Raiders. So even if that's what they want, there's always a chance it won't happen. Kind of like John Fisher and the A's actually playing in Vegas, which, man, wouldn't that be a tragedy if John Fisher, after all that, didn't get his stadium done in Vegas?
Oh, I'd be crying, Mike. I'd be crying.
Yeah, that would be a tear-jerker. I mean, like, not only a great owner, but seemingly one of the best dudes, too.
Yeah, great guy.
Like somebody you want to hang with and like have a beer and like really enjoy a wide range of topics and conversations. Really relatable.
Seems too good to be true.
Yeah, we can talk about the gap with John Fisher.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
As far as the Arizona Cardinals,
the gap between a real owner and him.
As far as the Arizona Cardinals, they it seems like they want Clint Kubiak too, and I know that Raheem Morris is interviewing for that job as well. If they don't land Clint Kubiak and he goes to the Raiders, does it seem like Mike LaFleur is inclined for that job or Raheem? Is there a possibility where Mike knows Raheem from the Rams days where he could be his DC?
I'm very cynical, so it feels like it'll just go to the next untested white guy available. And this has been
it's a good format,
the whitest cycle. It's shaping up as 9 white coaches and a minority coach who argued against being listed as a minority coach way back when in Robert Saleh. So congratulations, America. Woke is out. People are getting shot in the face, and we are going to not have anything close to equity in coaching hiring in the NFL. And sadly, some of you will have to watch Bad Bunny in the Super Bowl. I know it's going to be hard for the fascist enabling right-wingers out there. By the way, congratulations, everyone, on that side. Great job. It's going great.
I'll applaud with you. I'll sarcastically applaud with you. You know I got you, bro. You know I got you. Dude, I hadn't even thought about it.
And the answer is, yeah, probably Mike LaFleur. But
yeah,
I'll hold out hope for Anthony Weaver or Raheem, not just because they're black, but because they're really, really good at coaching. But I digress.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Bidwell's going to go that route. You know what I mean? I don't think so. Just based on the events they hold at that stadium, it doesn't seem like Raheem's the guy. That's my individual scope and read on it from where I'm sitting right now.
Did have a long time black GM in Rod Graves when it wasn't fashionable, so I'll give him that.
Wasn't when it wasn't fashionable, dude. Yeah, it was probably, anyway, I won't go any further on that one.
By the way, it's also not fashionable now. There was a brief period where it was fashionable, and then, the 2024 election happened, and it's very unfashionable.
Not fashionable anymore. Mike Silver with us on the UMA guest line. Okay, so do you think, and Derek and I have talked about this, do you think or do you know whether or not there are more situations happening now? Like, do owners and GMs have the stones, and of course they do, to interview a guy and say, okay, but if we don't give you this job, would you be the DC or the OC? Is that happening now? Like, is that something they would have mentioned to Raheem Morris, or would guys who we're going to interview you for this job, but would you stick on? I know Ulbrich stayed and Stefanski is going to be the head coach, and Ulbrich stayed in Atlanta, but is that a conversation that's like, did Schwartz hear that at all? And maybe it depends on the coach.
Yeah, I don't know that they say it, but like the Titans interviewed Daboll, I don't think they were interested in him as a head coach, but right. I do believe they were laying the groundwork for him to possibly be OC. I don't know if they say it, but yeah, that happens. But if you think Raheem Morris would rather be the defensive coordinator for Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals in the NFC West, defending Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and the Seahawks, versus being Kyle's defensive coordinator, you must be, there must be an electrical substation emitting LSD by your facility.
And if so, what's the address? You know what I mean? Because I'm in. I'm down.
Yeah.
Where's that station?
I mean, actually, it's, 710 Ashbury, 910 Ashbury. What's the address? The old Grateful Dead house, but I digress.
Talking to Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. So, what was your reaction to Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer? And if Robert Kraft does get in before him, what's the perception there?
You almost spit on his drink, dude.
I mean, like, honestly, like...
okay, so first of all, I'm not a voter.
Yeah.
So everybody calm down. Secondly, I did react on Twitter immediately. I said, it's an embarrassment. What are we doing here? And that's really it. And I am amazed by the staying power of this topic. I wish the outrage in Minnesota matched the collective outrage of Bill Belichick not getting in on the first ballot, which is outrageous for sure.
I assume, Mike, you're talking about the Vikings' fourth place finish in the North. Is that what you're?
that and the murders.
Yeah, that. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was in a different mindset.
I mean, listen. It is. I could sit here and talk about the process, and the process does sound like it's a little messed up. But I don't really want to because I'm not a voter and I don't have to. And it is, it is regrettable because he should be in the Hall of Fame first ballot, of course. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, take it up with the 50 people who had a chance to do it, and the 11 or more who said I'm not voting for him. I do hope Roger Craig gets in, though, because that would be awesome.
Talking to Mike Silver here on the UMA guest line. Do you think Bill Polian really has that much pull? You think he poisoned the well there? Polian's in there like, F this dude. I'm already in, but he can't come in too yet.
Yeah, I'm not in the.
I got you. No worries. I
know Bill Polian, if I were up for a Hall of Fame, would make sure that didn't happen based on our relationship, but I can't tell you exactly what happened in that meeting.
Last one for you in terms of boy, I just lost my train of thought. Never mind. I guess I don't have one more for you. That's going to do it for Mike Silver.
I'm sure it was amazing.
I'm sure, dude, it was really good, too. It was really, really good. Something about Minnesota, but I can't remember.
You're going to think of it like 2 segments from now. and it's going to be a one-sided thing because you might blurt it out.
Oh, I know what it was. I know what it was. Okay, if Kubiak does get the Raider job, what direction do they go at OC? Because seemingly Sam Darnold is obviously a great fit for that system. But
Seahawks, yeah.
The Seahawks don't seem to have like a. I mean, is there an heir to the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree out there? Is there a seed somewhere? Passing game coordinator? I mean, who would be? Because Seattle's got to have some idea about this. But Darnold's so good under O'Connell and Kyle, and now Kubiak. It doesn't. Are they out of Shanahan coaching tree candidates?
Is there like a Kubiak grandchild?
Yeah. Is there another LaFleur somewhere they can find?
Listen, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how your audience cares if the Seahawks run out of candidates. Like, your audience would like the Seahawks to rehire Ryan Grubb, who was their offensive coordinator that they fired after Mike McDonald's first season. There probably is like a 23-year-old white guy who, is going to be anointed and get that job. But, I mean, I would hire Matt Nagy or somebody who's actually good and calls plays in the NFL, but nobody listens to me, clearly. But yeah, no, I mean, I think you chalk this up if you're the Seahawks to like first world problems. Like, man,
yeah, seriously.
After we win that Lombardi Trophy and drink all night, we might have to figure out who our next offensive coordinator is going to be. And, it's a good problem to have.
Speaking of white guys keep getting jobs, Sean Mannion just got a...
I got a whole list in front of me, by the way.
Just got the job with the Philadelphia Eagles as the offensive coordinator, and some people thought that was Matt Nagy's job maybe to get. Who knows? But I saw you on a podcast recently, I guess, with Philadelphia Eagles ties. Was that a desirable job? Because I heard, like differing things where some people want and some people were like, no thanks, I don't want my house egged.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not a desirable job. They offered it to Charlie Weiss Jr., who's in college with Lane Kiffin, I believe, and they offered it. I don't know if they offered it to Dayball, but they were going after Dayball. They wanted to talk to Arthur Smith, who took the Ohio State job. Like, people were fleeing from it, and I think a lot of that is Jalen Hurts and the perceived disconnect between him and some of his teammates and what he will or won't do in terms of running the offense. And, it's been boom or bust there in the Sirianni era. Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore parlayed it into head coaching jobs and Super Bowls, one win, one loss. And, conversely, Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo were one and done. So, interestingly, I mean, I think on paper they would have wanted someone with some experience calling plays like a Matt Nagy, but instead they went the Patullo route, which is going to go with someone completely untested, albeit promising in Sean Mannion, who has not called plays. But I think their rationale would be, A, we're going to change the scheme and it's going to be more Shanahan LaFleur influenced, and B, someone had to accept the job, and we finally got someone to.
Right. Mike Silver of The Athletic joins us on the Uma Guest. I'm going to do with him every week. Mike, thrilled I'm going to get my silver fill next week at Media Row, and I'm sure we'll see you at the media party. I'll bring the beers. When
is the media party?
I think it's Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
Well, and perhaps I will see you, and I'll probably see you, somewhere where we resume some of these conversation topics.
We'll make it a point, dude. Yeah, we'll meet up. I'll text you. We're around all week.
There may be some F-bombs included once we see each other in person.
Yeah, dude, I'll put my name on your hotel room later. Mike Silver, we do with him every week. Mike, we'll see you next week at Media Row, man. Have a great weekend.
Later, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for having me, you guys.
Great deal. The great Mike Silver. Awesome. We got him up on the video stream as well. And that's interesting. I mean, he's leaning like it could very well be Raheem Morris, and I would be thrilled if that were the case. He does make a good point. And he's saying Raheem interviewed for the head coaching job in Arizona. Unlikely that if he didn't get that job, even though you're saying he's close with Mike LaFleur, I hear him being like, would you really want to go be the DC there?
Oh, no, I mean, if it was...
Or be the DC... But you were saying
there's a chance. Me, like, I'd rather have Raheem Morris be the DC with the 49ers. But I just look at what was reported out there. It sounds like Mike LaFleur is going to get that job if Clint Kubiak gets the Raiders gig. And I would assume that with the familiarity that Mike LaFleur has with Raheem Morris, that'd be a good connection. But then again, it is Arizona. Arizona does have some good playmakers, but it's not the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay, here's my question. If the Niners get Raheem Morris, have the Rams moved on from Shula?
No, they're not going to do that.
They're not going to?
Doesn't sound like it. Jordan Rodriguez joined us on Monday, and she was like, they're not going to move on.
She said they're
from
not going to move on from him. Would Schwartz by any chance end up in Arizona?
Doubt it.
Raiders?
Maybe. I mean, a chance to.
If you get Kubiak and he's going to run the offense, you get a guy to run the defense.
I'm trying to think of guys that Jim Schwartz has ties to. I mean, like I think Kyle. It's interesting seeing like
when you
Kyle,
let him build a defense is what you do. You see, you get to build it in your image, Jim.
We can ask Krug this at 5:30. I do wonder if Kyle will be more inclined to go with Raheem Morris over Jim Schwartz just because he knows him.
Well, that's kind of what he's saying. Is he's like, I don't. That's what Mike was saying. I don't think Kyle had a conversation with one of his close friends and said, "Oh wait, no, we were going to give you the job if you don't get that Arizona one." Right. Oh wait, but Jim Schwartz is available. Like, I think if Raheem got the head coaching job, then maybe you turn to Schwartz.
Yeah,
but I'm thinking now Raheem is probably the lead candidate
for the DC job.
No, for the Niners DC, because what Mike is saying is he believes in his opinion and based on what he knows, he says my belief is that the only reason he's not been named Niner DC is he's waiting on the Arizona job.
Gotcha. Okay,
that's what he said. And I said, is this about Kyle waiting to talk to Schwartz or about Raheem waiting on that? He says exactly the Raheem situation where why would you have a meeting with your buddy and say, well, we'll go with you if you don't get that job, but then Schwartz is available. You're like, forget that. We're going Schwartz. It's too much of a no-brainer, it seems like.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens here.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday. Larry Kruger joins us at about 5:30. But before we do that, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, featuring Matt Mayoko on the Belichick not getting in to the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. He's a voter, isn't he?
He is a voter,
Matt
yes.
Mayoko. We'll see if he voted for Belichick when we come on back. Bill Polian also
I think he did.
Gave his comments. It will not bow down to the kowtow to the notion that he did not vote for Bill Belichick. Plus, new Mike McDaniel, Joe Brady, and Robert Saleh introduces the Titans head coach. We'll do that next. Dirty Work Sound Soiree on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
209 says Mike Silver bringing the fire to Dirty Work today. He did. Adam Copeland, D-Bob, Tim Webb with you. One of the reasons I love the guy, he is who he is at all times, one of the best writers and covering the NFL in the country. And he was just texting me after saying, dude, I would love Raheem to the Niners. And I was like, me too. I mean, as I told you, my top choices were if Schwartz were available, I'd want him. But Raheem was always, in my mind, if available, a more likely option because of the relationship to Kyle. And then once Matt LaFleur decided he wasn't going that route, I don't even think he interviewed Raheem, did he?
Sorry, who again?
LaFleur?
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, he went with Jonathan Gannon.
Oh, wait, he was in the mix. I don't know if, I'm not sure.
Immediately, that was the expectation because of his ties to LaFleur. And then not quickly, but I can't remember if he even interviewed, but he did with the Niners, as did Joe Woods.
Yeah, sometimes with these OC and DC interviews, they fly under the radar. So you may have interviewed him. But, yeah, I think that, look, if it's Gus Bradley, I'm okay with that. I think Raheem Morris is an upgrade. I think that Jim Schwartz is an upgrade over Gus Bradley. I wonder if there's a scenario, I doubt it, where Gus Bradley could stay on staff, still as the assistant head coach, if he's okay with that. Because at this point, what other defensive coordinator jobs is he going to get? Is it just better for him to stay on staff and work with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and have that continuity, but also bring in somebody that's a little better at coordinating a defense of late? I don't know.
I mean, plus, if you don't have Gus, that's the thing. Would he go join Saleh and be an assistant there, a defensive assistant?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have one. I'm not sure if they've hired somebody yet, so that could be an option.
Whether it's coordinate, he could be the coordinator and Saleh's the guy calling it. You know what I mean? Whether it's both of those guys together, they could very well just go pull that off. That's an interesting decision. My question is if Gus Bradley leaves, do we still get Carter in preseason?
Probably not.
No, probably more Curtis Rourke is what we're going to see next preseason.
Yeah, I think so.
Out of Indiana. All right, we do it almost every day. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. It's the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, January 29th, 2026. And it starts right here on the sports leader, Matt Mayoko, who is a Hall of Fame voter. Was on with Murph and Marcus. Was this from this morning?
Yes.
So Murph and Marcus had Matt Mayoko on today from NBC Sports Bay Area. And as Mike Silver said, the staying power of this story is huge. I think we're all just surprised by it, right? I mean, it wasn't a surprise ever that Barry and Clemens didn't get in. We all are up in arms about it, of course, but it's not ever a surprise because we all kind of expected the Hall of Fame in baseball sticks its nose a little bit higher. In football, it's much, much different. And I really am still at a loss. I mean, the only thing that makes sense is that people did weigh the, quote, cheating scandals a little bit more, And if people think that he should be punished for that, I would again challenge and say they lost a first-round draft pick. He paid a personal fine. The Patriots paid a fine. All that stuff comes into play.
All of it stinks.
And yet you still think it's the whole thing with Michael Vick. I think I told you this. First time I ever did a radio show was with my dad. I was in high school. And Michael Vick was getting let out of jail. Mm-hmm. And my dad was doing a show on KGO in the mornings. And he did a 2-hour show, I think. And the first hour he wanted to do, or the second hour we did on a topic of if a team wants to, it wasn't would you watch him. It was should a team be allowed to sign Michael Vick when he got out of jail? Because the NFL slapped a 6-game suspension on him.
Right.
And they said, you serve the suspension once you're signed. So it wasn't like 6 games, then you sign. It was if a team signs you, you then have to serve it.
Yeah.
Then you can play. And my dad was like, he shouldn't be able to come back and play. I said, why not? He went to jail. He served his debt to society. He did what the courts found him guilty of doing.
Yep.
He paid his restitution. He did his his community service. He did everything he had to do. Why shouldn't if he worked at the mall, you wouldn't care that he went back to sell earrings at Claire's. You know what I mean? You wouldn't give a damn. But because he's making millions, I'm like, that's what he
has a right to work, yeah.
And a lot of people were like, well, I won't support him if he goes back.
Then
don't watch him. Then don't support him. You don't have to. But once you do what you've been asked to do, I don't know why we're still holding it against you later on.
Right.
So here's my Matt Mayoko, his reaction to Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I woke up yesterday morning to a text message from my daughter who lives in Boston. And, I had already put on Instagram that I voted for Roger and I voted for Bill Belichick. And she DM'd me early in the morning and said, oh, thank goodness I didn't want you caught up in this huge controversy because in Boston, it looks like they're going after people. And so she was quite relieved that I won't be getting any death threats or anything of that nature. But what Belichick has done, love him or hate him or being indifferent to him, I think everybody can see that he's a Hall of Famer. There's no question about it. So I think that's why, this is such a firestorm for the Hall of Fame. And we'll see. Like I mentioned, Robert Kraft is on the ballot too. So I don't know. I haven't seen anything. I don't know the answer to this. Did he make it? What's it like? I mean, if Robert Kraft makes it this year and Bill Belichick doesn't.
That would be very interesting to me because, look, Robert Kraft could say what he wants recently in the last few days, saying like, I never wanted Bill Belichick not to be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, you could say all that, but he led a smear campaign for the last year or 2 years, whenever that documentary came out with the Patriots on Apple TV. That was to go against Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
So everything that's led up to this, like, it's really Robert Kraft's doing in a way, not the cheating scandals or everything like that, but he acknowledged in the documentary. I just think that it's ridiculous that we're talking about this, that Bill Belichick's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. I know that there is history in the past where a lot of great coaches haven't gone in the first ballot, but come on, he has the most Super Bowl rings. He's got 6. He should go in. I understand that at the same time, with Belichick not getting in, that could leave the door open for Roger Craig getting in. That'd be awesome, but he should be in as well. I hate the gatekeeping nature of the NFL Hall of Fame because they put people in, but it's like, it's his time now. I never got that. I hated that Tom Flores had to wait years. I hate that. I hope
it's like Leo having to wait to win the Oscar.
Exactly.
When he made it with that bear.
If that's how you interpret that movie, that's fine. But
I only saw it once. It's like 8 words in the whole thing.
I will be very upset knowing Jim Plunkett that if he passes away before he gets to the Hall of Fame, that's a travesty in my opinion. So that's like the Baseball Hall of Fame keeps people out of it altogether. The NFL Hall of Fame waits too damn long for some people.
Okay, so that was a funny quote comment from Matt saying his daughter texted him saying, "Oh, thank goodness you voted for him, so you're not all caught up in this." 808 KNBR, do you believe Matt? Do you think he really did, or do you think he was trying to get ahead of this thing? You know what I mean? Matt's a smart guy. I mean, if I were Matt and I didn't vote for Bill, I would put it out there first too. You know what I mean? Just to make sure, just to get ahead of the scandal.
I've heard Matt in the past say he does hate cheaters.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Matt when we talk to Matt on Monday. We'll try to set the record straight because I don't really believe him, and it's what I would say.
Yeah,
I would lie.
It does make sense.
I would lie to cover my own ass in this situation.
That is true.
So we'll talk to Matt Mayoka, one of our favorite guys, on Monday. How about Bill Polian? They kept trying to get a hold of him, and he vehemently denied that he did not. He says, I did vote for Bill Belichick. No.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was arguing against the fact that he tried to poison the well.
Well, he did, and then Don Van Natta caught up with him, and he said, I can't really remember if I coached for Belichick or not. So he wanted to set the record straight on Sirius XM radio.
Well, here's Bill Polian setting the record straight.
I wrote this out, so I'm reading from the statement. I voted for Coach Belichick in the Hall of Fame selection meeting. The Pro Football Hall of Fame has confirmed that fact through the auditors of the selection process. Again, I'll state that I never said that I believe that Coach Belichick should, quote, wait a year, close quote, for enshrinement. This has been confirmed by the Pro Football Hall of Fame, numerous selectors who are in the room, and my vote for Coach Belichick. As a Hall of Fame member and selector, I realize the import of what we do. I've always tried, as a selector, to make these difficult choices.
Oh my God!
With
How long is this statement?
Objectivity.
Hold on.
I've said on Sirius XM radio and numerous other media outlets
that
I believe Coach Belichick to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. My vote confirms that.
Well, there you go.
Why do you have to write that down to read what he just knows to be true?
Well, he's an older man.
Mike McDaniel was introduced this week as the head coach, the offensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Superchargers. We talked about this yesterday briefly, where they sat him down to do this video and they gave him like a bowl of questions, like it's like on pieces of paper. And he unfolds them and he just answers them, which is sort of a funny thing to do with McDaniel. Just get his opinions on some random questions that are out there.
He's a kooky guy.
Here's Mike McDaniel on Twitter being asked some hard-hitting questions.
We saw you sprint away from the NBC reporter. What do you think your 40 is?
Miami 17-3. They get the ball to start the second half. The Toyota halftime. Go get him, Mike. Hustle in there.
Unrelated statement and then question. My 40 over 40 is probably in the 4s. If you put a camera right next to my face, you'll see, because I think that's awkward, so I run away. That's what I did there. What is your football ick? Lazy, effort's non-negotiable to me, snappy pre-snap play. Yeah. Icks me. You gave the opposing team either way 5 yards and they didn't do a thing. Yeah. You have a degree in history from Yale. How often do you think of the Roman Empire? Every moment. I'm not sure how often, but I do think about it by nature of it's supremely impressive. It's like 3,000 years ago or something. That's crazy. Think about it a lot. Think about it right now. Describe your morning routine. I open my eyes up, and then I go. I specifically get up early to get all things done that don't have to do with human interaction because I'm a lot. And in that process, I like to get coffee at the 3 and 4 a.m. type times, do cerebral work so that I'm not a weirdo when people get in the building and you want to engage and add value.
I actually think he's a lot like Harbaugh. I think he's a lot like Jim Harbaugh in that, like, if he's going to do this, he's going to answer them. Like, if you asked Harbaugh the ancient Greece question, he'd be like, he would probably answer it in a similar, think about it all the time. I'm constantly thinking about it.
But he's being
conquering, dominating, how they maintained.
But he's being sincere and real.
Yeah, he's being sincere. McDaniel's almost being sarcastic, but he answers them all wholeheartedly.
Dude, I get
a kick out of him.
As far as football, I'm looking forward to this immensely because I think that Justin Herbert needs Mike McDaniel. But as far as the press conferences and maybe even Hard Knocks with the two of those guys,
that would be incredible. If we got Hard Knocks with those guys, I'd be all in on that. How about this one? Joe Brady, new head coach of the Buffalo Bills. He was on Pat McAfee. He was asked if he's going to call the offensive plays. You were just Josh Allen's play caller. Why wouldn't you, by the way? Yeah. Here's Joe Brady.
You're not the offense coordinator for the Bills anymore. You're still going to call plays, though, as the head coach, right? You're just adding another title. Yeah, okay. That's obvious. I hate
our defensive guys need to know that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not an offensive head coach. I'm a head coach. And, like, I just told the guys out there, like, I can't wait for the first practice to go out there and Josh to throw a f***ing pick, and I get to celebrate with the defense. Like, I can't wait to be able to talk to our offensive tackle and get beat 10 minutes through it. Can't wait. I don't want it to happen.
Yeah, of course, because it's on you, kind of, but...
I know, you know what I mean? So, but, like, I need them to know that I'm in it with them now. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like, hey, I'm going out to practice and I'm just yelling at the defense. You know, it's like, no, let's go. And I want them to feel that. And so I hope that that's a mentality and a mindset that our guys have is they can't view me in the same way. And so it's not, hey, business as usual, hey, Sean McDermott out, Joe Brady in, and we're just keeping it moving. Like, there's got to be a different mentality in the way that we go about it, and I'm excited for it.
Dude, he's really impressive.
Yeah, I liked this interview, and he was funny, but he's being funny about it, but he's being serious, and that, like, they got to know I'm all in this for everybody. The defense has to improve. It is funny, though, to think, like, he's been the offensive play caller. All these guys are tied with him. He's in that whole room. He calls a play that throws a pick, and then he's going to get in his face.
But just watching clips of that press conference today, Joe Brady's unique, where I've never heard somebody like really go into depth about everything that wives do to take care of coaches. He took time today to acknowledge that he missed the birth of his child when he was coaching, and that pained him immensely. And also, he took time during the press conference today to acknowledge Sean McDermott being like, I owe everything to this man. I'm sure it's incredibly awkward for him to get this job, because he lost it. So
I won't hire him as your DC.
Well, I'm sure Terry Pagula doesn't want that.
No, I don't think so. Is that a place that Schwartz could go?
Buffalo?
Yeah.
I think it's either the Bills or the 49ers.
What if Schwartz goes to the Bills? That would be sweet. Just stay as far away as you can from the NFC West. One more. I know we got to get to Krug coming up here, but a lot of people reacted to it, so I got to check in. And I praised it. Kai Tang got traded by the San Francisco Giants to the Houston Astros. They needed to make room for Harrison Bader on the 40-man. There wasn't really a spot for him, even as a depth reliever. Derek coined the Kai Tang song. Many people checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line after Derek sang wholeheartedly
one last time
his farewell song to Kai Tang. 650 says, by the way, they've never texted before. That inspired them to text. They said so many panties just dropped all over the Bay Area while Depop was belting out that song. 650 says Depop with the Song of the Year. That should be an Emmy nominee or maybe a Grammy nominee. There you go. Derek, you're the man, is what it says. What a send-off. Can we get a clip? Here it is.
Do you think about me, Kai
tang.
Not anymore.
It's not gonna be the same.
Give it up for my boy, Derek. There you go, Derek belting on Kaiway Tang. When we come on back, Larry Kruger going to join us. You get a dose of Krug before a whole plate of Krug. Krug next, and at 6 o'clock, it's Dirty Work on the Krug Leader.
I miss you, Kaiway.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Thursday. Larry Kruger's getting connected. We're going to touch base with him. Mike Silver joined us and seems pretty high on the idea of Raheem Morris becoming the 49ers' new defensive coordinator. And yesterday I was discussing with you because you seemed like you were kind of, not hell-bent, but you seemed pretty convinced that, like, if in fact it was Mike LaFleur, that he would choose LaFleur over Shanahan. But the fact that he is Raheem Morris, that is.
Yeah.
But the fact, as his DC, but the fact that he's interviewed there does make me think differently about that. If he interviewed as a head coach and then they offer him the DC job, I don't get the impression that would, per what Mike is saying, that it would be a more intriguing opportunity to go to the San Francisco 49ers.
Not at all, no. I was in the assumption that Gus Bradley was going to get the gig, so that's why I thought of Raheem Morris at different areas or different spots. I thought that maybe he'd be definitely a guy that would take over the Packers DC job. If the Rams wanted to move on from Chris Shula, definitely go back to the LA Rams. So, yeah, no, Arizona wouldn't be a good spot as far as, like, winning. They have a lot of talent on that team. They have Budda Baker and, who else, Josh Sweat. So they have playmakers. It's just, if you want to win right away, you want to go to the 49ers. So we'll see what happens here. I think that Kyle probably, from what Mike just told us, probably would want Raheem Morris a little bit more than Jim Schwartz. It's the guy that you know and familiar with for years. So, yeah, if it's Raheem Morris, I'm totally down with that. Just Jim Schwartz, his name came up yesterday with him being so mad about the whole situation with the Cleveland Browns and storming out, that was the first name that Tom Pelissero reported. So if it's Jim Schwartz, if it's Raheem Morris, or even if it is Gus Bradley, I'm okay with that.
Tim's talking to me in my ear. I think we made the connection with Krug because I've been looking at him here for a minute. Krug's on screen sometimes. Krug, you better be careful, man. We put you up sometimes before you even know you're up. So you better come to play when you sit in the chair, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I'm all aware. I'm fully clothed.
For now.
We see that.
Yeah, for now.
I'm not Ben Johnson after a game.
So we just had Mike Silver on, and I was asking him about the Jim Schwartz situation, and he was like, "Oh no, not leverage here. He's out in Cleveland based on what he's hearing. He's like he may have to Kyle Shanahan force his way out of there, but he's going to get his way out after them hiring Todd Monken as the head coach." And I was wondering, because the Niners have interviewed Joe Woods, they've interviewed Raheem Morris, they've interviewed Gus Bradley for the DC spot. I was wondering, if it's not Raheem Morris or Gus Bradley, why haven't they named the DC yet? Mike said he believes, it's his estimation, that they're waiting to find out if Raheem Morris gets the head coaching job in Atlanta, and if he does not, he would likely become the DC for the Niners. Where are you on this sort of the shuffling of the decks here with defensive coordinators?
Well, I mean, I don't want to be like, copy Depop's take there, but I like all these candidates. I mean, there's not a Sorensen in the bunch. I think they're all very well established coaches. I don't understand the discontent with Bradley. Why do I need to go back to what he did 4 years ago with the Raiders when I can see what he did this year with the Niners? So to me, what he did this year, I think, takes precedent. They were 10 spots higher in the red zone than they were outside the red zone. That was his area. So, I really do feel good about Gus. I know there are people that are running him down. That's on them. I feel great about Gus. Now, if I could rank him, how would I rank him? I probably would put Woods beneath. I think Woods has struggled. But, the 49ers now have satisfied the Rooney Rule. Right. So they're ready to roll basically at any point. I think it could, you could hear this announcement at any point. And I don't doubt Silver's reporting on that they could be waiting on Raheem Morris. They could just be, want to take a little bit more time. And this is a big decision. They may want to deliberate a little bit internally with, what I would want to know, because I think at one big key point for the Niners, I don't think they want to part with Johnny Holland or Chris Kasarik. So would that make a difference? Or, is Raheem going to, want to have zone linebacker, defensive line coach? Is Schwartz going to demand that? So maybe they're kind of sifting through that as well. I think they really like their defensive coach of staff, their staff of coaches.
So let's say hypothetically that Kyle Shanahan does go with Raheem Morris or Jim Schwartz. Do you think there's any scenario where Gus Bradley would stay on staff still as that assistant head coach? I know he doesn't get the gig, but it sounds like Fred Warner really values him as a coach. You think there's any way, I know that probably if he didn't get the job, they're solid there in Tennessee, but you think there's any way that Gus Bradley would stay put and Shanahan want to keep the continuity?
It's a great question. It really comes down to what kind of a relationship and trust did Shanahan and Lynch cultivate with Gus throughout the year. As somebody who went to every practice or most of the practices, I'll say this, it was pretty clear that the Niners' brain trust, if you want to call it that, at least when they were on the field, it was Lynch, it was Shanahan, it was Robert Saleh, and it was Gus Bradley. So, he was very much a part of their on-field, quad box. And, so I think they said it. It's like, hey, we'd feel very fortunate to have Gus Bradley. We like Gus Bradley. He's the obvious choice to some, including us. So I still think there's a very good chance that Bradley's going to get this job, but, and I don't get all the discontent. It's like, why do I care what he did with the Raiders or Colts 3 years ago? And do you think that I've heard people say, oh, Gus Bradley can only play one coverage. It's like, that's like 19 levels of idiocy. I can't even, I don't even want to address that. That's just so dumb. I can't even address that. Well, so I'm a believer in Bradley, but I love what Morris has done.
Yeah.
He's probably got the best resume.
Yeah.
And then Schwartz, the only thing about Schwartz is he did have Denzel Ward. He did have Garrett and, Schlesinger.
Playmakers,
those guys aren't going to come with him.
Yeah, Krug, my thought was like Gus Bradley's a fine option and they're in a good spot because they have him in-house and they can, Kyle acknowledged that he would be the obvious in-house favorite to get that job. But because it doesn't seem like anybody else is offering him that job, it allows them the freedom to kind of look elsewhere. I sort of feel like he's their top choice if there weren't a guy like Raheem Morris available. So that's kind of the spot that I'm in, where it's not like I'm saying this to deny Bradley or to put Bradley down. I think that's a fine option. I just think that if Kyle were to look around and say, hey, but there's this guy too, who I'm close with, who I trust, who would be a great option. I also wonder if Bradley would even stay if they signed Morris, or if he would go elsewhere and maybe join Saleh in Tennessee or something like that.
Well, I will say this. these are big jobs, and, there's a lot to do in these organizations. So if they do believe in Gus, maybe he does find a way to stay. But Shanahan said it. He's like, hey, look, he seems like Gus seems like the obvious choice, and he appears the obvious choice to us. But some of these guys are star coordinators, and when you're talking about star coordinators, maybe the 49ers are thinking they want to have a little bit more of an impact. I gotta be honest. I think this is. I don't want to say it's much ado about nothing, because it's clearly not. But to me, it's secondary, because you got to have dudes. And Robert Saleh suddenly a bad defense coordinator at the end of the year, or was it you looked up and there's Kendricks and Wallow and backups and street free agents,
right.
and So I just think whoever they get, they have needs on both sides of the ball, and how they balance those needs is going to be important. And maybe that could be. I mean, if I was, I'm putting myself in the shoes of Morris or Schwartz. Do I want to come here knowing the Niners have 12 needs, half of them being an offense? Am I going to get some assurances about how many of those high picks are going to be going to the defensive side of the ball when you need a replacement for Kittle, maybe another running back? You got to rebuild your wide receiver core, your offensive line. It's like, there's some dialogue there, too, and I think that has to be kind of fleshed out.
Well, we know the 49ers have a ton of needs this offseason. You just mentioned some offensive line, defensive line, wide receiving core, but just watching the NFC Championship game and having to compete with those two teams going forward, and possibly the Super Bowl champion, the Seattle Seahawks, what's the biggest need the 49ers need this offseason, crew, to compete with those two teams, the Seahawks and the Rams?
Gosh, I wish I just – I mean, to me, you've got JSN and Puka Nacua in your division. You gotta get a number one corner. They haven't had a number one corner since Deion Sanders. You got to be able to say, you know what, we got this guy and we're putting him on Puka. We got this guy and we're going to take away JSN. I think the Super Bowl, I like the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and I think Christian Gonzalez is going to do a nice job on JSN. So that's one of the reasons I kind of like the Patriots. I think you got to have a big time guy with some size and some length and some physical dominance. Is that Tariq Woolen, who's a free agent? I don't know. He's been kind of inconsistent. He definitely has the physical prototype to be a shutdown number one type corner, but the consistency hasn't been there. He had a great second half of the year. There's a bunch of guys in the draft, but I mean, you better find a guy who's a true dominator on the corner.
Larry Kruger, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, he's coming up in about 10 minutes with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. Kruger, always fun catching up, bro. Have a great show tonight, man.
Later, Krug.
Later, guys. Hey, one thing I wanted to mention is there is a cut today. I don't know if you guys played it, but from Dante Whitner. I don't know if you heard that cut, but Dante Whitner has a very strong opinion about what direction the 49ers need to go personnel-wise. We're going to play that cut, and we're going to analyze it and talk about it. So
nice.
A lot of good stuff. And the great Brian Peacock is going to stop by.
Love my guy Peacock, dude. By the way, it'd be a shorter list to give you the things that Dante doesn't have a strong opinion on. Because Dante will let you, he'll let you know how he feels, dude.
Yes,
he'll let you know. I love my guy Dante Whitner.
Well,
go ahead.
As the great G. Rad used to say, how you feel is how you feel.
Krug, have a great show tonight, bro. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
Good deal there. We will take a quick break. When we come on back on a Thursday, we will put the show to bed. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
What could be better than Friday Beers and Hoop? How about Friday Beers and Hoop with Dirty Work live at Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City tomorrow? That's Adam drinking ales, Derek downing doubles, and me in a gutter. Sounds like a party. That's 2 to 6 at Harmonic ahead of Dubs Pistons. Get your weekend started right.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Thursday, putting the show to bed on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We were out of studio. Actually, we won't be back in studio for over a week because we are tomorrow at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. We'll be doing the show from there 2 to 6. Come on by, hang out. Warriors and the Pistons tomorrow night as we await more potentially on the trade of Giannis if they decide the Warriors are in fact their partner. And we'll pick Marcus Thompson's brain tomorrow about this. And this could be a topic for us tomorrow, but I do wonder, we should do a segment on this tomorrow. Does a Giannis trade make you think Steve Kerr is more likely to stay? Based on the comments that he made yesterday. So
at least for one more season.
Don't give me your answer now, dude. Now we can't do the segment. Don't listen to Derek's answer. We'll do a full one tomorrow.
I mean, I might change my answer by tomorrow. You never know. I kind of waffle sometimes.
You never go. I was like, you never go back and forth.
I do that less now and a year in. Come on.
Yeah, I start holding you to it a little bit.
I think so.
All right, we do have Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour here in just a couple of minutes with some Niners Nightly, talking a lot about Dante Whitner. O-S-I-H-I-T. I miss Dante, man. That was one of my favorite dudes.
I do, too.
One of my favorite guys to ever work with.
Man, I miss Dante.
Just a hilarious dude and a knowledgeable dude and sure of himself, and it puts in all the work. I really, really like Dante Whitner. And a dude like, I always say they say don't meet your heroes. Like one of the guys who I loved watching as a player. And who would have thought he'd be just the best dude, you know what I mean, after he was one of the most feared hitters in the NFL. Love
talking to Dante.
Love
Press
talking
box. Pearsall
to Dante Whitner. So I'm going to shoot him a text after this, actually. All right, let's put the show to bed here as we got Larry Kruger coming up next. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. I really did enjoy Derek singing, but I also enjoyed this today. And so did the film.
Yeah,
faxes.
What happened with that? Oh, we started talking faxes with Bobby Marks.
Yeah, with fax machines.
We started talking fax machines with Marks. That's right, dude. That's where that came in.
Yeah.
What you got, Derek?
Note to self. Well, note to Greg Papa. Do not blast these damn things all the way up.
Dude, Greg Papa just punking our ass, dude, every day.
Jesus. I know.
Stealing Tim's headphones. He's blowing out your jack.
2 days in a row now, he's blown out the speaker that we put our headphones in.
Bro, right as I'm walking into the studio today, by the way, 2 minutes late because he just finishes when he wants.
Mm-hmm.
He rolls in, and I'm walking in with all my stuff in my hands. I have to wait for him to leave. And he runs through me, knocks all my crap down, says, fumble drill, Copes, and then he blames me for it.
Unbelievable.
I mean, is it?
Is that payback for the cannoli years ago?
No, I don't think. I don't think so. I've given that guy so many, so many gifts.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Like what?
Did you roll that yourself, Copes?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Can I have a drag?
Can I have a drag of that? It smokes so nicely.
Yeah, but my dad's never going to be like, well, thank you for that.
No, dude. Are you asking me if I've ever heard thank you from your dad?
Yeah.
No, the answer is no.
No.
Absolutely not.
Neither have I.
I took him out to dinner one time when I was
35 years.
When I was program director, we had a 2.5 hour dinner one time. No, thank you for the meal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got that, I assume. It's on the company. Yeah, you're not paying for it. I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Why would I thank you?
Sounds accurate.
Anyway, so at least we don't have to deal with him next couple of days running through our ass.
That's true. Yeah.
Unless he blows something up at Radio
Let's hope we bring
Row.
up some backup headphones at Moscone Center, please.
Yeah, Tim, you better bring some extra cans.
Right.
All right, and for me, note to self, sort of off the wall here. I brought up Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis earlier.
Yeah,
I told you I thought that he didn't fumble for his whole career, and that he fumbled 3 times in a 2-game window. That happened. Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, the law firm, note to self, didn't fumble in his first 53 games of his career.
Yeah,
all with the Patriots. He never fumbled. 510 total carries. He then played 2 years as the starter every down back for Cincinnati, 498, so only 12 fewer carries, 5 fumbles. And he did Game 3 in Cincinnati, his first career fumble. Game 4 had 2 more. I was right. He did fumble 3 times in 2 games.
Wow. And I was hoping you were going to say it was against the Patriots.
I actually didn't look. I could look at the game log. I'll check that for you tomorrow.
That'd be awesome.
That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Thursday. Thanks to our guest. Awesome stuff from Bobby Marks. Make sure you check that out because he says he doesn't know if the Warriors are favorites, but they might be the most straightforward trade partner for the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis. Also, we spoke with Who checked in earlier? Oh, Mike Silver. Some really good stuff on where the Niners could go.
Mike Silver.
Oh, Mike Silver. Oh, by the way, he said, is there another Kubiak out there? I was like, what are we looking like a Craig Kubiak to be the O coordinator? Craig Kubiak or Mark LaFleur?
Yeah.
Mitch LaFleur. All right. And then thanks to our guest, Larry Krukow, who is coming up next. Tim, nice work today. We'll see you tomorrow at
I love
Harmon.
reggae. I've always been a reggae fan.
That's what I've never heard, dude. Krug loves his reggae. Reggae Krug is coming up next. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Niners Nightly with Reggae Krug is coming up next on the sports leader.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest